Konoha, the Hyuga residence. Suddenly, Ning Ci awoke with a start, rubbing his aching head. Why head hurts? Abruptly, he felt something cold and hard upon his forehead. What's this? The youth swiftly removed the rigid object from his head, bringing it closer to his eyes. What lay before him was a forehead protector, embossed with an abstract design of leaves. This is, for one who often indulged in anime, this item was all too familiar. Konoha, the ninja. Forehead protector. His expression shifted dramatically as he quickly turned to survey his surroundings. Unfamiliar. Reluctantly refusing to believe, he stumbled towards a mirror, gazing at the boy with white eyes reflected back. A sharp pain pierced his mind, and a flood of memories surged forth. After a brief moment of confusion, he came to a realization: he had traversed worlds. Moreover, he had become Neji Hyuga from Naruto. According to his prior memories, Neji was unwilling to be confined by the cursed seal of a caged bird, striving to break free with his chakra. Ultimately, the cursed seal remained intact, and he fell into unconsciousness, and thus, he had inexplicably taken over Neji's body. Goodness, his fate had been laid out so clearly. Was it merely because he shared the name Ning Ci that he was thrust into Neji Hyuga's existence? This was utterly nonsensical. His original name was Ning Ci, an ordinary intern just stepping into society. Like many interns, he earned a meager salary of $2,300 per month, toiling day and night, that he rose before the roosters and retired later than the dogs. He dined worse than pigs and worked harder than donkeys. Unexpectedly, today he awoke to find himself in this bewildering new world. Though he had crossed over to become a prodigious scion of a prestigious clan, Ning Ci could not find joy in his circumstances. Those familiar with Naruto understood that Neji Hyuga was a figure steeped in tragedy. He lost his father at a young age, and was perpetually bound by the curse of the caged bird. After finally taking control of his destiny, he still met an untimely end. Oh my heavens! If I must traverse worlds, why must it be as such a tragic character? He looked skyward, speechless and choking on his thoughts. The world of Naruto was one that devoured the unsuspecting without mercy, fraught with political strife and tangled interests. One misstep could lead to an untimely demise, leaving one unaware of the peril. Though Neji possessed considerable talent, he was merely a genius at best. In the later stages of Naruto, nearly everyone of note had met their end. Genius? The world of shinobi was replete with them. Yet how many had ascended to the level of Hokage? Even among elite Chunin, few were found. And those who did reach the rank of Hokage? They were simply vessels of chakra. My word, his future appeared bleak indeed. Ning Ci sat dejectedly on a stool, striving to assimilate the memories of this world. Recalling Neji's reckless actions, he winced. How could a mere genin possess confidence against the seal that even shadow-level warriors struggled to contend with? In the end, he had placed himself in jeopardy as well. Moreover, from Neji's memories, he learned that the Chunin Exams would soon be upon them. This news was akin to adding insult to injury for him. The Chunin Exams presented a rather delicate situation. During the Chunin Exams, Orochimaru would initiate his plan to bring Konoha to ruin. From that moment forth, Konoha would truly embark on a path of decline. Approaching the window, he cast a distant glance towards the Hokage's office before returning to his bed, lost in contemplation. Should he inform the third Hokage and alter the fate of Konoha? That was an impossibility. Those familiar with the Hokage knew that Konoha had already succumbed to severe corruption. It was a situation that no amount of effort could rectify. Rather than sacrificing his life for Konoha, it would be wiser to find a means of survival. Moreover, who could say whether those in power might take an interest in him? Pondering the detestable nature and demeanor of Danzo sent a chill down his spine. Since I am here, I shall find peace. Having been granted a second chance at life, I cannot allow myself to become a mere pawn. To survive in this world, I must enhance my strength. After a moment, he adjusted his mindset and stepped outside. But he believed in acting upon his thoughts without hesitation, a principle he had always adhered to. Easily infiltrating the Hyuga clan's compound, he began to familiarize himself with chakra. Chakra is the source of energy required for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and more. After extracting chakra, one must form hand seals to execute ninjutsu. However, he focused on taijutsu, yet even taijutsu necessitated the support of chakra to unleash its true potential. For the Hyuga clan, taijutsu proved more advantageous than ninjutsu. Firstly, taijutsu consumes significantly less chakra, allowing for prolonged combat. Secondly, with the aid of Byakugan and Gentle Fist, close combat favored them greatly. Thus, investing time in honing ninjutsu seemed less beneficial than practicing taijutsu. Just as Neji was engrossed in his training, a bashful voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Ninejinizen. Turning around, Neji was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Hinata, Hyuga, little princess of the Hyuga clan. Previously, he had only seen her on screen, and he was astonished to find her even more beautiful in person. It seemed that there were some advantages to having crossed over into this world. As Neji contemplated greeting Hinata with a smile, he was abruptly reminded of his own identity. Neji Hyuga harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the main branch. He would hardly bestow a favorable glance upon Hinata. Until he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation, he could not afford to reveal his true feelings and had to proceed cautiously. Noticing Neji's silence, Hinata felt a twinge of disappointment. Nejinizen will turn away from me like before, won't he? What is it? Neji inquired coolly. Upon hearing Neji's response, Hinata's face flushed crimson at that moment. She was still exceedingly shy and introverted. Neji was somewhat taken aback by her extreme bashfulness. Unbeknownst to him, Neji Hyuga had never acknowledged Hinata previously, so even a simple reply elicited an overwhelming excitement within her. Nejinizen, are you practicing? Hinata asked softly, her voice tender and sweet. Indeed, Neji replied in a calm manner. May I practice with you? Hinata asked, summoning her courage. Feel free. Thank you, Nejinii, Hinata said with a deep bow. However, she lost her footing and fell directly into Neji's embrace. Oh dear! After a moment of silence, Hinata, nestled in Neji's arms, was instantly engulfed in embarrassment. Her face flushed crimson and steam rising from her head as she tilted her head, and fainted. Simultaneously, a familiar yet alien mechanical voice resonated. Activation conditions met system commencing startup. Pet sister system activated successfully. Binding host Hyuga Neji. Host binding complete. The pet sister system, as its name implies, rewards individuals for engaging in communication or intimate activities with their younger sisters. Ning Ci was momentarily taken aback. But then a smile broke across his face. Indeed, it made sense. Having traversed into this world, how could he lack the assistance of a system? It is widely acknowledged that a person who crosses over without any bugs is akin to a soldier entering the battlefield without a weapon, utterly inept. At that moment, the cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. The host embraces Hinata Hyuga. Reward obtained. Byakugan, 100 purity. What? A Byakugan of 100 purity? Ning Ci was astonished. Although this reward might seem insignificant at first glance, it is, in fact, one of the essential prerequisites for awakening the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is an ultimate ocular technique that can only be unlocked by combining the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Possessing the power of creation and destruction, it represents the final form of the Byakugan, holding a status equivalent to that of the Rinnegan, which is the culmination of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. However, awakening the Rinnegan is no easy feat while the Byakugan is more accessible. He still requires the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, essentially, their bloodline. The Hyuga clan does possess traces of the Otsutsuki bloodline, but over time, it has become exceedingly diluted. Both elements are indispensable. Otherwise, the Otsutsuki clan member would not need to come here to seize the Byakugan. With this realization, Ning Ci let out a faint sigh. Setting aside other considerations, if he could gather these two elements early on and awaken the Rinnegan, he could essentially indulge himself without restraint. Nevertheless, he decided to adopt a more pragmatic approach. Aspiring too high is futile. Dismissing such thoughts, he resolved to test the power of this pure Byakugan while Hinata remained in slumber. Byakugan! Ning Ci's eyes widened in fury, and the veins around his eyes swelled and pulsated with energy. With the enhancement of the Byakugan, everything within a 200-meter radius became vividly clear to him. Even the slightest movements were captured with precision. Truly, a Byakugan of such high purity. Its perceptive abilities are unparalleled. In the original narrative, Ning Ci could only see within a 50-meter range. Moreover, Ning Ci smiled slightly. The blind spot directly behind the first thoracic vertebra was no longer existent. The Pure Byakugan is indeed formidable. Just then, the unconscious Hinata began to regain consciousness. You're awake, Ning Ci stated expressionlessly, though it was evident that he was brimming with excitement internally. Upon hearing Ning Ci's words, Hinata recalled the previous awkward moment, and a rosy hue blossomed across her porcelain-like face, steam seemingly rising from her head. Indeed, quite adorable, Ning Ci remarked, gazing at the petite figure before him, genuinely impressed. In the original story, this Ning Ci was rather wooden, lacking the understanding that one should seize opportunities when they arise. Ah, it seems I truly do not comprehend. Nevertheless, I shall take good care of Hinata in the future. As for Naruto, you may spend your life with Sasuke. Neji, I shall take my leave now. Hinata murmured softly. Having spoken, she immediately covered her face and fled. Neji watched as Hinata hurriedly retreated, unable to suppress a chuckle. This girl has become excessively bashful. System, how are you activated? Neji inquired, perplexed. The activation condition of the system is, the host engages in intimate interaction with the opposite sex. Oh, I see. Neji nodded. What functions do you possess? The system, known as the sister pampering system, grants random rewards whenever the host interacts with the opposite sex. The rewards are not confined to the world of Naruto, nor are they necessarily non-living entities. However, the rewards are mostly related to the opposite sex interacting with the host. Furthermore, the system comes with its own space, allowing the host to store any non-living entities or system rewards within. Ah, I understand now. No wonder I received the pure white eyes as a reward. Neji chuckled to himself, feeling invigorated. If that's the case, he need not train diligently. Simply chatting with Hinata daily and playing games would yield considerable rewards. He could grow stronger effortlessly. While he enjoyed working hard, who could resist gaining power without exertion? Wait, as long as I interact with the opposite sex. System, are you not the sister pampering system? Shouldn't I only be able to receive rewards from interacting with my sister? Neji stroked his chin, a look of skepticism on his face. It is well known that he has only two sisters, Hinata Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga. This limitation on rewards seems rather constraining. Please, host, remember your position. Always bear in mind, they are both your sisters. Goodness, this system is rather audacious. It bears a striking resemblance to a certain world where you are all younger brothers. If word got out, he would surely receive a sound beating. After practicing alone for a while and acclimating to the operation of his Byakugan and Chakra, Neji made his way to the other side of the training field. Here, numerous training puppets were arranged, each inscribed with 64 chakra points of the human body. Once someone entered the corresponding range, these puppets would activate, and only by striking the 64 chakra points could they be subdued. One cannot help but admire the efforts made by the Hyuga clan to nurture their juniors. At the very least, Neji had never heard of such training grounds in other clans. Truly, they were once the second most prominent family in Konoha. However, Neji did not place much importance on all of this. He had come merely to test his 8 trigrams 64 palms. With the enhancement of the pure white eyes, Neji smiled faintly and leaped into the midst of the puppets. Dozens of puppets immediately sprang into motion, launching an assault on Neji. He dared not underestimate these puppets, for it was said that even Nin might not fully evade their attacks. Byakugan, the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The pure and unblemished Byakugan enabled Neji to swiftly discern the movements and attack patterns of the surrounding puppets, allowing him to react with remarkable speed. This pristine Byakugan also significantly enhanced Neji's precision. With a comprehensive 360-degree field of vision, coupled with his inherently swift and accurate palm techniques, his strikes were nearly impossible to evade. Even when besieged by a swarm of puppets, he could utilize the 8 trigrams palm to redirect their assaults. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, embodying both offense and defense, is indeed formidable, Neji mused. After a round of training, he had endured approximately 20 strikes from these puppets. However, his gains were substantial, at the very least. He had become quite adept at manipulating chakra and mastering the martial arts of the Hyuga clan. System, display my attributes panel. Host, Hyuga Neji, age, 13, chakra attributes, fire, earth, water, bloodline limit, Byakugan pure, martial arts, gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin, 8 trigrams 64 palms, ninjutsu, body replacement technique, transformation, substitution, clone, fire release, great fireball technique, overall strength, elite Chunin, an elite Chunin not too shabby. Neji felt a sense of satisfaction with his prowess, smiling broadly. He now considered himself a figure of considerable standing. It is well known that an elite Chunin represents a formidable force within various ninja villages. Even in the Fourth Great Ninja War, an elite Chunin could stand their ground independently. It was surprising that Hyuga Neji possessed chakra of 3 different attributes, which brought him a sense of joy. Although martial arts were crucial, ninjutsu became increasingly reliable in the latter stages of the shinobi world. I've made up my mind, Neji declared. I shall train in both martial arts and ninjutsu. After all, in encounters with those wielding the Rinnegan, martial arts proved to be more effective. Consider the headache that was 6 pads Madara, nearly felled by a single kick from Guy. This illustrated the point perfectly. However, at this moment instinctively touching the forehead protector, Neji let out a bitter smile. He still wished to remove the caged bird seal. The caged bird seal was an imposition by the main house of the Hyuga clan, restricting the Byakugan abilities of the branch family, only to dissipate upon death. Furthermore, the main house could, at their discretion, destroy the brain structure of the seal's bearer. While Neji believed that Hinata would not resort to using this seal to kill him, he certainly did not wish to entrust his life to another's will. This seal was, after all, a significant burden. He pondered how to neutralize the threat of the seal, uncertain if the main house possessed such a method or perhaps, once my Byakugan evolves into the Rinnegan, it might automatically dispel the caged bird seal. Reclining on the training ground, Neji gazed unblinkingly at the sky with his Byakugan. Is it really as simple as interacting with the opposite sex? After a period of internal struggle, Neji rolled over and made his way out of the training grounds. All right then, let us give it a try. Along the journey, Neji encountered numerous clan members, their gazes filled with admiration. At such a tender age, he exhibited remarkable maturity and composure, having already proven himself the strongest among last year's newcomers. In the span of a single year, his prowess had nearly equaled that of an average Nin. All of this was accomplished by a mere 13-year-old child. In the eyes of many, Neji surpassed Hinata and Hanabi in excellence. Regrettably, this promising talent was born into the branch family, marked early on with the curse of the caged bird. His mother perished on the battlefield, and his father sacrificed his life for the main family in Konoha. Consequently, within the hearts of many clan members, Neji held more prestige than Hinata or Hanabi. Disregarding the gazes of his kin, Neji strode purposefully toward the ninja academy, intending to escort Hanabi home. Although this action seemed somewhat uncharacteristic of Neji, he recognized it as a necessary step for his growth. If there truly was no remedy for the caged bird seal, he could only strive relentlessly to enhance his abilities. He refused to believe that the caged bird could restrain individuals of the caliber of Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama. At the entrance of the ninja academy, a throng had gathered, and their surprised expressions greeted Neji's approach. What brings Hyuga Neji here? They wondered. Noting their scrutiny, Neji could only manage a wry smile, feeling distinctly out of place. A sigh escaped him as he regarded the school before him, evoking a wave of sentiment. Do not misunderstand, he harbored no memories of this institution. Rather, his subconscious resisted recalling anything associated with it. Wherever discussions of learning arose, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, a timeless truth. Before long, a group of children poured out, chattering and laughing with exuberance. Witnessing this scene, Neji found himself at a loss for words. Inequality was an inherent aspect of this world. Most commoner children could only aspire to receive the most basic education, their potential capped at becoming mere Nin. Only a select few among commoners, blessed with exceptional talent, could access educational opportunities on par with those of noble offspring. The future elite, including Nin and Hokage, would likely emerge from their ranks, forming the backbone of the village's future. In stark contrast, the majority of commoner students were destined to become fodder in the forthcoming Fourth Great Ninja War. As Neji observed the sun-kissed, innocent faces of the children, he felt an ambivalence. Should he rejoice or lament? Just then, a petite, delicate figure captured his attention. She was none other than his intended recipient, Hinata Hanabi. Hanabi, it's time to go home, Neji declared, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Hey, brother Neji, are you here to pick me up today? Hanabi asked, her thumb in her mouth, her large, curious eyes fixed on him. Absolutely adorable. It was no wonder they were sisters, both exuding the same charming innocence. Neji quickly shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Alas, alas, this is a delicate young girl. One must not touch her. Such innocence must be left untouched, for a mere touch could lead to 3 years of consequences. Indeed. Hanabi placed her soft, fair-handed to Niji's. Giggling with delight. Truly, cuteness is justice. As the host held hands with Hinata Hanabi, a reward was granted. Upon hearing the system's notification, Niji abruptly halted his steps. There truly was a reward, precisely what he desired at this moment. Could it be that wishes come true? He instinctively touched his forehead. But alas, there were too many people around to remove it for a closer inspection. Huh? Niji and I. What's wrong? Hanabi, noticing Niji's sudden stop, inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Let us go, Niji replied, ruffling Hanabi's hair. Due to the lifting of the curse seal, Niji felt a surge of joy and unconsciously became kinder towards Hanabi. The host executed a gentle pat on Hinata Hanabi's head, earning another reward, wind attribute chakra. Niji's lips twitched. According to this system's method of assessment, it seemed. He patted Hanabi's hair once more, but received no further reward. It appeared that each type of interaction could only be utilized once per individual, Niji mused inwardly. Hidden in the shadows, the protectors dispatched by the Hyuga clan were taken aback as they witnessed Niji escorting Hanabi. Had he not activated the Byakugan, they might have believed someone had used a transformation technique to deceive the young girl. Soon, Niji brought Hanabi to her doorstep. "We arrived," Niji announced. Thank you. Niji and I, Hanabi replied with a smile. With that, she spread her arms wide and joyfully dashed back into the house. As the host returned Hanabi home, he received another notification. Chakra amount doubled. The system's prompt resonated at just the right moment. Chakra doubled. Niji was elated. This would lay a solid foundation for his future dual cultivation of ninjutsu and physical prowess. In simpler terms, he would no longer lack chakra. With a soft rumble, Niji patted his somewhat rebellious stomach, glancing up at the sky. There was still some time left, so he decided to first address his immediate needs. He then turned and walked toward another room. After Niji departed, Hanabi suddenly peeked out, biting her index finger, murmuring to herself, Niji and I seems different from before. After dinner, he returned to the training grounds to practice with the wooden puppets. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger. As Niji felt himself progressing at a visible pace, he was quite satisfied. Indeed, only through relentless effort can one achieve greatness. Genius is comprised of 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. At that moment, Niji's gaze suddenly caught two figures approaching. Hinata, Hanabi. What could they be doing here? Niji and I. Good evening, Hinata and Hanabi greeted him upon sighting him. What brings you here? Niji inquired, a slight frown adorning his brow. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing that his act of breaking the bird in a cage curse would be discovered. We wish to, Hinata stammered, evidently still haunted by the events of the day. We want Niji and I to accompany us for practice, Hanabi boldly declared. In truth, they believed that Niji was in a good mood today and sought to improve their relationship with him. Practice? I see. Niji sighed in relief, soon followed by a flicker of delight. A reward had seemingly presented itself to him. He glanced around and said, Very well, let us begin. The practice they spoke of involved a spar between the two. Who will go first? Niji inquired. I will, Hanabi exclaimed, raising her hand with excitement. Come forth, Niji replied, casting a brief glance at her. Humph. Niji and I, prepare yourself. Hanabi shouted as she charged towards him, her tiny fist raised. To be honest, Niji was quite flustered at that moment. Would this adorable little Hanabi burst into tears if he landed a punch on her? Reluctantly, he could only evade her attacks. No matter how talented she was, her young age created a significant gap between them, given Niji's prowess as an elite Chunin. All he perceived were Hanabi's weaknesses. After a few exchanges, Niji effortlessly lifted Hanabi, thus concluding their bout. Your attacks are too slow, your understanding of the body's chakra points is lacking, and your strength is insufficient. Niji articulated each of Hanabi's shortcomings. By correcting her mistakes, he hoped to facilitate her swift improvement. Niji desired for her to enhance her abilities, at the very least for self-defense. Embarrassed, Hanabi retorted, Humph. I will work hard. She then dashed off to a nearby wooden post to practice alone. Accompanying Hanabi in training has yielded the reward, 8 Trigrams Empty Palm. 8 Trigrams Empty Palm, a unique long-range technique derived from the Byakugan's abilities. It allows the user to unleash high-density chakra shockwaves in the form of palms to attack distant targets. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile graced Niji's lips. This was a long-range combat technique, sufficient to compensate for his shortcomings in ranged encounters. Next, it was his turn to spar with Hinata. What rewards might he gain from training with her? Hinata, I look forward to your guidance, Niji said, forming the opposing stance. Meeting Niji's earnest gaze, Hinata took a deep breath and replied with determination, "Niji and I, please guide me." At that moment, she brimmed with anticipation. The opposing stance was a gesture of respect for one's opponent. In the past, Niji had never offered her such a stance. "Niji and I'm coming." As soon as she finished speaking, Hinata swiftly closed the distance to Niji and launched an attack. In earlier days, Hanabi might have surpassed Hinata in skill, but after graduating, Hinata had undertaken numerous missions under Kurenai's mentorship, her combat experience and techniques having far surpassed those of Hanabi. After all, in the original narrative, with Naruto's encouragement, she had managed to hold her own against Niji in a matter of moments. As the soft fist approached him, Niji remained calm, effortlessly evading the strikes with a slight turn of his body. Hinata immediately pivoted, launching a gentle punch aimed at one of Niji's chakra points. Niji raised his hand slightly, deflecting Hinata's punch, while simultaneously reaching for her. Hinata swiftly retreated, forming a hand seal. Byakugan, gentle fist. In an instant, numerous afterimages of Hinata's hand emerged, targeting Niji. Although her reflexes were commendable, her approach was rather predictable. Niji shook his head. As the onslaught of her hands approached, he merely adjusted his footing, sidestepping gracefully. In a flash, he seized Hinata's wrist, swiftly subduing her. "Hinata, you focus too much on striking the chakra points. Your attacks follow a singular trajectory. Remember to adapt. If your strikes do not land, even the most formidable techniques become mere embellishments," Niji said sternly. "Moreover, your overly gentle disposition limits your potential. The Chunin Exam is a significant turning point. You must possess sufficient strength to protect yourself." "Indeed. Niji and please teach me once more," Hinata earnestly replied. This was the first time Niji had offered her such meticulous guidance, and it filled her with joy. Observing Hinata's earnestness, Niji nodded approvingly. Her seriousness exuded a certain valor. In the ensuing time, Niji continued to impart techniques to Hinata, meticulously pointing out her shortcomings. Before long, Hinata was panting, struggling with fatigue. Niji frowned, remarking, "This is another of your weaknesses, insufficient stamina. For someone training in physical arts, this is fatal. We shall conclude for today. Meet me at the training ground tomorrow morning." With that, Niji departed without a backward glance, motivated by the knowledge that the system's rewards had been credited to him. Today truly was a fortuitous day. Upon returning home, Niji activated his Byakugan, ensuring that no one was around before cautiously closing the doors and windows. How should one put it? Konoha was perpetually under the watchful eyes of Danzo and the third Hokage. Following the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan had, unsurprisingly, ascended to become Konoha's foremost family. Given the nature of the third Hokage and Danzo, it was certain that scrutiny over the Hyuga clan would intensify. Over 90% of the Hyuga clan had activated their Byakugan, making it impossible for the Root and Umbu to monitor them without detection. However, to appease the third Hokage and Danzo, the Hyuga clan had no choice but to feign ignorance, thus maintaining a delicate balance between both parties. Nevertheless, what Niji planned to undertake next was something that even the Hyuga clan needed to conceal. Regarding the crystal ball telescope in the third Hokage's possession, Niji remained unconcerned. The third would not make such a rudimentary mistake. If he truly attempted to use that telescope to surveil the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hizashi would undoubtedly take action. Exhaling a deep breath, Niji, aided by his Byakugan, gradually amassed a significant amount of gentle fist chakra in his hands, transforming it into two ferocious lion heads. The Hinata family possesses a secret advanced martial art known only to the main branch, the gentle step twin lion fists. This technique incorporates the transformation of chakra within the gentle fist style, aided by the Byakugan, allowing one to concentrate a substantial amount of gentle fist chakra into two ferocious lion heads, resulting in immense power. This is the reward Niji received for training Hinata. However, this technique requires precise control over chakra. Even the slightest error in manipulation can lead to failure, rendering it a highly challenging martial art to master. To Niji's astonishment, he had successfully learned such a formidable technique. Filled with satisfaction, he reclined comfortably on his bed. Despite not fully grasping chakra transformation, he had managed to learn the gentle step twin lion fists. If this continues, by the time of the Chunin Exams, my strength should approach that of an average J-nin. Nevertheless, the combat experience and reaction speed of a J-nin are beyond my current capabilities. Indeed, it is essential to rely on gradual accumulation of experience. The following morning, Niji arrived at the training ground to find Hinata already waiting. The young girl exhibited commendable ambition. However, Hinata's physical condition was rather poor, so Niji resolved to implement special training to enhance her self-defense capabilities. Although it was early morning, the training ground was already bustling with people. The world of ninjas is indeed harsh, Niji mused. Niji, why are we here at the training ground so early? Hinata inquired. Perhaps due to Niji's guidance the previous day, she no longer regarded him with the same trepidation as before, though she remained quite shy. Running, Niji replied nonchalantly. Huh? Running? Hinata was taken aback. Your stamina is lacking. To improve, daily morning runs are the most effective and simplest method. With that, Niji began to jog around the training ground. Disregarding Hinata, after a moment's hesitation, she quickly followed suit. Together, they attracted numerous glances, one a genius of the Hyuga clan, the other the esteemed daughter of the main branch. Niji and Lady Hinata are indeed diligent. We should strive harder too. Let's go, Niji. Lady Hinata. Niji glanced back at Hinata, and as expected, her face turned crimson once more. As they jogged, Niji received a notification. Accompanied Hinata Hyuga in morning run. Reward obtained. Lightning Attribute Chakra. Lightning Attribute Chakra? It appears I have gathered all 7 chakra attributes, excluding yin and yang. At present, I am a genius even in the realm of ninjutsu. Throughout the morning, Niji and Hinata continued their laps around the training ground. Niji remained relatively unscathed, but Hinata was visibly exhausted. Do not relax. If you persist in your training, your strength will surely soar. Niji encouraged. Hinata, upon hearing his words, shyly smiled. Suddenly, an awkward sound interrupted their rest. Hinata immediately embraced her stomach, her face flushed with embarrassment. Well, after training with you for a whole morning, you must treat me to a bowl of ramen. Niji stood up, casting his gaze toward the distance. Hinata lifted her head. Her cheeks flushed as she stared blankly at Niji. After a moment, she gently nodded. Niji brother, how heartwarming. Upon arriving at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, Niji addressed Uncle Ichiraku, saying, 2 servings of the signature ramen, please. Certainly. Uncle Ichiraku replied cheerfully. After finishing their meal, he took out his money and left with Hinata. The system rewarded him for treating Hinata to dinner with an increase of 10% in mental strength. Mental strength, which pertains to one's ability to resist genjutsu, becomes more formidable as it grows, making one less susceptible to illusionary techniques. Niji brother. Turning to glance at Hinata, Niji revealed a smile for the first time. What? Do you plan to accompany me for just this meal? Hinata hurriedly waved her hands. No. That's not it. Then it's settled. You'll treat me next time. Niji laughed. Hinata responded, her gaze lowered. Stealing a glance at Hinata, who appeared bashful, he thought, how adorable she is. Hinata. It has been quite some time since we last strolled together. Hinata blinked in surprise and lowered her head. Yes. In truth, since the incident with Hyuga Hizashi, Niji and Hinata had scarcely spoken to one another. How about it? Would you like to go shopping? Hinata, blushing, looked up at Niji and, almost unconsciously, nodded. As they walked quietly down the street, both felt an immense sense of comfort in each other's presence. Observing Hinata, who was captivated by a doll-shaped pendant, Niji mused to himself. Indeed, she is still a young girl, easily enchanted by cute trinkets as they walked. After taking a good look at the pendant, Niji returned to cherishing the tranquil atmosphere shared with Hinata. The system rewarded him for shopping with Hinata, granting an increase of 10% in physical fitness. Physical fitness is essential for building a strong foundation, thus the rewards provided by the system are indeed beneficial. At the Hyuga clan's residence, Hinata. This is for you, Niji said as he presented the doll pendant he had been holding. This is. Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the pendant. Well, I noticed you liked it, so I bought it while you weren't paying attention. As a token of our reconciliation, Niji stated nonchalantly. No, my father said I shouldn't accept things from others, Hinata quickly interjected, her face flushed. What's wrong? Do you not wish to reconcile with me? Niji asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. It's not that. Seeing Niji's forlorn expression, Hinata grew anxious. Then please accept it. After a moment of hesitation, she bashfully took the pendant from Niji's hand. There, that's better, Niji said, gently patting Hinata's head. The system rewarded him for this affectionate gesture with the granting of the healing palm technique. The healing palm, a restorative technique employed by medical ninjas, capable of astonishingly rapid recovery from both internal and external injuries, and can disrupt the circulation of chakra within others, wielding immense destructive power as an advanced ninjutsu. This intimate action caused Hinata's head to spin, nearly turning her into a flustered steam maiden. With a sense of resignation, Neji withdrew his hand. Mastering celestial techniques, even within the medical unit, was a rarity. The ability to heal or attack from a meter away was indeed extraordinary. As expected of Hinata, Neji murmured, "The rewards are truly substantial." At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from afar, jolting Hinata from her daze. "Burn, my youth." Without needing to turn, Neji already knew who was approaching. "Might Guy, what brings you here?" Neji inquired, his lips twitching in exasperation. Standing before him was a man clad in a tight green suit, with bushy eyebrows and bright eyes, his watermelon-shaped head incessantly proclaiming words of fervor. The glaring sheen of his head and prominent front teeth sparkled brilliantly under the sun. Indeed, he was none other than the azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, a formidable jonin. He had consistently displayed immense strength throughout the series. To be frank, Might Guy's power was terrifying. He had once nearly taken the life of the legendary Madara Uchiha in a single strike, in an era where powerful ninjas were abundant. A common ninja defeating the greatest of foes showcased his exceptional prowess. Returning to the matter at hand, Guy's current attire was undeniably eye-catching. What was most mortifying was that there were onlookers. Neji felt a pang of embarrassment. However, Might Guy appeared blissfully unaware of this. "Neji, the time has come to accept the challenge." Might Guy beamed, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Perhaps it was a trick of the light. But Neji thought he saw a sparkle at the corner of Guy's mouth. "Challenge? What challenge?" Neji asked, puzzled. "Haha. Just moments ago, I accepted a mission. We shall convene at the village entrance tomorrow morning to ignite our youth." Might Guy laughed heartily, causing Neji's eyes to twitch. Truly a man of boundless energy. It was precisely this trait that made his team so formidable. Whether it was he, Lee, or Tenten. "So, Neji, don't you feel your blood boiling with passion?" Might Guy exclaimed enthusiastically. "Are we leaving the village?" Neji inquired. "Oh." Might Guy gave a thumbs up. "All right, I understand." "Haha, then it is settled." With that, Might Guy glanced over at Hinata. "Oh my, Neji, this is youth." He patted Neji on the shoulder and vanished in an instant. He arrived in a hurry and departed just as swiftly. Upon hearing Might Guy's words, a rosy hue crept onto Hinata's cheeks. "Neji and I, who is he?" Hinata asked, her face flushed. "My mentor, Might Guy," Neji replied with a hint of exasperation. "A jonin." Hinata gazed at him with admiration. "By the way, Neji and I, are you going out of the village on a mission?" "Yes." "How impressive." Hinata expressed her envy, reflecting on her own situation, still engaged in D-rank missions. "With determination, you two can achieve great things," Neji encouraged her. "System, open my attribute panel." Host, Hyuga Neji, age, 13 years, Chakra attributes, fire, earth, water, wind. Lightning, bloodline limit. Byakugan, pure. Taijutsu, gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm. Return heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams empty wall palm. Gentle step twin line fist. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique, transformation, substitution, clone, fire release, great fireball technique, palm sage technique, overall strength, elite Chunin. This data, considering his current age, is indeed quite impressive. Early the next morning, Neji hurried to the village entrance. At this moment, it was still dawn, with few people on the streets. And Neji spotted his two teammates from a distance. Tenten, adorned in a beautiful chi-pao, looked quite lovely. Indeed, there are no unattractive women among the Hokage. On the other side stood Rock Lee, nearly a carbon copy of Might Guy. Sometimes, he wondered if this little Lee could genuinely be Might Guy's biological son. "Good morning, Neji," Tenten said with a smile. "Morning," Neji replied listlessly, then stood aside, closing his eyes to meditate. "Neji, let us have a match," Lee suddenly shouted. "Lee, be sensible," Tenten admonished. "But Sensei hasn't arrived yet," Lee protested. "Even so, we cannot fight," Tenten said, her irritation evident. "All right, since the teacher isn't here, I might as well help you pass the time." At this moment, Neji rose, calmly stating, "Since there is nothing to do, why not test my strength? Let us use Lee as a sparring partner." "Higi, then I'm coming for you, Neji," Lee exclaimed excitedly. "Hey, I'm saying you too," Tenten shouted. "Don't worry. It'll be over quickly," Neji replied composedly. Tenten facepalmed, recognizing that these two always ended up fighting whenever they met. Well, it'll only last for about 30 exchanges. With this thought, Tenten willingly took on the role of spectator. "Haha, here I come." Lee leaped forward, closing the distance to Neji in an instant. Neji's pupils constricted. He was fast, almost catching up to a Chunin level. As someone who had climbed to this point through sheer effort, Lee was indeed exceptional. However, it was unfortunate that he had an advantage. The two fists collided, and their bodies were instantly repelled. How is this possible? Neji's raw strength should not surpass Lee's. Tenten exclaimed in shock. Sensing the overwhelming fighting spirit, Lee grinned widely, delivering a spinning whip kick aimed at Neji. Neji raised his hand to block Lee's kick while swiftly grasping Lee's ankle, throwing him to the ground. Just then, Lee's right leg shot towards Neji's chin. Neji was momentarily taken aback. This was Shadow Dance Leaf. Lee's reaction speed exceeded Neji's expectations. This is going to be difficult to handle, Neji said, his expression grave. I got it, Lee exclaimed with delight. Even Tenten, watching from the sidelines, was astonished. At such close range, there's no escaping. Thud. Without a doubt, Neji was propelled into the air, and as Lee leapt up, poised to strike, Neji suddenly transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Lee and Tenten widened their eyes in astonishment. Shadow clone technique. When did Neji learn that? They glanced around, but Neji was nowhere to be seen. Lee, what are you looking at? Neji's voice unexpectedly emanated from above Lee, delivering a punch that sent him flying. As he landed, Neji floated down lightly, remarking, "It seems I have triumphed once again. Impressive." Tenten was rendered speechless by the shock. Soon, Lee bounced back, brimming with energy. "Neji, you truly are my lifelong rival. I shall double my efforts." Observing the exuberant Lee, Neji couldn't help but reflect. As expected of Rock Lee, the more setbacks he faces, the more tenacious he becomes. At that moment, in a corner, Might Guy watched the battle intently. He didn't even utilize the Byakugan or any taijutsu, merely using a clone technique to defeat Lee. This fellow is indeed a genius. Such youth. Might Guy stretched his back, thinking, well, it is time for me to step in, as this mission is rather urgent. Oh my, such enthusiasm so early in the morning. Truly the essence of youth. Might Guy displayed his trademark wide grin. "TCH, Sensei, you must have arrived long ago," Tenten remarked. Might Guy scratched his head and laughed heartily. "You can't hide anything from you too, as I wanted to assess your strengths. Teacher Guy, please tell us what the mission is." "I still need to rush back to study my ninja tools," Tenten replied exasperatedly. "More concerned about your tools than the mission, are we? How impatient, yet." This is the spirit of youth. Might Guy chuckled heartily. "So what is our task?" "To pursue the rogue ninja, Takazuka Taisher," Might Guy said playfully. He then handed them some materials, which conveyed the following. Takazuka Taisher, a spy from the Sound Village embedded in Konoha, possessing the strength of a Chunin. With chakra affinities for wind and earth, adept at using earth release to immobilize opponents. Sound Village. Orochimaru, is it? It seems preparations are underway for the collapse of Konoha. Neji mused quietly while examining the information. Orochimaru is clearly impatient. Chunin. Wait, Teacher Guy. This should classify as an A-rank mission, Tenten anxiously inquired. In the world of Naruto, missions are generally categorized into 6 ranks: Super S, A, B, C, and D. An A-rank mission pertains to the movements of nations or villages, encompassing the protection of important individuals and the extermination of ninja forces. So it is no surprise that involving a Chunin qualifies as an A-rank mission. Are we to carry out an A-rank mission? Lee asked. Indeed. Neji and his companions graduated a year earlier than the 9, and their evident growth and strength, coupled with Might Guy's formidable prowess, led the 3rd Hokage to permit them to undertake missions exceeding their own ranks. In other words, they occasionally undertake missions involving foreign nations and villages classified as B-grade tasks. However, this is the first time they are assigned an A-grade mission. Oh joy! Finally, an A-grade task has arrived. Shaoli leaped up in excitement. This is precisely the moment for self-refinement. Contrary to the anticipated furrowed brows, an expression of exuberance replaced them. In Might Guy's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed as he revealed a broad smile, exclaiming, "My youth is ablaze. I knew it. These two are beyond saving," Tion remarked with a shrug. A hint of resignation in his tone. Ning Ci, too, found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, this was the quintessential style of Team 9. "All right, let us hurry. If that spy escapes, it will require considerable effort to track them down," Tion urged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 4 figures darted through the thicket, ever vigilant to the peculiarities surrounding them. This aspect prompted Ning Ci to regard Shaoli and Tion with newfound respect. Truly, Team 9 exhibited a maturity and composure far surpassing that of the newly minted Konoha's Little Giants, their combat proficiency markedly superior. As Ning Ci observed Tian and Xiaoli, Mai Kai occasionally glanced toward Ning Ci. Hidden depths. This was his appraisal of Ning Ci. Nevertheless, Xiaoli was no slouch either. Perhaps due to their shared dedication to physical training, his fierce fist clashed with the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, igniting a competitive spirit within him. However, Hinata Hizashi maintained a stern demeanor, rarely engaging in combat, hence they had never clashed. As Xiaoli was his most dedicated disciple, he naturally bore the weight of this responsibility. Ordinary individuals, through sheer effort, can surpass the talented. Let me be clear, this mission is intended to hone your skills. Thus I shall refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. If the situation demands, eliminating him on the spot is permissible, Mai Kai stated. Eliminate him on the spot. Ning Ci found himself momentarily dazed. This world indeed necessitated the act of killing. He had never taken a life before. Ning Ci, what troubles you? The sudden call of Tian brought Ning Ci back to reality. Ning Ci, what's wrong? You seem preoccupied. This is unlike you. It's nothing, Ning Ci replied, shaking his head. This mission is critical. He needed to confront bloodshed and learn to adapt to the harsh reality of killing, to survive in this world. This was the most vital lesson. If you do not kill him, he will surely kill you. Traveling day and night, after a day's journey, the four finally approached their destination. Ning Ci, Xiaoli, maintain vigilance in all directions. Tian, be prepared for long-range support at all times. Mai Kai instructed methodically. Understood. The three responded. Yes, Sensei Kai. The four proceeded cautiously, especially Ning Ci, who, truth be told, was not vastly different from the newcomers. It was his first mission, and to begin with an A-grade task made him somewhat anxious. At that moment, a flurry of shurikens suddenly flew toward them. Be careful, Ning Ci shouted. Leave it to me. Xiaoli leapt into action, drawing a shuriken from his waist and deflecting all the incoming projectiles. It seems the enemy has already detected our presence, Tian remarked. Next, it is time for you to showcase your abilities. Go ahead, Mithria chuckled. Indeed, the trio swiftly leapt forward. In the depths of the forest, an individual of rather unremarkable appearance and attire was traversing the terrain. He was none other than their target, Takeuchi Taisho. Humph. They actually sent out only 3 youngsters to confront me. Has Konoha truly run out of capable shinobi? Takeuchi Taisho sneered, glancing back at the trio pursuing him. Ahead lay an expansive meadow. Tian, Lee remarked. Understood. Watch me unleash my hidden weapon barrage. Tian leapt into the air, unfurling her scroll, summoning an array of concealed weapons aimed at Takeuchi Taisho. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of piercing air filled the atmosphere as Takeuchi Taisho formed hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth surged up instantly, blocking Tian's projectiles. But that was not the end, Twin Dragon. A multitude of concealed weapons erupted from Tian's 2 scrolls, forcing Takeuchi Taisho to evade continuously using the body flicker technique. You little girl, courting death, Takeuchi Taisho suddenly spun around, launching 2 shurikens aimed at Tian. She swiftly somersaulted to dodge, just as the shurikens, tied with explosive tags, detonated, obliterating an ancient tree. At that moment, Lee appeared unexpectedly to Takeuchi Taisho's left, throwing a punch towards his face. Oh, quite swift, aren't you? Takeuchi Taisho smirked coldly, seizing Lee. You brat, we shall perish together. Just then, a furious voice echoed. Wine style, great breakthrough. Lee was taken aback, immediately glancing backward. He beheld another Takeuchi Taisho, who had somehow appeared behind him, unleashing a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, Lee was swept away. You brat, die. Takeuchi Taisho pursued the flying Lee, brandishing a shuriken ready to strike downward. At this moment, Takeuchi Taisho had positioned himself directly above Lee. At such a close distance, Lee had no means to evade. This is bad. I can only shield my vital points, Lee exclaimed anxiously, hastily guarding himself. Clang. Just as the shuriken descended, Tian also launched a shuriken, thwarting the imminent peril for Lee. Seizing the opportunity, Lee executed a leaf hurricane, sending Takeuchi Taisho sprawling while he barely regained his balance. This fellow acts so decisively. The damage endured by the clone resonates with the original, Lee pondered, feeling a chill of apprehension. So this is the level of a Ch-nin. They are on an entirely different tier compared to the adversaries we faced before. Humph, one in close combat and one at range. How troublesome, Takeuchi Taisho remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone chilling. Is this the standard of a Ch-nin? At this moment, Neji stood atop a tree, intently observing the battle below. his expression contemplative. Indeed. Seeing is believing. In the past, while watching the Hokage, I always perceived Nin as weak, but stepping into this world has unveiled my misconceptions. I never anticipated that Nin could possess such formidable prowess. Xiao Li possesses remarkable speed, yet Takashi Takanaka can precisely track Xiao Li's traces. No matter how cunning the weapons are thrown by Tian, he consistently manages to deflect them with accuracy. Moreover, his decisiveness and extensive combat experience allow him to corner both Xiao Li and Tian into a life-and-death situation in mere moments. Reflecting on this, one cannot help but wonder how one could pass the Chunin exams without exceptional skill. It seems that Naruto and his companion's ability to defeat Chunin is entirely due to the protagonist's aura. This brings to mind the Sound Ninja 5, whose strength, comparable to elite Chunin, was vanquished by what were then mere genin. Truly, some memories are best left unexamined. Returning to the matter at hand, below, Xiao Li and Tian find themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle, with the disparity in strength between Chunin and genin starkly evident. Even with their cooperation, they struggle to gain the upper hand. However, this is contingent upon Xiao Li conserving his strength. Otherwise, even 10 opponents would not suffice to challenge him. With Teacher Guy observing, Xiao Li realizes he cannot falter here. Should he unleash that technique? He hesitates. At this moment, Tian is also feeling the strain. Summoning so many tools has rapidly drained her chakra. Nevertheless, Takashi Takanaka is also feeling the pressure. Xiao Li and Tian's prowess is commendable, and he dares not underestimate them. Clang. As their kunai collide, both are sent reeling backward. A few genin could never be tasked with pursuing me, Takanaka muses, scanning the surroundings before turning his focus back to Xiao Li and Tian. You little brats, your guiding jonin must be nearby, he sneers. You wish to hone your skills at my hands. You may be sorely disappointed. With that, he swiftly forms hand signs. Earth release, earth flow river. Instantly, the ground beneath them begins to convulse. What is happening? Xiao Li and Tian exclaim in shock, as the earth continuously washes over them, making movement exceedingly difficult. Even so, I can still fight. Xiao Li struggles to maintain his footing. It's not over yet. Takanaka forms hand signs once more. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. In the next moment, torrents of mud engulf them like a tidal wave, leaving only their heads above the surface. This time, the two are genuinely immobilized. Watching from above, Neji and Might Guy cannot help but hold their heads in dismay. They had long known of his expertise in using earth release to control enemies. How could they have fallen for it? However, Takanaka refrains from delivering a fatal blow. Instead, he turns to flee. After all, their guiding teacher is still nearby, and staying would be perilous. Bang! Suddenly, a shadow leaps down from a tree, kicking Takanaka back. You think you can strike and run? Your expectations are rather optimistic. Neji remarks coolly, leaning against a tree. Wow, what an entrance! Tian exclaims, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Li, standing nearby, can only scoff inwardly. Byakugan! Takanaka exclaims in shock. The Hyuga clan. He then swiftly darts away into the distance. This is a common understanding in the ninja world. Getting too close to the Hyuga clan will surely lead to a grim fate. Damn it! He cursed silently as he prepared to leap onto a branch, only to find someone had beaten him to it. I apologize, but I must entrust my student to you. Experience the fervor of youth, exclaimed Might Guy. Takeshi Takumi was taken aback. Having spent some time in Konoha, he was well aware of the renowned figures in the village. He could hardly believe that a ninja of Might Guy's caliber would come to hunt him down. Upon witnessing Might Guy's personal arrival, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Today, escape was futile. Why not engage in a youthful gamble? Might Guy suddenly burst into laughter. What? Takeshi Takumi was perplexed. If you can best him, I shall grant you an extra day to flee. Should you lose, you understand the consequences. Guy-sensei this. Tenten and Lee exclaimed, eager to dissuade, but were interrupted by Might Guy's gesture. I have faith in my student. What say you? Are you interested in a battle that risks your youth? Might Guy pointed towards Takeshi Takumi. Are you serious? Do you have any other options? Neji retorted before Might Guy could respond. Fine. With that, he suddenly hurled 2 kunai at Neji and immediately formed hand seals. Earth style, earth flow river. Neji flipped away, his body launching forward to stand before Takeshi Takumi. Byakugan. Veins around his eyes bulged, revealing the chakra points with clarity. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Takeshi Takumi swiftly used body flicker technique to evade, but Neji, having activated Byakugan, quickly pursued. Takashi Takumi scoffed, forming hand seals, advancing instead of retreating. Wind style, great breakthrough. Instantly, a whirlwind erupted from his mouth, catching Neji off guard. Attempting to retreat now proved difficult, and he was sent flying with a resounding impact. Perish, brat. Wind style, wind blade. In an instant, a sharp wind blade sliced through, severing Neji at the waist. However, to Takashi Takumi's horror, the severed Neji was merely a shadow clone. The real Neji had stealthily positioned himself behind him. Do you realize how painful this is? Neji rasped. The agony transmitted from the clone made Neji stagger, yet he understood that in this world, to survive, one must be ruthless to others and even more so to oneself. This is bad. Takashi Takumi exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, a kunai pierced through Takashi Takumi's chest, but at the last moment, he managed a difficult turn, shifting the strike from a vital spot to another area. In the next instant, enduring the pain, Takashi Takumi seized Neji's wrist with one hand while grasping the kunai with the other, aiming to stab Neji. Neji was caught off guard by his remarkable endurance and swift reaction, yet remained unfazed. As the kunai neared, Neji abruptly spun, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Thud. Sizzle. The rapid spinning not only separated Takashi from his kunai, but also nearly dislocated the hand that held Neji captive, prompting a pained cry from Takashi. Seeing you in such agony, allow me to assist you. What? With a swift motion, Neji severed Takashi's tenuous right arm with his kunai. Incredible! This left Tenten and Lee, who were ensnared in the mire, utterly astonished. Neji's prowess was astounding, effortlessly dismantling his opponent with unyielding composure. Takashi found himself swiftly at a disadvantage. In a panic, Takashi retreated, only to find Neji relentlessly pursuing him. Damn it, if it comes to this. Enraged, Takashi drew a stack of explosive tags from his waist. Let us die together. With that, he lunged at Neji with his left arm. Neji scoffed. Aware of the misconceptions surrounding his clan's capabilities, he formed a series of hand seals, unleashing a fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. Nanny. Takashi's eyes widened in disbelief. The Hyuga clan had never employed ninjutsu in battle. Over time, he had forgotten their potential for such abilities. Yet, this boy was defying all expectations. He attempted to retract his arm, but it was too late. The fireball struck his left arm, igniting it in flames. At that moment, Neji closed in on Takashi. I'll help you find release. Suddenly, dozens of kunai hurtled from the depths of the forest. Neji glanced aside and hastily retreated. Above, Might Guy cast a fleeting look, revealing a toothy grin. He finally lost their patience. As a spy, it was inevitable that reinforcements would arrive. And they had finally come. With a series of explosive sounds, each kunai was affixed with explosive tags. Amidst the smoke, Neji slid backward, cursing himself for having been too engrossed in the battle to notice the surrounding anomalies. Damn it, my combat experience truly needs refinement. Seizing the opportunity, Takashi rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames on his left arm, gritting his teeth as he spoke. They've finally arrived. In the next moment, a dozen figures swiftly converged from all directions, their forehead protectors adorned with the unique symbol of the Sound Ninja, an eighth note. It seems you've found yourself in trouble, the leader of the Sound Ninja remarked to Takashi. Upon seeing him, the leader also trembled slightly. Is this the work of a mere genin? In his current state, Takashi appeared wretched. His right arm was severed, blood oozing profusely, and his left arm was nearly charred, though it remained functional. However, he would be unable to form hand seals in the future. I apologize. I didn't anticipate they would catch up so quickly, Takashi said, lowering his head. Attack. The leader commanded. Wind release, wind cutter. At the leader's order, several Sound Ninja swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a blade of wind towards the ensnared Lee and Tenten. Lightning release, earth walk. Lightning release, lightning fong. Two ninjas employed lightning techniques to block Neji's path. How amusing. They believe they can kill me just by obstructing my way, Neji remarked. At that moment, the esteemed Might Guy finally sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself before Lee and the others, effortlessly shattering several wind blades with a mere wave of his hand. He navigated through the flowing mud as if walking on solid ground, a sight that left Neji in awe. Truly, he is an elite jonin. Fire style, dragon fire technique. The Sound Ninjas were not taken aback by this display. They promptly formed hand seals once more. Several flames surged towards Might Guy at incredible speed, instantly igniting an explosion. However, when the smoke cleared, the trio was nowhere to be found. Where are they? The sound ninjas scanned their surroundings, and suddenly a voice rang out, above us. Everyone looked up to find Might Guy and his companions perched atop the treetops. So many of them, truly brimming with youthful vigor, Might Guy exclaimed, his bones cracking as he stretched. Seizing the opportunity, Neji extricated himself from the clutches of several sound ninjas, leaping to the treetops to join Lee and the others. Jonin. No wonder, the leading sound ninja remarked coolly. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the sound Jonin upon seeing Might Guy, Neji felt a twinge of pity. It seemed he had lived long enough. Now, including Taichi Takeuchi, they faced a total of 14 adversaries, 10 Jinin, 3 Chunin, and 1 Jonin. That was a close call. I truly need to hone my skills further, Lee said, patting his chest, still shaken. Indeed, we almost bid farewell to this world, Tenten said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. But with so many foes. Yash, I will handle that Jonin. You all take care of the others. Might Guy laughed heartily. Wait, Teacher Guy, there are still 3 Chunin inside. Tenten exclaimed. This is what youth is all about. Might Guy turned back with a grin, giving them a thumbs up. With that, he dove towards the Jonin below. Tenten clenched his fists, watching in fury as Might Guy charged in with fervor. Taking on 1 Chunin was already a daunting task. Now he had to contend with 3, not to mention the 10 Jinin who could not be underestimated. This was proving to be exceedingly challenging. Neji cast a deep glance at Might Guy. His decision not to have Lee remove the heavy iron ring suggested that he still had the situation under control. It's a test of our abilities. Due to the Chunin Exams, perhaps, Neji pondered. Tenten, although your strength is commendable, you might only serve as support for flanking attacks, relying on Lee. He is passionate and strong enough, but remembering how close Lee had come to being eliminated moments ago, Neji sighed, I'll have to depend on myself. All right, let us go, Lee declared, jumping down from the tree and sprinting towards the sound ninjas. After consuming a soldier pill, Tenten restored a significant amount of chakra and prepared her scroll once more. At that moment, Neji had already immersed himself in the battle below. You two, be cautious. Don't let yourselves be captured again. After some contemplation, Neji deemed it prudent to issue a warning, as he had no desire to fall victim to deception. Humph. The audacious little brats, daring to engage us while distracted. Several sound ninjas cried out, immediately charging towards Neji. I can handle a Chunin as if it were child's play. Do you truly think I fear a mere handful of Jinin? Neji chuckled, though his demeanor was icy. In an instant, he vanished, wielding a kunai in each hand. 2 piercing screams echoed as 2 sound ninjas fell lifeless to the ground. What? The remaining sound ninjas were taken aback, having failed to perceive the demise of their comrades. Neji, however, regarded them with disdain, having deliberately slowed his pace. It was simply a testament to the feebleness of these Jinin. A cursory glance across the battlefield revealed that Lee and Tenten were holding their own against a Chunin, provided they remained cautious. Yet, the whereabouts of Guy and the sound ninja Jonin remained a mystery. These are merely brats relying solely on taijutsu. We should create some distance. One of the sound ninjas boasted, but before he could finish, a kunai found its mark squarely in his forehead. What? Upon tracing the source of the kunai, they finally noticed Tenten, who was nimbly maneuvering around them. Ah, so it is but a girl who relies on stealth and concealed weapons, with a bit of vigilance. She should be easily managed. Anyone with sense knows that striking a ninja in the forehead with a hidden weapon is lethal. Yet landing such a shot amidst skilled ninjas is exceedingly challenging. Neji scoffed, cautioning them against underestimating their opponents, for they would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. Tenten's accuracy with her projectiles was unmatched. Humph. You should focus on your own survival. 2 sound ninjas suddenly flanked Neji and Lee, swiftly forming hand seals as they pressed their hands to the ground. Water release, rain barrier. Lightning release, earth walk. Witnessing the columns of water and electricity converging from both sides, Neji and Lee promptly retreated. Harnessing the water S enhancement, the power of the lightning surged significantly, and Neji was not foolish enough to risk himself. At that moment, dozens of kunai hurtled towards them. Neji pushed Lee out of harm's way, channeling a surge of chakra. 8 Trigrams Palm, return. Instantly, a protective chakra shield enveloped Neji, beginning to spin at high velocity. As the kunai made contact with the shield, they were deflected outward. Following this, Neji leapt gracefully to the treetops. 8 Trigrams Air Palm. Neji unleashed waves of vacuum energy, sending invisible vibrations across the battlefield, knocking several Jinin to the ground before they even realized what had transpired. A prime opportunity. With a flurry of concealed weapons, Tenten unfurled a scroll. releasing a torrent of projectiles that eliminated the incapacitated genin. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye, their coordination impeccable, leaving even the Chunin with little time to react. This is the prowess of the Hyuga clan's taijutsu. Indeed, it is formidable. The Chunin could not help but tighten their resolve. And those two youngsters, their teamwork was truly flawless. Reflecting on their own village, they recognized the vast disparity with Konoha, evident even at the level of genin. However, Konoha's respite would not last long. The Konoha whirlwind. At this moment, Lee swiftly approached them and delivered a sweeping kick aimed at their heads. You should return. Do not delay any longer. A Chunin raised his hand to block Lee and addressed Takashi Takeuchi. Having witnessed Neji's seamless offensive and defensive techniques, which encompassed both close and long-range combat, they dared not underestimate the situation any further. Meanwhile, Takashi was hardly better than a cripple at this juncture. His presence would only serve to complicate matters for his companions. Aware of this, Takashi immediately dashed deeper into the forest, but before departing, he cast a venomous glare at Neji. I will remember this grudge, he vowed. Neji and Lee, upon observing this, prepared to pursue him. Fire release, dragon flame technique. A thunderous shout echoed, and the two turned to see a straight flame hurtling towards them. They quickly retreated, casting cold glances at the last two Chunins. If you wish to pass, you must first overcome us, Lee declared. Suddenly, before he could finish, a shadow shot past everyone and crashed into an ancient tree. As they discerned the figure, they were taken aback. It was Takashi Takeuchi. Neji instinctively glanced across. Kakashi-sensei, you've returned, exclaimed Tenten from atop a tree. My guy emerged from the forest, dragging a lifeless body, scratching his head and laughing heartily. Huh? This individual had some strength. It took a bit of time. Neji could hardly believe Guy's words. What a coincidence that he returned just as Takashi was about to depart. Moreover, Takashi's strength was beyond that of an ordinary jonin. He must have resolved his battle long ago, lurking somewhere to observe. All right. The Azure Beast of Konoha has arrived. In the next instant, Might Guy vanished from sight, only to reappear before a Chunin. Before Neji and the others could react, the Chunin was sent flying, embedded within a boulder, and Guy's figure disappeared once more. Impressive speed, Neji exclaimed, his Byakugan wide-eyed in disbelief. I could barely catch a glimpse of his movements. Is this the power of a special jonin? No, this is Might Guy's true strength. Although he had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand left Neji somewhat unsettled. Yet, this was still not the kind of power he aspired to possess. Only by becoming the mightiest in the world could he ensure his survival. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The last of the sound ninjas, alarmed, hastily formed hand seals, summoning a dragon of earth that shot forth several stone bullets. But Might Guy remained undaunted, delivering a powerful punch that pierced through the oncoming assault, striking the sound ninja forcefully. The sound ninja coughed up a mouthful of blood, realizing he was outmatched, and attempted to flee. However, at that moment, Might Guy stood before him. With a swift motion, he severed the ninja's throat. In the blink of an eye, both Chunins had been dispatched by Might Guy. Even Neji felt a shiver run down his spine. The scene was both gruesome and something he quickly acclimated to. Mission accomplished. Might Guy raised his thumb, a radiant smile illuminating his face. You all performed admirably on this mission. Your progress is remarkable from every perspective, brimming with youthful exuberance. He exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Now that the task is complete, we should return to report. I have no desire to linger here a moment longer, he lamented, eyeing his mud-stained attire. All right, let us race back towards Konoha, youth. After disposing of the bodies, the four swiftly made their way to Konoha. After more than a day had passed, they finally arrived at the village's entrance. At last, we have returned, Neji sighed. This mission had contributed significantly to his growth, having encountered the brutality of battle. Moreover, through the harrowing conflict, his combat experience and adaptability had seen considerable enhancement. The most valuable lesson he gleaned was the necessity of decisiveness in action. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, Neji and his companions heard a cacophony of voices within. Just as they intended to eavesdrop, Might Guy boldly pushed the door open. What a straightforward character, someone mused. Haha, we are back. Guy boomed with laughter. Oh, it's you. Guy. I didn't expect you to return so soon, Saratobi Hiruzen remarked, somewhat astonished. He had anticipated their return would take 5 days, yet they completed it in 3. Perhaps this task could be entrusted to them, he pondered. Swift completion embodies the essence of youth, indeed. Ah, Kakashi, you're here as well, Guy chuckled. Indeed, Kakashi was present. Or rather, Team 7 was there. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Team 7, the illustrious squad within the Hokage's ranks, with Hatake Kakashi, the reincarnation of Indra, and the reincarnation of Ashura, save for Sakura, each member possessed remarkable abilities. Alas, my own prowess surpasses yours. As Neji assessed Team 7, they too scrutinized him and his companions. Perhaps this was an instinctual recognition between rivals, yet Sasuke and his team seemed indifferent to Neji's presence, displaying an unusual air of arrogance. How foolish. Believing oneself to be strong, Neji scoffed at Sasuke's demeanor. Sakura, however, occasionally glanced at Neji, while Lee discreetly observed Sakura, contemplating the opportune moment to express his feelings. I must confess my feelings soon, he mused silently. At that moment, the aged voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen broke the silence. Since you have returned, Guy, why don't you determine who will undertake this task? He then called out to the doorway, please summon Mr. Dazna. Upon hearing this, Neji's eyes shimmered with anticipation. Dazna, the mission from the Land of Waves. In the original narrative, Team 9 had missed this task, presumably because they had not yet returned. It was an unexpected encounter for him. This presents a commendable opportunity for experience, especially considering he has yet to engage in combat with a Jonin. And not just any Jonin, but one of exceptional caliber. Moments later, a disheveled middle-aged man, clutching a wine jug and reeking of intoxication, was ushered in. What is the meaning of this? Are you sending these children to protect me? What can they possibly do? Dazna exclaimed with evident dissatisfaction. After taking a swig from his drink, he added, I am the client. Neji cast a disdainful glance at Dazna, while the man's intentions were honorable. Valuing loyalty and sentiment, he ought to consider the feelings of others. Had the task been entrusted to someone other than Kakashi, such as Kurenai, Konoha would face significant losses. Faced with such irresponsibility, he felt a strong urge to expose this man's shortcomings, though his desire to confront Zabuza held him back. Very well, Mr. Dazna, please remain silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. Now, regarding this C-rank escort mission, let us see who is willing to take it on. C-rank mission? Naruto and Sasuke's eyes brightened. After years of menial tasks, they finally had a chance to engage in a C-rank mission. Kakashi-sensei, let's take it. Let's take it. Naruto and Sasuke fervently urged Kakashi. Yet, Kakashi's languid gaze revealed his apparent reluctance to accept such a task. However, under the pressure of his students' enthusiasm, he took a step forward. Aha, Kakashi. I never imagined you would stoop to accepting C-rank missions. Our class has already completed an A-rank mission. My guy laughed heartily, reveling in the realization that he had finally surpassed Kakashi after all these years. A-rank mission. Naruto and Sasuke looked at Neji and the others in astonishment. Old man, why are they permitted to undertake A-rank missions? Naruto inquired, dissatisfaction evident in his voice, but Sarutobi Hiruzen paid him no mind. A-rank mission. Why is it that others advance so swiftly? At this rate, when will I have my revenge? When can I eliminate that man? Sasuke seethed internally, his nails digging into his flesh, oblivious to the pain. Kakashi observed the three behind him. Aside from Sakura, who was somewhat reliable, these two, sigh. He glanced at Guy's team, an inexplicable sense of sorrow enveloping him. However, before Guy could revel in his triumph for long, a dissonant voice erupted from behind him. Teacher Guy, I'll take it. Neji suddenly declared. This caught Lee, Tenten, and Guy off guard, as it was Neji's first expression of opinion. Guy's expression darkened. The unexpected slap to his face was disconcerting. In that case, Kakashi, I must contend with you, for my students are brimming with youthful vigor. Guy chuckled, scratching his head. Yet, at that moment, Kakashi was lost in his melancholic reverie, oblivious to the exchange. With both parties eager to undertake the mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged a glance between them and made his decision. Then it shall be entrusted to Team 9. Why? We arrived first. Sasuke and Naruto spoke in unison. In response to their inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly remarked, Team 9 graduated a year earlier than you and excels in all aspects, having even successfully completed an A-rank mission. If you possess their capabilities, I would naturally assign you C-rank missions. However, for you at this stage, C-rank missions are still rather premature. Kakashi chuckled lightly as Might Guy approached Dazna, stating, Well then, Mr. Dazna, let us proceed. Given that this is an escort mission, it cannot be accomplished in a single day. Neji and his companions returned home to gather their belongings before heading towards the village entrance, where Dazna awaited anxiously. Why did you take so long? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? Dazna complained incessantly. Neji, feeling exasperated, shot him a fierce glare. A person who misrepresented mission ranks had no right to criticize. Under Ning Ci's piercing gaze, Dazna immediately recoiled, falling silent. After departing from Konoha, Ning Ci occasionally glanced at Dazna, causing the latter to feel increasingly uneasy. For some reason, Dazna felt as though this Byakugan boy could see right through him, and he dared not meet his gaze. This perplexed Might Guy and the others, but they attributed it to the peculiar nature of the Byakugan. Seeing Dazna, now drenched in cold sweat, Ning Ci smirked. Keep pretending. I wonder how long you can maintain that facade. Haha, Mr. Dazna, fret not. We pledge our youth to ensure your safety. Might Guy confidently patted Dazna on the shoulder. Why yes, Dazna replied, forcing a smile. As noon approached, Ning Ci and his companions finally reached the bridge's edge, where they were unsurprisingly met with a puddle of stagnant water. Ning Ci surveyed the parched earth around them, glanced up at the scorching sun, and then shifted his focus back to the puddle. Indeed, this is the work of two fools. Ning Ci scoffed. Any ninja with a modicum of sense would never choose such a location for an ambush. As anticipated, upon spotting the puddle, Might Guy, Lee, and Tenten quickly gathered around it. Unlike Team 7, they were not novices. They immediately recognized the obvious discrepancies. Something feels off, Might Guy mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Should we take a few shots? Tenten casually retrieved a few shuriken, preparing to launch them from a distance. Aren't you all feeling stifled just standing there? Ning Ci inquired as he crouched down. The hidden mist ninjas below remained silent, seemingly unfazed by the impending shuriken. It seems they are indeed planning to throw shuriken, Ning Ci continued. The two hidden mist ninjas remained indifferent. Tenten, let's see your aim, Ning Ci said, resigned. No problem, Tenten exclaimed, excitedly launching the shuriken. What? They're really coming. The two hidden mist ninjas exclaimed in shock, immediately leaping to their feet. At that moment, the crowd revealed cold smiles. The 8 Trigrams 64 palms, the leaf whirlwind, and a barrage of hidden weapons ensued. A few minutes later, the two ninjas from the Mist Village lay here, their faces bruised and battered. Ha ha ha, youth, exclaimed Might Guy, before turning his gaze darkly towards Dazna. Mr. Dazna, these ninjas from the Mist Village are here to assassinate you, aren't they? This mission, requiring combat with ninjas, has escalated to a B rank. Mr. Dazna, you have misrepresented the mission, and we have the right to terminate it. Do you have anything else to say? Might Guy inquired sharply, seeing that the truth could no longer be concealed. Dazna had no choice but to recount the entire story of how Kato had sent Mist Village ninjas to assassinate him, admitting that he had inflated the mission due to insufficient funds. However, upon hearing the circumstances, Might Guy and Lee resolutely decided to assist Dazna for his fellow civilians. They could not turn a blind eye to such matters. Besides, a mission like this was indeed filled with challenges. Ning Ci naturally insisted on joining. How could he return without encountering Zabuza and Haku? Tenten shrugged. Since you've all decided, I shall accompany you as well. Thus, the group continued their journey. After crossing a river, they entered the land of waves, walking through a forest. Ning Ci surveyed the somewhat familiar terrain, fully prepared for battle. Be vigilant, protect Mr. Dazna, Might Guy suddenly commanded, and the three formed a protective formation. They sensed a powerful chakra nearby, coupled with a chilling murderous intent. Ning Ci activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings with caution. He knew Zabuza was about to make his appearance. Be careful. Whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as a massive blade came crashing towards them. The group immediately pressed Dazna down to the ground. The decapitating sword swept past them, embedding itself in a large tree. Whoosh. A shadow, bandaged on its head, swiftly appeared, standing atop the large blade lodged in the tree. This sword. Might Guy's pupils dilated. You are the demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Although Might Guy might not be very familiar with the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was certainly well acquainted with these 7 blades, as his father had fallen to them. Zabuza exuded an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, his eyes icy. Might Guy? Zabuza leaped down from the sword, effortlessly drawing it from the tree, and addressed Might Guy. I have records of you in the manual I carried during my time in the Mist Assassination Squad. You are one of those I must approach with utmost caution. Oh ho, demon of the mist, I too wish to engage in a youthful duel with you, Might Guy replied. Enough chatter, that person behind you is mine, Zabuza declared, pointing his blade at Dazna. That won't do. I cannot tarnish my youth, Might Guy laughed. You all, protect Mr. Dazna. In an instant, the formidable aura emanating from Zabuza and Might Guy sent chills down the spines of Lee and his companions. Is this the essence of a battle between elite ninjas? The sheer murderous intent was sufficient to extinguish any thoughts of confrontation within them. However, Ning Ci observed the unfolding scene with unwavering composure. If one were to fear such levels of prowess, life would hardly be worth living, for any individual encountered later would surely surpass Zabuza. Moreover, unlike the chakra-depleted Kakashi, Might Guy possessed enduring stamina, and for a practitioner of taijutsu, discerning positions by sound was a fundamental skill. Zabuza's mist technique would prove ineffective. Suddenly, Zabuza's figure vanished from sight. Concurrently, Might Guy's presence also dissipated. The clang of steel echoed as their weapons clashed with astonishing speed, sparks flying in every direction. Humph. To think you would challenge my executioner's blade with a mere kunai is to underestimate me gravely, Zabuza scoffed, yet internally, he fortified his resolve. Convinced that his weapon was superior to that of Might Guy, ensuring victory in this confrontation. Unfazed, Might Guy proclaimed, "Let me demonstrate the power of youth." In a flash, Might Guy propelled himself forward, appearing before Zabuza in an instant. Konoha Hurricane. In the midst of the chaos, Neji allowed a peculiar smile to grace his lips as he slowly retrieved a kunai from his pack. With a resounding thud, Zabuza was sent reeling from a swift kick delivered by Might Guy, his mind awash with astonishment. Incredible speed. There is no room for complacency against you. Truly, Might Guy is not one to face head-on, Zabuza remarked. At that moment, the mist in the forest thickened ominously. Zabuza leaped onto the nearby water surface, his hands deftly forming a series of hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Instantly, the water roiled violently as a colossal dragon of water surged forth, roaring as it charged at Might Guy. Humph. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Might Guy jumped high, spinning rapidly in midair. The collision was thunderous. The water dragon was instantly dispersed, and Might Guy landed firmly on the ground. Did you see that? This is the power of youth. You are indeed formidable, but alas, those I intend to kill you cannot protect. Upon hearing the voice, Might Guy turned to look, his eyes widening in surprise. Unbeknownst to him, Zabuza had already positioned himself within a mandala formation. It is over, Zabuza coldly declared, his executioner's blade sweeping toward Neji and the others. At that moment, a flash of silver darted past, and another figure materialized before him. Nani? Zabuza stared, bewildered, at Might Guy, who had blocked his executioner's blade with a kunai. Alongside Neji, who had thrust a kunai into his own body. What is happening? Zabuza nearly spewed blood in shock. Might Guy was one thing, but how had this genin managed to retaliate against him? His meticulously planned ambush had turned into a trap, inviting his adversaries into a situation he never anticipated. Not only was Zabuza astonished, but even Might Guy was taken aback, realizing that Neji had been the only one, aside from himself, to counter Zabuza's assault with such swiftness. Observing his serene countenance, it appeared as though he had anticipated all of this. Was it a glance of disdain? No, he had yet to unleash his full potential. In response, Neji smiled nonchalantly, assured that everything was under his control. Did you truly believe you had triumphed? Suddenly, a torrent of water gushed forth from Zabuza's wound, revealing it to be merely a water clone. Simultaneously, the real Zabuza launched a ferocious strike towards Might Guy. With a casual glance, Might Guy remained unfazed, executing an extraordinary maneuver as he pivoted and delivered a swift kick towards Zabuza's back. However, his foot merely sank into Zabuza's form, which was another water clone. At that moment, the actual Zabuza charged forward from a distance, brandishing his executioner's blade, creating a rustling sound against the ground. Might Guy, you have lost, Zabuza declared, flipping and swinging his blade with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Yet, in that instant, Might Guy supported himself with both hands on the ground, sending his left foot crashing against the executioner's blade, while his right foot struck Zabuza's chin with great force. Shadow Dance Leaf. Zabuza was propelled into the air, only to be followed by a rapid descent from Might Guy. A tremendous crash echoed as the ground was shattered, leaving a vast crater. Within the crater, Zabuza knelt, visibly injured. Ah, I commend your prowess, the azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, but you cannot prevail in this duel. Zabuza forced himself to scoff, seizing the executioner's blade and leaping onto the water's surface. Water release, hidden mist technique. In an instant, the already dense fog thickened further. Is he resorting to this technique again? Neji mused, rubbing his forehead. Could it be that the inhabitants of the mist village lack intellect? Have they been submerged for so long that their minds have become muddled? Byakugan. This fierce battle was not one to be missed. At that moment, Might Guy, seeing the thick fog, was all smiles. I see now, you wish to engage me in a genuine taijutsu contest. Truly, this is the essence of youth. Zabuza, hidden within the mist, was taken aback. I do not comprehend your words. For now, You can only rely on your verbal prowess. With that, he charged at Might Guy wielding his executioner's blade. I am Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. Prepare to meet your end. Prelude to power. Dynamic entry. Leaf hurricane. Konoha rock rising. The next moment, a piercing scream erupted as Zabuza was violently slammed against a tree by Might Guy. After receiving 2 heavy blows, Zabuza's breath grew faint. Why? He struggled to rise, but his injuries were too severe. TSK, TSK, TSK. Observing Zabuza, battered and bruised, Neji shook his head with a sigh. This is truly tragic. He seems unrecognizable even to himself. As Might Guy approached, Zabuza chuckled. To perish at your hands, Might Guy, is not a disgrace to my reputation. Let us commence. Ah, farewell. As Might Guy prepared to send Zabuza on his way, a series of piercing sounds suddenly erupted, and several shurikens struck Zabuza's neck. What? Guy was taken aback. Following this, a masked ninja appeared on a nearby tree. I am from the assassination unit of the Mist Village, sent here to eliminate Zabuza. Is that so? Guy inquired. Yes, please hand Zabuza over to me. I must return to report. Bai replied. Guy approached to examine Zabuza's corpse and then gestured for Bai to take Zabuza away. As Bai carried Zabuza's body past Neji, Neji spoke in a barely audible voice. You and Zabuza are in league with each other, aren't you? I hope you take care, for if not, I cannot guarantee your survival next time. Upon hearing this, Bai trembled slightly, casting a deep glance at Neji before departing with Zabuza. This was, of course, merely a formality. Bai and Zabuza would not simply let things rest. Neji's intention was merely to plant a thorn in their hearts. Naturally, if they truly heeded his warning and withdrew, he would not pursue them further. Everyone, let us put in some effort. We will soon complete the task. Ignite your youth, Guy exclaimed. Youth, Lee echoed enthusiastically. Neji looked at Guy with exasperation. This man was utterly oblivious. A while later, in a room, the feigned dead Zabuza slowly regained consciousness. You, while intending to put me in a state of false death, did not hold back, did you? Bai chuckled. If I didn't, he do it this way. How could I deceive Might Guy? But, Zabuza prompted. But Mr. Zabuza, that child from the Hyuga clan seems to have seen through your feigned death and warned us to be cautious. Bai contemplated for a moment before relaying Neji's words to Zabuza. That little brat with the Byakugan, I see. Zabuza's expression darkened. The child was capable of detecting his presence. Fortunately, it was merely a clone. Otherwise, he might have met his demise at the hands of that boy. And that Might Guy, his senses were too acute. The more Zabuza thought about it, the angrier he became. Today has truly been an unfortunate day for me. At that moment, a short man accompanied by a throng of bodyguards pushed the door open. I heard you failed? I hired you because I valued your abilities and paid a hefty sum. The short man chattered incessantly, further infuriating the already agitated Zabuza, who swung his blade, stopping just an inch from the man's face. Cad. Today has not been fortuitous for me. If you utter another word, I shall ensure your remains are scattered. Zabuza declared furiously. Why yes. Cad nodded hastily, retreating with his men. TCH, someone who isn't even a ninja dares to speak to me like that. Mr. Zabuza, shall we continue? Bai inquired. Continue. I shall personally wield this decapitating blade to finish them off. A few days later, Neji and his companions finally arrived at the home of Dazna. And everything unfolded as if scripted. Indifferent to Dazna's grandson, Neji was resolute in his determination to resist once his mother was taken. However, he would not stand idly by while Dazna's daughter was abducted. After all, he had recently received a reward, albeit of little use. The host accompanied Tsunami for a meal, earning a reward of 100 silver bills. A day later, 2 warriors dispatched by Kato arrived as expected, but were swiftly dealt with by Neji, who had been waiting. How troublesome it was to have waited so long for their arrival. The host rescued Tsunami, receiving another reward of 100 silver bills. After acquiring yet another inconsequential reward, Neji left without looking back, hastening towards the bridge. Truly, the rewards for interacting with ordinary people were rather meager. Perhaps he should check on others instead. Upon the bridge, 2 factions stood in confrontation, while Dazna had long since retreated to a safe distance. Seeing Neji arrive, Dazna hurried over, feeling that Neji was more reliable than the others. Ignoring Dazna's approach, Neji's keen gaze remained fixed on the battle unfolding on the bridge. Having learned from past lessons, Zabuza refrained from employing the mist technique and was currently engaged in a fierce duel with Might Guy, who appeared to have the upper hand. Guy was a genuine elite J-nin, while Zabuza was at best slightly stronger than an average J-nin. The disparity was evident. On another front, Tenten and Lee were steadily suppressing Haku. Despite Haku's bloodline limit, the coordinated efforts of Lee and Tenten rendered Haku's abilities ineffective. Even if Haku could perform hand seals with one hand, there was simply no time to do so. Observing the lopsided battle, Neji couldn't help but smirk. I have overestimated their capabilities. What seemed like a daunting task for Team 7 felt far less challenging in the hands of Team 9. With a swift motion, Lee executed the Leaf Whirlwind, while hidden weapons were unleashed in rapid succession. Faced with the relentless assault from Lee and Tenten, Haku could only defend with a few shurikens, as Haku appeared to be at a disadvantage. Zabuza quickly conjured a water clone to temporarily shield Haku from Lee and Tenten's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Haku formed an unusual seal. Secret technique, Ice Mirror. In an instant, a series of ice mirrors emerged on the bridge, gradually forming an icy prison that ensnared Lee and Tenten. Haku then calmly stepped into the realm of ice. What? Lee and Tenten exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Could it be a bloodline limit? Hearing Tenten's words, Lee immediately felt a sense of urgency. Scanning the surroundings filled with Haku's reflections. What is that? Even Might Guy, who was locked in combat with Zabuza, paused to gaze at the mirrors. Haha, Might Guy. Why don't we simply remain as spectators and observe the battle of these youngsters? Zabuza remarked. In truth, he felt a pang of trepidation. Might Guy's formidable strength was astonishingly overwhelming, and if this continued, defeat was inevitable. No need, he declared. I have faith in my subordinates, my fervent youth ablaze. I shall strike. In the next moment, Might Guy unleashed a barrage of punches, relentlessly advancing towards Zabuza. Humph. You refuse my toast and instead choose punishment. Water release, great waterfall technique. Instantly, torrents of water surged forth, sweeping Might Guy away. Haha. To confront adversity head-on, that is the essence of youth. He laughed heartily. Remarkably, he withstood the onslaught of waves, swimming towards Zabuza. No, it cannot be. Such immense force should be capable of shattering rock. What level of physical resilience has he attained? Zabuza was utterly astonished, as if ensnared in a dream. From within the ice mirrors, White, whose whereabouts were unknown, spoke in unison. Then, let us continue. Subsequently, all the whites within the mirrors simultaneously shot forth numerous shurikens. However, Lee remained unfazed, skillfully grasping the shurikens in midair. Taking advantage of the moment, Tenten summoned a variety of hidden weapons from her scroll, launching them continuously in all directions, striking the ice mirrors incessantly. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, none of the projectiles could shatter the mirrors, and soon they lay scattered across the ground. What? Tenten exclaimed in shock. The sound of clashing continued as the two. Tenten and Lee found themselves locked in a stalemate with White. Lee. Tenten and Lee exchanged glances, and suddenly Lee propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch to one of the ice mirrors. A crack instantly appeared in the glass. White's pupils constricted. Lee's speed and strength surpassed his expectations. Lee. You are invaluable, Tenten exclaimed with excitement. Lee grinned, and with his swift movements, he struck the mirrors repeatedly, causing more and more cracks to form. White paused his assault, observing the relentless attacks from Lee and Tenten, and calmly remarked, For me, relinquishing all emotions to become a true ninja is a daunting task. I do not wish to kill you, but for the sake of that individual, I can harden my heart and embrace the path of a true ninja. Ice release, Ice Rock Hall, water release, 1,000 killing water surge. In an instant, the already cracked ice mirrors returned to their original smoothness and grew even more resilient. A multitude of shurikens shot forth from White's hand in a near 360-degree arc at high speed. Whoosh, clang, clang. This time, even Lee found it difficult to discern White's movements. Despite continuously wielding kunai in defense, several shurikens managed to breach his guard, embedding themselves in both him and Tenten. Hearing the anguished cries emanating from within the ice mirrors, Might Guy yearned to intervene, yet he was firmly restrained by Zabuza. At this moment, Zabuza was elated. If he could dispose of those youngsters, he and White combined would render even Might Guy powerless. Yet, just then, an unexpected twist occurred. Just as White aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Lee and Tenten, he was suddenly yanked from the mirror. I believe I have already warned you, Neji stated coldly. What? The sudden scene astonished everyone present. Ah, it is that insufferable brat. Zabuza's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. For him, being wounded by Neji was an affront to his honor. Be cautious. This fellow is quite peculiar. Indeed, Mr. Zabuza, responded, preparing to step into the mirror once more. Whoosh. Neji suddenly lunged in front of Bai, smirking, "Do you think I will allow you to enter?" As Neji charged, Bai quickly retreated, and the magical mirror of ice crystals collapsed instantly. "I am not foolish enough to battle you on your home ground, Byakugan." In the next moment, Neji propelled himself with his back foot, swiftly closing the distance to Bai in the blink of an eye. So fast, Bai's heart raced. He immediately executed the water body technique to evade Neji's advance. Palm Sage technique. A gentle green light emanated from Neji's hands, enveloping Bai entirely. The Palm Sage technique not only had healing properties but could also disrupt the opponent's chakra, rendering them incapacitated. Moreover, this technique required no hand seals. "What? Why isn't that brat using hand seals?" Zabuza exclaimed in frustration, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief at the sight. "Haha, this is the essence of youth. Zabuza, it is time we determine our victor." Might Guy suddenly surged forward, his form becoming a streak of light, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Zabuza, taken aback and drenched in cold sweat, immediately raised his sword in defense. Boom. A large crater suddenly formed on the bridge, dust swirling in the air. In the next instant, Zabuza was sent flying in an exaggerated manner, with Guy hot on his heels. "Lotus! My body!" Bai gasped in alarm. Simultaneously, taking advantage of Bai's momentary incapacitation, Neji closed in, delivering a powerful punch. Just then, Bai shook off the effects of the technique. Ice release, Ice Rock Fortress. An ice wall suddenly erupted, separating Bai from Neji. Neji smirked, gathering a copious amount of gentle fist chakra in his hands. Twin-lined fists. Crack. The ice wall before him shattered into pieces. 8 trigrams. In Bai's incredulous gaze, Neji abruptly appeared at his side. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms. Bang, bang, bang. Neji relentlessly struck Bai, sealing his chakra points. Meanwhile, the battle between Might Guy and Zabuza neared its conclusion, with Zabuza already smashed onto the bridge's surface. His arm bones shattered. "Behold my pinky attack," Might Guy exclaimed. "What? A pinky attack?" Neji, who was pummeling Bai, shuddered at the thought. That was a physical technique capable of inflicting damage on the outer path's golem. If unleashed, the bridge would surely collapse. Observing the unfolding chaos, Neji abandoned his concern for Bai, dragging Li and carrying Tenten towards the shore. Mr. Zabuza, Bai, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, suddenly found himself before Zabuza in the blink of an eye. Boom. Bang. In an instant, the bridge fractured in two. Ning Ci gazed blankly at the scene before him, hesitating to speak. This was rather excessive. Ahem. Aha. I had thought you were formidable. Yet it appears you are not so impressive after all. At that moment, a figure emerged from the opposite end of the bridge. The crowd turned their attention towards the sound. They beheld a group led by a diminutive individual approaching from the other side of the bridge. Among them, there was not a single ninja. Although they wielded an assortment of cold weapons, they resembled more a band of brigands than anything else. It was he, Cardo. Dazna, having hidden beside Ning Ci once more, pointed tremblingly at the shortest man among them. Cardo? Ning Ci withdrew his gaze. Merely a dying man. Haha. Is this your strength? You cannot even defeat a few lowly ninjas. Cardo glanced disdainfully at the corpse of Haku lying at Might Guy's feet. And you, this so-called mist demon. Your prowess is hardly remarkable. What did you say? Zabuza's fury ignited. You must apologize to Haku. Haha. Are you jesting? A mere piece of trash like him warrants an apology from me. Cardo mocked. Hey, do not go too far. They are all exceptionally skilled ninjas. Might Guy turned to Cardo, asserting. Ninjas? Just those two? They are merely hunted dogs, lost and desperate. Upon hearing Cardo's ruthless ridicule of Haku, Might Guy could not suppress a cold laugh. Zabuza, are you truly willing to bargain your life for such a person? Even if ninjas perish in battle, they are not to be insulted by common folk. How dare this little man act so arrogantly here, spewing such nonsense? From where does he derive his audacity? Is it merely from this hastily assembled band of brigands? Even in Zabuza's current state, slaughtering this motley crew would pose no challenge. At this moment, Zabuza struggled to rise from the ground. Hey, Might Guy, lend me your kunai. Oh, Might Guy, grasping Zabuza's intent, relinquished his kunai. Thank you. Zabuza seized the kunai and charged directly at Cardo. Before our eyes, you still wish to slay Lord Cardo? The bandits laughed heartily, dismissing Zabuza's current state. However, their laughter swiftly turned to regret. Zabuza, clutching the kunai, dashed forth with astonishing speed, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, swiftly dispatching Cardo and subsequently commencing a massacre against them, who could not mount any defense. We were wrong. Spare us. Run, run. The wails of despair echoed as none of them emerged alive, yet Zabuza, having lost too much blood, succumbed there as well, gazing upon the corpses strewn across the bridge. Might Guy murmured, "The mission is complete." "Indeed. Complete? Impossible. You have collapsed the bridge. Do you intend to flee unscathed?" Dazna suddenly bellowed. Might Guy erupted into laughter, discovered. "Huh? Ha ha. What a youthful escapade. Alas, it appears we must undertake this endeavor once more." Dazna lamented helplessly. Ning Ci. At that moment, a slightly abnormal voice resonated in Ning Ci's ear. As Ning Ci lowered his gaze, he noticed Ten's charming face flushed with embarrassment, lying shyly in his embrace. Ning Ci inwardly lamented his oversight. He had become so engrossed in the unfolding drama that he had forgotten to set Ten down. Nonetheless, this embrace felt rather pleasant. At that moment, Ten softly spoke, "Ning Ci, could you please let me down?" Ahem. Ning Ci awkwardly cleared his throat, hastily releasing Ten from his hold. The system chimed in with a notification. The host has executed a princess carry with Ten, earning the reward Spirit Summoning Technique Tools. The Spirit Summoning Technique Tools allows one to prearrange summoned objects or beings for direct summoning to the current location, eliminating the need for a blood contract. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ning Ci discreetly glanced at Ten, realizing that she too was not to be overlooked. This skill was akin to a compact mobile repository. Days later, after burying Zabuza and Haku, Ning Ci and his companions returned to Konoha. Upon their return, Might Guy had mysteriously vanished. Ning Ci understood without being told that he had likely gone to report on their mission. The emergence of the rogue ninja Zabuza had escalated the situation to an S-rank mission. Completing an S-rank mission as a genin had paved the way for their future. However, he was not particularly concerned about that, counting the days. The Chunin Exams were fast approaching, which was his primary worry. Whether it was Gaara or Orochimaru, this Chunin Exam promised to be anything but peaceful. "Oh. Finally back in the village. Today, I shall run 500 laps around it," exclaimed Xiaoli with excitement. Merely mentioning this caused both Ten and Ning Ci to wear expressions of discomfort. "Humph. It's all Sensei's fault for being so extreme. Forcing us to help build that bridge for several days," Ten said, her face clouded with annoyance. "That's a form of training too," Ning Ci remarked. Leading Ten to exchange glances with Xiaoli, both thinking, this boy is beyond saving. As the trio continued their conversation, they unknowingly wandered into a training ground. "Hey, Ning Ci, look over there," Xiaoli said, his eyes wide as he pointed to a figure not far off. "That person has Byakugan just like you." "What?" Ning Ci followed Xiaoli's gaze and was astonished to see Hinata half kneeling, breathing heavily, accompanied by 3 others and a dog. Suddenly enlightened, Ning Ci recognized them as Yamanaka Ino, Inuzuka Kiba, and his companion Akamaru, along with their teacher, Kurenai Yuhi. Reflecting on his time in this world, he realized he had yet to encounter many significant characters. Thus, he decided to approach. "Let us go take a look." Meanwhile, while Hinata was training, Kurenai suddenly sensed an approaching presence and instinctively turned her gaze. "They are students of Guy," she noted, glancing at the trio beside her, a smile gracing her lips as she thought this could serve as a good challenge for them. At that moment, Akamaru sensed the newcomers and barked twice. Kiba looked up, momentarily taken aback. "Who are they?" he asked, his attention caught. "The one in the center is." From the Hyuga clan, Ino adjusted her glasses and inquired, "Hinata, do you know them?" Hinata gently nodded. "Yes, he is my brother." She cast a brief glance at Kurenai Yuhi before immediately running towards Neji. "Neji brother." Even as a teacher, he held more significance than her. Neji reached out and affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair, inquiring, "How has your training been?" Hinata's petite face was flushed with a deep crimson hue. After exchanging pleasantries with her, Neji's gaze gravitated towards a graceful silhouette. Could this be Yui Kurenai? Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. At this hour. It appeared she had yet to be entwined with that scruffy Asuma. How could such a gentle, kind-hearted, and generous beauty be left for that unkempt man? As Neji assessed Kurenai, she too was observing him. A prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Was he? At that moment, Sunset Red seemed to sense something. Gazing up at the sky with a somber expression. "That's all for today, we shall disperse." With those words, Sunset Red cast a lingering glance at Neji before vanishing into thin air. Watching the direction in which Sunset Red had departed, Neji murmured, "So soon? Haha. It has finally disbanded." Inuzuka Kiba spun around in place, cradling Akamaru. "Woof woof. Although I cannot comprehend what Akamaru is saying, it seems quite content." Training can indeed be exhausting. Well, since everyone has nothing to do, why not share a meal together? What do you think? Every day, Dote cheerfully exclaimed. The crowd exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile, in perfect harmony. Brother Ning Ci, how has your mission progressed? Hinata inquired somewhat nervously, her concern for Neji's safety evident. It's nothing, merely an S-rank mission, Neji replied nonchalantly, though internally, he felt a swell of pride. Even Neji wished to impress Hinata. Oh, is it truly an S-rank mission? Hinata shook her small head in astonishment. Even Kiba and Shino looked on with immense envy. Their peers had already accomplished S-rank missions while they were still engaged in menial tasks. Ninji brother is so impressive. As Hinata felt admiration and reverence in her gaze. Ning Ci swelled with pride and casually recounted his experiences with both A-rank and S-rank missions. Since Ning Ci's two missions were closely connected with little rest in between, Hinata had always believed he had completed only one task. Upon learning the full story, Hinata and her friends resolved to diligently train in the future. Just as they reached the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, a commotion erupted from a nearby alley. That hurts, you little brat. Let go of Konoha, you scoundrel. This is unbelievable. Ning Ci paused for a moment as he listened to the quarrel in the alley. Could it be such a coincidence? Naruto? Isn't he the grandson of the third Hokage? What has happened to him? There is no need to worry. Konoha is under the protection of dedicated individuals. And assistance will arrive should the situation take a turn for the worse. In light of this, let us proceed, Tion remarked with a smile. As the crowd effortlessly reached a consensus, they quickly set aside their thoughts of Konoha. Neji silently observed the scene, feeling a profound sorrow for Konoha. However, he was also eager to witness the prowess of Gaara. Neji, where are you going? Hinata inquired hastily, with the others also directing their attention towards him. It's nothing. I'll be back shortly, Neji replied before leisurely stepping out. In the alley, hey, Kankuro, take it easy and be careful not to get scolded, Temari cautioned. No need to worry. I too wish to test the abilities of these Konoha genin, Kankuro retorted. Let go. Let go. Konoha protested, repeatedly striking Kankuro's arm. I said, you idiot, let go of me. Naruto yelled as he rushed forward. Yet, with a subtle movement of his fingers, Kankuro ensnared Naruto with his chakra threads. Is this the strength of Konoha genin? Pathetic, Kankuro scoffed. Haha, just a mistake, just a mistake. Naruto chuckled sheepishly as he picked himself up. Ouch, that hurts. Sakura exclaimed as she punched Naruto on the head. I told you, stop embarrassing yourself. Suddenly, a stone flew from the treetops, striking Kankuro's hand and causing him pain, allowing Konoha to escape. Who's there? Kankuro bellowed. Is this the might of your sand nin? Hardly impressive, he remarked disdainfully. Following the sound, they spotted Sasuke leisurely tossing a stone while leaning against a tree. Look at Sasuke, then look at my brother, Konoha lamented inwardly. Brother, you're so incompetent. Damn it. Why does this guy always steal the spotlight? Naruto seethed internally. Both Naruto and Kankuro felt their pride wounded, preparing to teach each other a lesson to regain their dignity. Unfortunately, their targets differed. Naruto had completed his hand seals, ready to unleash his shadow clones upon Kankuro, while Kankuro had released his crows, preparing to unleash a few of his secret techniques on Sasuke. Hey, Kankuro, isn't it a bit inappropriate to act like this in Konoha? Temari voiced. It's fine. I can always give them an antidote later. Kankuro dismissed her concern. Suddenly, several sand projectiles sliced through the air, prompting both Kankuro and Naruto to retreat swiftly. Sand projectiles? Could it be? Kankuro and Temari exchanged terrified glances, turning to see Gaara standing with his gourd. What a disgraceful display for the village, Gaara remarked. His gaze fixed on Kankuro below. I didn't mean to. Kankuro began to explain. Silence, Gaara interrupted sharply. Having spoken, he cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke, inwardly reflecting. This fellow possesses an extraordinary ability to strike Kanjiro's hand with a mere pebble. My apologies, esteemed company, Gaara proclaimed, though his tone bore no trace of contrition. He then transformed into a cloud of fine sand, cascading from the tree to the ground, addressing Temari and Kanjiro. Let us proceed. Do not forget our objective. However, Naruto, determined to seize the limelight, would not allow their departure. Shadow clone technique. Instantly, the alley was filled with dozens of Narutos. Konoha, observe closely. This opponent is easily within my grasp. Fool. Idiot. Sakura and Sasuke could not help but facepalm. Naruto, in his navet, was utterly oblivious to the disparity between the two factions. So many. Kanjiro and Temari were somewhat taken aback. It seems this lad is not entirely devoid of merit. Casting a fleeting glance at Gaara, and sensing his stillness, Kanjiro quickly admonished, "Step aside. This fool is a simpleton, they are not." If Gaara truly becomes enraged, it would spell disaster. Alas, Naruto, headstrong as ever, disregarded the counsel and charged forward without hesitation. Kanjiro hastily released the crow, hoping to resolve the situation before Gaara's wrath ignited. However, it was too late. A surge of sand erupted from the gourd, manifesting into two colossal hands that swiftly obliterated a multitude of shadow clones. I am Gaara. Temari hesitated, quickly pulling Kanjiro up into the trees. She was uncertain whether Gaara would unleash his fury upon them as well. Manipulating sand, it seems you possess considerable skill. Allow me, the future Hokage, to vanquish you. Unfazed, Naruto surged forward, causing Gaara's eyes to narrow slightly, his displeasure evident. With a swift motion, he summoned a torrent of sand that ascended, utterly annihilating all the shadow clones. What? The crowd gasped. To dispatch Naruto's clones so effortlessly, Sasuke's estimation of Gaara rose significantly. At that moment, a mound of sand appeared beneath Naruto's feet, gradually creeping up his body. Sand-binding coffin. With a mere gesture, Gaara commanded a deluge of sand that began to envelop Naruto. I am Gaara. This seems rather excessive, Temari cautioned, for this technique could prove lethal. Gaara shot a glare, and Temari promptly fell silent. What is this? I cannot move, Naruto exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. Naruto. At that juncture, Sasuke and Sakura were compelled to intervene. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling toward Gaara. Just as Sasuke believed he had triumphed, a wall of sand abruptly rose from beneath Gaara, intercepting the fireball. Fortunately, Sakura managed to extricate Naruto from the sandy restraint. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. It appears we need not await the Chunin Exams. Soon, two shurikens materialized in Sasuke's hands. Come forth. Gaara spoke expressionlessly. Sasuke let out a cold snort, launching his shuriken while simultaneously dashing towards Gaara at lightning speed. Clang, clang. The two shurikens were predictably intercepted, yet at that moment, Sasuke reached Gaara. Just as Sasuke's fist was about to strike Gaara, a torrent of sand emerged once more, thwarting Sasuke's assault. What? How did that sand materialize? Not only Sasuke, but even Naruto and Sakura were bewildered. Sasuke's attack and shuriken had arrived almost simultaneously. How did Gaara react in time? At that moment, a massive wave of sand erupted from Gaara's gourd, surging relentlessly towards Sasuke. Sand manipulation ninjutsu, what a nuisance. Sasuke remarked. Sasuke, I'll assist you, Naruto declared, charging recklessly towards Gaara, sensing Sasuke's plight. Ning Ci, concealed in the shadows, observed Naruto's fervent approach and couldn't help but exclaim, truly, a love like no other. Leave Sakura to me, he added. Bang, bang. The two continued their assault on Gaara. Yet he did not even cast a glance in their direction. Could it be that I can't even breach his defenses? Gaara hasn't even countered yet. Sasuke seethed, feeling the pride of the Uchiha being trampled upon. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. A straight torrent of blazing fire surged towards Gaara, only to be extinguished mid-air by the sand. Ning Ci coldly observed the scene. Sasuke had become blinded by hatred, recklessly employing such a potent technique in the heart of the town, utterly self-centered. Is this all you've got? Gaara hissed ominously, and in an instant, two clumps of sand shot forth, pinning Naruto and Sasuke against the wall. Is this your only strength? Gaara scoffed, then turned his gaze towards Sakura, who had remained passive not far away. Suddenly, a hand formed from fine sand lunged directly at Sakura. Terror washed over her. Having never faced peril in the land of waves, she felt the chilling proximity of death for the first time. Goodbye, Dad, Mom, Sakura murmured, closing her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks, slowly succumbing to the ground. Boom. A gust of wind swept past, yet the anticipated agony never arrived. Sakura instinctively looked up to see a handsome youth with black hair standing protectively before her, shattering the sand with a single punch. He is, from that time. To give up hope before reaching the brink is not the mark of a competent ninja, Ning Ci stated softly, turning to Sakura. Meanwhile, on the tree, Temari and Kankuro were visibly unsettled. What had they just witnessed? A youthful boy had appeared out of nowhere, effortlessly dispersing Gaara's sand with a single blow. Konoha still possesses such formidable genin? Kankuro thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. That guy, with the Byakugan, is he from the Hyuga clan? Temari remarked, a sense of unease creeping over her. She felt that their mission might encounter unforeseen complications. "Who are you?" Gaara inquired in a low voice, astonished to encounter a peer capable of so effortlessly countering his attacks. "Shouldn't one introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name?" Neji remarked. This audacious fellow dared to speak to Gaara in such a manner, Kankuro thought, astonished. Gaara cast a penetrating gaze at Neji and declared, "Gaara of the Sand." Neji responded with a smile, "Neji Hyuga." In an instant, his figure vanished, and suddenly the sand before Gaara began to rise inexplicably. "What?" Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it possible that I am under attack?" Temari gasped in shock, having not seen Neji's movements, yet the sand surrounding Gaara was already being assaulted. Bang! 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 The onlookers were unable to perceive Neji's actions, only witnessing the sand erupting around Gaara. "How swift!" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Sasuke gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. "Feeling inadequate as a member of the Uchiha clan. How can I seek vengeance on that man like this?" "Incredible!" Sakura stared blankly at the flustered Gaara. Her lips twisted in bitterness, realizing how far behind she still was. Yet, her gaze soon firmed as she recalled the handsome youth who had stood protectively before her. A blush suddenly blooming on her face. "I will surely catch up to your pace, Neji Hyuga." The speed was astounding. Gaara could not even glimpse Neji's movements. Naruto expressed his astonishment, yet simultaneously felt a twinge of disappointment. In their previous confrontation, Gaara had remained motionless, as there was no need to act. And now he remained still, for he could only endure the blows. Boom. At that moment, a whistling sound reached Gaara's ears, causing him to instinctively turn his head. He found a fist halted merely an inch from his face, with Neji gazing at him with an expression of calm. His defenses had been shattered. Witnessing this scene, the crowd stood frozen. Even Sasuke's great fireball jutsu could not breach Gaara's defenses, yet a mere fist had done so. "Gaara, if you would be so kind." "Let this slide as a favor to me," Neji stated coolly. Gaara's eyes darkened. He realized he had lost this battle. Should he persist? That fellow would likely employ the gentle fist against him. At such a close range, he had no means of evasion. "Humph. We are leaving," Gaara scoffed, his expression grim as he turned to depart. Temari and Kankuro promptly followed suit. At the corner, Gaara halted abruptly, saying, "Neji Hyuga, do not lose before you encounter me in the Chunin Exam." After Gaara's departure, Neji's countenance grew serious. Gaara's combat prowess was formidable. And this time he had merely been fortunate. Next time, he might not be so lucky. Has he already brushed the threshold of Jonin? Neji pondered as he observed Gaara's retreating figure. Thank you for saving me." Sakura approached Neji to express her gratitude after Gaara had left. "It was nothing," Neji replied. At that moment, with Gaara's control dissipated, Naruto and Sasuke successfully extricated themselves from the confines of the sand. It appears that this Chunin exam will be quite intriguing," Sasuke remarked with an air of indifference. Indeed, this Chunin exam shall be my stage, ha ha ha," Naruto chimed in. This left Neji speechless. These two were exceedingly pretentious. They had just barely escaped death moments ago, yet now they possessed the audacity to utter such words. "You two, silence," Sakura exclaimed angrily at them. Neji contemplated this. It seemed his presence had induced some changes in this world. However, this was preferable, as it would require less effort on his part. In a corner, Konohamaru and his companions timidly emerged. Ahem. Sasuke cleared his throat and approached Neji. "You are Hyuga Neji, correct? I shall surely surpass you. And me. Naruto Uzumaki is destined to become Hokage," Naruto declared exuberantly. Neji chose to disregard them. These two were merely putting on a show, especially Sasuke, who had become ensnared in his own facade. Nevertheless, Sakura was quite commendable, particularly her extraordinary strength. I'm Haruno Sakura. You can just call me Sakura," she said, gathering her courage. This made Naruto feel as if he had suffered 100,000 points of damage. Neji replied calmly, "I look forward to facing you in the Chunin exam." "I will defeat you," Sasuke proclaimed defiantly. "Haha." Neji said nothing further, waving his hand as he departed. Uchiha Sasuke? He hadn't even awakened his Sharingan. Neji hardly regarded him as a threat. Damn it. Sasuke seethed with indignation. Had the Uchiha clan ever been so underestimated? In that moment, his heart brimmed with a longing for power. After defeating Gaara, Neji returned to the barbecue restaurant, enjoying a meal with everyone and reaping numerous rewards. Accompanying Tenten to the barbecue, he received a reward for speed increase by 10%. Tenten serving him food earned her a reward for improved throwing accuracy by 10%. Hinata serving him food granted her a reward for strength increase by 20%. Emerging from the barbecue restaurant, Ning Ci felt utterly elated. One word, exhilarating. This gathering not only enhanced his abilities but also deepened his bonds with Hinata and Tenten, achieving 3 benefits in one. By now, it was deep into the night. After returning to the Hyuga clan residence with Hinata, Ning Ci headed to the training grounds while Hinata returned home. Upon noticing the time, Hinata was suddenly alarmed. Oh no, it's time for training. In the Hyuga training hall, Hizashi furrowed his brow. Where is Hinata? Lord Hizashi, Lady Hinata has not yet returned, a branch family member reported. Upon hearing this, Hayashi's expression darkened considerably. Even the branch family understood the importance of diligence. How could Hinata, as the heir of the main family, be so lax? Casting a glance at Hanabi, who was sparring nearby, Hizashi noted her significant improvement in taijutsu. At this moment, she had already bested numerous branch family members, which greatly pleased Hizashi. Consider Hinata, whose character is not only timid but also lacks dedication in her training. Sigh, perhaps she is truly unsuitable to become the heir of the Hyuga clan, sighed Hyuga Hizashi. Just then, a somewhat anxious voice broke the silence, and Hinata rushed in hastily. Humph. Hyuga Hizashi snorted coldly. Where have you been? Hinata stammered, hesitant to speak. If her father were to discover that she had gone out for barbecue with everyone, she would surely face a scolding. Sigh, come in and train, Hyuga Hizashi sighed, having nearly given up on this daughter. Yes, thank you, father, Hinata replied quickly as she made her way to the training ground. Hanabi, accompany your sister in practice, Hizashi instructed. Yes, Hanabi affirmed. Moments later, Hinata was prepared, and Hanabi approached her quietly, asking, Sister, are you ready? Ready, Hinata confirmed. In the next instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their Byakugan activated. Thanks to Ning Ci, both Hinata and Hanabi had made remarkable progress, correcting many of their past shortcomings. The intensity of their sparring was palpable, yet Hinata maintained a steady lead. Bang, bang, bang. Their palms collided, azure chakra swirling around them like dancing butterflies. With a leap, Hanabi launched herself towards Hinata. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hinata deftly sidestepped Hanabi's assault, delivering a precise hand strike downward. Oh no, Hanabi gasped, realizing it was too late as Hinata's strike sent her crashing to the ground. This scene left Hyuga Hizashi utterly astonished. Not only had her speed of attack increased, but her strength had also seen a notable boost. Most importantly, she no longer hesitated when striking. Hizashi's expression grew increasingly grave, a mix of excitement and concern welling within him. Hinata's progress was truly remarkable. Hinata, I have something to ask you. Hanabi, you come too, Hizashi called from the sidelines, eager to uncover the source of their improvement. Hinata and Hanabi exchanged glances, silently following their father outside. Meanwhile, Ning Ci had returned home from the training ground, searching through the scrolls of ninjutsu. Having decided to pursue both physical and ninjutsu training, he recognized the need for additional techniques. Although the Hyuga clan was renowned for their gentle fist, it did not imply that they lacked ninjutsu scrolls. Being a prominent family, they possessed a considerable collection of scrolls, even detailing experiences from their training, though such knowledge was typically kept under wraps. TCH, is this all there is? Ning Ci gazed at the mere 3 or 5 scrolls in his hand, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet, he understood that the Hyuga clan was a large family with strict regulations, where nearly everything resided within the main house, leaving the branch families with scant resources. With just these few scrolls, he pondered, when would he ever achieve mastery in ninjutsu? He sighed in silence. System, open the attribute panel, he mentally commanded. Host, Hyuga Ning Ci, age, 13 years, chakra attributes, fire, earth, water, wind, lightning, bloodline limit, Byakugan, pure, taijutsu, gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm, returning heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams empty palm, gentle step twin lion fist, ninjutsu, 3 body technique, transformation, substitution, clone, fire release, great fireball technique, palm sage technique, summoning technique, tools, overall strength, elite Chunin. Elite Chunin might seem formidable, yet with such limited power, he stood no chance against Gaara. Gaara's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of a special Jonin. In such a short span, enhancing his taijutsu would be arduous, hence, he had to delve into ninjutsu. But alas, after painstakingly gathering 5 types of chakra, was he to merely wait idly? At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Ning Ci was taken aback. Who could it be at such a late hour? Ning Ci, "It's me," a voice called from outside. Upon hearing this voice, Ning Ci's gaze sharpened slightly. What was destined to come would always arrive. He tucked away the scrolls on his desk and rose to answer the door. Hyuga Hayashi, as the clan head, was undoubtedly competent, yet as a father, he had faltered in numerous ways. Ultimately, however, he became the greatest violator of the Hyuga clan's rules. At least, that was Ning Ci's perspective. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any opinions. Clan rules had both merits and demerits. As the saying goes, do not advise others on virtue without experiencing their affairs. What is it? Ning Ci inquired, regarding the figure outside the door. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Ning Ci. Hesitating to speak, his words caught in a web of indecision. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. May I have a moment of your time? I have come to reveal the truth about that day. The truth? Ning Ci exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. He had assumed Hayashi's visit was concerned with Hinata and Hanabi, never expecting him to broach this topic. Perhaps he had heard something from Hinata and Hanabi. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity for Ning Ci to extract information. Please, come in, he invited. Subsequently, Hayashi retrieved a scroll from his robe. This contains the truth about your father's death. Ning Ci cast a cursory glance at it before setting it aside. He was acutely aware of the circumstances. Although it stemmed from the orders of the higher-ups, it was also Hayashi's own will, aimed at protecting his revered elder brother. Thus, Ning Ci held no intention of commenting on the matter, especially as he was no longer the Ning Ci of the past. Hayashi had anticipated a profound emotional reaction from Ning Ci, yet was surprised to find him remarkably composed. Niji, Hinata Hizashi inquired with a hint of confusion. Lord Hizashi, the departed have passed. I have learned to look forward, Niji declared with unwavering conviction. Yet, he swiftly shifted his tone. However, if you truly feel remorse, I would appreciate a bit of assistance. For some inexplicable reason, Hizashi felt an uneasy sensation akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den upon witnessing Niji's demeanor. Nevertheless, in an effort to alleviate his guilt towards Niji, he gritted his teeth and asked, What is it? Please allow me to view the family's ninjutsu scrolls, Niji requested. Hizashi was taken aback. Having braced himself for a substantial loss, even preparing for the prospect of marrying off a daughter, he was taken aback by Niji's modest demand. This unexpected request caused even Hizashi's perpetually stoic expression to shift slightly. Thus, Niji successfully obtained Hizashi's permission to peruse the ninjutsu scrolls stored within the clan. After bidding Hizashi farewell, Niji smiled gently to himself, contemplating the merits of utilizing the Hyuga clan for his own purposes. In this world, possessing a formidable force is often more vital than individual strength. Consider figures such as Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki. No matter how formidable one may be, they cannot withstand the might of a collective. The following morning, while Niji lay peacefully in slumber, a persistent knocking echoed at his door. Who could that be so early? Niji mumbled, groggily opening his eyes. After receiving Hizashi's permission the previous night, he had eagerly delved into ninjutsu practice, tirelessly training until the early hours of the morning, resulting in a mere 4 hours of sleep. Nevertheless, his progress was evident. He had begun to form the fundamentals of the Dragonfire technique. The knocking continued, prompting Niji to don his attire and answer the door. Today, Hinata was quite anxious. Upon arriving at the training ground early in the morning, she learned that she was to participate in the Chunin Exams. Although she wished to decline, Yuhi Kurenai, with a smile, informed her the exam requires teams of 3. If you do not participate, Shino and Kiba will have to withdraw as well. Ultimately, under Kurenai's persuasive guidance, the overly innocent Hinata found herself ensnared in a predicament, unwittingly agreeing to fetch Niji. Hinata, you can do it. The future of Team 8 rests on your shoulders, Kurenai encouraged. Gazing into Kurenai's expectant eyes, Hinata clenched her fists, her face radiating determination, yet youthful innocence. I will do my best, she vowed. However, upon arriving at Niji's doorstep, her previous bravado evaporated, leaving her engulfed in shyness. It dawned on her that this was her first time visiting a boy's home alone. How embarrassing. Despite receiving Kurenai's kind encouragement and unexpectedly shouldering a daunting task, Hinata timidly rapped on the door, scarcely daring to speak. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Niji's somewhat haggard visage amidst the chaos of his room. Niji, Oh, it's Hinata, he remarked, recognizing her. As Hinata's words lingered in the air, Niji also spoke up. Noticing the dazed expression on Hinata's face, he glanced around at the disarray that had resulted from their frantic search for ninjutsu the previous night. The chaos of the room had yet to be addressed. and Neji instinctively assumed that Hinata was taken aback by the untidiness of his home. He scratched his head, realizing that a girl's visit to a boy's home could significantly tarnish the boy's image if it appeared so disheveled. Unable to tolerate the thought, Neji hurriedly crouched down to clear the clutter beneath his feet. Hinata, please wait a moment while I tidy up. No, Neji and I want to help too, Hinata insisted. Unwilling to stand idly by, she squeezed into the room to assist, but the chaos was overwhelming, leaving little space to maneuver. In her efforts, Hinata inadvertently tripped over a small wooden board and fell into Neji. A gentle fragrance wafted into Neji's nostrils, instantly refreshing him, while the softness of Hinata's form enveloped him in a comforting embrace, causing his drowsiness to fade away. At that moment, the system announced, Hinata Hyuga has knocked down the host, and the host gains the reward, Intimidation. Intimidation, a powerful pressure emitted through the Byakugan that can incapacitate those nearby, inducing a state of dizziness and inflicting tangible harm upon the environment. Neji, now bewildered by this newfound ability, was caught off guard by such swift happiness. This power, akin to the Conqueror's haki from the world of pirates, was indeed far superior. Even the likes of Six Paths Naruto and Rinnegan Sasuke were rendered immobile under its sway. Should an opponent's mental fortitude falter, they could instantly lose their combat capabilities, underscoring the formidable nature of this ability. I'm so sorry, Neji and I'll get up right away, Hinata exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly attempted to rise. However, misfortune struck again. As she moved, her foot accidentally landed on a spherical object, causing her to slip once more and instinctively close her eyes. Oh no! A soft sound resonated, and Hinata suddenly felt her lips brush against something. Cautiously opening her eyes, she found herself connecting with Neji's lips, both of them momentarily frozen in shock. The system then declared, the host has kissed Hinata Hyuga and gains the reward, Bone Destruction. Bone Destruction, a technique that utilizes one's own bones as weapons. Those struck by the bones will gradually disintegrate within seconds, turning to ash, impervious to even the healing arts of yin-yang release. This technique, known in the Naruto world as a guaranteed lethal strike upon impact, cannot be directly defended against, even penetrating a fully formed Susanoo made of chakra with ease. The only means of evasion lies in dodging or employing space-time ninjutsu to escape. The corpse bone path is derived from bone destruction, yet the latter's lethality far exceeds that of the former. After a brief silence, Hinata suddenly let out a shriek. Her eyes swirling like spirals, her delicate face flushed with an intense warmth. Neji, you. Hyuga Hinata felt steam rising from her head, completely oblivious to her actions until she suddenly fainted with a soft thud. Even as Hinata succumbed to unconsciousness, Neji remained momentarily stunned, pondering a single question. What auspicious day is it today? Have I truly soared to new heights? Neji chuckled softly as he carried the unconscious Hinata to the bed. The shock was so profound that it would take Hinata a while to regain her senses. Observing her peacefully sleeping form, Neji could not help but stifle a yawn. He had not had sufficient rest, so he locked the door and lay down beside her, succumbing to a deep slumber. As the host shared the bed with Hinata, he received a reward, Mental Sphere. Mental Sphere, a unique ability of the reincarnation eye, allowing the user to control the will and actions of others, as well as acquire their thoughts, akin to puppetry. However, this skill proves challenging against individuals with formidable mental strength. Nonetheless, in the early stages, this ability is incredibly formidable. Although Neji did not possess the reincarnation eye, the system granted him this power. At that moment, however, he was blissfully unaware of the ability he had acquired. Shortly thereafter, Hinata groggily awakened and, upon seeing Neji sleeping beside her, instinctively wanted to scream but restrained herself, recognizing Neji's evident exhaustion. As she gazed at him, memories of their kiss flooded her mind, and her cheeks flushed crimson. It was her first kiss, after all. While she felt a flicker of joy for sharing her first kiss with Neji, she could not shake the lingering dissatisfaction of having lost it so abruptly. Should she seek revenge? As she looked at Neji lying on the bed, an audacious thought suddenly crossed her mind, but it quickly frightened her. No, Hinata. Could you really entertain such notions? She slapped her slightly heated face, unable to believe such thoughts were her own. Should she leave? Yet, she had yet to complete the task assigned by her teacher, Yuhi Kurenai. However, remaining felt awkward. Hinata felt anxious, torn between her options, and beads of sweat began to form on her brow. At that moment, Neji, having rested sufficiently, awoke. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to glance at Hinata. Their eyes locked. Both hesitant to speak, caught in a moment of unspoken words, and the atmosphere grew tense. How could she, a girl, be the first to break the silence? Now was the time for him to demonstrate his resolve. Observing Hinata's bashful demeanor, he sensed that with just a little more effort, he could fully win her over. As an ambitious young man, he felt compelled to act decisively. Resolute, he spoke, "Hinata, do you have something to discuss?" Yet, such matters were undeniably difficult to address directly. After all, he was a man of over 30 years, confronting a mere 12-year-old girl fresh from school. It felt almost criminal. A transgression punishable by law. Hinata, witnessing Niji's earnest demeanor, felt her heart racing with conflicting emotions. She yearned for her brother to respond positively to the recent events, yet simultaneously felt a wave of shyness and wished for him to remain silent. The turmoil within her was palpable. With her blushing face lowered, she fidgeted with her fingers, anxious yet hopeful. Upon hearing Niji's words, a sense of disappointment mingled with relief washed over her. "Ah, it's nothing, Niji and I. Teacher Yi Kurenai asked me to find you," Hinata hurriedly stated, realizing that their teacher must be growing impatient after such a lengthy absence. "Looking for me?" Niji inquired, puzzled about why Kurenai would seek him out. Nevertheless, he dismissed any concern, reasoning that it couldn't possibly be harmful to him. He readily agreed, "Let us go." At the training grounds, Kurenai was currently instructing Shino and Kiba. "Where is Hinata?" "It's already noon," she pondered aloud, feeling a twinge of worry. Could something have happened? Many covet to be a Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and during the last incident, they nearly abducted someone from our family. Even in Konoha, safety isn't guaranteed. She reassured herself that there must be some news if there were troubles, speculating that perhaps Niji was reluctant to come. This seemed the most plausible explanation, as the upper echelons of Konoha were well aware of the deep-seated conflicts between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, particularly involving Niji, who had lost his father. Kurenai had sent Hinata to find Niji because she noted their close rapport during their last meeting. However, she held little hope for a positive outcome. Just as Kurenai was deep in thought, Niji and Hinata arrived at the training field. "Oh, finally back. Hinata, Niji." Kiba greeted them. Niji nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Kurenai, asking, "You called for me, Teacher Yuhi?" "Yes," Kurenai replied, nodding. "You're aware of the Chunin Exam, right? I asked you to come because I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" Niji inquired. Kurenai hesitated slightly, feeling a bit awkward as she continued. "I would like you to practice with Hinata and the others." Niji glanced at Kurenai, quickly grasping her intention. The Chunin Exam would feature numerous formidable ninjas, necessitating caution. If Kiba and the others became overly arrogant, they could find themselves in peril. Kurenai seemed to be seeking to temper their confidence through Niji's strength. However, he felt little desire to exert himself against Kiba and the others. "Are you suggesting that when one possesses the strength to challenge Jonin, they should take pride in bullying lower-ranked ninjas?" He mused internally, clearly rejecting the notion. Moreover, Niji was acutely aware that Hinata and her friends would not be in danger during the exam. Still, given that this was Kurenai's request, it would not be appropriate to refuse outright. "Very well, I shall demonstrate my prowess in her presence," he concluded, ultimately acquiescing. "All right, Teacher Yuhi." Seeing Niji's agreement, Kurenai felt a slight sense of relief. After all, these were her subordinates, and it felt somewhat awkward to enlist someone else to temper their spirits. However, recently, Tenten has become overly excited and conceited, worrying that her actions may bring trouble to the team. Seeking help from Niji was a last resort, but fortunately, he understood her intentions. "Without further delay, let us commence," said Kurenai with a smile. "So, among the three of you, who will challenge Niji first?" Kurenai turned to face Hinata and the others. "No need, Teacher Kurenai. Let them all come at me together," Niji suddenly interjected, exuding arrogance. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Niji, filled with confusion, anger, and a greater sense of dissatisfaction. "Niji, are you serious?" Kurenai asked. "Indeed," he replied. Kurenai frowned, deeming Niji's attitude excessively arrogant, though she felt it inappropriate to voice her discontent. "Niji, are you certain?" Tenten inquired, her eyes darkening. She was aware that she was no match for Niji, but his demeanor was undeniably dismissive of them. "Niji and I." Hinata was perplexed, unable to comprehend why her brother would act in such a manner. This behavior could alienate Tenten, Shino, and even Teacher Kurenai. Shino remained silent, yet the incessant buzzing of his insects revealed his displeasure. A palpable silence enveloped the atmosphere. At this juncture, Niji spoke again, a single gaze. What do you mean?" Tenten questioned. If you can withstand my gaze, I will concede this practice, Neji replied languidly. Hyuga Neji, you are being excessive, Tenten shouted. Previously, when Neji proposed a 1 versus 3 scenario, they were discontent but said little, as they had never witnessed his true strength. Given that he could flawlessly complete an S-rank mission, he must be formidable. Thus, their dissatisfaction stemmed from his arrogance. Now, however, Neji was outright humiliating them. To think he could defeat them with merely a glance. What a joke. Were they so weak that they could not endure a single gaze? This was sheer humiliation. Even Kurenai could no longer tolerate it. Neji, please show respect to your opponents. Teacher Kurenai, Neji called out, would you prefer to see them humiliated in training or lose their lives on the battlefield? Which would you choose? Kurenai was momentarily taken aback. Rendered speechless. Enough, Hyuga Neji. It's just a gaze. Come on. Tenten shouted defiantly. Neji smirked. Teacher Kurenai, perhaps you should step aside. I fear you may be affected. Kurenai felt further disgruntled. Did Neji think she could not withstand it as well? Yet she held her tongue and stepped aside. Now, is that sufficient? Tenten called out. It is, Neji declared. With that, he unleashed his pressure. In the next moment, Neji's Byakugan activated and an indescribable wave of terror surged forth. As if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart, an overwhelming aura that overshadowed all. This is. Kurenai's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. In that moment, to their eyes, Neji appeared as an insurmountable peak, akin to a deity, causing them to lose their fighting spirit in an instant, collapsing to the ground. Even Kurenai was not immune to this overwhelming pressure, breaking into a cold sweat and freezing in place, though she was merely collateral damage. It was not until Neji retracted his aura that they could scarcely believe the scene before them. Incredible, Yashimaru rasped. He is simply on an entirely different level. Hinata gazed at her brother with admiration, realizing just how formidable Neji had become. Coughing, Shino supported himself on the ground, his chakra in disarray, while insects swarmed chaotically around him. Little did they know, Neji had deliberately held back, despite not being at his peak strength. With this single move, he could easily intimidate even elite J-Nin. However, this technique placed a considerable burden on the Byakugan. Indeed, insufficient strength, Neji mused. I must persevere. Waving his hand, he turned to depart, unwilling to squander the valuable time he had to learn so many jutsu. Diligent practice was of utmost importance. The others watched Neji's retreating figure in silence for quite a while as time slipped by swiftly. Over the next few days, Neji diligently trained, mastering 3 techniques: Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, and Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Although he had grasped the oppressive aura, along with the techniques of the Gray Bone Destruction and the Spirit Sphere, these remained somewhat beyond his current capabilities. The Spirit Sphere was manageable, but the oppressive aura imposed a substantial strain on the Byakugan, rendering it unusable for a time after activation. This was simply due to Neji's insufficient strength at present. The Gray Bone Destruction, however, consumed the most chakra. Even when fully depleted, he could only unleash it twice, rendering it a last resort. Neji soon reunited with Tenten and Lee as they made their way to the examination site. 5 days prior, Might Guy had approached the trio, presenting them with the application for the Chunin Exam. He instructed that they gather at classroom 301 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 days hence. While Tenten and Lee placed immense importance on this Chunin Exam as a crucial step towards success, Neji alone understood that aside from Shikamaru, no one else was likely to be promoted to Chunin. Even Shikamaru's elevation was due to his exceptional capabilities displayed during the pursuit of Gaara. Nevertheless, this suited Neji just fine. He had never aspired to advancement. To be candid, as long as one possessed sufficient strength, the distinction between a Genin and a Kage seemed trivial, with the only difference being the caliber of missions available, missions that were, at their core, merely a means to earn money and gain prestige. However, prestige held little value for Neji. His primary desire was to survive. As for money, he had traversed into the Hyuga clan. He had no fears of financial instability. The upcoming Chunin Exam would undoubtedly attract many formidable individuals. His youth was ablaze with ambition. Lee clenched his fists, exclaiming with excitement, "But my ultimate goal is still you, Neji." To which Neji could only respond with exasperation, "Sigh, what a bother. Why does everyone set their sights on surpassing the higher ranks? In the realm of Naruto, the strongest of the Genin is a widely acknowledged fact." Neji cast a disdainful glance at Lee, who still failed to comprehend the truths of this world. Thus, they continued their journey towards the examination venue. Upon entering, A cacophony of voices greeted them. "We are Jinin participating in the Chunin Exams. Why are we not allowed entry?" One voice protested. "You little brats think you can join the Chunin Exams? How laughable," chuckled the two sentinels stationed at the entrance. "Honestly, we are doing this for your own good. Just having enthusiasm is not enough for the Chunin Exams. Heed our advice and return to train for another 2 years." Faced with the mockery of the two, many Jinin felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Neji, however, was not inclined to squander time here. As a prodigy, being obstructed at such a juncture was quite embarrassing. Thus, he stepped forward and said, "Kindly dispel the Genjutsu. We are pressed for time." "Genjutsu?" Gensudiai and Kamizuki Izumi exchanged slightly awkward glances. "What are you talking about?" "Just dispel it. We need to ascend to the 3rd floor, and your barrier on the 2nd floor is painfully obvious." Upon hearing Neji's words, the two shared a wry smile. "Indeed, you are truly a genius of the Hyuga clan." They then simultaneously lifted the Genjutsu. At that moment, the others awakened to the realization that it had merely been an illusion, if they could not even overcome this threshold. With this thought, the remaining Jinin cast appreciative glances at Neji. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Hinata and Sakura, stirring their hearts. "Neji and I, how impressive," Hinata whispered. Sakura glanced at Naruto and Sasuke beside her, letting out a slight sigh, wondering when these two would ever mature and display such composure. "Damn it. Why is it always someone else who steals the spotlight?" grumbled Naruto, gritting his teeth. "Just a little more," Sasuke muttered in dissatisfaction, feeling that the one who had just outshone him should have been himself. Gensudiai and Kamizuki Izumi regarded Neji with admiration. Realizing that this Chunin exam would feature an extraordinary talent, they then turned their attention back to the gathered candidates and, with a sigh, said, "All right. Since the Genjutsu has been lifted, you may all proceed. Time is of the essence. We should be heading to the classroom." "Wait a moment," interjected Lee, who had been standing aside, suddenly darting in front of Sakura. "Miss, my name is Rock Lee. You are Sakura, right?" With newfound courage, he boldly declared, "Please go out with me. I will protect you until the end of my days." He then flashed a wide, toothy grin. This thought had been brewing since they undertook the mission in the Land of Waves. Acting on impulse is the essence of youth. The crowd stood momentarily stunned. Neji observed Lee's antics, pondering, is this Lee truly not Might Guy's biological son? "I refuse." Sakura shot back without hesitation. Who would want to date a bushy-browed watermelon head? If it were Neji, that might be another matter. Sakura furtively cast a glance at Neji, her cheeks tinged with shyness. Gongzi and Kamizuki Izumo observed their departing figures, grinning broadly. This Chunin exam is indeed quite intriguing. Classroom 301 was already bustling with numerous ninjas, each bearing a fierce countenance. Upon entering, Neji and his companions were greeted by the last 3 members of the 12 young ninjas, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. "Wow, so many candidates. They all seem quite formidable," Naruto remarked with a squint and a smile. "Humph, just like us, they're merely Jinin," Sasuke retorted disdainfully. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it was imperative to maintain an air of superiority. Now, do not underestimate them. They are not to be trifled with," came a voice from behind. Neji turned to see a bespectacled, silver-haired man approaching. "And you are?" Naruto inquired. "I am Kabuto Yakushi, a ninja of Konoha. And this marks my 7th participation in the Chunin exams," he replied with a smile. "Wow, 7th time. Why are you still a Jinin?" Naruto asked, curiosity piqued. Kabuto offered a wry smile. "Because I have yet to pass." "Yet to pass? Is the Chunin exam really that difficult?" "What a hassle," Shikamaru lamented. Neji observed the exchange coldly. Kabuto was indeed a spy, adeptly mingling with others. The 9 young ninjas were momentarily taken aback by the information he possessed, each inquiring about their respective rivals. "Hey, Neji, should we also inquire?" Tenten suggested, her interest evidently stirred. "Unnecessary. Genuine intelligence on truly powerful ninjas is not something he can acquire," Neji asserted. In truth, Kabuto would not reveal all the information he had to everyone. Kabuto discreetly glanced at Neji, sensing that the boy had seen through him. But such a young one. Surely it was just a misperception. He diverted his gaze and continued to explain things to Naruto and the others. After a moment of contemplation, Rock Lee declared, "Indeed. It is the thrill of battling unknown opponents that excites us. Let us find a place to sit." As the trio settled down, Kabuto's voice rose, resonating throughout the classroom. "The Sound Village is merely a newly established small village, lacking extensive intelligence. Nevertheless, everyone here possesses considerable strength." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring that all could hear. Upon hearing Kabuto's words, Neji cast a curious glance at the Sound Ninja trio. The performance of the four was about to commence. "Hey, you're quite noisy," came a sudden retort, followed by a whooshing sound as Dosu leaped towards Kabuto. In the blink of an eye, Kabuto found himself kneeling on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. A man of elite Jonin caliber willingly subjected himself to such humiliation before the crowd, in a bid to elevate the reputation of the Sound Ninjas. Or perhaps to attract Sasuke's attention, Kabuto was certainly going to great lengths. "Now you understand the prowess of our Sound Ninjas, don't you?" As everyone in the classroom was captivated by his presence, Dospin burst into laughter. "Young man, remember this on your ninja identification card. 3 Sound Ninjas are guaranteed to become Chunin." Ning Ci cast a brief glance at him and replied, "The Chunin Exam is a stage meant for capable genin. It is not a place for worthless individuals." "What do you mean?" Dosen retorted. "Are you calling me worthless?" "I am not singling you out," Ning Ci smirked. "What I mean is, all present here are worthless." "What? You say we are worthless?" A wave of indignation surged as many stood up, clearly ready to confront Ning Ci. "Huh?" Tion disdainfully surveyed the crowd. Truth be told, she was confident she could defeat them, let alone Ning Ci. However, she felt a slight flush as she glanced at Ning Ci, admiring his courage to speak so boldly before so many. Indeed, it must be due to his formidable strength. "Ning Ci, how confident you are," Hinata murmured, her fingers gently tapping together, a hint of envy in her gaze. "Ning Ci." Sakura watched him anxiously, concern etched on her face. In a corner, Gaara and his companions quietly observed the scene. "What fervor, what vitality," Temari remarked. "He's right. These people are indeed worthless," Gaara concurred wholeheartedly. Gaara. "When he refers to worthless individuals, he includes us as well," Kankuro interjected. Gaara paused. "Kankuro, do you wish to perish?" Despite the barrage of insults hurled at him, Ning Ci remained unfazed, even allowing a slight smile to play on his lips. He never imagined that such defiance could earn him a reward. Hinata, admiring the host, "Receive the reward, guardian of the 8 Trigrams 64 palms. This technique concentrates chakra into the palms, enhancing it into needle-like forms, allowing for rapid hand movements that create a semicircular rotation, shattering any nearby objects, a defensive technique that substitutes defense for offense." Tion, too, admired the host. Gaining the reward, Fireball. This technique summons a spherical flame from a scroll to attack enemies. Then, he discreetly glanced at Gaara, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had already outpaced Gaara by leaps and bounds. The ceiling for genin had shifted. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang. "Enough. Return to your seats." A man clad in a black leather coat, with a scar across his face, strode in. "I am your chief examiner for the first test, Marino Abiki. The first part is a written examination." Marino Abiki placed a stack of papers on the desk and stated solemnly, "Now, submit your application forms, receive your numbers, and return to your seats." The written exam. Naruto nearly collapsed at the prospect. Thus, the first examination commenced. While hundreds of ninjas in the classroom lamented their fate, Ning Ci had already flipped the paper face down on the desk. After all, this paper held no value. Why bother with it? Unfazed, he was well aware of all that was to come. As Ning Ci indulged in a tranquil moment of self-reflection, chaos erupted in the examination hall. A myriad of strategies emerged, akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each revealing their unique prowess. Sasuke, incensed, activated his double Tomo Sharingan. Indeed, witnessing others scribble away effortlessly made him feel that the honor of the Uchiha clan was gravely at stake, compounded by the emergence of formidable rivals. With Naruto nearly catching up to him, his frustration reached an unbearable peak. In a moment of heated impulse, his eyes blazed crimson. Casting a confident glance toward Ning Ci, he thought, "I can surely defeat you." Had Ning Ci been privy to Sasuke's thoughts, he would have scoffed, "Foolish Naruto, you comprehend nothing of true strength." As time passed, the climax of the examination approached. Marino Abiki adeptly employed his interrogation techniques, exerting formidable psychological pressure that compelled many to tremble and withdraw from the contest. A fierce internal struggle ensued among the participants, yet Ning Ci remained unperturbed, his composure unwavering. Observing Ning Ci's steadfast demeanor, Abiki silently admired him, acknowledging his status as a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Suddenly, Naruto slammed his palm against the table, unleashing his characteristic verbal onslaught. Consequently, those who had contemplated surrendering were inspired to respond in a fervor, inadvertently passing the examination in a daze. Just then, a stone shattered the third-floor window, and Mitarashi Anko leapt into the room with an air of nonchalance. Abiki, exasperated, remarked, I implore you to be mindful of the circumstances. Niji's gaze brightened upon seeing Anko, a disciple of Orochimaru. From her, he could acquire a fragment of Orochimaru's ninjutsu. A subtle smile graced Niji's lips as a plan began to form in his mind. Oh my, it appears there are still many contestants remaining. Ibiki, your methods seem to falter, Anko observed with amusement. Ibiki shrugged, there's nothing to be done. This batch of genin is quite exceptional. Anko laughed heartily. In that case, let me eliminate half of them for you. At her proclamation, the crowd gasped. Another half to be eliminated? Ignoring the ensuing murmurs, Anko gestured grandly, I am your chief examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. There is no time for delays. All of you, gather at the second assessment point. As the participants departed, Ibiki began to collect the papers. Upon discovering Naruto's blank exam sheet, he couldn't help but chuckle. Naruto Uzumaki, how amusing, he mused. However, his expression soured upon examining Niji's paper, turning ashen as he regretted praising him moments earlier. To think that after years of interrogation and psychological study, I would be bested by a mere child. How infuriating. Before long, the group arrived at the Forest of Death, ready to face the second stage of the examination. Mitarashi Anko glanced at the genin behind her and waved her hand, saying, the second exam is straightforward and brutal. Each of you will receive one of the Heaven and Earth scrolls. And your objective is to gather all the scrolls within 5 days and reach the tower at the center of the Forest of Death. By the way, the number of Heaven and Earth scrolls is equal. Anko smiled enigmatically. Does that mean half of us will be eliminated? One of them asked. No. Anko shook her finger, who knows? While Anko excitedly detailed the rules of the exam, Niji's attention was entirely elsewhere. After all, a formidable figure at the level of a Kage was hidden here. Niji cautiously cast a sidelong glance at the 3 grass ninjas, probing for any signs. Orochimaru's sensitivity to chakra was extraordinary. He quickly sensed someone was watching him, though he remained unaware of who had discovered him. I didn't expect to be found so soon. Orochimaru licked his lips, a sinister smile spreading across his face. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Before long, Niji and his companions received their designated scroll, which was a heaven scroll. Niji, why don't you hold on to this? Tenten suggested. Though all 3 of them possessed considerable strength, Niji was undoubtedly the strongest. Moreover, the Hyuga clan's taijutsu was versatile in both offense and defense, making it safest for the scroll to be in Niji's possession. All right, let us go, Niji replied. And the trio ventured into the Forest of Death. With 5 days to reach the tower and also acquire the Earth Scroll from other teams, Tenten adjusted her forehead protector, feeling the urgency of their timeline. Don't worry, Niji reassured her. They will come to us. What? Niji, are you still half asleep? Since the final destination is the tower, why should we go looking for them? Oh, Lee exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. I see now, we just need to lie in wait at the tower. Exactly, Niji confirmed. In that case, let us hurry to the tower and set up an ambush. I can't wait to face those strong opponents, Lee declared. That's the spirit, Niji. Tenten applauded. At that moment, Niji abruptly halted and turned to them, saying, Tenten, Lee, you go ahead to the tower and wait for me. With that, Niji vanished from sight, leaving the two in bewilderment. Within the Forest of Death, Niji leaped from branch to branch, searching for Naruto and the others. Strange, they definitely entered from this direction. Where could they have gone? Bang! A violent explosion echoed through the air, and a cloud of black smoke billowed upwards. Sensing this, Niji's heart raced, and he cautiously made his way toward the source. The closer he got, the more he felt an oppressive heat wave, and he could distinctly sense a torrent of chaotic chakra. Moments later, Niji arrived at the scene, but the smoke obscured his vision. Byakugan. Upon activating the Byakugan, Niji finally discerned the chaotic state of the battlefield. Naruto appeared utterly exhausted, seemingly having sealed away the power of the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Sasuke was locked in a fierce confrontation with Orochimaru, utilizing the prowess of his Sharingan to hold his ground. Indeed, the Sharingan is remarkable. I find myself increasingly intrigued by your physique, Sasuke, Orochimaru remarked, revealing his signature unsettling grin, which disgusted Sasuke. The memory of being paralyzed by such a vile individual only fueled his fury further. Clang, clang, clang. The symphony of kunai colliding echoed around them. Sparks flying as Sasuke gradually deciphered Orochimaru's movements, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I have seen through your actions. With kunai spinning in his grasp, he swiftly lunged at Orochimaru. The sound of metal clashing intensified, and Orochimaru began to adopt a defensive stance. What? Orochimaru exclaimed in shock. Is this all you were capable of? Sakura, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of relief. Wonderful, Sasuke has managed to suppress that monster. To Sakura, Orochimaru was indeed a monster. Apart from his human appearance, everything else about him was utterly inhuman. Glancing at the unconscious Naruto beside her, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. She could not fathom what she would do if even Sasuke were to falter. Neji, observing the scene, furrowed his brow slightly. With his pet sister system in place, he would not overlook Sakura, as having one more ally was better than none. However, Sakura's current state displeased him. She consistently relied on Sasuke and Naruto, showing no willingness to fight herself. This disposition required correction. Let the Sound Ninja trio survive a while longer. At that moment, Sasuke had completely subdued Orochimaru, consistently gaining the upper hand. Yet, this was merely a fade. In reality, Orochimaru had sustained no injuries at all. He was merely toying with Sasuke. Truly, the child of destiny. Without unnecessary provocation, he has managed to awaken the double Tomo Sharingan, Neji muttered. He held a measure of admiration for Sasuke. Yet if he were to learn how Sasuke had activated the double Tomo, he would certainly retract his earlier statement. Bang! Hiss! Seizing a moment of distraction, Sasuke delivered a swift kick that sent Orochimaru sprawling, simultaneously hurling his kunai directly into Orochimaru's hand. Fire style, dragon fire technique. With a resounding explosion, Orochimaru was pinned against a tree. Following this, Sasuke formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed Orochimaru. Did we win? Sakura gazed intently at the distant inferno, her voice laced with hope. Sasuke remained silent, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Indeed, Orochimaru emerged unscathed. His grotesque visage revealed beneath the charred exterior. Damn it, Sasuke muttered in frustration. At this moment, his chakra had dwindled significantly, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Within Team 7, only Sakura retained a modicum of combat capability. I must protect Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura stammered as she stepped forward, trembling. Her kunai tremblingly aimed at Orochimaru. You stay back. However, Orochimaru evidently did not wish to squander any further time. His neck elongated like a silken thread and swiftly lunged at Sasuke, sinking his fangs into the boy's neck. Subsequently, a curse mark resembling a three-tomo pattern was inscribed upon Sasuke's body. Neji, witnessing the scene, sighed softly, recognizing the inevitable fate of the two destined children. Although he could have intervened to confront Orochimaru, such an action would yield no advantage for him. Moreover, with Sakura in no peril, he felt no compulsion to assist Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke, you will come to find me, Orochimaru declared before departing. Throughout the encounter, Sakura remained of little consequence. Neji shook his head slightly, and as Orochimaru vanished, he stealthily followed, exercising utmost caution. Orochimaru was notoriously cunning. Even with his mastery of the Keiketsu and the oppressive aura, Neji understood the necessity of vigilance. Additionally, he had his own schemes to consider. The Death Forest was enveloped in silence that night, teeming with wild creatures and towering trees in abundance. Even Neji's composure began to waver under the tension. Soon, Orochimaru alighted upon a massive ancient tree. Neji felt a jolt of alarm. Had he been discovered? Yet, he quickly reassured himself. Orochimaru seemed to be awaiting someone. At that moment, a rustling sound pierced the stillness, and Neji turned to see a white-haired man emerging from the depths of the forest, approaching Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, you summoned me? Kabuto Yakushi inquired respectfully. Orochimaru, still adorned with his singed cloak, appeared utterly oblivious to his own terrifying visage. Yes, inform Dosu and the others to eliminate Sasuke, Orochimaru instructed. To kill Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru? What do you mean? Kabuto questioned, fully aware of the considerable effort Orochimaru had invested in Sasuke's development. Orochimaru licked his lips, a sinister chuckle escaping him. I wish to see how far he can go. Kabuto stiffened. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. After Kabuto departed, Orochimaru was about to take his leave when he suddenly sensed something amiss, casting a sinister grin in Neji's direction. Since you've come this far, why not reveal yourself? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Neji instinctively held his breath, an overwhelming aura of malice crashing over him. He had been discovered. A thought surged through Neji's mind. Nevertheless, he resolutely restrained his hand, adhering to the principle of remaining motionless in the face of danger. What if Orochimaru was merely trying to intimidate him? One must always seize an opportunity. Hiss. Just as Neji contemplated this, a multitude of patterned snakes erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves, lunging toward him. What is happening? As the serpents drew nearer, Neji felt the urge to strike, yet just as he was about to react, the snakes suddenly veered past him, darting towards the rear. Simultaneously, several large snakes appeared on the massive tree behind him, engaging in a fierce struggle with Orochimaru's serpentine minions. A figure then soared above Orochimaru. So I have not been discovered after all, Neji thought, continuing to observe the unfolding events. Upon the moment he laid eyes on the newcomer, a surge of joy coursed through his heart. The reason he refrained from attacking Orochimaru was solely for the sake of Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru, being male, sought to acquire his abilities, and thus, the only course of action was to target Mitarashi Anko. Ah, Anko, it has indeed been a while, Orochimaru remarked with a grin. Humph. Mitarashi Anko retorted with a cold snort. I did not come here to reminisce, Orochimaru. You are now a wanted man on the list of dangerous individuals, having meticulously disguised yourself to infiltrate Konoha and participate in the Chunin Exam. What exactly are your intentions? In response to Anko's inquiry, Orochimaru shook his head. Intentions? If I must define it, I suppose it could be described as curiosity. Curiosity? Do you truly believe I would trust you? Anko frowned. After all this time apart. Your demeanor is rather aloof, Orochimaru chuckled lightly. This is my mission, Anko suddenly asserted. What? I said, this is my mission. As your disciple, I intend to apply the forbidden techniques you taught me to gain a first-hand understanding of you, Anko said, tinged with a hint of sadness. Shadow Snake Hands. In an instant, Anko launched her attack, for azure serpents erupted from her sleeves, darting towards Orochimaru. Frowning, he extended his tongue, ensnaring the 4 serpents while simultaneously. His left arm coiled into 4 large snakes. The serpents surged forth from different angles, but Anko deftly evaded using the body replacement technique, transforming her arm back into a snake to pull Orochimaru closer. Thud, 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 thud. Anko relentlessly slammed Orochimaru to the ground. Suddenly, she sprinted forward, seizing him once more. Serpent's fire style, dragon fire technique. In an instant, as Orochimaru drew near, a straight line of flames hurled him against a tree. Almost simultaneously, Anko appeared before him, decisively pinning their hands together with a kunai. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, akin to a graceful dance. Neji silently applauded, recognizing the fluidity of her movements, which surely had been practiced countless times. Yet, alas, even the most meticulous plans are prone to oversight. In that moment, Anko prepared to execute the forbidden technique, dual serpent slaughter, aiming for mutual destruction with Orochimaru. However, at that instant, Orochimaru's true form unexpectedly emerged. What's this, my dear disciple? Are you contemplating self-destruction? Even as my pupil, it wouldn't be prudent to rely solely on the forbidden techniques I have imparted to you. Upon witnessing this, Anko gasped in shock, painfully extracting the kunai embedded in her hand, ready to retaliate, yet rendered immobile by the cursed seal. Orochimaru sneered disdainfully, Anko, you are still far too young. My purpose in this village is to find a perfect vessel, Uchiha Sasuke. He is far more suitable than anyone, even you, Orochimaru cackled. Neji understood that Orochimaru would not harm Mitarashi Anko, but Anko was unaware of this, making it an opportune beginning. A hero saving a damsel. A dual benefit. This was the moment he had awaited. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Neji launched several shuriken, expertly aimed at Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru swiftly evaded. And at that moment, Neji suddenly leapt up, cradling Hanabi high and jumping to another tree. The host embraced Hanabi high, receiving the reward of Shadow Snake Hand. The Shadow Snake Hand releases snakes from the user's hand to assault the adversary. Who are you? Orochimaru inquired in a deep tone, astonished to discover another presence hidden away. One of the legendary Sannin, yet you are nothing more than this. I had already detected your presence, Orochimaru, Neji replied. Detected me early on. Suddenly, Orochimaru's mind flickered with realization, and he inquired with intrigue, it was you who spied on me outside the Forest of Death, wasn't it? How did you uncover my presence? I find that quite fascinating. Orochimaru, confident in his disguise, was curious about how he had been discovered so promptly. Was it truly difficult to find you? Neji retorted. Orochimaru's gaze turned suddenly icy, and he struck unexpectedly, with his arm transforming into a robust serpent, dashing towards Neji. You must flee, Hanabi high urged. Observing the rushing serpent, Orochimaru was not a foe to be trifled with, especially for a mere genin. Neji remained silent, after a few evasive maneuvers. He set Hanabi high down and charged headlong towards Orochimaru. The Byakugan seems to be quite an intriguing subject for study, Orochimaru sneered, licking his lips. He completed his hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Viper's step. In an instant, two gigantic pythons emerged from either side of Orochimaru. Neji activated his Byakugan, advancing rather than retreating, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Instantly, several earth projectiles and a wall of flames surged forth in two different directions. What fortune it is to encounter a member of the Hyuga clan utilizing ninjutsu. Orochimaru scoffed at the sight. Neji pressed on, knowing that once he got close to Orochimaru, his gentle fist and the 8 trigrams would surely bring the Sannin down. With this thought, he accelerated his charge. The host engaged in battle with the Snake Princess, receiving the reward of Snake. Snake can summon various types and numbers of snakes at will. The system's notification suddenly rang out, causing Neji to stumble slightly, nearly falling to the ground. What? Am I hearing this correctly? He pondered, bewildered, yet the reward had indeed been granted. What just transpired? Did Orochimaru pass the system's assessment? Could it be that Orochimaru is a woman? Is the Naruto I've been watching a fabrication? Wait, the Snake Princess. Could it be? Neji began to scrutinize Orochimaru, contemplating if he had inadvertently transferred into a female body. Yes, that must be it. Casting a brief glance at Hanabi high, he mused. Have I traded a watermelon for a sesame seed? Had he known, he would have charged in without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, Hanabi high suddenly felt a sense of disdain directed toward her. At that moment, in Neji's eyes, Orochimaru appeared as a veritable treasure trove. Shadow Snake Hand. As Orochimaru observed Neji charging towards him, a cold sneer escaped his lips. He was poised to eliminate Neji when, to his astonishment, Neji's right hand transformed into 4 formidable serpents. What? He can do that too? Could he be a disciple of Yakumo? It doesn't seem likely. Orochimaru was taken aback, and in that moment of distraction, Neji seized the opportunity. The host embraced the waist of the Snake Princess, earning the reward, Tien, striking the enemy into the sky with serpents, followed by summoning 2 great snakes to flank the target. Even Neji, known for his composure, felt a surge of excitement. Today marked his ascendance to greater strength. He did not linger, as his right arm morphed into a green serpent, dragging Orochimaru back, while his left hand surged upward. Danger! Observing the rising hand, Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine and, without hesitation, elongated his neck in an attempt to preemptively thwart the descending hand. You underestimate me, Orochimaru. My shadow-level power is beyond your imagination, he declared. Orochimaru dismissed Neji with disdain and charged forward, entangling Neji's arm. Yet, Neji remained unperturbed, lifting his hand with determination, a grin spreading across his face. Then he patted Orochimaru's head. The host executed a head pat on the Snake Princess, acquiring the reward, Yamada no Jutsu. Yamada no Jutsu, the embodiment of an unchanging obsession. Capable of transforming into the 8-headed serpent known as the Divine Dragon, wielding terrifying offensive and destructive power. Neji smiled, thoroughly content. The Yamada no Jutsu was Orochimaru's most formidable technique, rivaling even the tailed beast's in destructive capability. The more Neji regarded Orochimaru, the more he found him pleasing. There were still many treasures to uncover. However, in that moment, to Orochimaru, the world abruptly fell silent. Even the distant Yakumo appeared to be in a state of disbelief. Someone dared to. No, perhaps I have fallen under an illusion, Yakumo murmured. It might also be that I am employing the wrong method. Open eyes. Close eyes. Repeatedly, she witnessed the same scene, Neji petting a cat's head. Oh dear. At that instant, Orochimaru snapped back to reality, infuriated. He abruptly broke free from Neji's grasp, unleashing a torrent of serpents that slithered towards Neji. I will kill you. Instantly, 2 great serpents, under Orochimaru's command, opened their massive jaws, lunging at Neji. Concurrently, Orochimaru's tongue elongated, transforming into a large serpent that ensnared Neji's neck. The scene was exceedingly bizarre, especially with Orochimaru's expression, which defied description, utterly terrifying. Nevertheless, Neji remained calm. As danger loomed, he swiftly activated his Byakugan. Pressure. A tremendous force surged forth, and at that moment, with all his might, Neji's power rendered even Orochimaru, caught off guard, momentarily immobilized. Neji understood that this was merely a temporary predicament. Given Orochimaru's strength, he would soon escape. Thus he needed to act swiftly. As Niji swiftly approached, Orochimaru's eyes betrayed a hint of panic, relentlessly battling against the oppressive force that threatened to engulf him. Just as it seemed he might break free, Niji stood before him. He attempted to speak, yet found himself paralyzed, as if ensnared in an unbreakable bind, leaving Mitarashi Anko watching from a distance, utterly astounded, struggling to articulate her shock. In that moment, when both anticipated Niji would strike down Orochimaru, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Niji, with an air of solemnity and gravity, appeared exceedingly earnest. His gaze was sharp, imbued with purpose, radiating an aura of righteous resolve. Yet, what was he doing? To their disbelief, he grasped Orochimaru's hand. Host and Orochimaru entwined. A reward was bestowed, Orochimaru's replacement technique. This technique allows the user to utilize an external body as a substitute, transferring their essence from the mouth without the need for hand seals. It is the epitome of replacement techniques, capable of evading even Amaterasu. Niji, quickly eliminate Orochimaru. Anko cried out in urgency. However, Niji remained unmoved. Killing Orochimaru was absurd. This was a treasure trove, brimming with untapped potential. Besides, he couldn't bring himself to kill him. Rather than squander time on murder, he preferred to reap further rewards. Yet, fortune is fleeting. Just as Niji contemplated advancing, Orochimaru shattered the oppressive force, glaring at Niji with palpable malice. "You little brat, die," he hissed, invoking the serpent's shadow technique. In an instant, Orochimaru's arms transformed into a multitude of serpents, writhing towards Niji from all directions. "Run, Niji," Anko urged, her voice laced with anxiety. "Run? This brat must perish. This is the consequence of his insolence." Orochimaru seethed, yet he felt the tide turn in his favor, envisioning Niji's impending demise. However, a chill of dread coursed through him, rendering him immobile as a terrifying presence loomed over him, extinguishing his murderous intent. What was this? From Niji's hand, a skeletal form emerged, exuding an aura of annihilation. Orochimaru instinctively sensed that contact with such a force would spell his doom. "What now, Orochimaru? Do you still wish to kill me?" Niji spoke languidly. A cold sweat broke across Orochimaru's brow as he gradually withdrew his serpents, gazing at the youth before him with trepidation. What was this? The corpse bone technique? A bloodline limit akin to Kimimaro-s? Was he of the Kagaya clan? Yet, that clan had been reduced to Kimimaro as its last remnant. No, although it bore resemblance, it was not the corpse bone technique. What, then, was it? If he could harness this power, even the Manjiki Sharingan would be no match for him. Orochimaru mused inwardly, yet he dared not reveal his thoughts. The distance between them was perilously close. He knew he could not evade an attack at such proximity. "Orochimaru, stand still and do not move," Niji commanded coldly. Standing still. Orochimaru suddenly recalled the horrifying experience he had just endured, resolutely deciding that he could no longer bear such humiliation. As Niji stepped forward, dozens of snakes unexpectedly emerged from his sleeves, lunging towards Niji with reckless abandon. However, Orochimaru refrained from striking Niji down. Instead, he swiftly retreated, leaving without a backward glance. Consequently, he failed to witness the snakes that emerged from Niji's sleeves, which consumed the serpents Orochimaru had unleashed. Yet, Mitarashi Anko observed this spectacle. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. As far as she knew, only Orochimaru and herself possessed the ability to control snakes, so how had Niji acquired such a skill? After Orochimaru's departure, Niji chose not to pursue him. He was not in peak condition and lacked sufficient confidence to confront Orochimaru. He had deliberately allowed Orochimaru to escape, aware that the latter was cautious and every action was anticipated by Niji. Although he had not drained Orochimaru of all his abilities, there would be ample time in the future. "Orochimaru, next time, do not employ the body of a man," Niji murmured to himself. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko rushed over. With Orochimaru gone, the power of the cursed seal binding her had weakened, leaving only slight residual effects, which were not severe. "Niji, are you all right?" Anko asked anxiously. Niji waved his hand, acknowledging that although he had expended considerable chakra, he was not in dire straits. Anko then inquired, "How can you control snakes?" Niji gazed directly into Anko's eyes and replied, "Everyone has their own secrets." "Oh," Anko responded, sensing Niji's reluctance to elaborate, and refrained from pressing further. However, this piqued Niji's curiosity. "Why don't you ask me why I did not kill Orochimaru? I had the opportunity just now." Anko smiled brightly and asked, "Would you tell me?" "I would," Niji asserted firmly, causing Anko's eyes to widen in surprise. Before she could inquire further, Niji continued, "Because he is still of use to me." Anko nodded. realizing that Neji would never divulge what he did not wish to share. Are you going to report to the third Hokage? Neji suddenly asked. Anko nodded in affirmation. Yes. After such a significant event, I must report it. Neji, aware of the gravity of the situation, queried, Can you promise me one thing? What is it? Anko asked. Do not disclose my matters to anyone. Anko fell silent. Neji's displayed strength and ninjutsu were indeed extraordinary and warranted reporting. However, all right, I promise you. Oh. And one more thing, do not halt the Chunin exams. Anko chuckled, that makes it 2 requests, but I cannot promise that. It requires the third's consent. Once he learns of Orochimaru's attack, he will undoubtedly stop the exams. Do not worry, just inform the third Hokage. This is requested by Orochimaru, and he will consent. Neji declared with unwavering confidence. Hinata, however, remained skeptical but nodded in agreement, secretly thinking that this notion was rather fanciful. After a brief respite, the two departed. Hinata intended to seek out the third Hokage to report the situation, while Neji set off to trace Orochimaru's whereabouts. In the dark of night, when the winds howled, it was indeed the perfect time to enhance one's strength. From a towering tree, Neji released dozens of small serpents, which, while not formidable in combat, excelled in gathering intelligence and tracking the enemy's movements. Find Orochimaru's trail and inform me, he commanded, sending the small serpents scattering into the night. Neji was unperturbed by the possibility of Orochimaru discovering these serpents, for in his mind, only he and Hinata possessed such a technique, rendering them unlikely suspects. At that moment, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened gravely to Hinata's report, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. So, Orochimaru has infiltrated Konoha, he mused. Strangely, Hinata sensed that the third was not as anxious as she had anticipated. Sensing her curiosity, Sarutobi chuckled softly, do not underestimate Konoha. However, his speed is surprisingly swift. Catching me off guard. For the sake of Uchiha Sasuke, I had promised Itachi. Thus, the best course of action now is to Hinata, halt the Chunin exams. At that moment, Hinata recalled Neji's words. Though she knew it might not bear much fruit, she was determined to try for Neji's sake. Hokage-sama, Orochimaru has warned me against stopping the Chunin exams, or he will cause a ruckus, she stated, bracing herself for reprimand. Oh dear, I am bound to be scolded again. Neji, you must compensate me well for this. Just as she prepared for a lecture, Sarutobi sighed. Is that so? Then let it proceed as planned. I shall observe what he intends to do. Huh? Hearing this, Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief. The Hokage had truly acquiesced. Simultaneously, Neji remained atop a grand tree, practicing and awaiting news of Orochimaru. As dawn broke, the serpents had yet to uncover Orochimaru's whereabouts but had tracked the movements of Sakura and the others. Orochimaru is well concealed. Very well, time is on our side. I shall check on Sakura's progress, he thought, eager to conduct a small experiment. On the opposite side of the Forest of Death, beneath a hollow tree, Sakura tended to the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto. To ensure their safety, she had set up a few traps, but ironically, those crude traps inadvertently revealed their hiding place. It wasn't long before the Sound Ninja Trio discovered Sakura and her companion's location. Is only one person capable of fighting? Truly. This is a trivial matter, yet Lord Orochimaru still insists on sending all 3 of us, remarked Sak. Stay back. Even if I stand alone, I shall protect them, declared Sakura, raising her kunai with unwavering determination etched across her face. Each time, it was Sasuke and Naruto who engaged in battle while she merely hindered their efforts. Were it not for her, Sasuke and Naruto would not have sustained such injuries. Remembering Neji, Sakura resolved to transform herself. She could no longer remain in the shadows, weeping. Otherwise, how could she ever keep pace with Neji? Humph. A commendable spirit, little girl, but alas, your strength is insufficient, Sak sneered. He then advanced, intent on eliminating Sakura. But at that moment, Kin suddenly obstructed his path. Leave her to me. Just look at those envy-inducing pink locks. I can't help but want to tear them away. Kin said, her tone sending shivers down the spine. Very well, I entrust her to you, Kin. You lot, do not linger. Go and eliminate those 2, Kin commanded. But Lord Orochimaru only instructed us to dispose of Sasuke, Dosu interjected. What difference does it make? Whether we kill 1 or 2, it is all the same. Sakura was taken aback, swiftly launching 5 shurikens. I will not allow you to succeed. With a whoosh, the shurikens sliced through the air. Yet the Sound Ninja Trio remained unfazed. Sak stood before them, exerting a pressure that deflected the projectiles effortlessly. Just as Sakura prepared to strike again, Kin had somehow positioned herself behind her, seizing her hair. Spend all your time on appearances, have you? It's my first encounter with such a feeble ninja, Kin scoffed. Sack. Drag those two barely alive individuals out here and slay them before this worthless girl. Certainly, Sack replied with a smirk, holding disdain for Sakura, whom he regarded as nothing more than a pretty face, utterly devoid of capability. Such a person, left outside the village, would meet a swift demise. No, Sakura gasped, filled with regret, realizing her own inadequacy. She could offer no assistance, only serve as a burden. Watch closely, you worthless one, and witness how your companions perish before your eyes. Kin laughed boisterously. At that moment, in the depths of the forest, Neji leapt through the trees, guided by his connection to the small snake, accurately locating Sakura's position. Sakura was far too timid. She needed to enact change. Once this mission was completed, the Sound Ninja trio could be eliminated. A smirk formed on Neji's lips as he pondered whether killing them would alter the order of the Chunin Exams. How thrilling. Neji's speed was remarkable, and soon he found himself perched atop a great tree near a hollow. To his astonishment, upon arrival, he witnessed a captivating scene. Sakura, kunai in hand, severed her hair in the face of Kin's derision. I will protect Sasuke and Naruto, she declared, recalling Neji's words about eagerly anticipating their confrontations. She could not falter here. Sakura murmured to herself, encouraging her own spirit. A useless person should not dare to rise. It is better to lie down obediently. As Jin launched a punch, Sakura instantaneously transformed into a wooden figure, an art of substitution. Sack, I am coming to you. Ah, I understand. The monotony is finally dissipating. Yet do not underestimate me. Suddenly, Sack turned and struck to the right, unleashing the void slash. Instantly, a tremendous wave of pressure struck Sakura. Yet she transformed once more into wood, another substitution technique. Childish, one cannot triumph through such tactics. Dosu and Jin watched Sakura's struggles with keen interest, relishing the spectacle. Say farewell to this world, Sack growled, as a blast of energy surged from his palm towards Sakura. Yet again, it was merely a substitution. In the next moment, Sakura launched an attack from behind Sack. On a treetop, Neji observed this scene with relief. Sakura had finally changed, but there was no need for her to be injured. Then it is your turn to perish. In an instant, Neji vanished from his position, embracing Sakura and evading Sack's kunai just as it was about to strike. The host embraces Haruno Sakura, receiving the reward, Sakura Surge. Sakura Surge, colloquially known as freakish strength, this medical ninjutsu requires meticulous control of chakra and concentration. No matter how robust the target, it is futile against this technique. Neji had not anticipated acquiring such formidable strength. Tsunade had used this technique to shatter Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, not in its complete form, but still a source of pride. Well, now that the reward has been claimed, it is time to act. Neji turned his gaze towards the sound trio, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Sensing Neji's murderous intent, Dosa trembled violently. Kid, this does not concern you. Leave at once, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Ungracious? You think you can intimidate me? In the next moment, Neji appeared before Dosu in an instant, his light blue chakra swirling around his palm, ultimately forming a lion's head. Gentle step twin lion fists. Neji's calm voice resonated, as the fierce lion's head loomed larger in Dosa's eyes. With a resounding crash, Dosa was sent flying, suffering unspeakable internal injuries. Pooh! Dosa spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly rendered weak. The gentle fist, even a mere brush, inflicts tremendous harm, let alone such a powerful technique as the gentle step twin lion fists. In any case, you will perish eventually. A slight acceleration of that fate is of no consequence. You arrogant fool, I shall kill you. Void slash. Sack, realizing Dosa had fallen, erupted in fury, unleashing a fierce storm from his palm, slicing towards Neji with deadly sharpness. The ground was instantly carved into a deep ravine. Yet Neji's figure had long since vanished from the scene. Humph, nothing more. Under the might of my void slash, you shall be reduced to ashes. Sack laughed heartily. Though the expenditure of chakra was considerable, the outcome was still acceptable. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. It seems you have great confidence in your ninjutsu. Can you escape from my grasp using it? Chakra entwined around Neji's hand, gently grasping Sack's. An extraordinary strength. Crack. Ow. My hand. Following the sound of bones fracturing, a heart-wrenching scream erupted. Fear not. It will conclude swiftly. This voice echoed in Sack's ears like words from a demon, and before he could react, a kunai plunged into his heart. Impressive, Sakura exclaimed, astonished. Is this truly the capability of a genin? Subsequently, Neji slowly approached the other two individuals. The Sound Ninja trio, each possessing strength nearing that of a Chunin. Although there remained a certain gap, it was not insurmountable. However, for Neji at this moment, Chunin were no longer a challenge. Wait, this time, it is our, no. As compensation, I shall give you the scroll. I beg of you, spare us. Dashin pleaded in terror, his voice weak. Neji cast a disdainful glance at him. Such a thing can be easily acquired, and I recall that during class, you intended to strike against me. Dashin's fear intensified. Yet Neji had no intention of sparing them. Upon witnessing this, Kin turned and fled, wishing to escape without delay. Yet, how could Neji allow their escape? 8 Trigrams Vacuum Palm. Neji extended his hand and struck, sending a wave of air hurtling towards Kin. With a resounding thud, a gust of wind surged, rustling the leaves, obliterating everything in its path. Kin turned back in fear, and before she could defend herself, she was struck into the air. Die. Fire style, dragon fire. Just as Neji was about to deliver the fatal blow, he abruptly withdrew his hand, allowing her to fall to the ground, for the system's voice suddenly rang out. Host engaged in battle with Kin. Reward, Chakra increased by 20%. Though the voice was cold, the message it conveyed enlightened Neji, granting him a moment of clarity. This was also an opportunity to grow stronger. The saying goes, what you do not pick up when you leave is lost. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Such an opportunity to gain benefits without effort was one Neji could not afford to overlook. With a swift motion, Neji appeared before Kin, tilting her chin upward. Lost in thought. This individual possessed no remarkable abilities, merely physical attributes nearing that of a Chunin, yet such a person precisely met Neji's needs. He had already mastered a considerable amount of ninjutsu, but his chakra and other foundational abilities had seen little growth. He felt himself slightly lacking in certain areas. Thus, despite possessing numerous powerful techniques, his overall strength had not significantly increased, merely reaching the level of a special jonin, all because his foundational prowess was inadequate. As an aspiring youth, his goal is to develop comprehensively. Perhaps a woman like Jane, who possesses a modicum of strength yet lacks distinctiveness, could fill this void. To seemingly validate Neji's thoughts, the system's prompt resounded at an opportune moment. The host lifted Jin's chin, earning the reward of a 10% increase in chakra. Neji, satisfied, felt that it was premature to eliminate her. It would be wiser to extract all she had to offer first. Jin gazed at the handsome youth before her. Her heart racing, her body trembling, paralyzed by uncertainty regarding his intentions. Meanwhile, Doshi's eyes widened in disbelief. He was witnessing a scene where the boy, akin to a death god, appeared to be toying with Jin. Indeed, Jin was quite attractive, a quintessential beauty with long black hair, yet in this world, no one behaved as brazenly as Neji did. Doshi held Neji's actions in contempt, though he concealed his disdain behind a facade of indifference. This was an opportunity, a chance for survival. Doshi murmured to himself, poised to utter something, when suddenly, a shuriken flew through the air, growing larger in his vision. The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh echoed ominously, blood spilling onto the ground. He had nearly forgotten the presence of another. Neji clapped his hands, dragging Jin before Sakura. The host assisted Haruno Sakura, receiving the reward of a chakra scalpel. The chakra scalpel, a tool that concentrates chakra in the hand, capable of severing an opponent's muscles and meridians with tremendous force. In Neji, you killed them all. Sakura stammered, visibly shaken. Having never experienced the mission in the Land of Waves, this was her first encounter with death, making it difficult for her to comprehend. Neji's expression turned serious. Sakura, this world operates without a clear distinction of right and wrong. Even if he were a good person, differing positions lead to divergent fates. This is reality. Besides, he was no saint. Consider, if I had not arrived, what would the outcome have been? Sakura pondered Neji's words, and after a moment, her gaze hardened with resolve. Recognizing that she had absorbed his message, Neji prepared to depart. At that moment, Sasuke stirred, perhaps due to the absence of provocation, his cursed mark remaining dormant. Yet, the inexorable march of history cannot be halted. Upon seeing Neji, Sasuke's fighting spirit ignited, determined to confront him. Neji scoffed. Is that all you have with your Tutomo Sharingan? Your arrogance is misplaced. All you can do now is boast with your words, Sasuke retorted coldly. That gift he gave me is truly remarkable. I can feel this overwhelming power coursing through me, every cell in my body ablaze. Sasuke touched the cursed mark on the back of his neck, revealing a sinister smile as dark patterns spread across half of his body, an ominous aura causing Naruto and the others to shudder. Conversely, Jin's expression shifted to one of terror, filled with bewilderment and confusion at the unfolding events. The heavenly curse mark, Orochimaru has already graced us with his presence. Since he has bestowed upon us the curse mark, what purpose does it serve to summon the three of us here? Unbeknownst to her, Orochimaru merely views them as tools, mere practice subjects for Sasuke. Even if they were to escape, they would ultimately become sacrifices for Orochimaru's forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. Oh, so you comprehend the utility of the heavenly curse mark. However, you underestimate me gravely. Neji scoffed, an invisible aura suddenly emanating from him. My power is beyond your reckoning. The moment this aura burst forth, it suppressed the malevolent energy surrounding Sasuke, leaving everyone astonished. The mere presence of this force instilled a profound sense of heaviness. This was not mere intimidation, it was the essence of a true warrior. Sasuke, perhaps. Naruto stammered, attempting to dissuade him. Yet, Sasuke, consumed by arrogance, grinned widely. This is more like it. Vanquishing the weak would only tarnish the honor of my Uchiha clan. Neji remained expressionless, perceiving Sasuke as nothing more than a fool. With one hand dragging his weapon behind him, he gestured to Sasuke with the other, clearly indicating, I shall grant you the use of one hand. Sasuke had never endured such humiliation. He roared and charged at Neji. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. The Phoenix fire technique sealed all of Neji's escape routes, and a colossal fireball came hurtling toward him. Clever, but ultimately futile. Neji snorted, in his eyes. Such attacks were unnecessary to evade. Even without activating his Byakugan, Sasuke's speed appeared excruciatingly slow. With immense strength, Neji unleashed a punch, causing the air to momentarily stagnate and then concave inward. In the blink of an eye, a visible shockwave surged towards Sasuke. Instantly, the fireball and the flaming shuriken were obliterated, unstoppable and overwhelming, crashing directly into Sasuke's face amidst his incredulous expression. Boom, bang, boom, boom, boom. The unparalleled force of Neji's punch sent Sasuke soaring to the horizon, shattering countless towering trees in its wake. For a moment, Neji was taken aback, wondering if he had truly killed him, yet he had held back. Alas, I can only blame my overwhelming strength. Were it not for the limitations of my physical form, I would have already attained the rank of Jonin, Neji lamented. Sasuke. At last, Naruto regained his composure and dashed after Sasuke. In a secluded area of the Death Forest, Orochimaru observed a small, grayish-blue snake in his hand, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Kabuto stood nearby, perplexed by Orochimaru's demeanor. Lord Orochimaru, what troubles you? Nothing of consequence. Merely the discovery of an amusing little brat, Orochimaru replied coldly. Recalling Neji's affront, his expression turned icy, fury igniting within him as he crushed the small serpent in his grasp. That was a humiliation. Yaoshiro was taken aback. He had never witnessed such a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from Orochimaru. However, he wisely refrained from inquiring further, for as a mere instrument of Lord Orochimaru, his only duty was to obey his commands. After a considerable pause, Orochimaru finally calmed his tumultuous emotions. Do, after the Chunin Exams, you shall accompany me, he declared suddenly. That young brat has already discerned our presence. What? Even Yaoshiro lost his composure at this revelation. Then why hasn't he reported us to Konoha? Who knows? Orochimaru chuckled ominously. He found himself utterly perplexed by Hinata Neji, unable to fathom his intentions. Neji had clearly recognized him, but chose not to inform Konoha. He had opportunities to eliminate Orochimaru, yet he consistently spared him. What could his motives be? Suddenly, Orochimaru's expression turned frosty. Dance. Indeed. Dance was the sole individual privy to Orochimaru's schemes, and keeping Orochimaru alive to confront Sarutobi-sensei was precisely what Dance desired. Dance, how clever. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Forest of Death, Neji felt a shift in his spirit. His connection with one of the snakes had been severed. So I was discovered after all. Regaining his focus, Neji was not particularly troubled. Although Orochimaru's discovery surprised him, it was a fleeting concern. Ignoring Orochimaru, he directed his gaze towards Jin. I wonder how powerful I will become after draining Jin's strength. Orochimaru, you must not disappoint me. Before him stood a figure with half of his face swollen and bruised, Sasuke. To be honest, when Naruto had unearthed him from the Mound of Earth moments ago, he was on the verge of delivering another punch. That half-bloated visage was simply too disfiguring. Yet, at that moment, Sasuke's thoughts were far removed from his appearance. He was incessantly murmuring about the battle that had just transpired, lamenting the fact that he could not withstand even a single blow. This was a heavy blow to his pride. Why am I so weak? Sasuke roared in despair. With the Sharingan and Curse Seal at his disposal, he still found himself lacking. How can I possibly kill that man and avenge myself if I remain this weak? Neji, witnessing Sasuke's lamentation, scoffed dismissively. With your current strength, unless you attain the Rinnegan, defeating Itachi is beyond your reach. Having no desire to linger, Neji swiftly dragged Jin away towards the distance. After his departure, Naruto cautiously asked, Sakura, what was Neji doing holding that girl? This question had long been on his mind. But Neji's intimidating presence had deterred him from asking, fearing he might receive a beating. Now that Neji was gone, he could finally voice his curiosity. In truth, Naruto had already formed a hypothesis, but he found it difficult to believe. Bang! Sakura struck Naruto on the head. Shut up. Mind your own business. Then, with a melancholic gaze, she turned her attention to the direction Neji had departed, filled with a sense of longing. Although Jin was quite appealing, she believed she was not lacking in beauty either. Why, then, had Neji chosen not to seek her out? Yet Neji paid no heed to their thoughts. Gazing with satisfaction at the gold in his hand, which represented the very essence of his strength. With a decisive motion, he cast the gold into a secluded, undisturbed space. The gold, muffled and unable to voice its protests, could only emit helpless cries. Nevertheless, Neji remained unaffected. To him, it was a treasure trove. A perfect opportunity to enhance his capabilities. As he approached the gold, which was now filled with trepidation, Neji reassured, Fear not. For I am a principled individual and shall not engage in excessive actions. He then took the gold's hand, and in that moment, he received a reward, an increase of 10% in chakra capacity. Though modest, this percentage bore significant weight. Initial gains may seem trivial, yet in the later stages, each increment would herald a transformational change. Neji resolved to tread further along the path of strength, for quantity must precede quality. The gold. In a state of panic and confusion, sensed the potential peril, recalling how Neji had previously dispatched two of his companions without a second thought. Intuitively, the gold braced for an unfavorable outcome as Neji raised his palm towards it once more. In a surge of alarm, the gold instinctively shut its eyes, only to be met with an unexpected sensation, a weight upon its head. Neji had executed a gentle pat, earning a reward of a 20% increase in strength. Disappointment flickered in Neji's eyes. He yearned for chakra, not mere strength. The gold stood bewildered, frozen in place, caught off guard by Neji's unexpected kindness. Yet, as Neji reached out again, the gold's heart raced, gripped by fear. Suddenly, it found itself enveloped in a warm embrace, momentarily stunned. This act garnered Neji a reward, a 50% increase in chakra capacity. With a smile, Neji reveled in the rewards he truly sought. Gradually, the impact of these percentage-based rewards grew more profound, and he could distinctly feel the enhancements within him. Neji's physical prowess surged to unprecedented heights, and his chakra was more abundant than ever, though the gold's feeble strength merely elevated him to the level of a Nin. Nonetheless, Neji felt a sense of contentment as he withdrew a kunai, preparing to act decisively. At that moment, the gold realized that Neji harbored ulterior motives. Yet it resolved to survive, clinging to the hope of revenge. As Neji's palm advanced once again, the gold, instead of retreating, moved closer, bewildering Neji. Was this individual truly disenchanted with life? Very well, I shall see this through to the end and aid you in your liberation. Suddenly, the gold noticed the kunai gripped in Neji's hand, and a realization struck. A desperate attempt to evade came too late. With a swift motion, the kunai plunged into the gold's heart. Are you toying with me? This is the final thought of Jin before her demise. And with a heart full of reluctance and resentment, she departed from this world. Jin felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, believing that Neji was toying with her, first instilling fear, then unexpectedly delivering a bitter blow. Her hatred was palpable. May she find peace on her journey. In this world, regardless of gender or morality, differing stances lead to divergent fates. A flame surged forth, enveloping Jin, while Neji vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in another part of the Forest of Death, 3 lower ninjas from the grass village strolled leisurely through the dense woods, devoid of any trepidation. This confidence stemmed from the presence of a red-haired girl among them. Brother. Bringing this girl along for the Chunin Exams was indeed a wise choice. As long as we have this medical kit, we stand a chance. However, the participants in the Chunin Exams are all monsters. Merely safeguarding our scrolls will be a challenge, leaving us to rely on luck, remarked 2 men in the lead. Laughing heartily, showing no regard for the girl trailing behind them. Upon closer inspection, one could see the girl's hands were marred with numerous bite marks. Mama, the girl whimpered softly. Shut up, little brat. If you cry again, I'll kill you, one of the men threatened. As they turned back, two hands suddenly appeared in their line of sight, growing larger with astonishing speed. Bang! The sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. The boy dusted off his hands and approached the riverside to wash them before standing before Xianglin. Xianglin gazed at the handsome boy, feeling little fear, perhaps due to the absence of murderous intent or malice. However, she could not help but inquire, "Are you here to capture me?" Years of torment had made it difficult for her to trust anyone, even someone who seemed to bear no ill will. "No, I am here to save you." "Save me?" "Yes. Would you like to come with me?" "Where are we going?" "Home." The word home seemed to strike a chord within the girl's heart, and she stared blankly at the boy. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately placed her hand in his. As the host and Xianglin held hands, a reward was bestowed. Kagura's heart. Kagura's heart, a perceptive ability that allows one to see through others and gaze afar. It is one of the most powerful sensing ninjutsu, capable of detecting anomalies within a radius of several dozen kilometers once activated. Additionally, if a specific chakra is known, one can discern detailed positions and movements, including the number of opponents and their characteristics, as well as their speed with great precision. Such a significant reward for merely holding hands. Neji cast a deep glance at Xianglin, pondering whether the rewards of the Uzumaki clan were all concentrated upon her. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed so. Among the women of the Uzumaki clan, Xianglin was the sole representative. The sealing techniques that instilled fear across the shinobi world, from which even the Ninetales could not escape, made Neji increasingly intrigued. It cannot be allowed. Such a treasure must not be returned to the hidden grass village. She must be tethered to my side. After all, Xianglin harbors no fondness for the hidden grass village, and it is merely a matter of my word. Neji felt a sense of satisfaction, eagerly testing the capabilities of the Kagura Shinai, and indeed, it was formidable. Almost the entire death forest lay within his perceptual range. Consequently, he swiftly located the whereabouts of Tian and Shaoli. Wait, is that Orochimaru? At that moment, Neji experienced an unexpected discovery after a night of searching. He had stumbled upon Orochimaru. The power of the Kagura Shinai was undeniably impressive. Should he pursue Orochimaru? Neji pondered. Orochimaru possessed many treasures yet to be revealed, such as the white phosphorus serpent, the serpent's array, and the Edo Tensei technique. After dispatching the Sound Ninja Trio, their Earth Scroll had undoubtedly fallen into Neji's hands, which meant that Team 9 had successfully completed their second examination. Thus, two paths lay before Neji: to either pursue Orochimaru and extract everything he could, or to enter the high tower and patiently await the next examination. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Ultimately, Neji, accompanied by Xianglin, made his way directly to the high tower. Orochimaru was already wary of him. He was still too weak, and even a surprise encounter would likely only trap Orochimaru for a brief moment. Engaging him head-on could very well lead to his defeat. There was no need for haste. It was also important to relish the journey. Upon finding Tian and Shaoli, Neji promptly produced the Heaven and Earth Scroll from his possession. There was no need to wait. Let us enter. This is the Heaven and Earth Scroll, Tian exclaimed, astonished that Neji had completed the examination in such a short time. I encountered 3 overconfident sound ninjas and effortlessly acquired it, Neji remarked. However, this meant that Naruto and Sasuke were now without a scroll. Yet, Neji did not concern himself with such matters, confident that Kabuto would assist. Only 2 days had elapsed, and many had yet to arrive. After passing the second examination, Neji and his companions took the liberty to rest. Although Xianglin had not passed the assessment, she was still considered a participant and was naturally provided with accommodations. In her room, Neji opened his attribute panel and sighed. Everything stemmed from inadequate hardware. Host: Hyuga Neji, age 13, chakra attributes: fire, earth, water, wind, lightning, bloodline limit. Byakugan, pure, taijutsu, gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm. Return heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms. 8 trigrams air palm, gentle step twin lion fists, guardian 8 trigrams 64 palms, cherry blossom clash ninjutsu, 3 body technique, transformation, substitution, clone, fire release, great fireball technique, palm sage technique, summoning technique, tools, pressure, shared killing bone, mental sphere, fire release, dragon fire technique, earth release, earth dragon bomb, earth release, earth flow wall, fireball. Hidden shadow snake hands, snake, 8-headed technique, toad sage, great serpent flow substitution technique, chakra surgical knife. Kagura hard eye, overall strength, elite jonin. Despite having mastered shared killing bone and pressure, capable of threatening shadow-level powerhouses, my chakra still falls short. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be a shadow-level stronghold. What is my current situation? Ning Ci suddenly thought of Kakashi, realizing that they faced similar circumstances, lack of chakra. All these ninjutsu consume an immense amount. It seems I need to find a few female ninjas like Kin. For now, I shall focus on refining my chakra. As time passed slowly, the day of the individual matches arrived. Within the tower, many high-ranking officials had gathered. As the Chunin Exams progressed, only 21 participants remained from the hundreds who initially entered. Although the first written exam eliminated many candidates, a significant number lost their qualifications due to the battles in the Forest of Death. Below, the crowd looked around in astonishment. The Chunin Exams were indeed intense. Is this really the Chunin Exam? Hinata murmured. The competition is fierce. Ning Ci stood among the 21 participants, quietly observing the others. After the demise of the Sound Ninja Trio, 3 unknown ninjas had taken their place, but Ning Ci paid them no mind. He was solely interested in whether the battle order had changed. Ning Ci, brother, a soft, gentle voice came from behind him. Ning Ci turned to see Hinata mustering her courage to cheer for him. He nodded and returned his gaze to the front. Everyone. Moonlight Gale appeared before the crowd with a sickly expression and said, although many contestants were eliminated in the second round, there are still too many participants for the third exam. What? The crowd was stunned. Before the third exam begins, I need to eliminate a portion of you, Moonlight Gale announced. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, he received instructions from the higher-ups. Let it be clear. Only those who pass this preliminary round will be eligible for the actual Chunin exam. Though the likelihood may be slim, I must ask, is there anyone who wishes to forfeit? Moonlight Gale surveyed the crowd. Hearing this, Ning Ci turned his head towards the side, glancing at Kabuto. A faint smile playing on his lips. Kabuto, sensing something, met Ning Ci's gaze, and a jolt ran through him. Is this the kid that Lord Orochimaru mentioned? The young man indeed possessed an extraordinary demeanor. He cast a penetrating glance at Ning Ci before departing, with no one else intending to leave. I hereby announce the commencement of the third round of the preliminary exams, declared Moonlight Breeze. The first match features Uchiha Sasuke versus Akadu Kai. Sasuke scoffed and sauntered into the arena, perceiving his opponent as nothing more than a mere pawn. Ning Ci stood upon the platform, observing the two combatants with a contemplative gaze, surmising that the order of battles had remained unchanged. He then turned his attention to Hinata. Realizing that evasion was futile, he hoped the girl would concede. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke unleashed a series of Lion's Barrage strikes, ultimately defeating Akadu Kai and narrowly claiming victory. Sasuke was thoroughly dissatisfied. Lamenting the arduous struggle against such a trivial adversary, an undeniable disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Kakashi also noted Sasuke's peculiar demeanor and took him away. After their departure, Ning Ci cast a sidelong glance towards Orochimaru's location, confirming his exit. However, he promptly refocused his thoughts, recognizing that intervention was unnecessary. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion, and soon it was his turn to enter the fray. What is destined cannot be avoided. As Ning Ci and Hinata took to the stage, all eyes in the arena converged upon them. Both hailing from the Hyuga clan, one from the branch family and the other from the main family, such a confrontation was a rarity. Importantly, Ning Ci was heralded as a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, while Hinata, despite being the esteemed daughter of the main family, was notably weaker. Ironically, Ning Ci harbored animosity towards the main family, prompting many spectators to glance at Hyuga Hayashi with inscrutable smiles. In response, Hyuga Hayashi remained unfazed, dismissing their Navvet. On the stage, Hinata gazed nervously at Ning Ci across from her. And Ning Ci, brother, Hinata's palms were clammy with anxiety. How could she be expected to fight against her brother? Moonlight Breeze cast a casual glance at the two and announced, the match begins. At that moment, however, Hinata was engulfed in an internal struggle, oblivious to the words of Moonlight Breeze. What should she do? If she attacked, would Ning Ci brother despise her? Yet, if she refrained from fighting, would he look down upon her? Hinata's heart raced in turmoil, caught in a dilemma, while the spectators above were rendered speechless. What is happening? Why hasn't the match started? Hinata, why are you hesitating? Go. Ning Ci frowned, concerned that if this continued, the match would drag on until nightfall. Just as he prepared to make a move, a figure ascended to the high platform. It was Orochimaru, who had disguised himself as the fourth Kazekage. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rose to greet him, adhering to the most basic etiquette. I didn't expect the Kazekage to arrive so soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a smile. I too am curious to witness the future of the village, Orochimaru replied ominously. After exchanging pleasantries, the two took their seats to observe the unfolding match below. Throughout this time, Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Ning Ci, his interest unmistakable. Although belonging to the Hyuga clan, possessing abilities akin to those of the Kagaya clan, and even capable of controlling serpents, Hinata Ning Ci, my interest in you grows ever deeper. Ning Ci retracted his outstretched hand. Orochimaru's early arrival was likely for him. Seeking information about me? As you wish. Ning Ci stood in the arena, his gaze towards Hinata suddenly turning grave. Hinata, who would have thought we would meet here? Perhaps it is fate. Ning Ci and I, she murmured. Hinata, you are far too weak. It is precisely this weakness that prevents you from besting Hanabi, who is 5 years your junior. What? Hinata was taken aback, pouting slightly in indignation. Ning Ci and I, why? Hinata, your submissive demeanor appears as arrogance in our eyes. A disdain unbefitting of a member of the main family. Ning Ci assumed a combat stance, an abundance of chakra surging from his hands as he launched an attack towards Hinata. In an instant, Ning Ci was before her, prompting Hinata to adopt the gentle fist stance to block his assault. Engaging directly with the gentle fist was unwise. As members of the Hyuga clan, they understood this well, and at this moment, she could only strive to redirect his attack. You are cowardly, against me. You stand no chance. In your current state, surrender is the only course of action. Ning Ci and I, Hinata's heart sank. Bewildered as to why her usually kind brother would utter such words. As the heiress of the main family, you are far too feeble. You lack the strength befitting your status. Ning Ci suddenly changed his approach, using his right arm to push Hinata away. Do you see? This is your true power. Your cowardice renders you incapable of striking. Do you deserve to be the heiress of the main family in this state? Hinata Hayashi sat in the stands, observing everything below without a hint of intervention. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Bang, bang. Ning Ci delivered powerful strikes to 32 of Hinata's chakra points, followed by a sweeping kick that sent her sprawling. Do you still refuse to concede? Ning Ci frowned. Hinata, slightly weakened, rose to her feet, feeling a wave of dizziness from her lack of strength. Ning Ci and I will not concede. I will prove myself to earn your recognition. 8 trigrams 64 palms. In an instant, Hinata charged fearlessly, chakra flowing through her palms as she relentlessly struck at Ning Ci, though the damage to her chakra points hindered her fluidity. Ning Ci shifted his stance, easily evading Hinata's attacks. What? Hayashi Hyuga was taken aback. Hinata had actually mastered the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Such progress was unknown even to him. Whoosh. Ning Ci leaped back, his right palm facing forward. 8 trigrams empty palm. In that moment, a wave of energy surged towards Hinata. Standing firm, her gaze resolute, she summoned her chakra, which began to coalesce into needle-like projections. Defensive 8 trigrams 64 palms. Boom. What? After employing this technique, Hinata astonishingly managed to withstand the force of the 8 trigrams empty palm. What was that? The return to heaven? No, it was a different form of absolute defense. Hyuga Hizashi was taken aback. Today, Hinata had brought him countless surprises. He never imagined that this once overlooked daughter could silently create such a remarkable martial art. Ultimately, as the force dissipated, Hinata held her ground. Although she had expended a considerable amount of chakra, she had succeeded. Brother Ning Ci, can you acknowledge me now? Hinata asked weakly. Ning Ci nodded in satisfaction. A smile broke across Hinata's face. After receiving Ning Ci's affirmation, she began to sway backward. However, in that moment, Ning Ci suddenly appeared behind her, steadying her. Judge, you may announce the verdict. Hyuga Neji is the victor, declared Moonlight Gale. As the proclamation echoed, the system's voice followed suit. The host has competed against Hyuga Hinata and received the reward, 8 trigrams. Mountain Breaking Strike. 8 trigrams, Mountain Breaking Strike. A powerful attack utilizing chakra that manifests as a colossal laser beam, capable of instantly demolishing a small hill. It is indeed a formidable technique. However, compared to these impressive moves, Ning Ci yearned for advancements in his physical capabilities. In the stands, Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly, though his expression remained concealed behind his mask. Hyuga Neji appears to be a promising vessel, alas. He lamented, having already witnessed Uchiha Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan. Just a single glance had extinguished any hope of resistance within him. That was the ultimate power in the world. While Ning Ci's strength was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Mangeki. Had Ning Ci been privy to Orochimaru's thoughts, he would have laughed scornfully, for Orochimaru was utterly ignorant of true power. Next match, Rock Lee vs. Gaara. Just as Orochimaru pondered, the ninth match was about to commence. Back on the platform, Neji observed the excited expression on Lee's face. Unsure of what to say, he simply patted him on the shoulder. The pinnacle of the Chunin Exam was finally upon them. Lee, give it your all, Tenten encouraged. Lee, unleash your youthful spirit. Guy suddenly leaped next to Lee, flashing a bright smile. Yes, teacher Guy. Lee replied, tears of emotion welling in his eyes. Completely unaware of what had moved him. Neji, I will soon challenge you, Lee said seriously, turning back. He then jumped down into the arena. At that moment, even Neji was transfixed by the scene before him. The Chunin Exam, the ultimate showdown. At this time, Gaara and Lee, when fully unleashed, had already reached the level of special Jonin, and even in certain aspects, ordinary Jonin would need to tread carefully. Gaara's absolute defense, Lee's 8 gates. Each was not something an ordinary Jonin could easily contend with. In the stands, Gaara disdainfully regarded Lee, believing that only Neji was worthy of being his opponent. It would be best to resolve this matter sooner rather than later. Then, Gaara transformed into a fine sand and fell from the stands, gradually reshaping into human form. So, it is magnet release, the third Hokage murmured. Below, Rock Lee gazed at Gaara with great excitement. His instincts told him that this was a formidable opponent. Hurry up, Gaara said disdainfully. He held no desire to fight someone with such an unremarkable appearance. To him, this battle posed no challenge whatsoever. He simply wished to conclude it swiftly in order to engage in a more worthy contest against Neji. Rock Lee assumed a fighting stance, brimming with determination. I can sense your strength. You are a powerful adversary. I have heard of you in class. You are the genius of Sunagakure, correct? Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly, puzzled by Lee's words. What I relish most is dueling with geniuses like you, for I wish to prove to others that hard work can triumph over talent, Lee declared. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us get on with it, Gaara replied coldly. Yet, Lee remained undeterred, continuing to introduce himself. I am at the bottom of the ranks, lacking ninjutsu and genjutsu. What? The crowd gasped in shock. Someone without ninjutsu or genjutsu dared to participate in the Chunin Exams. Instantly, many lost faith in Lee. He continued, fortunately, my teacher, Guy, will assist me. Even relying solely on taijutsu, I can surpass all of you geniuses. Well said, Lee. My Guy exclaimed with tears in his eyes. Let us begin. Gaara coldly commanded Moonlight Breeze. Faced with this loquacious opponent, he could no longer restrain himself from wanting to crush him. Then, let the match commence, Moonlight Breeze announced. With a swift motion, Rock Lee propelled himself towards Gaara. Konoha Whirlwind. As he leaped to strike Gaara's head, a wave of sand intercepted the attack. Lee then planted his palm on the ground and executed a whip kick towards Gaara's legs, only for another wave of sand to block him. Naruto and Sakura watched in astonishment, their eyes wide. It was precisely this sand that had thwarted their attacks on Gaara previously. What is happening? Gaara didn't even move. Naruto said incredulously. Kankuro scoffed at this remark. It's futile. No one can harm Gaara. What? The crowd was puzzled. This is unrelated to his will. The sand instinctively protects Gaara. This is the shield of sand, an impenetrable defense, Kankuro explained. Even if Gaara loses consciousness, the shield of sand will protect him from harm. At that moment, a torrent of sand surged towards Rock Lee like relentless waves, forcing him to continuously evade. Is this the power of Gaara? Neji murmured. Neji. What did you say? Tenten inquired. Nothing, he replied. In the arena, Xiao Li relentlessly attacked Gaara, yet Gaara merely stood there, impervious to Xiao Li's efforts. This cannot continue. Xiao Li will be exhausted to the point of collapse, Tian anxiously remarked. Do not worry, Xiao Li still has reserves, Ning Ci replied confidently. Reserves? But this is all Xiao Li can muster, Tian questioned, perplexed. After all, having been teammates for so long, she understood that this was Xiao Li's utmost effort. Rest assured, as long as it is merely breaking through this sand, Xiao Li can still manage, Ning Ci asserted, explaining that Xiao Li had not yet removed the heavy iron weights nor opened the 8 gates. If it were not for his arrival in this world, Xiao Li would undoubtedly be the strongest among them. Suddenly, the sand beneath Gaara began to move, ensnaring Xiao Li and slamming him against the wall. Is this all the strength you possess? Gaara sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Li, who lay in the pit. Then, the sand on Gaara's back surged into the air, intent on crushing Xiao Li. With a thunderous crash, a massive cloud of dust erupted, prompting Ning Ci to gaze at the sculpture. This scene caused Orochimaru, who had been vigilantly observing, to narrow his eyes for following Ning Ci's gaze. He saw Xiao Li standing there. In that moment, Ning Ci realized this before Orochimaru could. Simultaneously, Ning Ci turned his attention toward Orochimaru. A faint smile playing on his lips, clearly indicating, "I am aware it is you." Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically, his confidence in the execution of his plans beginning to waver. "Kazekage, are you unhurt?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, noticing Orochimaru's unusual demeanor. Orochimaru, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, commented, "Konoha has truly trained an exceptional disciple." Sarutobi, assuming he referred to Shao Li, laughed heartily. "Kazekage, you jest. It is Gaara who is truly formidable." On the sculpture, Shao Li furrowed his brow, contemplating the predicament at hand. At that moment, Might Guy called out to Shao Li, "Li, remove them." Guy's sudden exclamation drew the attention of many. However, Shao Li hesitantly asked, "But didn't you say I could only use it when my teammates' lives are in danger?" At this time, even Ning Ci disregarded Orochimaru and awaited the unfolding battle with quiet anticipation. "I permit it." Might Guy beamed, revealing his bright white teeth. Upon hearing Guy's words, Shao Li was instantly invigorated, promptly removing the heavy iron weights bound to his legs. "Huh? Just 2 leg weights?" The crowd expressed their disappointment, incredulous that removing 2 weights could enable him to defeat Gaara. Gaara coldly observed the scene, convinced that no one could surpass him, not even Ning Ci, whom he deemed merely fortunate. "Boring," Temari scoffed. At that moment, as Shao Li shed the iron weights, a relieved smile spread across his face, and he released his grip. Boom. In the next instant, a deafening explosion resounded, silencing the words that many had yet to utter. Temari and Kankuro were utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. "What?" After a brief silence, the entire examination venue erupted in commotion. Was this a burden? Was this child truly participating in the Chunin Exams with this? Even Orochimaru's lips twitched. Such an item would be unbearable even for him. Amidst the chaos, the only one who remained composed, aside from Might Guy, was Ning Ci. Observing the lively figure of Li at that moment, Ning Ci felt a pang of nostalgia. Li's entrance was nothing short of a zenith. He could already unlock the 5th gate now, yet later could only manage the 6th gate, all due to the trauma sustained during the Chunin Exams. Li was a prodigy, a genius in taijutsu. "Guy, what on earth have you done to this child?" Kakashi glared with an expression that could pierce through flesh. He was still just a child. Such rigorous training seemed excessive. At that moment, Kakashi contemplated inviting Might Guy to the Konoha Police Department for a discussion. "Humph. Li is unlike any of you. Just watch quietly," Might Guy declared with confidence. "Li, go for it," Might Guy bellowed. "Yes," Li responded, leaping down from the statue, vanishing in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a flurry of shattered sand appeared before Gaara. "What?" Gaara's expression shifted, the stony facade cracking for the first time. He recalled Ning Ci, the first to breach his defenses. Now, such speed was manifesting in another individual. This speed was identical to Ning Ci's. Is the entire Team 9 composed of monsters? Naruto swallowed dramatically. Bang, bang, bang. The sand continued to shatter relentlessly. Although it did not strike Gaara, he could not perceive Li's whereabouts. In truth, not just him. Most could only see Gaara searching frantically, while the sand was riddled with holes. How astonishingly fast, Kakashi mused. A mere genin exhibiting such rapidity. Speed? Wait, Sakura, Naruto. What did you just say? Kakashi suddenly realized. They had mentioned that Ning Ci possessed a similar speed. We said his speed is nearly on par with Ning Ci's. Indeed. Though I hate to admit it, that guy is truly formidable. Shattering the sand with a single punch, Naruto proclaimed loudly. Ning Ci broke through Gaara's defenses. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward Ning Ci, especially Hinata. Even she was unaware that her brother Ning Ci had achieved such feats. Ning Ci, can you really reach Li's speed? Might Guy asked in astonishment. Oh, in truth, Ning Ci can be even faster. However, given the current circumstances, it is wiser to remain low-key. Upon hearing Ning Ci's response, Might Guy was moved to tears. His cherished teachings could finally flourish. He had resolved to intensify Ning Ci's training from now on. This was the essence of youth. Below, Gaara could only stand foolishly in place, utterly incapable of countering Li's assault. Shao Li's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering him nearly invisible. Incredible! Exclaimed his companions, awestruck. Might Guy cast a proud glance at them and declared, Shao Li may not practice ninjutsu or illusion techniques, but this very fact allows him to devote all his energy to the mastery of taijutsu. Even relying solely on taijutsu, he remains formidable, a true expert in the art. As if in response to Might Guy's words, Shao Li soared high into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Gaara's head. Instantly, a deep gash appeared on Gaara's face. What? Gaara's defenses had once again been breached. Another had surpassed the speed of sand to strike Gaara, and more importantly, Gaara was genuinely injured. How is this possible? Kankuro could hardly believe his eyes. The one hailed as having absolute defense in Sunagakure was being continuously overwhelmed in Konoha. Incredible. Is this truly Konoha, the foremost of the 5 villages? Temari remarked in astonishment. However, her gaze was not on Xiaoli but rather fixed on Ning Ci, sensing his superiority for reasons unknown. Li. Go for it, Might Guy urged excitedly. Yes, sensei. Xiaoli replied with a smile, charging towards Gaara once more. In the next moment, sand suddenly surged from Gaara's left side. Seizing the opportunity, Gaara prepared to counterattack, but Xiaoli's voice echoed from behind him. I'm right here. With those words, Xiaoli's mighty punch sent Gaara flying. All right, that one definitely landed. Sakura exclaimed, her fist clenched in excitement. Go, Xiaoli. Keep it up. But Ning Ci interrupted the cheers. His voice calm. No, look closely. As the crowd turned to gaze, their expressions shifted dramatically. They beheld Gaara's face, now covered in large patches of falling sand. His visage cracked and fragmented. That is sand. He is completely enveloped in it. Does that mean Xiaoli's previous attack was utterly ineffective? The group gasped in shock, while only Ning Ci remained composed. Although he did not believe in fate, he acknowledged that, given Xiaoli's current prowess, he could not defeat Gaara. Hey, sensei, Kankuro and Temari looked at Maki with trepidation. Maki, drenched in cold sweat, glanced at the impassive Kazekage in faint calmness. It's nothing. Let us just watch. Unbeknownst to them, the Kazekage was actually Orochimaru in disguise, who was too preoccupied to pay them mind, his gaze fixated on Ning Ci. From the very beginning, everything seemed to unfold as Ning Ci had anticipated, his serene expression unwavering throughout. He cast a glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi, pondering if the old man had known his identity all along, deliberately setting a trap for him. Such a possibility was not beyond belief. At that moment, Orochimaru felt as though he were on pins and needles, sensing that the old man had ulterior motives. No, it must just be coincidence, Orochimaru thought to himself. At this moment, Xiaoli had already unraveled the bandages on his hands, executing a series of flying kicks that sent Gaara soaring into the air. Linhua. Boom. A large crater had appeared on the examination ground. Xiaoli flipped backward away from the pit, gazing at the motionless Gaara lying within, letting out a long sigh of relief. This time, victory is assured. There is no way he could emerge unscathed from such a height, Naruto declared. Just as everyone in the arena, including even Tsukuyami, believed Xiaoli had triumphed, Ning Ci let out a deep sigh. What a pity. He was so close. Huh? Ning Ci, are you suggesting that Xiaoli hasn't won? Naruto inquired, his expression tinged with skepticism. At such a height, it's impossible to be unharmed. Yet, at that moment, Gaara in the pit suddenly transformed into a cloud of fine sand. It was a mere shadow clone. The arena fell silent as Xiaoli stared wide-eyed at the pit. He had resorted to a move that risked mutual destruction, only to find that he had attacked nothing more than a clone. Meanwhile, Gaara, his expression darkened, advanced toward Xiaoli, the sand behind him swirling menacingly with murderous intent. Continue, he commanded. No sooner had the words left his lips than Gaara manipulated the sand to relentlessly pursue Xiaoli, who, burdened by the weight of Lianhua, could only evade in a state of panic. In the stands, many spectators watched the unfolding scene with bated breath. What on earth is happening? Shikamaru queried. When did Gaara? The crowd turned their gazes toward Ning Ci, hoping he might provide an explanation. There was a brief moment when Xiaoli hesitated during his flying kick. Ning Ci observed. He glanced at Kakashi. Guy had become overly excited, yet Kakashi remained focused, undoubtedly having noticed as well. In that fleeting instant, Gaara had slipped away. This guy's reflexes are astonishing. However, Shikamaru cast a deep look at Ning Ci, recognizing that he was no less formidable than Gaara. Simultaneously, Ning Ci regarded Shikamaru, appreciating his sharp intellect. How could this be? Tenten murmured. Below, Xiaoli was frantically evading Gaara's attacks, his situation becoming increasingly precarious, prompting the onlookers to sweat in concern for him. Xiaoli, stop fighting. Naruto shouted. Xiaoli, forfeit. Your body is all ready. Shikamaru said, his tone laced with reluctance. Xiaoli, if this continues, you will perish. After using Lianhua, Xiaoli's body had endured an overwhelming strain, leaving him in a position to merely withstand the blows. Ning Ci, you should also try to persuade him. Tenten urged anxiously. Though Xiaoli and Ning Ci often sparred, they were all good friends. Though unspoken, Tenten understood that Neji deeply cared for his comrades. I will not persuade him. This is the path he has chosen. Before a man who has found his resolve, any sorrow or tears would be an affront. But Shaoli, he has already. Trust in him. Upon hearing Neji's words, Shaoli broke into a grin. Neji, thank you. Might Guy vigorously patted Neji's shoulder, exclaiming, Neji, I never imagined your understanding of youth could be so profound. Neji, however, chose to remain silent. But could he simply stand by and watch Lee being beaten? Sakura inquired. No, Lee is about to unleash that technique, Neji replied. That technique? Does Lee have a hidden card? Might Guy glanced at Neji, surprised that he shared such a close bond with Lee, even revealing the Eight Gates technique to him. Lee retrieved the kunai from his pocket, swinging it fiercely to sever the surrounding sand. Is this all the strength you possess? Pathetic, Gaara remarked. Lee leaped into the air, calling out, Teacher Guy. Please forgive my moment of recklessness. He continued, the weak can surpass the talented through hard work. That is why I train in taijutsu. This is my ninja way. With his hands crossed, veins bulged on his forehead as chakra surged violently within him. Might Guy hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and urging, Go, Lee. Let your youth blossom to its fullest. Yes, Teacher Guy, Lee responded determinedly. In the stands, everyone was puzzled. Neji, what are they talking about? One asked. Neji stepped forward, observing Lee gathering power below, and stated, the Eight Gates. What? Kakashi exclaimed, immediately raising his forehead protector. Guy, you fool. He's still just a child. Make him stop. Kakashi shouted angrily. It's futile. Once Lee sets his mind on something, not even I can dissuade him. Might Guy frowned. The bystanders, including Hinata, exchanged confused glances, unsure of the conversation but sensing the discontent between the two. Neji, what is the Eight Gates? Hinata inquired. Neji sighed softly and explained. The Eight Gates is a technique that removes the body's restrictions on chakra, allowing excess energy to be unleashed. When all 8 gates are opened, the user's power can surpass that of the Hokage by multiple folds, but this is merely temporary. Opening all 8 gates results in the user's death. What? The crowd gasped in shock, never anticipating that Lee possessed such a self-destructive technique. Suddenly, Lee let out a loud cry as chakra visibly surged around him. Gaara instinctively sensed danger and swung his hand, sending a massive sand hand crashing toward Lee. Concurrently, Kakashi's Sharingan rapidly scanned the chakra enveloping Lee. First gate, open. Second gate, open. The more Kakashi observed, the more astonished he became. Third gate, open. In an instant, Lee's complexion turned crimson, his hair standing on end, and his voice deepened significantly. The air around him spiraled violently, and in a mere moment, the pressure alone shattered Gaara's attack. Impossible, Gaara exclaimed in horror. Yet, it was far from over. Lee continued to gather power. Fourth gate, open. At that moment, the ground beneath Lee erupted in a violent explosion. In an instant, Lee propelled Gaara into the air, a powerful gust of wind forcing the others to shield their eyes. How is this possible? Can the sand not react? Kankuro exclaimed in disbelief. It's astonishingly swift. Gaara appears as if he is soaring on his own, Naruto remarked. At this moment, even Neji was compelled to activate his Byakugan, yet he could only perceive a fleeting shadow. The 8 gates technique is even more terrifying than he had imagined. This is the purest form of Byakugan, and his prowess has reached the level of an elite jonin. One can only fathom how others would be unable to see anything at all. Remarkable. Even with relentless training day and night, one should not attain such prowess truly. He is a prodigy. Kakashi, clutching his left eye, was astounded. He had perceived even less than Neji, merely catching a glimpse of a trajectory. After all, this was not his own Sharingan. Bang, bang, bang. Suspended in the air, Gaara had no opportunity to defend himself. The speed of the sand was utterly incapable of matching Lee's velocity. Lee moved as if teleporting, relentlessly striking Gaara in midair, the protective armor of sand peeling away. This guy. Actually, Gaara was taken aback, yet utterly powerless. It's futile. Gaara was simply unable to resist. The sand could not keep pace with that individual, Tamari remarked. At this moment, not only Neji and the others were astonished, but even the third Hokage and Orochimaru rose abruptly. Despite being formidable shinobi, without the Byakugan or Sharingan, they too could not perceive Lee's shadow. This level of power, and he is merely a genin. Orochimaru instinctively uttered, his tone laced with self-doubt. This strength surpasses even my own. Looking at Neji, one could only wonder if the genin of Konoha have reached such heights. This is merely the fourth gate. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in astonishment. Gaara, You are the first to compel me to utilize the 8 gates technique. Allow me to demonstrate this move, originally intended for Ning Ci. Lee delivered a powerful kick to Gaara's abdomen and rapidly descended towards him. It's futile. I cannot withstand this. Gaara gazed at the approaching Lee, for the first time feeling a sense of dread. Bang! Lee struck with a palm, shattering the sand armor that enveloped Gaara. As Gaara fell, Lee seized Gaara's sash. Ning Ci, watch closely. This technique was originally devised to defeat you. However, demonstrating it to you now will suffice. Lee declared, his gaze fixed on Gaara. For Gaara's perceptive abilities were formidable, necessitating constant vigilance. Kakashi, wide-eyed with his Sharingan activated, felt cold sweat trickling down. The muscles have already torn. The next blow will be the final one, Ning Ci murmured. Huh? Ning Ci, what are you saying? Lee has gained the upper hand. Naruto scratched his head, puzzled. Even without opening all the gates, the burden he bears is beyond what an ordinary person can endure. Lee is nearing his limit, Might Guy stated. Indeed. Kakashi immediately turned to Might Guy and inquired, Guy, how many gates can Lee open now? 5 gates, came the reply. 5 gates? Are you trying to kill him? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. Might Guy fell silent. Ira, this is the final strike. Lee roared. This is impossible. It can't be stopped. The sand armor cannot withstand such a level of assault, Tamari urged anxiously. Kankuro was equally shocked. Is this truly something a mere human can accomplish? At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lee, a searing heat forcing everyone to retreat hastily. 5th gate, open. Boom. In an instant, Lee's powerful fist collided with Gaara. Li Lianhua. With a thunderous shout, Lee unleashed a tremendous punch that pierced through Gaara, creating a massive crater in the arena. Gaara then fell from the air, causing the ground to tremble thrice. The sheer destructive force sent chills down everyone's spine, filling them with dread. Is it still not enough? Ning Ci frowned. Despite having anticipated this outcome, witnessing it unfold was still hard to accept. He couldn't help but recall his past life. He and Lee, in a sense, belonged to the same category. He lost. Indeed, after enduring such a heavy blow, Gaara has undoubtedly lost, Naruto exclaimed cheerfully. I was referring to Lee. He has lost. Huh. The crowd turned their gaze toward him. Ning Ci's assertion was correct. Lee had lost, Might Guy said gravely. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What? But. Look closely, Kakashi pointed to the arena. There, Lee was half kneeling on the ground, one hand dangling limply, utterly immobile. Gaara, however, was shielded by a mound of sand. Although his sand armor was tattered, the damage he sustained remained within tolerable limits, and he was still striving to manipulate his jutsu. Lee, run? Naruto urged desperately. As Gaara's sand drew perilously closer to Lee, Lee, fatigued and with heavy eyelids, attempted to evade, but his injuries rendered him incapable of movement. How is this possible? After being struck by Li Lianhua, he can still utilize jutsu. Lee was astonished. Die? Gaara sneered, struggling to control the sand with his right hand, intent on crushing Lee. Just as the sand was about to seize Lee, a wave of air suddenly dispersed it. What? Gaara's eyes widened in shock. Ning Ci leaped down from the stands. Supporting Lee, surrender. Ning Ci, I cannot be the only one to yield here. Lee forced a smile, clearly unwilling to concede. Ning Ci furrowed his brow. The sight of Lee faltering here was nothing short of a jest, a squander of his potential, only to realize that this Chunin exam had been rendered void. Lee was indeed the greatest loser of this competition. Ning Ci had no intention of allowing Lee to falter at this juncture, as he was prepared to take both Lee and Might Guy under his wing. In the forthcoming battles, once Lee and Might Guy unleashed the 8 gates, each could single-handedly contend with the 5 Kage, a formidable force that could not be squandered. Lee, your body can no longer move, Ning Ci asserted. No. Lee pushed Ning Ci aside, assuming a stance, determined to continue challenging Gaara. Lee, it is unnecessary. This is merely a Chunin exam, Tenten exclaimed. Teacher Guy, you must persuade Lee. At that moment, the sand reformed into a hand, lunging towards Ning Ci and Lee. Gaara, Moonlight Gale sought to intervene, for if Lee were to mature, he would undoubtedly become a towering tree of Konoha. Yet, given his current circumstances and Lee's refusal to concede, he could not take action. Ning Ci frowned, sensing Gaara's overwhelming bloodlust. Lee, I apologize, he said solemnly. Ning Ci, you. Ning Ci swiftly struck Lee at the nape of his neck, and before Lee could utter another word, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed to save Lee, while Orochimaru wished to observe Ning Ci's capabilities. Thus, both refrained from intervening. With the two principal figures silent, the others naturally followed suit, refraining from making a scene. Seizing this opportunity, Neji boldly stepped into the fray. The sand advanced, slowly yet imbued with immense destructive power. As Neji perceived this, he felt a measure of respect for Gaara, despite enduring the chaotic onslaught of the Eight Gates. He still retained such formidable strength and impressive boast for the future. Nevertheless, Neji remained unfazed. Taking matters into his own hands, Neji moved decisively. Gaara, wary of underestimating him, struggled to rise, lifting his hands as the sand transformed into sharp prisms. Ah! Gaara roared, furiously casting them forth. The air was filled with the whistling sound of projectiles as the prisms hurtled towards Neji. In that moment, Gaara's focus shifted solely to Neji. Disregard for Lee in his eyes. The sand spikes, coupled with their terrifying defensive capabilities, revealed the true prowess of a Jinchuriki. Then, Neji, how will you defend yourself? Orochimaru observed with narrowed eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Orochimaru, noting, at such a young age, he possesses such strength. He rivals Kakashi. Raza has indeed raised a fine son. Neji stood calmly, watching as Gaara completed his technique. In an instant, he sprang into action, leaping forward and reappearing before Gaara, delivering a thunderous punch. Boom! Gaara's pupils constricted as the force of Neji's fist struck the sand shield, creating a substantial breach, and then landed a fierce blow to Gaara's face. Bang! The sand armor shattered violently, sending Gaara tumbling through the air, embedding him within the wall and stirring a cloud of dust. What? The crowd wore expressions of utter disbelief, contemplating various possibilities, yet none had foreseen that Neji would shatter the shield of sand with a single punch. They could hardly fathom the magnitude of power behind Neji's blow. Was he not a practitioner of gentle fist? Could such devastating force truly be classified as gentle fist? This terrifying level of destructive capability surely surpassed even Might Guy's formidable strength. In an instant, their gazes converged on Hinata, collectively hoping for an explanation. I. Hinata stammered, overwhelmed and unsure how to articulate her thoughts, feeling a pang of injustice. How could they doubt her? Truly, Neji brother was the only one who understood her best. Is this extraordinary strength? Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru pondered simultaneously. Tsunade has returned? When did she come back? How was I unaware? Sarutobi appeared calm outwardly, yet turmoil raged within. Based on his knowledge of Tsunade, it was improbable that she would take on a male disciple. Thus, there could be but one truth. Sarutobi's gaze towards Neji shifted to something inscrutable. This young man was quite the trickster. Thankfully, Neji remained oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, without Orochimaru's intervention, he certainly would have imparted a lesson to Sarutobi, guided by the virtues of respecting elders and cherishing the young. However, as for Neji, well, he was a commendable young man, and Sarutobi felt quite satisfied. In his eyes, age was inconsequential. What mattered was excellence. In stark contrast, Orochimaru found himself bewildered, feeling a disquieting sense of dread. What had transpired? Tsunade was also in the village. Moreover, reports indicated that Jiraiya was around as well. Was he to confront 3 Kaga-level opponents? Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as doubts about his survival began to seep in. No, this was untenable. The plan to obliterate Konoha could not proceed hastily. He must proceed with caution. Orochimaru exhaled deeply, resolving to deliberate further. Creak, a faint sound broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention. From amidst the rubble and dust, Gaara slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, his expression was grotesque, his face marred by a web of cracks that rendered him quite fearsome. How could this be? He escaped. Hinata gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Not only she, but the others, including Kakashi, were equally astonished. The defensive power of the sand armor was astonishing. Despite its current state, it had managed to protect Gaara. Unbeknownst to them, Neji had not exerted his full strength, as he did not wish to force Shikaku out just yet. He could not take risks without certainty. After all, one only has one life. Given your current condition, defeating me is impossible, Neji stated matter-of-factly. Gaara seethed with anger, yet he was no fool. Today was not his day. He shot a fierce glare at Lee, knowing that had it not been for him, he would not have suffered defeat at Neji's hands twice. This person would not escape his wrath. Seeing the situation unfold, Moonlight Gale immediately declared, Gaara is the victor. Gaara snorted disdainfully and turned to exit. In the 10th match, Ding easily triumphed. However, the battle involving Xiao Li and Gaara drew little attention. To ensure that the competitors could maintain their optimal fighting condition, the final assessment was postponed for a month. After sharing this information, the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru departed with their respective teams. Tsunade has returned. This is indeed good news. Thought Sarutobi Hiruzen with a hint of joy. At my advanced age, it is time for me to step down. Jiraiya and Tsunade, let us see what excuses they conjure this time. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's expression darkened. Damn Danzo, how could he withhold such crucial information from me? Does he wish for my demise? Yes, he truly does. If he shows no mercy, then neither will I. Subsequently, Naruto predictably rushed to Gaara, shouting animatedly. Let Naruto handle the task of reaching out to Gaara. Neji swiftly exited the arena with Tenten to visit Shaoli. Although Shaoli had employed the 8 gates and suffered muscle tears, it was still preferable to being crushed by Gaara. The hospital doctors assured him that a few days of rest would suffice. However, upon waking, Shaoli remained somewhat despondent. His frustration was not directed at Neji. He recognized that continuing would only exacerbate his injuries and ensure his defeat. His disappointment stemmed solely from failing to advance past the preliminaries. Neji could offer no consolation. Acknowledging that Shaoli had simply encountered the formidable Gaara, a low-ranking ninja with exceptional prowess. In truth, the Chunin Exams were not insurmountable for Shaoli. It was merely the overwhelming number of formidable opponents this time. Tenten lost to Temari, Shaoli fell to Gaara, and only Neji advanced, prompting all eyes to turn towards him. The 9th team had indeed become rivals to Gaara's group. Neji, it is up to you. Though reluctant to dampen their spirits, Neji understood that, barring a stroke of fortune, he could not possibly match Gaara. Yet, seeing their hopeful gazes, he nodded in agreement. I have made up my mind. Suddenly, Might Guy rose to his feet. Neji, I shall teach you the 8 gates. Eh? But, teacher Guy Neji glanced at Shaoli, wondering if this would lead Shaoli to feel disappointed in him. It's quite all right. Shaoli waved his hand dismissively. Having rivals ignites the fire of my youth. The 8 gates, Neji pondered, filled with anticipation. In the following days, Neji engaged in rigorous training, striving to enhance his physical capabilities to withstand the toll inflicted by the 8 gates. He needed to endure the associated pain. Only through self-discipline could he hope to master this technique. Gasping for breath, Neji lay on the training field, panting heavily. My goodness. Running 100 laps around the village each day, followed by 100 3-finger push-ups, 300 sit-ups, and so forth. This is merely the beginning. The intensity of the training will only escalate. Every day, this is how he trains, which is truly terrifying, Neji murmured. Such intense training is indeed arduous. However, without effort, where lies the reward? The combat roster for the Chunin Exams has been released, and it bears significant differences from the original narrative. Gaara versus Hyuga Neji, Kankuro versus Nara Shikamaru, Temari versus Yamanaka Ino, Uchiha Sasuke versus Uzumaki Naruto. One could easily deduce that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, likely intending to utilize Gaara to challenge Neji. Nevertheless, Neji shares a similar intention. Given his current prowess, only Gaara stands a chance of sustaining a fight, as the others fall short. After a brief respite, Neji resumed his practice. Might Guy, observing Neji's diligent efforts from a distance, nodded in approval. Even a genius requires constant practice. This notion resonates deeply with Neji, reminiscent of Kakashi's youth. Ah, this is the essence of youth, Guy mused. By the way, sensei, with only a month left, can Neji truly master the 8 gates? Tenten inquired. Absolutely not, Guy replied firmly. Huh, Tenten exclaimed in astonishment. The 8 gates are unlike other physical techniques. They demand years of relentless training to be mastered. My father devoted over 2 decades to perfecting this art, and Lee, the most gifted individual I have encountered in martial arts, took 6 years to reach the 5th gate, Guy explained. Then what about Neji? Tenten fretted. Given that Lee, having opened 5 gates, could not defeat Gaara, how could Neji possibly prevail? I have faith in him. As a teacher, believing in one's students is sufficient. Moreover, there is a desire to pass on the 8 gates technique. Meanwhile, deep beneath Konoha, 2 individuals were embroiled in a heated argument. Danzo, did you truly not disclose my information? Believe it or not, revealing your secrets holds no advantage for me. That remains uncertain. I am well aware of your nature, Danzo. Would you like me to recount all your sordid affairs? Enough, Orochimaru. I have said there was no disclosure. Due to Neji's involvement, Orochimaru felt that his plans had been compromised, and the only possible traitor was Danzo. Orochimaru smirked. Danzo, we are in the same boat. If you push me too far, you won't be able to remain in Konoha either. The experiment from years ago was ordered to be terminated by Master Hiruzen. Should he discover that you not only failed to seize it but escalated it further, well, Danzo, you are a clever man. Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression fluctuated. Orochimaru knows him too well. If his past misdeeds were publicly revealed, Konoha would be at odds with him. In all honesty, were it not for Orochimaru's cunning and tenacity, Danzo would have considered using Kotoame Tsukumi to control him. I will investigate Neji Hyuga's matter and provide you with an explanation, Danzo finally stated, calming slightly. Danzo, tread carefully. Upon finishing his words, Orochimaru departed with a smile, leaving Danzo seething with anger. After all, he considered himself a senior, and being belittled by a younger individual was intolerable for someone of his disposition. Summon someone. Soon, two shadowy figures appeared at the door, respectfully awaiting Danzo's command. Investigate Hyuga Neji. Danzo firmly believed Orochimaru's words. After all, Orochimaru would not deceive him over trivial matters, prompting a sense of vigilance towards Neji. Sarutobi, is this the Konoha you govern? A formidable youth emerges, and you remain utterly oblivious. The Byakugan, extraordinary strength, and that oppressive aura. Indeed, it is evident that clans possessing bloodline limits, be it the Uchiha or Hyuga, are perilous. For Konoha, such entities must be eradicated. Danzo's gaze darkened, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, you shall not occupy that position for long. Only under my leadership can Konoha reclaim its former glory. However, he remained unaware of Orochimaru's duplicity. Upon leaving Danzo, Orochimaru immediately donned a different facade, chuckling coldly. Danzo, I shall not gamble with my life. This game is no longer of interest to me. With a few swift movements, he vanished from sight. Neji, oblivious to being targeted, would not have paid much heed even if he had known. Sooner or later, he would put an end to Danzo, a master of betrayal. Although the 8 gates technique leads to certain death upon opening the 8th gate, even the activation of 7 gates provides a substantial boost. Konoha still possesses the power to suppress the other 4 villages. Thus, Neji must urgently enhance his strength. After Konoha's collapse, he would at least have some means of self-preservation. Indeed, after the fall of Konoha, the Konoha 12 would be compelled to venture out for life and death battles. Training continued deep into the night before Neji finally made his way home. The 8 gates technique relies heavily on self-discipline. Not even Might Guy could assist him. Everything depended solely on himself. His entire body ached painfully. The 8 gates technique was indeed arduous to master. Most individuals would likely abandon it, believing that time spent on such grueling physical training could be better utilized refining chakra or learning new jutsu. However, recalling the moment when Might Guy fiercely kicked 6 paths, Madara reignited Neji's determination. At that moment, he keenly sensed a trace. Someone was monitoring him, activating his Byakugan. Neji's perception was remarkably acute, allowing him to scan the area without blind spots and promptly locate 2 concealed figures nearby. Those masks belonged to Root. Neji frowned. Why was Root surveilling him? He had no direct dealings with Danzo, but soon, he understood. Orochimaru and Danzo had maintained a connection, and his very existence posed a threat to Orochimaru, who would naturally seek confirmation from Danzo. Nonetheless, this also indirectly validated a certain truth. Danzo. Truly acting for the good of Konoha, Neji scoffed. In a bid to eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo actually allied with Orochimaru, consenting to his wanton destruction within the village. It is no wonder that when Orochimaru initiated the plan to crumble Konoha, Danzo did not exert much effort. During the chaos of Konoha's downfall, he remained passive. During Pain's assault, he also refrained from intervening. Yet, he took great pleasure in extinguishing the Uchiha clan and uprooting Konoha's elite. To quell external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Indeed, Hiruzen Sarutobi was quite foolish. Neji strode towards the Hyuga clan's residence. Although he had brought Kaguya home, it was prudent to let Hizashi Hyuga look after her. After all, should Kaguya's abilities be revealed, it could lead to significant trouble until she possessed adequate strength. It was best for her to remain hidden. As for those 2 Root members, they remained oblivious to the fact that they had been under surveillance. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and soon the day of the Chunin selection exam arrived. Yet, despite the passage of time and the sweat he had shed, he still had not mastered the 8 gates. This was not a technique that could be accomplished through mere talent. Without the requisite physique and effort, it could not be utilized. Even if he were to forcibly activate it, his body would be unable to withstand the strain, ultimately leading to his demise. This left Neji pondering the sheer might of such a formidable martial art, capable of inflicting tremendous damage, wounding 1,000 enemies while harming oneself 800. Moreover, only through personal experience could one truly comprehend the hardships of training. Nevertheless, it was precisely this difficulty that enabled Guy to overpower Six Paths Madara with the strength of an elite jonin after opening the 8 gates. Early in the morning, Neji and his companions arrived at the examination venue. "Neji, brother, I will cheer for you," Hinata said, her cheeks flushed as she mustered the courage to adjust his attire. Upon assisting her host, Hinata received a reward, Rabbit Hair Needle. The Rabbit Hair Needle, utilizing hair in conjunction with the Byakugan to strike acupoints, is guaranteed to hit the enemy's weakness, making it an exceptionally effective technique for sealing an opponent's movements. Neji felt satisfied. Fortune was on his side, and nothing could obstruct it. The Rabbit Hair Needle could even bypass the defenses of Susanoo, proving more effective than the 8 Trigrams Empty Palm. And me. Neji, brother, I specifically took time off to come see you. If you lose, I will not forgive you, Hanabi declared, hands on her hips. After all, Neji was the goal she aspired to surpass, even if that aspiration currently seemed somewhat daunting. "I will not lose," Neji replied, ruffling the hair of both Hanabi and Hinata as he stepped into the examination arena. Upon entering the venue, he found it teeming with spectators. Numerous high-ranking officials had taken their designated places, far grander than during the preliminary rounds. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone eagerly anticipating the first battle. The 3 frontrunners of the Chunin Exam were Gaara, Hyuga Neji, and Uchiha Sasuke. The opening match was set to be Neji against Gaara, a clash that the crowd had eagerly awaited for an entire month. "Ning Ci, dear brother." In the stands, Hinata and the others anxiously watched below, their concern for Ning Ci growing as they contemplated Gaara's formidable power and lethal intent. "Sister, it's all right. Brother Ning Ci will surely make that dark-eyed one cry for mercy," Hanabi reassured. Yet, she too harbored trepidation. Despite her dismissive words towards Gaara, his strength was indisputable. Can Brother Ning Ci truly prevail? Standing in the arena, Ning Ci regarded Gaara, ensconced in sand, with a hint of disdain. His strength had always surpassed Gaara's, and though he had not mastered the 8 gates in the past month, his physical prowess had undergone a transformative leap. To him, Gaara was merely a relic of the past. "I have awaited this battle for a month." Unexpectedly, Gaara spoke first, coldly declaring, "I shall repay you for the grievances of our last encounter." His eyes radiated a chilling intensity, an unmistakable aura of malice that sent shockwaves through the crowd. The spectators, particularly the younger ones, were gripped by fear, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Is this truly the aura of a mere Chunin? Unthinkable. How many lives has he taken? In terms of murderous intent, Gaara's presence was hardly inferior to Zabuza's. Mike Guy's expression tightened, sensing the gravity of the situation. While many held their breath for Ning Ci, he stood undaunted. "Though it may seem untimely, I feel compelled to offer you a word of caution," Ning Ci stated suddenly. "What do you mean?" Gaara inquired. "Despite your considerable strength, you are not my match," Ning Ci replied with an air of certainty, for the truth was evident. "I believe that conceding would be your wisest course of action." A profound silence enveloped the arena. After witnessing Gaara's terrifying prowess, none expected Ning Ci to utter such words. "This man is insufferably arrogant. He cannot fathom Gaara's true strength," Kankuro scoffed. "We're doomed. Is Ning Ci out of his mind? Isn't he provoking Gaara?" Naruto lamented. Foreseeing the grim outcome, "Teacher Guy, Ning Ci didn't make any mistakes while training with the 8 gates, did he?" Lee questioned, casting a doubtful glance at Might Guy, suspecting that perhaps Ning Ci had been adversely influenced by his training. Upon hearing this, the collective gaze of the crowd shifted to Guy, who hastily shook his head. "Impossible. With my guidance, how could anything go awry? I stake my youth on it. This is absolutely not my fault." He refused to shoulder the blame. However, the crowd clearly did not share his confidence, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved. "Oh, the injustice of it all for a man of my integrity. Look. Gaara is making his move," Naruto exclaimed. At that moment, Gaara's gaze was as frigid as ice. Throughout his life, he had never been so underestimated. Before anyone, including Noera, could speak, a cascade of fine sand surged towards Ning Ci. Sand hand. The grains morphed into a formidable hand from above, descending with a terrifying force that caused the ground to indent slightly. "Alas, it seems that the Chunin Exams are destined to conclude here for me." Neji shrugged, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. He had hoped to witness the clash between Naruto and Sasuke, but it appeared that such a wish was now futile. Whoosh. In an instant, Neji darted away just before the sand attack could reach him, vanishing without a trace. Bang. Yet, in the very next moment, Gaara was sent flying, cracks appearing upon his visage. "What?" A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, Neji had already materialized beside Gaara, delivering a powerful punch that sent him sprawling. How is this possible? Kankuro and Temari were struck with disbelief. After Lee removed his heavy iron weights, the sand shield could barely keep pace, but now, it was too late for even that. How swift, Kakashi mused. Damn it. Sasuke clenched his fists. Having believed his progress was significant enough, yet now, he realized it was still insufficient. Why? Was he doomed to remain a mere backdrop for others throughout his life? No, he yearned for power, the strength to vanquish that man. Sasuke's longing for power began to stir the cursed seal that had been dormant within him. Yet at that moment, all eyes were fixated on Neji and Gaara, leaving no one aware of his turmoil. However, Orochimaru had sensed it. Sasuke, continue. The more you crave power, the more firmly I can ensnare you within my grasp. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes betraying an unrestrained desire for the Sharingan. Fortunately, his mask concealed his intentions, or else he would have revealed himself. But when his attention returned to the arena, he was momentarily stunned. Bang, bang, bang. In the arena, Neji relentlessly struck Gaara with astonishing speed, sending him flying before he could even touch the ground. To the spectators, Gaara resembled a mere sandbag, tossed about and subjected to punishment. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. How impressive! Hinata gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She could scarcely have imagined such a spectacle. Is this the level of skill among the genin of Konoha now? Orochimaru seethed inwardly. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that his prior judgment had been astute. This cannot be. Might Guy observe the unfolding events? Mere speed is insufficient. Gaara's sand armor shows no signs of being breached, Kakashi remarked. If this continues, he may end up like Lee. Boom. Just then, Neji's fist slammed Gaara into the wall, creating a thunderous sound. Gaara, with a darkened expression, let out an eerie laugh. Is this all you have? Bring forth greater pleasure. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of sand walls rose, encircling Neji completely. Sand shuriken. Gaara bellowed frantically. Instantly, those sand walls unleashed a relentless barrage of shuriken, flying at incredible speed, leaving no room for evasion. Neji, brother. Hinata clasped her hands together, anxiously observing below. Yet, Neji remained unfazed, and as the sand shuriken closed in, he expelled his chakra, suddenly spinning, deflecting and shattering the projectiles. This is Kaiten. Hinata Hizashi was taken aback by the scene before him. Neji's talent had surpassed his wildest imagination. Yet, alongside this shock came exhilaration. As he envisioned the resurgence of the Hyuga clan, 8 Trigrams Vacuum Palm. Without a moment's hesitation, Neji unleashed a wave of energy that surged toward Gaara, simultaneously propelling himself forward with a powerful kick, aiming to deliver a crushing blow. Bang! As the 8 Trigrams Vacuum Palm barreled forward, a shield of sand rose to absorb the impact, protecting Gaara from the attack. However, at that very moment, Neji's fist came crashing down. Humph! Even if he can shatter the sand shield, he could never breach the sand armor. This match is surely Gaara's victory, Kanjiro remarked with a smirk. Indeed. Even the fragmented sand armor is beyond his capability to break, Temari concurred. The onlookers fell silent. Their words rang true for just a month prior. Neji had faced this very challenge. Yet, in the next instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. With a resounding crash, Gaara's sand armor unexpectedly caved in upon contact with Neji's fist, causing Gaara to violently spit out blood. How is this possible? The sand armor has collapsed. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru maintained their composure. They had already linked Neji to Tsunade and found the turn of events quite natural. However, the others were far from calm. The shattering of Gaara's sand armor and the blood he coughed up marked a historic moment. Neji, you truly are formidable, but I shall not concede so easily. I will surpass you, Lee exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, reciting fervently. Might Guy, equally moved, watched Lee with tears in his own eyes, then raised his hand and called out, Neji, ignite your youth. Go for it, Neji. Show him your strength. The young fighters shouted in unison, their admiration for Neji palpable. Damn it, is the gap truly this vast? Sasuke reflected bitterly upon his own experience of being overwhelmed by Gaara. Just then, a surge of sand propelled Gaara upward, and he lowered his head, a menacing aura beginning to emanate from him. I will kill you. I will kill you. Hey, Kanjiro. Could it be that Gaara is losing control? Temari said, her voice laced with anxiety. I don't know. Kanjiro instinctively glanced at Maki. It's all right. It's still within manageable limits, Maki replied solemnly, though he too felt a twinge of apprehension. However, He reassured himself that Gaara had previously managed to suppress his power even after being pummeled by Rock Lee, so he should be fine now. Yet this time, blood had been drawn, stirring a sense of unease within him. He glanced at Orochimaru, who was disguised as the Kazekage, and thought, the Kazekage remains unperturbed. Holding on to this thought, he chose to observe further. Sand hand. Gaara's hands moved with precision, conjuring two massive sand hands that lunged toward Neji from either side. Yet, Neji remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he boldly responded by striking with his own arm, engaging with the sand using sheer physical force. After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted in cries of disbelief. Hey, Neji, run. What are you doing? Neji, don't be impulsive. Neji, brother. Hinata and Hanabi shouted. However, Neji paid no heed to their cries. In the next moment, he clashed with Gaara's two sand palms, producing a resounding explosion. The onlookers instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the impending carnage. Yet, when they opened their eyes, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astonished. The grains of sand scattered, shattered by Neji's powerful punch, the force so immense that it stripped Gaara of his sand armor. Their minds seemed to freeze. Utterly bewildered by Neji's feat, the sheer destructive power surpassed even that of Lee when he opened the 8 gates. Gaara suddenly screamed in a frenzy. Blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his demeanor ominously dark. I will kill you. Sand Shoiken. His expression twisted as massive chakra radiated from him, enveloping him in a swirling mass of sand, forming a circular shield adorned with menacing spikes. Sand rain. Instantly, a barrage of sand projectiles erupted from the shield. You truly do not learn from your mistakes, Neji scoffed. 8 trigrams, heavenly spin, just as the sand projectiles were about to strike him. A torrent of chakra flowed from Neji's chakra points, swirling around him and deflecting Gaara's projectiles to the ground. Is this all you can muster? Are you merely going to cower inside? Neji remarked disdainfully. Prepare yourself, fire style, dragon fire technique. With swift hand seals. A fierce jet of flame surged toward Gaara's protective shield. Boom. The spikes on the shield shattered under the fiery assault, yet the shield itself remained unscathed. Do you think hiding inside will save you? Neji sneered, charging toward Gaara with blinding speed, gathering chakra in his palm to a single point. Sakura Blossom. The defense of the sand shield proved even stronger than the sand armor. It could not be. Temari's words were cut short as reality delivered a harsh slap. Bang. Boom. Neji pierced through the shield, delivering a powerful blow to Gaara. In an instant, Gaara was sent flying by the overwhelming force. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. At that moment, Neji seized Gaara's sleeve, a smirk gracing his lips as his hands danced like butterfly wings, landing relentless strikes upon Gaara. Instantly, every chakra point in Gaara's body was sealed. Excellent. That guy's chakra points have been sealed. Naruto exclaimed, a broad smile on his face. The one with the bruised face. That sand user is done for. He is about to lose. However, Kankuro and Temari paid no attention to Naruto, their faces etched with fear as they stared at Gaara. This is bad, Kankuro murmured. It's too late. He can't hold it back anymore. That monster is about to emerge. What are you talking about? Naruto asked, bewildered. You've lost, Neji declared. Just as he was about to strike again, Gaara's chakra surged within him once more, yet he remained in a daze, convulsing intermittently. His chakra fluctuated erratically as he knelt on the ground, seemingly at a loss. Neji's heart raced, and he cast a barely perceptible glance at Orochimaru before retreating swiftly. It was imminent. Gaara needed to be taken outside the village. The fleeting glance from Neji left Orochimaru feeling unsettled, yet the arrow was already knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. Shikaku's power was gradually reviving. An ambush was necessary, and now was the opportune moment. Simultaneously, a member of the Umbu, disguised among the crowd, suddenly formed hand seals. Technique of the Nirvana Sanctuary. In an instant, a cascade of feathers descended from the air, causing everyone to grow drowsy, while some individuals unexpectedly lashed out, plunging the scene into chaos. Wind Shadow you! Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in astonishment as he found himself at the mercy of the Wind Shadow. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru leaped onto the rooftop with Sarutobi Hiruzen in tow. Seizing this opportunity, Temari and Kankuro swiftly carried Gaara away, while Maki confronted Nara Shikamaru. Gaara! Sasuke cried out, immediately giving chase, with Naruto closely following. Ignoring the third Hokage's predicament, Neji hurried to the stands to dispel the genjutsu that had ensnared Hinata and her companions. Neji, what happened to us? I feel a bit dizzy. Hinata and Hanabi inquired as they rubbed their eyes. The village is under attack by the sound and sand ninjas. You were caught in a genjutsu. The third Hokage is now trapped, Neji replied succinctly. At that moment, Might Guy and Kakashi swiftly broke free from the genjutsu and approached Neji. True to their status as jonin, Might Guy and his comrades, though still somewhat dazed, quickly assessed the situation. The third Hokage possessed unfathomable strength and would not be in immediate danger. The priority was to deal with the invaders. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto. Might Guy hesitated, sensing that they might struggle to contend with Gaara. However, Kakashi was brimming with confidence. No problem. He was acutely aware of their progress. Sasuke had mastered his Chidori, and Naruto had trained rigorously under Jiraiya, significantly enhancing his strength. With urgency in the air, Kakashi declared, "Everyone, follow us as we eliminate the enemies." He then approached Shikamaru, nudging him with his foot. "Hey, Shikamaru, stop pretending to be asleep and get up to fulfill your duty. Just let me play dead. Fighting is too troublesome." Shikamaru retorted as Asuma dragged him away. With such a lethargic subordinate, Kakashi felt a sense of resignation. All right, the purge operation begins. As Kakashi's words echoed, everyone dispersed with their respective teams. It was evident that he was already exhibiting leadership qualities befitting the future sixth Hokage. As for aiding Naruto and Sasuke against Gaara, Neji had no time for that. It was far more reliable to leave such matters to Naruto's verbal prowess. Within the venue, numerous sound and sand ninjas lurked. But for Neji, possessing the Byakugan, locating them posed no challenge. Rather than saying that the examination had not yet commenced, it is more accurate to state that Ning Ci had already taken note of these individuals. In the next moment, he appeared before one of them, swiftly dispatching him with a kunai to the throat. Why? The concealed sound ninja did not even have the opportunity to utter a word before his existence was extinguished, leaving him to die in ignorance of the reason for his discovery. Ning Ci's speed was remarkable. Catching the enemy unaware, he even eliminated a high-ranking ninja. In a mere brief span, numerous hidden foes succumbed to his prowess. At this juncture, the remaining concealed adversaries could no longer remain passive. They swiftly congregated, their expressions betraying a hint of fear towards Ning Ci. These hidden ninjas were their trump cards, yet they had never anticipated that before they could act, they would meet their demise here. "Well done, Ning Ci," Might Guy exclaimed with hearty laughter. Initially, those concealed individuals had instilled a sense of trepidation in them, but Ning Ci had managed to identify them with precision. Although they were uncertain how he accomplished this feat, it indeed alleviated a significant burden for them. "Ning Ci, take a moment to rest. We'll handle the next phase," Kurenai Yuhi said with a note of concern. Having just endured a fierce battle and eliminated so many foes, Ning Ci's chakra must be running low. However, this was merely their assumption. In reality, the confrontation with Gaara had not depleted Ning Ci's chakra significantly, and he still possessed ample reserves. Nevertheless, Ning Ci said nothing, retreating to the rear, observing the battle between the shadow-level combatants from a distance. Within the Four Purple Flames formation, Orochimaru was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Hiruzen Sarutobi, having summoned the first and second Hokage through the Impure World reincarnation technique. Yet, Orochimaru seemed reluctant to unleash his full power. This was Ning Ci's impression, as if he were merely going through the motions, harboring some reservations. After all, he had witnessed their previous encounters, characterized by an overwhelming display of various jutsu, a true spectacle of life and death. But now, Orochimaru was employing rather ordinary techniques. Though they appeared formidable, they were entirely different from the battle Ning Ci had envisioned. Would release, Birth of the Woods, Hashirama Senju bellowed. In an instant, a vast primordial forest erupted within the Four Purple Flames formation, with branches wildly ensnaring the third Hokage. As the third dodged, he attempted to incinerate the branches with fire release, yet Senju Tobirama would not allow him such respite. Water release, water surge. A torrent akin to a tsunami surged forth, instantly overwhelming his fire release. Earth release, earth flow wall. With no other recourse, Sarutobi summoned the Monkey King to battle. What scheme Orochimaru was concocting remained a mystery, but it was of no concern to Ning Ci, as long as he possessed sufficient strength. Even if Kaguya Otsutsuki herself were to arrive, he could undoubtedly prevail against her. Host, Hyuga Neji, age, 13, chakra attributes, fire, earth, water, wind, lightning bloodline limit, Byakugan, pure, taijutsu, gentle fist, 8 trigrams palms, return heaven, 8 Trigrams 64 Palms. 8 Trigrams Air Palm, Gentle Step Twin Lion Fist, Guardian 8 Trigrams 64 Palms, Cherry Blossom Charge, Ninjutsu, Body Flicker Technique, Transformation, Substitution, Clone, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Palm Sage Technique, Summoning Technique, Tools, Pressure, Shared Kill Gray Bones, Mental Sphere, Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall, Fire Bullet. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, Snake, 8-Headed Technique, Toad Sage Technique, Great Snake Flow Substitution Technique, Chakra Surgical Knife, Kagura Hard Eye. Rabbit Hair Needle, Overall Strength, Elite Jonin. Upon switching to the attribute panel, Neji nodded in satisfaction, unknowingly having mastered so many ninjutsu. He felt a sense of joy, recognizing that these abilities constituted his wealth. Suddenly, a loud roar pierced the air, startling everyone. Looking up, they beheld a colossal 3-headed python wreaking havoc in the distance, its head sparking with fiery light. Meanwhile, numerous figures darted across the rooftops, signifying that all had sprung into action. Have they arrived so quickly? Neji thought in astonishment. Before Might Guy and the others could speak, he hastened towards the commotion. Along the way, Neji witnessed many civilians fleeing and countless ninjas battling against the sound and sand ninjas. Although Konoha was caught off guard, there was no significant panic. The village's overall strength remained formidable. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi was unaware of the true identity of the Kazekage, he was aware that Orochimaru lurked within the village, prompting him to have the Umbu lie in wait. At that moment, a multitude of Umbu surged forth to confront the invading enemies, while many Chunin guided civilians to safety, ensuring an orderly retreat. Konoha's strength was indeed powerful, but regrettably, it was not what it once was. Neji moved swiftly, soon approaching the massive serpent. Before him, numerous Konoha ninjas utilized explosive tags, launching various ninjutsu attacks, yet the serpent's tough hide rendered it largely unscathed. Additionally, several sand ninjas on the city walls continually launched surprise attacks, resulting in heavy casualties for Konoha. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique. Neji shouted as he leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames that gruesomely struck one of the serpent's heads. Now an authentic elite jonin, Neji found the challenge of confronting the summoning beast somewhat daunting. Yet he was not as helpless as others might be. Everyone, get back, Neji bellowed, not allowing the serpent a moment's respite as he rapidly formed hand seals. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. With a relentless barrage of ninjutsu, Neji soon brought the massive serpent crashing to the ground. However, he understood that these attacks had inflicted little substantial damage upon the beast. As Neji prepared to strike once more, dozens of concealed weapons suddenly whistled through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Neji deduced that the assailants were the sand shinobi stationed atop the city wall. In an instant, he utilized the Guardian 8 Trigrams 64 Palms to deflect all incoming projectiles, swiftly advancing towards them. What a nuisance! Initially intent on dispatching the colossal serpent, Neji resolved to eliminate these foes first. With a tremendous force, he surged forward, producing a resonant sound that reverberated through the air. In a deafening explosion, the positions previously occupied by the sand shinobi transformed into a desolate ruin, their bodies crushed by the overwhelming power. What? The onlookers gasped in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden devastation wrought upon the enemy. In that moment, an involuntary reverence for Neji began to blossom amongst the crowd. Time to conclude this swiftly, Neji mused, turning his gaze towards the enormous serpent. From his hand, a deep brown bone staff emerged, aimed directly at the serpent. Corpse Bone Eradication. With a swift whoosh, the bone staff hurtled towards the colossal creature. The serpent regarded the approaching projectile with disdain, curling its lip in derision. Such a trivial object, it mused. Even if it penetrated its hide, it would merely elicit a slight itch. Unfazed, it continued to watch the bone staff approach, even flicking its forked tongue at Neji, as if mocking him, suggesting, "Is this your technique? It is hardly worth mentioning. What harm could it possibly inflict, even if I stood still?" This child possesses commendable strength, yet remains somewhat naive. How could he employ such a ninjutsu against a summoning beast? Indeed, when facing a summoning beast, one ought to utilize expansive and destructive techniques. This ninjutsu. Prepare yourselves. It appears we must intervene, as this child lacks the necessary experience. Even some of the observing ninjas, overwhelmed by their own limitations, chose to look away, unable to fathom the terror of the corpse bone eradication. Ignorance is truly daunting. Neji, uninterested in offering explanations, knew that the truth would render them silent. In no time, the bone staff pierced the serpent's flesh, and the expressions of all present shifted to one of sheer horror. What did they witness? A seemingly ordinary bone staff had entered the serpent's body, and from the wound, decay began to spread, engulfing its entire form. The serpent emitted a ghastly wail, yet it was futile. There was no escape, only the inevitability of death. Let it traverse the realms of time and decay alongside the bones, Neji remarked matter-of-factly, hands clasped behind his back. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. What was he saying? Was he foretelling the serpent's demise? The unfolding scene was undeniable. The serpent was indeed withering away. How terrifying. Was this decay truly unstoppable? How? Is this possible? Could this technique truly deliver a fatal blow in one strike? Moments later, the serpent disintegrated into mere fragments of paper, gradually vanishing from existence. At this moment, the world was astonishingly silent. Even the combatants found themselves momentarily frozen, their eyes filled with dread. What kind of power could accomplish such a feat? This colossal serpent, which even elite jonin found challenging to contend with, was effortlessly vanquished by a mere child in the blink of an eye. A young boy shattered the stalemate, turning the tide of battle. Yet, this was only the beginning. Neji did not linger. He surged forward once more. Since the battle had commenced, it was only natural to pursue the carnage to its conclusion. At this juncture, everyone was astounded as a white figure darted through various locales. Before the Konoha shinobi could react, the sound and sand ninja were already meeting their demise. The sounds of splattering blood echoed as heads flew, not due to Neji's intent, but because he had ascended to the strength of an elite jonin, wielding formidable taijutsu that granted him tremendous power. His strength was overwhelming, each strike wrought with unfathomable destructive capability. Even jonin would struggle against it, let alone a throng of chunin. Fire release, dragon fire technique. 8 trigrams air palm. Bang. Boom. Waves of enemies were swept away by Neji, many of whom lost consciousness before they could even comprehend what was happening. An unusual scene unfolded in Konoha, while the Konoha ninjas organized a retreat. The sound and sand forces were being relentlessly pushed back. Who on earth is this? Someone among the enemy shouted in terror. Their hearts gripped with fear as they realized many of their comrades had perished before they could react, sending chills down their spines. Not just him, but many others instinctively gathered together, backs pressed against one another, warily surveying their surroundings. Damn it, which fool provided this intel? The disparity is insurmountable. Someone cursed, fear gripping them to their core. They had never imagined that they would transform from hunters into prey, akin to sheep entering a tiger's den. Withdraw in an orderly fashion, regroup with the jonin. However, their words fortuitously reached Neji's ears. Were there still survivors? In the next moment, he formed hand seals. Unleashing the dragon fire technique, an overwhelming sea of flames surged forth. Boom. They scarcely had time to scream before being reduced to ash. Humph. A bunch of low-level and mid-level ninja, their abilities are truly lacking. Nevertheless, Neji found his chakra considerably depleted. Reluctantly, he sought a relatively safe location, retrieving military food pills to replenish his chakra. The chakra consumed in the massacre was indeed substantial and could not be used recklessly. After a moment, he rose and made his way toward the direction of the 4 violet flames formation. Konoha was nearing the point of counterattack. Just then, a piercing, shrill sound abruptly resonated from outside the village. Neji halted, gazing into the distance. This chakra is Gaara transformed? Neji murmured, feeling no panic, with Naruto around. He knew everything would be all right, thus he continued on his path. At this moment, within the forest, Frog Winnow was locked in a fierce battle with Shikaku, while others could only try to keep their distance. The colossal beings clashed, raising clouds of dust and rolling stones, laying waste to vast stretches of forest, transforming the area into a barren desert. Frog Winnow leaped into the air, wielding his blade, and in an instant, Shikaku's right arm was severed. However, within the blink of an eye, a new arm sprouted forth. Frog Winnow, undeterred, realized that this sandy monstrosity could not be vanquished so easily. He had lost count of how many strikes he had delivered. At that moment, the voice of Gaara resonated from within Shikaku. I never imagined you could endure to this extent. Now, allow me to reveal the true form of Shikaku. What? Temari and Kankuro gasped in astonishment, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. The next instant, Gaara succumbed to slumber, and Shikaku awakened in its true essence. Laughing heartily, ha ha ha, I have finally emerged. Breathing in the fresh air, Shikaku marveled at the beauty of the world anew, casting his gaze towards the distant Hidden Leaf village. Shikaku grinned widely. Having finally broken free, he was determined to unleash chaos, confident that the younglings of Sunagakure would clean up the mess. With this mindset, Shikaku swaggered boldly towards the hidden leaf, eager to vent the pent-up rage of years spent in confinement. However, this prompted Naruto and Frog Winta to react with alarm, swiftly positioning themselves in front of Shikaku. "Oh, you wish to stop me? Then I shall slay you." Shikaku laughed like a child, yet his words dripped with menace. Long imprisoned and stripped of freedom, Shikaku now yearned for a grand upheaval, to eliminate those he deemed insignificant. Wind release, vacuum bullets. Suddenly, Shikaku's belly swelled, and air cannons erupted from his mouth. In response, Frog Winta unleashed his own iron cannonball, followed by a massive sphere of water that burst forth from his maw. The collision of water and air projectiles in the sky created a spectacle akin to a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. The clash continued, with the vacuum bullets and iron cannonballs colliding, forming a visible boundary between the two forces. "Haha, you foul frog, you have lost." Shikaku jeered. "What?" Frog Winta exclaimed in shock, realizing that Shikaku had unleashed one more vacuum bullet than he had. With a tremendous explosion, Frog Winta crashed to the ground, battered and bruised. In the hidden leaf, Hiruzen Sarutobi, revered as the professor of the ninja world and master of 5 elemental jutsu, found himself gradually suppressing the formidable powers of both the first and second Hokage. Orochimaru stood nearby, a mocking smile on his face as he observed Hiruzen exerting all his strength merely to contend with the first and second Hokage. "You lot, go protect the hidden leaf." Hiruzen commanded several umbu stationed outside the formation. "But, Hokage-sama, you do not concern yourselves with me." Hiruzen bellowed in fury. The umbu clenched their fists and swiftly dispersed, darting in various directions. "Orochimaru, you shall pay for your mockery of the dead." Hiruzen cried out. "Hey, why do you not inquire about the source of their remains?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands trembled as he cast a furtive glance at the first and second Hokage engaged in battle with him, finding solace in their lack of consciousness. "What troubles you, sensei? Are you hesitant to face them?" Orochimaru scoffed. "The two most revered Hokage have been reduced to mere subjects for experimentation posthumously. Imagine the outrage if others were to discover this. What do you think Tsunade would do if she were to learn the truth behind her clan's demise?" "Enough!" Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed, seizing an iron rod to strike at Orochimaru, only to be intercepted by the second Hokage. "It is indeed thanks to the dark underbelly of Konoha that I could procure the bodies of these two esteemed predecessors, the mightiest of the Senju clan. Their value is undoubtedly known to you, sensei. I have expended considerable effort and paid a hefty price to obtain them. What now, sensei? Are you at a loss for words? As a junior favored by the two Hokage, your actions would surely break their hearts." Orochimaru continued his relentless verbal assault, gradually dismantling Sarutobi Hiruzen's psychological defenses. "Enough," Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. "Ah, sensei, how you have changed. The fearless, formidable teacher who would leap into battle at the slightest provocation has vanished. Before me stands a frail old man, retreating at every turn. Konoha has long since rotted. It began its decline the moment you chose to ignore Danzo and tacitly accepted his machinations. This decayed Konoha should no longer exist." Orochimaru's voice turned icy, a smirk playing on his lips, relishing the art of shattering another's mental fortitude. "Thus, sensei, in atonement for your sins, I implore you to perish." In a swift motion, Orochimaru lunged forward, piercing Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest with the Kusanagi sword. Yet, in that instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed into a puddle of mud, reappearing behind Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, as you stated, I have erred in many ways, but Konoha still holds promise. The young children represent the new generation of leaves. My resolve is to, like my predecessors, stop you, even at the cost of my life." "Ah, sensei, you truly are obstinate." Orochimaru quickly evaded with a substitution technique. Yet the presence of both Hokage failed to disturb his composure. But therein lies the intrigue. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Konoha, Gamabunta was battered and bruised, unable to withstand the onslaught of the defending crane. "Haha, this is a wind ball condensed from my very own chakra, far beyond your ninjutsu. Kid, I can't handle him." Gamabunta exclaimed to Naruto. "What? No way, boss, what do we do now?" Naruto scratched his head in confusion. "Alas, there is no other option. Fend for yourself." "I must take my leave." "No, boss, don't go." "Is there truly no other way?" Naruto panicked, realizing that if Gamabunta retreated, he and Sasuke would be doomed. "Other methods are at hand. Fukasaku pointed at Shikaku, who was atop Gaara, and said to Naruto, "Just wake him up." It made sense, but how would they get there? Naruto found himself lost in thought. How about this? Use the transformation technique to turn me into something with sharp teeth and a fierce beak. I will catch Shikaku for you, and you can rush in and give that brat a punch. Fukasaku was now somewhat excited, curious about what Naruto would transform him into. Sharp teeth and a fierce beak sounded quite imposing, and the appearance would undoubtedly be menacing. Yes, he was looking forward to it. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. Naruto immediately formed hand seals. Transformation technique. Bang. As the white smoke dissipated. Haha. I, Fukasaku, finally have sharp teeth. Wait. What is this? Fukasaku's laughter abruptly ceased as he glanced at himself, his complexion pale and radiant. TCH, what on earth is that fool doing? Sasuke looked up and, upon seeing the transformed Fukasaku, couldn't help but blush and quickly turned his head away. Hiss, you foul toad, who would have thought? You actually have this kind of preference. Shikaka stared at him with his large, bell-like eyes, somewhat astonished. Fukasaku had transformed into a human. Yes, just a human. Nothing more than a simple human. Hey, brat. At that moment, Fukasaku finally grasped the situation, his face darkening. No, I must endure, after all. He's my little brother. Yes, suppress the anger, suppress my foot. Fukasaku grabbed Naruto by the head and glared at him fiercely. Boss. This is a misunderstanding. Naruto quickly waved his hands, cold sweat pouring down, his heart racing. So that's how it is, a misunderstanding. Yes. Just a misunderstanding. Naruto nodded vigorously, though his face turned crimson as he glanced at Fukasaku. Little brother, rest assured, I am your boss. How could I harm you? Fukasaku said calmly. However, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine for reasons he couldn't comprehend. Don't worry, I will still send you to that medium. To die? Whoosh. Fukasaku flung Naruto away like a shuriken, then returned to Mount Myaboku. Yet, as he left, a trace of faint sorrow lingered in his eyes. My dignity, my honor, my lifelong reputation. Help me. Naruto soared towards Gaara with incredible speed, causing him to panic. But then he thought, this could be an opportunity to truly wake Gaara. With that in mind, he struck a pose he deemed impressive, charging towards Gaara like a superhero. Gaara. This is your lord. Bang. A massive hand instantly sent Naruto flying far away, leaving him uncertain of where he landed or even if he was alive. What was that? Shikaka clapped his hands but soon became jubilant. Ha ha, I won. Shikaka gleefully jumped around, causing the ground to tremble thrice. Subsequently, he continued his journey towards his objective, the Hidden Leaf Village, harboring not a shred of interest in Sasuke perched upon the tree. How infuriating. Sasuke watched as Shikaku departed with a sense of bitter resentment. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he could hardly bear the disdain shown by this beast. Such a slight was intolerable for one as proud as he. However, the might of Shikaku was overwhelmingly formidable. Even the enormous toad summoned by Naruto was no match for it, and to confront Shikaku would be tantamount to courting death. Shikaku's figure gradually approached the hidden leaf, unabashedly unleashing its power, a colossal aura enveloping the village, plunging everyone into profound fear. At that moment, Ning Ci, en route, suddenly sensed the approaching chakra of Shikaku and was momentarily taken aback. Shikaku? Was it not supposed to have been defeated by Naruto? Why was it here? In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. Naruto was indeed unreliable. There was no doubt that Naruto had been overpowered. Naruto, you truly are the embodiment of unpredictability, Ning Ci muttered with disdain. Weighing his options, he immediately dashed to intercept Shikaku. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was aged, as the Hokage, he was not likely to perish imminently. However, if Shikaku were to enter the village, it would spell utter devastation for the Hidden Leaf. This debt of gratitude, Hidden Leaf, you owe greatly. At this moment, Shikaku had arrived at the village walls. Despite the chaos of battle and the ruins surrounding the Hidden Leaf, Shikaku's enthusiasm remained undeterred. Prepare yourselves, you insects, for my arrival. Wahaha. Shikaku raised its arms high, exuberantly cheering like a child, occasionally slapping the walls, causing the entire structure to tremble. Even more terrifyingly, as it gestured, a cloud of dust enveloped the area, with the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf rapidly transforming into a desert. This was the nature of a tailed beast, capable of altering the very landscape at will. On the walls, numerous Hidden Leaf ninjas stood, anxiously fixated on Shikaku. Witnessing this spectacle only heightened their dread. How could they hope to vanquish such a colossal foe? Regardless, we must prevent it from entering the village, one Umbu member declared. Yes. Hold on until Lord Hokage is freed. And with that, a multitude of ninjas unleashed various jutsu and explosive tags upon Shikaku, which it anticipated with ease, allowing the attacks to land upon it as mere trifles, akin to a scratch. Yaha. As more and more ninjas from the hidden leaf arrived, they began to valiantly resist Shikaku. The ranks of ninjas were orderly. Though filled with trepidation, they did not falter. They had withstood the chaos of the Nine Tails. Could a single-tailed beast truly overturn them? Fire release, great fireball technique, shadow clone technique, multiplication technique, secret technique, insect tornado. All the ninjas employed their skills, determined to thwart Shikaku's advance into the village. The Aburame clan tirelessly manipulated their insects to dismantle the sand armor encasing Shikaku. The few remaining members of the Nara clan, in conjunction with the Akimichi clan, struggled to restrain Shikaku's movements using their multiplication technique. Ha ha ha, my strength is far beyond this. Despite being bound, Shikaku continued to laugh heartily. To him, this was merely the final struggle of these insignificant insects. Most of the elite Jonin were preoccupied with internal conflicts against formidable foes, leaving only a handful of Jonin to lead a few Chunin in resistance, utterly outmatched by Shikaku. Although Shikaku possessed only one tail, his overall strength ranked third among the tailed beasts. Before long, everyone began to tire. Shadows quivered, on the verge of breaking free, while the Akimichi clan members had shrunk considerably in size. Yet, until now, Shikaku had not sustained any damage. How infuriating. The power of the one-tailed beast is overwhelming. We are on the brink of losing our grip. Hold on. Damn it. How can this creature's defense be so formidable? Ha ha ha. Insects, do you now recognize my might? With a powerful leap, Shikaku broke free, and with a mere wave of his hand, several pillars of sand sent the Akimichi members flying. Witnessing the leaf ninjas falter only fueled Shikaku's exhilaration, causing him to laugh even louder. However, at that moment, a fist loomed larger in his vision. With a resounding impact, Shikaku was staggered, stumbling backward almost to the ground. Who dares to ambush me? Enraged, Shikaku focused his gaze, spotting a young boy clad in white atop the city wall. Having just been struck by this child, Shikaku felt humiliated at being forced back and retaliated with a swift slap aimed at Neji. Neji deftly dodged, countering with an 8 trigrams empty palm that struck Shikaku once again. Boom. A small section of Shikaku's sandy form collapsed, and no slight. It was a deep insult to his pride. How dare you provoke me? You shall pay dearly. With a flick of his fingers, numerous sand pillars surged toward Neji at breakneck speed. Realizing he could not evade them, Neji quickly utilized the 8 trigrams palm to deflect the sand projectiles, vanishing from sight to leap toward Shikaku's head. Neji understood that he could not overpower Shikaku, but remained composed. If he could awaken Gaara, Shikaku would vanish. However, despite Neji's speed, Shikaku was no ordinary foe. In an instant, Shikaku discerned Neji's intent and swiftly encased Gaara in sand. Ha ha ha, I shall not remain idle. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku roared as air cannons rained down, fiercely targeting Neji. After finally breaking free, this intruder sought to send him back, an unforgivable sin in Shikaku's eyes. Neji, undeterred, evaded while forming seals, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted in mid-air. The vacuum sphere pierced the Earth Dragon Bomb, producing powerful shockwaves that sent onlookers flying. As the vacuum sphere barreled through, Neji unleashed another 8 trigrams empty palm, successfully neutralizing Shikaku's assault. Beneath the aftermath, even Neji found himself faltering, unable to maintain his footing, let alone others who had long been swept away. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to rely solely on his physical prowess. With determination, Neji propelled himself forward, swiftly arriving before Shikaku. Soft-step double lion fist. Chakra enveloped his hands, transforming into 2 colossal lion heads that struck Shikaku with a resounding clap. However, the outcome was merely a slight shedding of sand. Shikaku's defense was alarmingly formidable. Just as Neji contemplated whether to unleash a lethal technique to send Shikaku on his way, the beast suddenly spoke. Kid, interesting. You actually managed to withstand my air bullet. Shikaku regarded Neji with newfound curiosity, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. What do you say? Care to become my underling? A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, the atmosphere growing eerily tense, almost palpable. Become my underling? Shikaku's words reverberated, echoing around, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment, as if caught in a dream. Am I trapped in an illusion? Someone questioned, sensing the bizarre dissonance of the situation. You won't know until you try, came the response, as one individual, driven by impulsiveness, brandished a kunai and slashed toward his own chest. Splurt. A crimson gash appeared instantly, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ouch, that hurts. He cried out, yet exhilarated. Having received a definitive answer, this was no illusion. What on earth are you doing? Self-harm? Another exclaimed. Ah, you wouldn't understand. Pain is the best measure of reality. The injured man chuckled, feeling quite clever. Then why not stab your leg instead? After a brief moment, the individual who had tested the reality screamed in agony, blood pouring forth as he continued to spew forth exclamations. Neji silently commended him. Brother, well done. I respect your bravery. Well, kid, what do you say? Care to acknowledge me as your big brother? Shikaka's sharp voice pierced the air once more. Why would you want me as your underling? Just because I blocked your air bullet? Neji inquired. No, it's something else. There is an inexplicable familiarity about you. Almost like chakra, Shikaka replied. My chakra feels familiar to you? Neji was perplexed. How could his chakra evoke such sentiments in Shikaku? Surely. He was aware of the truth. The tailed beasts were embodiments of chakra, the tintails, a manifestation of the divine tree. Thus, all chakra in existence derived from them. How could there be chakra that felt endearing to them? Nevertheless, Shikaku's demeanor suggested he was not lying. Had Neji overlooked something? He decided to dismiss the thought, after all. It posed no detriment to him. With a profound gaze fixed upon Shoha, Neji felt a stirring within, as if a bolt of lightning had coursed through him. Instantly, his gaze towards Shoha began to take on a peculiar quality. Although your idea is commendable, I have no intention of becoming someone else's subordinate, Neji stated with calm resolve. What? I am far more formidable than the Hokage of your village. Shoha's sharp voice pierced the air. Yet you remain sealed, rendering your prowess moot. Should trouble arise, it would fall upon me to resolve it alone, Neji retorted, leaving Shoha momentarily speechless, as this was indeed a valid point he could not contest. However, if we were to amend the terms, I might find it acceptable, Neji continued, by first diminishing Shoha's bravado and then presenting a twist. He believed there was a significant chance Shoha would acquiesce, especially since it was Shoha who had broached the subject, expressing a certain fondness for his own chakra. Humph. Among the tailed beasts, while Shoha is indeed clever, he pales in comparison to my intellect, Neji mused, and soon, Shoha inquired, amend? What terms would you change? Nothing too complicated. Simply put, you shall become my subordinate, Neji replied nonchalantly. What? Shoha erupted in indignation. That is out of the question. I possess the pride of a tailed beast. Neji remained unperturbed, having anticipated this reaction. Calm yourself. Think carefully. Your primary goal is to form a bond with me as brothers. Does the order truly matter? You are sealed. And it is I who must handle all the ensuing troubles. Thus, my role would be akin to that of an elder brother, Neji asserted confidently. Shoha stroked his chin thoughtfully, recognizing the logic in Neji's reasoning, as it indeed seemed that managing the affairs of a younger brother would fall to the elder. Humph. Attempting to challenge me was futile. Shoha's failure to act in his moment of fury indicated there was still room for negotiation. My intellect vastly overpowers his. Seeing the opportune moment, Neji pressed on. Moreover, should you acknowledge me as your elder brother, I shall seek a chance to lift your seal and restore your freedom. What do you say? I would make a commendable elder brother. Furthermore, I would also forge bonds with the other tailed beasts, and when that time comes, you would be the first to join me, allowing you to command the nine tails as you please. Sounds enticing, does it not? Shoha, upon hearing this, felt a surge of temptation. It appeared that accepting this fellow as an elder brother might indeed be advantageous. He could already envision a future where he stood atop the nine tails. With a grand gesture, he laughed heartily. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. He then bent his rotund form in acknowledgement, signifying his acceptance. A classic case of outsmarting the naive. Yet, Shoha had acquiesced. A collective gasp arose from onlookers as this bizarre and chilling scene unfolded. Some instinctively felt the urge to laugh. You were abruptly chilled to the bone. To have a tailed beast acknowledge one as a subordinate was simply unfathomable. Such an effortless subjugation of a tailed beast heralded a fortuitous day indeed. Neji smiled, thoroughly satisfied. He was still in the initial stages of his journey, yet having a formidable guardian who surpassed even the shadow level provided him with a sense of security. If others were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly express their envy. Being at the nascent stage yet already an elite Jonin created an undeniable disparity that provoked frustration. However, Neji soon encountered a new dilemma. Shikaku had been acquired, but technically, he was still bound. What was to be done? Should he send him back? Unthinkable. Having finally found a capable fighter, it would be foolish to relinquish him so easily, especially in the midst of war. If the Sand Shinobi had the audacity to strike, they must also prepare for any treacherous contingencies. Yet, glancing at Gaara, perched atop Shikaku, presented a significant challenge. Neji leaped atop Shikaku's head and approached Gaara. During this interval, Shikaku remained still, exhibiting no signs of movement. Although he feared Neji might awaken Gaara, an unspoken bond fostered a sense of trust in Neji. In the heart of Konoha, within the confines of the Four Purple Flames formation, the battle between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru was nearing its crescendo. Both sides unleashed potent techniques, the air reverberating with thunderous clashes. Were it not for the protective formation, this place would have long succumbed to devastation. With a resounding clash, their weapons met, and they were momentarily repelled. Orochimaru, what is your true aim? Hiruzen brandished the adamantine staff, pointing it firmly at Orochimaru. If one must speak of purpose, it is to infuse Konoha with a semblance of vitality, Orochimaru replied, sheathing the Kusanagi sword while surveying the conflagration below with an appreciative smile. The countless lives lost in this war appeared to him as mere theatrics. He was but a spectator, entangled in the chaos yet detached from it. In his eyes, the lives of all, save his own, were merely tools. Hiruzen furrowed his brows, seething with anger, and swung the adamantine staff toward Orochimaru. The greatest regret of my life is having spared you, which has led to this calamity befalling Konoha. Sensei, you have grown old, Orochimaru retorted, leaping gracefully to evade the strike. Simultaneously, Tobirama Senju rushed in from the side. Water release, water surge. Instantly, torrents of water spiraled upward like a whirlwind, transforming into a cascading waterfall that crashed down. Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically as he deftly maneuvered his hands. Earth release, earth wall. A sturdy earthen barrier rose swiftly, shielding him from the oncoming deluge. Water release, water bullet. Columns of water shot forth with tremendous destructive force, easily penetrating the earthen wall, forcing Hiruzen to roll away to safety. Sensei, you have aged. Though both Hokages are powerful, they are still a far cry from their prime. Had you been a decade younger, I might have already been defeated. Orochimaru observed with cold detachment as Hiruzen found himself besieged by both Hokages, further solidifying his conviction. Life, indeed, is exceedingly fragile. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the battlefield, his heart laden with perplexity. How peculiar it was that Jiraiya and Tsunade had yet to arrive. Had the intelligence been erroneous? Were they not within the village? The destruction of Konoha was merely a trivial spectacle to him, and he held little concern for the fate of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Should he fall, it would be advantageous. Should he survive, it would not matter. However, if Jiraiya and Tsunade were indeed absent from the village, Orochimaru instantly exhaled in relief. Engaging with three formidable Kaga-level adversaries would be exceedingly arduous, especially considering they were among the elite of such ranks. Even if he summoned two former Hokage, they would merely be puppets, leaving him prone to failure. Yet now, with their absence, what was there to fear? Who could possibly thwart him? Who could rival his strength? Orochimaru chuckled, a sinister smile revealing his murderous intent. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a jolt of alarm, uncertain why Orochimaru's aura had suddenly turned so menacing, yet he was not one to be trifled with. Boom. Shadow clone technique. He thrust the adamantine staff into the ground, forming hand seals, and in an instant, four clones appeared. Orochimaru, being Hiruzen Sarutobi's student, was acutely aware of his former master-esque capabilities. The title of ninjutsu instructor was not one to be taken lightly. Witnessing Hiruzen's display, Orochimaru understood that he was about to unleash a formidable technique. Return, Orochimaru commanded. Immediately, the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama Senju materialized beside him. Simultaneously, Hiruzen completed his hand seals. 5 Elemental Ninjutsu, Great Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. At once, the 5 distinct elemental ninjutsu, fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, were unleashed. Flames, torrents, thunder, rock, and columns of wind coalesced into beams of light, intertwining and manifesting an unstoppable force that obliterated everything in its path in the blink of an eye. What? Orochimaru's heart sank. He had not anticipated that the elderly man would still wield such terrifying ninjutsu. Fortunately, he had prepared for this moment, quickly joining forces with the Senju brothers to form a defensive seal. Triple Rashomon. Water release. Water barrier technique. Wood release. Wood shield technique. Instantly, a wall of water, a wooden shield, and the 3 gates of Rashomon appeared, standing resolutely before the trio. Boom. Bang. Crack. The five energies rage violently, especially within the confines of such a limited space, inflicting greater devastation, their destructive essence surging towards Orochimaru and the two former Hokage. The sound of impacts and shattering resonated incessantly, even causing the four purple flames formation to tremble, igniting a flurry of sparks. Is this the power of the third Hokage? Truly formidable. The four onlookers, having witnessed such devastation firsthand, were left astounded. Thankfully, the third Hokage had aged, otherwise, their formation might very well have been shattered by such an onslaught. After a protracted silence, the battlefield eventually settled into a state of chaos, when suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "Hey, look! That is, how could this be possible?" In the arena, the water wall, wooden shields, and the two gates of hell had been shattered, leaving only the final gate standing before Orochimaru. Yet, even this last gate seemed to have suffered significant damage, nearly reduced to fragments. Could it be? The three gates of hell of Lord Orochimaru have been destroyed to such an extent? This was unprecedented. It was the result of the valiant efforts of the two previous Hokages. One can only imagine that had it been solely up to Lord Orochimaru, he would have been utterly unable to withstand such an onslaught. It is no wonder he often remarks that if the third Hokage were a decade younger, he could easily vanquish him. At that moment, the final gate began to sink slowly, revealing Orochimaru's silhouette behind it. That was a close call. Glancing at the two Hokages, now reduced to mere scraps of paper, he could not help but furrow his brow. The body reanimated by the impure world reincarnation was painfully fragile. Even the intense energy unleashed by such an explosion was difficult for them to endure. However, Teacher Sarutobi, you have indeed provided me with a valuable lesson. I nearly faced disaster. Yet, your chakra must be running low, too. Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his gaze falling upon Orochimaru, whose complexion was only slightly paler than before, leading him to lament, "I am truly aging." Reflecting on the obedient Orochimaru of his youth, now transformed into this, he felt a wave of melancholy. However, as Hokage, I must stop you, even at the cost of my life. Sarutobi Hiruzen steadied himself with the adamantine staff, fixing a determined gaze upon Orochimaru. "No, Teacher Sarutobi, you have no chance left." The serpent's array. Suddenly, Orochimaru collapsed to the ground, and with a guttural cry, a multitude of serpents surged forth. A dark mass, densely packed, poured out. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself nearly breathless at the sight. Throughout his life, he had witnessed numerous ninjutsu, but this was the first time he encountered something so repulsive. At that moment, the serpents multiplied, crawling together like a small hill, their bodies coated in a viscous slime that emanated a peculiar aura. Furthermore, as they slithered, they expelled long swords from their mouths, hurtling towards him at great speed. Witnessing this scene, the elderly Sarutobi was covered in goosebumps. There were simply too many. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Orochimaru, is this truly what I taught you? This grotesque ninjutsu is a disgrace to my reputation. Fire style, fire dragon flame bomb. Instantly, 3 raging fireballs surged from the left, right, and directly ahead towards the serpents. Upon contact, many serpents were reduced to ashes. Yet, this was not the end. Lightning style, thunderclap. Water style, water dragon bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed 2 ninjutsu in quick succession. A water dragon ascended into the air as a sharp bolt of lightning, resembling a spear, shot forth from his mouth. The combination of water and lightning styles greatly amplified their potency. Yet Sarutobi did not direct his attack at the serpents, but rather charged straight toward Orochimaru. Upon witnessing the situation, Orochimaru hastily supported himself with both hands and executed a graceful 360-degree spin in midair to evade the attack. "Teacher, you underestimate me." However, the moment he caught sight of the faint smile adorning Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, he was suddenly jolted from his reverie, his expression shifting dramatically. No, the teacher intends to. Yet, at this moment, it was far too late. With a thunderous boom, the 2 former Hokage, still not fully restored, disintegrated into mere scraps of paper once more. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice resounded once again. Orochimaru turned to look, only to witness a colossal fire dragon surging forth, engulfing the serpents entirely. "Teacher, you remain as relentless as ever, never missing even the slightest opportunity," he remarked, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Hey, let's swiftly conclude this farce." Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed. Tile shuriken. Instantly, the tiles beneath his feet transformed into shuriken, hurtling towards Orochimaru. "Heh, employing that trick again. Futile," Orochimaru scoffed. effortlessly dodging the onslaught with a series of swift movements. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen launched a massive shuriken, promptly forming another set of seals. Suddenly, numerous shuriken materialized out of thin air, slicing towards Orochimaru. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Orochimaru slammed his hand onto the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise rapidly, shielding him. However, in mere moments, this earthen barrier was severed by the enormous shuriken. What? With a swift slice, one shuriken caught Orochimaru off guard, severing his arm and causing blood to gush forth, leaving him pale. Humph. Merely this, he retorted. Losing an arm is inconsequential for one who possesses the technique of Edo Tensei. Hell, Orochimaru, you have grown complacent. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, tinged with a hint of finality, echoed. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, Hiruzen had completed an intricate series of hand seals, summoning a grotesque and terrifying figure behind him. That was. Orochimaru's face momentarily reflected a look of dread. The Shinigami. Release the 4 purple flames formation. Retreat. He commanded. Too late. Do not underestimate the Hokage, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly resonated from behind Orochimaru. Startled, Orochimaru quickly turned to see that among the tiles he had previously evaded, 2 had transformed into Sarutobi Hiruzen, each gripping the shoulders of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. How is this possible? Orochimaru, do not be distracted. A shuriken that had landed at his feet suddenly morphed into a serpent spirit, constricting Orochimaru tightly. Meanwhile, the originally embedded Kong Rikishi staff beside the old man had vanished without a trace. Damn it! When did this happen? Orochimaru exclaimed. Quickly, the serpent spirit shouted. Forbidden technique. Shiki F. Jin. At that moment, as Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen engaged in their fierce struggle, Neji had also stabilized Shikaku. I really want to give him a kunai, Neji mused, playing with the kunai in his hand, his gaze towards Gaara filled with an eerie intensity. Upon the demise of a Jinchuriki, the tailed beast also meets its end. However, this is merely a temporary state. After a certain period, the tailed beast will resurrect in another location, regaining its freedom. This implies that Shikaku would revert to its liberated form and could subsequently serve as a formidable ally. Yet, is this truly the case? It seems that such an occurrence has never transpired before. Neji felt a twinge of uncertainty. If this premise were accurate, the tailed beasts could easily devise a method to eliminate their Jinchuriki, as a brief death pales in comparison to being sealed for centuries or longer. However, no tailed beast has ever acted in such a manner. Even the 9 tails, once filled with resentment towards humanity, exhibited profound concern for Naruto's well-being. As for the 3 tails, the deaths of its Jinchuriki were orchestrated in the shadows by Madara and Obito, who could guarantee they did not intervene. They possessed the ability to extract tailed beasts at will. Neji harbored strong doubts that the 3 tails had not been forcibly removed from Lin and Yagura before their complete demise. Utilizing the Rinnegan to accomplish such a feat would be exceedingly simple. Shikaku, what repercussions would my death have on you? One thing Neji was certain of was that tailed beasts do not truly perish. They merely serve as vessels of chakra, lacking any semblance of life. This is substantiated by the fact that when the 9 tails was divided into yin and yang, it merely diminished in size, while the yin 9 tails was simply transported to the Pure Land, rather than facing true death. Nevertheless, the demise of a Jinchuriki undeniably impacts the tailed beasts, for they would not express such anxiety over a Jinchuriki's safety otherwise. Upon hearing Neji's inquiry, Shikaku trembled slightly, a subtle reaction that did not escape Neji's notice. It felt as though the entire world quaked. There is something amiss. Neji's eyes narrowed, solidifying his conviction. Shikaku, as a war rages between Konoha and Sunagakure. Should you deceive me, I will undoubtedly eliminate Gaara. Neji stated calmly, urging him to consider his words carefully. Shikaku fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he spoke in a tone devoid of his usual nonchalance and arrogance. Let us converse within my heart. He then raised his intricately patterned paw above Neji. Neji did not hesitate, but Shikaku was determined to keep this matter from others' knowledge. With practiced ease, Neji lifted his hand. In the next moment, the scene transformed dramatically. Darkness enveloped them, and the ground shimmered beneath their feet, while thick chains extended from an unknown source, binding Shikaku tightly. Very well, speak. Neji commanded as he approached Shikaku directly. This creature. Upon witnessing the scene, Shikaku's heart was further shaken. He had not anticipated Neji's level of trust. At such a close range, he could easily crush Neji beneath his foot. In that instant, He perceived the shadow of the old man within Ning Ci, the elder who had always regarded them as his own children, unbeknownst to him. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye, only to be swiftly absorbed by the sand that enveloped him. However, the reason why Ning Ci dared to act in such a manner was entirely due to the formidable technique he possessed, the universal killing of the gray bones. Although Shikaku was restrained, it was still necessary to approach him closely to reassure Ning Ci. It must be said, this was a splendid misunderstanding. We tell beasts serve as vessels of chakra. Even if the Jinchuriki perishes, we shall not meet the same fate. Upon the death of our host, we merely revert to scattered chakra, drifting aimlessly, dispersing across the realms, yet after a period, we will inevitably re-emerge. Shikaka proudly articulated this, relishing in their seemingly immortal capability. Thus, what you imply is that even if the Jinchuriki dies, it does not greatly affect your kind. Ning Ci regarded Shikaku with profound skepticism, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me? If it truly has no impact, why then have you summoned me? Merely for companionship?" No. Shikaku's dark, cross-shaped eyes suddenly reflected an indescribable sorrow. Ordinarily, the death of the Jinchuriki would be inconsequential, for we would only await a brief period before reawakening. However, as time elapsed, an increasing number of individuals began to cultivate chakra, leading to the emergence of formidable beings. Notably, the likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who even surpassed the Nine Tails. As Shikaka recounted this, his words dripped with indignation. How proud they were as tailed beasts, and yet, when had they ever been subjugated by humanity? All of this began with those two detestable figures. Contemplating this, Shikaka gradually transformed into a torrent of grievances, incessantly lamenting the exploitation of their kind to Ning Ci. It was indeed a sorrowful sight, evoking tears in those who bore witness. Yet, regrettably, Ning Ci exhibited little interest in such tales. Without further ado, Ning Ci unleashed a flurry of kicks, demanding, "Be serious. What is it that you truly wish to convey?" Shikaku, shrinking his already rotund form, responded with a hint of grievance. "To put it simply, when we are revived, we become exceedingly weak. If someone were to seize control during that moment, we might truly be enslaved." Ning Ci furrowed his brow. "So, you mean to say, you may not escape such control?" Shikaka nodded, which elucidated their willingness to remain within the Jinchuriki. Although sealed, there remained a glimmer of hope for liberation and the preservation of their consciousness. However, if someone were to exploit a gap, the consequences would be dire. Hence, they would never allow the Jinchuriki to perish unless absolutely necessary. "How do you know this? Have you ever tried?" Ning Ci inquired. "Who would dare to attempt such a thing?" "It is merely an instinct," Shikaku replied. Indeed, some matters should not be probed too deeply. This was truly a complex predicament. Ning Ci sighed, feeling as if the world were replete with malice towards him. Realizing that the ally he had managed to acquire was but a mere facade, there was no recourse. He could not treat Shikaku as a test subject. "Shikaku, you shall remain here for now. I will seek you out shortly." Shikaku felt a profound sense of despair. After finally escaping, he was soon to be returned. Yet, what could he express? The elder brother he acknowledged, even in tears, would continue onward. Back in reality, Ning Ci struck a decisive blow to Gaara's visage, rousing him from his stupor, while Shikaku dissipated into grains of sand. "Brother, do remember to rescue me." Shikaku's voice echoed as he faded away. With the loss of Shikaku, the chakra-depleted Gaara plummeted swiftly to the ground. Fortunately, thanks to Karura's protection, otherwise, such a fall from that height could have proven fatal. Ning Ci leaped down, observing Gaara sprawled upon the ground, unable to rise, shaking his head in dismay. Gaara's gaze towards Ning Ci was filled with loathing. His already pronounced dark circles seemed to deepen, instilling a sense of dread. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke emerged from the forest, supporting each other. Upon seeing Gaara lying on the ground, they paused in disbelief. Is it over? Is it truly possible for someone to defeat that colossal being? Their attention then shifted to Ning Ci, and they were taken aback. Could it be? How could he possibly triumph over that monster? Sasuke's mind reeled, struggling to accept the reality. He would never forget the immense destructive power Shikaku had displayed, capable of altering the very landscape, a force beyond his comprehension. How could our strength differ so vastly? How am I to slay that man? Observing Sasuke's bewildered expression, Ning Ci instantly understood his thoughts. A frog in a well. You know nothing of true power. Shikaku was not even at full strength, and yet you are astonished to this degree. How could you hope to defeat Itachi? However, soon you shall feel the chasm that lies between you and Itachi. Just then, Gaara let out a furious cry. Damn it, I cannot lose. In an instant, as if drawing strength from somewhere unknown, Gaara surged to his feet and charged towards Naruto. Are you seeking another fight? Upon seeing Gaara rush at him, Naruto sprang into action, shoving Sasuke aside and shouted as he met Gaara head-on. You scoundrel! Both were devoid of chakra, resorting to primal combat techniques, exchanging blows relentlessly, determined to bring the other to the ground. Good heavens! Is this what they call a bond? Neji watched the two of them exchanging strikes in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. Moments ago, they appeared on the brink of collapse, as if they would perish without assistance, yet upon encountering each other, they unleashed their full fury, battling with remarkable intensity. Most astonishingly, they shouted declarations of supremacy, vowing to thwart one another. This temper of mine. I was the one who just restrained Gaara, yet why are you two engaging in battle? Unable to tolerate further, Neji strode angrily to a large boulder and sat down upon it. Come now, the onlookers are fully prepared. Observing the fervent clash between the two, a surge of excitement welled up within Ning Ci, who felt immensely satisfied. Such a visceral confrontation, the collision of fervent emotions, was truly, ineffably splendid. Suddenly, an idea struck Ning Ci, and he turned to Sasuke, saying, Hey, your partner is being beaten like this, and you aren't going to lend a hand? Sasuke's face flushed, recalling the embarrassing moment with Naruto in the classroom, igniting a surge of indignation. How infuriating! Who spread that rumor? Sasuke's reaction elicited a knowing chuckle from Ning Ci, as everything was left unsaid. Before long, Naruto had pinned Gaara to the ground and delivered a heavy punch, embarking on his journey of verbal banter. The lack of background music gave the repartee an inexplicable, awkward charm. While Ning Ci was thoroughly entertained, unexpected events often strike abruptly. A deafening explosion suddenly interrupted Naruto's tirade. What transpired? The crowd turned their gaze in unison. Was that the direction of the venue? Could it be Lord Third Hokage? Such a tremendous impact. Surely, the Hokage must be unharmed. Yes, we must guard this place. They cannot be allowed to pass. Amidst the chattering crowd, however, Ning Ci had already vanished without a trace. In Konoha, the four Violet Flames formation had been dispelled. Yet Might Guy and his comrades were still engaged in eliminating enemies scattered across the area, yet to arrive here. At this moment, MY and his comrades surrounded Orochimaru, vigilantly watching Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he had already performed the Reaper Death Seal and was nearing his end, he was, after all, the Hokage, and they dared not be careless. Stop standing there foolishly. I lack the strength to spare. Quickly, take me away. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The four men hoisted Orochimaru and prepared to depart. Just then, a sound of slicing air resonated, landing firmly atop the rooftop. Upon seeing the visitor, Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. Hyuga Neji. However, Ning Ci paid him no heed and instead strode directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm just a moment too late, Ning Ci lamented, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's lifeless visage. After Hiruzen's death, he would have no choice but to confront Danzo prematurely. One must admit, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed cunning. From just a few words, he gleaned a wealth of information. The fact that Orochimaru held such apprehension towards Ning Ci suggested that Ning Ci's prowess was formidable and that he stood in opposition to Orochimaru. Although many questions lingered, perhaps it was best not to delve deeper. Ning Ci, would you be willing to take my place and become the fifth Hokage to protect the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke gravely. What? Orochimaru gasped, his jealousy intensifying. Once upon a time, he too had hoped to ascend to the position of Hokage. But the old man had deemed his intentions unworthy and outright rejected him. Yet now, he was entrusting the village to such a dubious youth, instantly. Orochimaru's gaze towards Ning Ci turned increasingly hostile. Even Ning Ci was taken aback by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. The old man's thought process is rather peculiar. How did he conceive the idea of inheriting the position of Hokage? Before he could respond, Orochimaru insinuated, Sarutobi-sensei, you truly possess an eye for talent. This young boy is no ordinary child. He recognized me in the Death Forest and discerned that the Kazekage was merely my disguise. Moreover, his abilities are formidable enough to instill a sense of dread in me. Entrusting Konoha to him would indeed be a commendable choice. The implication was clear. This young genin harbored numerous secrets, and Sarutobi should contemplate this with urgency. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically. Haha, Neji, splendid. I feel reassured in trusting Konoha to you. To his surprise, Neji's exceptional qualities brought immense comfort to Sarutobi. At that moment, Orochimaru was bewildered. Why was this old man deviating from the expected script? In truth, he had misjudged Sarutobi. After his demise, Konoha would be left with only Danzo, Tsunade, and Jiraiya possessing the strength of a Kage. However, Danzo's unscrupulous nature and collusion with Orochimaru were transparent, making it clear that Konoha could never be entrusted to him. Jiraiya's character was ill-suited for the role of Hokage, and furthermore, he had no desire for such a position. As for Tsunade, she had long since lost faith in Konoha. No. In the very concept of the Hokage, Ning Ci, so young yet capable of threatening Kage-level ninjas, undoubtedly showcased immense potential. A talent such as his must not be lost to Konoha. Additionally, Ning Ci's composure, calmness, and ambition made him an excellent candidate for Hokage. Even if Ning Ci had ulterior motives, would he jeopardize his own interests by harming Konoha? One must admit, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed a competent Hokage, as even in his final moments, his thoughts were solely devoted to Konoha. Tell me, Ning Ci, are you willing to safeguard Konoha in my stead? Sarutobi inquired once more, just as Ning Ci was about to respond. He was interrupted again. Ning Ci, you may not yet grasp the old man's nature. Indeed, upon hearing this, Sarutobi's already pale visage drained of color. Orochimaru cast a fierce glare at Sarutobi and slowly articulated, years ago, the higher-ups of Konoha conducted a series of human experiments in an attempt to replicate the first Hokage's would release. I trust this matter has not escaped your notice. However, after the teacher ordered the cessation of these experiments, do you know what transpired? What happened? Was it not that Danzo continued with these experiments in secrecy? Ning Ci felt there was more to the story and gestured for Orochimaru to elaborate further. Orochimaru sneered. That prohibition was merely a fade behind the scenes. The teacher and Danzo did not abandon the experiments. In fact, with his tacit approval, Danzo not only unearthed the graves of the first and second Hokage to utilize their corpses for experimentation, but also quietly apprehended all members of the Senju clan. Save for Tsunade. Wait, Ning Ci interjected. Did not the Senju clan comply with the second Hokage's orders to conceal their surname and integrate with other families? Ning Ci, you remain too naive, Orochimaru chuckled. They have exploited this very naivety to ensnare the Senju clan entirely, while the Senju family concealed their surname and allied with others. All their whereabouts had already been meticulously documented by our teacher. Ning Ci's pupils dilated in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation of such a truth. So, Ning Ci, what do you believe will become of the Senju clan? Ning Ci opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. However, with the first Hokage's cells at hand, why is there still a need? Thus, you are indeed too naive. Relying solely on the cells of the first Hokage yields a lamentably low chance of success. In such circumstances, what would you do? Ning Ci turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his gaze intense. Lord Hokage, is what he said true? Sarutobi Hiruzen readily admitted. The power of wood release is formidable. If by chance it could replicate the glory of the first Hokage, it would symbolize an early end to the war. Although this endeavor was spearheaded by Danzo, it did receive my tacit approval. Moreover, enhancing the strength of Konoha is the duty of every Hokage. Guilt weighed heavily on Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, yet he felt no regret. But what of the outcome? Ning Ci inquired. Is such a rationale sufficient to warrant the annihilation of an entire clan? Lord Hokage. Ning Ci's voice brimmed with indignation. He was not a denizen of this world, nor had he ever held the title of Hokage, leaving him bewildered by the underlying motives. Ning Ci, what now? What course of action will you take? Orochimaru's sinister smile remained fixed upon Ning Ci, eagerly anticipating his response. Ning Ci cast a perplexed glance at Orochimaru before finally speaking. At that moment, another thunderous shout interrupted Ning Ci's words, darkening his expression. Wait! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, nearly expending all his strength in his plea, fearful that Ning Ci might be ensnared by Orochimaru's schemes. Simultaneously, he glared at Orochimaru with disdain, wishing to strike down this treacherous disciple, enraged that he could not even die in peace. I should have dealt with this traitor long ago. My rage knows no bounds. Ning Ci, Konoha is your home. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke weakly, haunted by the unresolved matter that would not allow him to rest in peace. Attempting to play the emotional card, Orochimaru sneered. Ning Ci. Silence them all. Ning Ci's expression darkened. Can you allow me to finish my statement? First, he pointed at Orochimaru. What does your sordid history with Danzo have to do with me? Does my status as Hokage bear any relevance to this? Orochimaru was momentarily speechless, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen elated. Good boy. Yet, before he could complete his thought, his hopes were dashed. Now, Ning Ci continued, pointing at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did I ever declare my ambition to become Hokage? Why the urgency? Now, you may perish or depart as you wish. Do so swiftly, Ning Ci said with impatience. Truly, two individuals with utterly befuddled minds. As Saratobi Hiruzen took his last breath, his body fell lifelessly to the ground. Orochimaru's lips curled in a sardonic smile as he was escorted away by Doyu and his three companions. Once they had departed, Neji let out a deep sigh. With the passing of Saratobi Hiruzen, Danzo could no longer remain at ease. The days of tranquility were numbered. Neji chuckled to himself. Acknowledging the truth in his thought, Danzo would soon face tumultuous times. After enduring a month of constant surveillance, he felt it was time to eliminate Danzo before executing his future plans. Not long thereafter, Might Guy, Kakashi, and a host of Umbu arrived at the scene. Upon sighting the fallen Hokage, a profound sorrow enveloped them. In the ensuing days, the village of Konoha engaged in a process of reconstruction, holding a grand funeral for the third Hokage and the shinobi who had perished in battle. Yet, time for mourning was a luxury they could scarcely afford. The ramifications of this upheaval would swiftly ripple through the other ninja villages. Throughout the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had never tasted defeat. Coupled with its advantageous geography and abundant resources, the village had birthed many formidable warriors. Witness the likes of Uchiha Shursui, Konoha's White Fang, and the Yellow Flash. Having enjoyed a period of dominance, the village now found itself vulnerable, and adversaries would undoubtedly seize upon this opportunity. The death of the third Hokage had stripped Konoha of its cornerstone, and one could only imagine the brewing turmoil in the ninja world. All eyes fixated on this prime target. Thus, reconstruction became an urgent necessity for Konoha, which was further exacerbated by the crisis. The Council of Elders found themselves in a state of disarray, with the most pressing matter being the election of the fifth Hokage. In the conference room, Tsunade, Midogate, and Danzo sat in a huddle, deliberating a multitude of pressing affairs. When the subject of the fifth Hokage arose, Danzo could no longer contain his impatience. He had schemed and awaited this moment for far too long. He believed the seat rightfully belonged to him. I am convinced that I alone am fit to become the fifth Hokage, Danzo asserted with unwavering confidence. This declaration surprised both Tsunade and Midogate. They were aware of Danzo's ambitions but had not anticipated such a forthright admission. Traditionally, the position of Hokage passed from one generation to the next, with the hope of ensuring the longevity of Konoha, a tacit understanding among the villages. While it was true that there were no suitable young candidates in the current generation, Danzo was considerably aged. Should he falter in the coming years, would the village be left to select another? Such a rapid succession of Hokages would surely raise eyebrows. With these concerns lingering, Tsunade and Midogate refrained from expressing immediate opinions. Danzo chuckled, undeterred, for in his mind, the outcome was already decided. There were no contenders among the younger generation. The comparatively youthful Tsunade and Jiraiya exhibited no interest in the Hokage position, leaving him with no rivals. Tsunade, Mido. There is no need for deliberation. Aside from myself, there is no one else capable of shouldering this great responsibility, Danzo remarked, subtly reminding them of the gravity of the situation. This matter could not be postponed any longer. The expressions on Tsunade and Midogate's faces darkened, realizing they were being coerced into making a choice. After a brief moment, the two sighed. The current situation in Konoha truly could not endure any longer. Danzo, we consent to your proposal, yet you are aware that your operations within Root have long been shrouded in secrecy, and many have never even laid eyes upon you. Therefore, I understand, the elder replied. The following day, a throng of people congregated before the Hokage's office building, bustling and eager, their gazes fixed upon the figure atop the high structure. Is that the future fifth Hokage? One whispered. It is said that aside from the Umbu, there exists a Root, and this esteemed individual is its leader. Indeed, it is rumored that his prowess rivals that of the third Hokage, and that he is a disciple of the second Hokage. Listening to the murmurs around them, Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged worried glances. They were acutely aware of Danzo's true nature. Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip away, they mused, uncertain if this was a blessing or a curse. Guy clapped Kakashi on the shoulder. Do not fret. Simply be yourself. That is the essence of youth. They contemplated voicing their dissent, yet Danzo's experience, strength, and formidable presence rendered such thoughts futile. Neji, amidst the crowd, was perplexed by the unfolding events. Logically, Jiraiya should have been seeking Tsunade, yet here they were. Furthermore, when Neji turned slightly, he noted that Naruto had not departed. Naruto, where is the great sage Fukasaku? Neji inquired. Oh, you mean that lecherous old man? Naruto rubbed his chin, squinting in deep thought. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him in ages. Suddenly, Naruto's face lit up. I remember. He left before the Chunin Exams, claiming he needed to find inspiration or something. What a pervert. Naruto scoffed, incredulous that the man could be one of the legendary Sannin. Who knows what he has dragged me into? I see. So he hasn't returned, Neji remarked, turning his gaze toward Danzo atop the building. His arrival appeared to have instigated significant changes in this world. Above, Danzo surveyed the crowd below with great satisfaction. After today, I shall be the 5th Hokage. He laughed heartily, for this had been his aspiration for many years, now on the cusp of realization. Sarutobi, watch closely, under my leadership. Konoha shall undoubtedly absorb other ninja villages and unify the ninja world. Danzo, hurry up, do not keep everyone waiting too long, Mito Gate Ino urged. Yes, Danzo replied, clearing his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, I presume many of you are not yet well acquainted with me. I am the disciple of the 2nd Hokage. Wait, I oppose your ascension to Hokage. Suddenly, a voice erupted, shattering the serene atmosphere like thunder. At that moment, Danzo was poised to speak, a disciple of the 2nd Hokage. Possessing strength at the level of a Kage, and commanding the root organization, he was undeniably the most influential figure in all of Konoha. As he spoke, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The others became momentarily mute, akin to being rendered speechless, attentively listening to Danzo's discourse. Even Kakashi and his companions found themselves compelled to remain silent. The stillness was so profound that one might have heard a pin drop. In such a tense atmosphere, who would dare to interject? Yet, astonishingly, someone did, voicing an opinion that sent shockwaves through the assembly. This individual brazenly interrupted Danzo's speech. Showing no regard for decorum in front of the crowd, all eyes swiftly turned towards the source of the audacious interruption, and upon recognizing the speaker, their astonishment deepened. It was a boy with white eyes, the Hyuga clan. While the common folk and some expendable shinobi might only feel bewilderment, for those aware of the darker undertones of Konoha, this revelation was nothing short of a thunderclap. What was Neji thinking? Hinata furrowed her brow, anxiety swelling within her. Did he not comprehend the repercussions his actions would have on the Hyuga clan? Kakashi felt a wave of concern wash over him. Danzo was known for his vengeful nature. Intolerant of even the slightest disrespect, he would rather eliminate an innocent than let a slight go unpunished. In this context, Neji's public dissent would furnish Danzo with the justification needed to act against the Hyuga clan. Hey, guy, Neji is. I understand. But he is still my student. My guy flashed a wide grin, his teeth gleaming, a strange light dancing in his eyes. Gayu. Kakashi was taken aback. Kakashi, you know Danzo's character better than anyone. Do you truly believe it wise to place him in the role of Hokage? Might Guy spoke gravely. The earlier silence had been unnervingly oppressive. Although there was an element of respect, many remained mute out of fear. Kakashi fell silent, fully aware of the implications. Danzo was a ruthless individual, willing to go to extreme lengths, even assassination, to ascend to the position of Hokage. Should the roots of Konoha be elevated into the limelight, the village would plunge into darkness. Father, Neji and I is. Hinata timidly spoke beside Hizashi. Hizashi cast a deep glance at Neji before turning to Hinata, instructing her to observe quietly. Both of his children were daughters, exhibiting potential that paled in comparison to Neji's. And given that there had never been a female head of the Hyuga clan, he had contemplated the notion of adopting a son-in-law for quite some time. Fortunately, Hinata held a fondness for Neji, who was indeed of the Hyuga lineage. In the world of shinobi, strength prevailed. Neji's prowess displayed during the Chunin Exams and his defense of Konoha left many in awe. Particularly noteworthy was his ability to tame the One-Tail as a subordinate. From all angles, Neji was the undisputed choice. Thus, he had begun to entertain the notion of grooming Neji to assume leadership, leaving the opinions of the elders to their own devices. However, the primary concern remained Danzo, that old schemer, had been biding his time. Since he would not spare the Uchiha clan, how could he possibly allow the Hyuga clan to thrive? Neji, what will you do? Hyuga Hizashi contemplated silently as he gazed at Neji. This, in a sense, could be considered a temporary trial to become the clan leader. One must possess a certain degree of cunning. At that moment, Danzo also turned his cold gaze towards Neji, relishing in the attention he commanded, yet feeling irked that someone dared to disrupt the proceedings. Hyuga Neji, how dare he oppose me? It seems the Hyuga clan truly cannot be allowed to exist. Families endowed with bloodline limits are nothing but tumors. Are you so ignorant as to not comprehend the current state of Konoha? Danzo asserted with heavy strikes of his cane, his voice icy. Other ninja villages are eyeing us with hostility. We cannot afford to delay the matter of the Hokage. My ascension to Hokage is for the betterment of Konoha, or do you intend for our village's destruction?" His words resonated with fervor, immediately casting doubt in the eyes of many directed at Ning Ci. A shiver coursed through Ning Ci. He had seen shamelessness before, but this level was unprecedented. This old schemer had truly redefined Ning Ci's understanding of audacity. Furthermore, Hyuga Neji, from the information I have gathered, when the third Hokage perished, you were the only one by his side, while Orochimaru vanished without a trace. Danzo narrowed his eyes, compelled to suspect a connection between you and Orochimaru. Just as I anticipated. Ning Ci had foreseen Danzo would exploit this point, though he had not expected such eagerness. Regrettably, Ning Ci was not one to be easily manipulated. Is this the basis for your suspicion? It appears you are indeed unfit to be Hokage, Danzo. This time, Ning Ci spoke bluntly, omitting any form of respect. What do you mean? Danzo furrowed his brow. The third was in peril, so what was wrong with my haste to assist him? As for Orochimaru, as a mere genin, how could I possibly thwart him? If I could, that would be truly abnormal. The crowd nodded in agreement. Ning Ci was formidable, especially after having subdued Shikaku, a fact that had long since spread through Konoha, leaving everyone in disbelief. However, to claim Ning Ci could rival Orochimaru was beyond credibility. Who did not know the circumstances surrounding Ning Ci's capture of Shikaku? Moreover, Ning Ci had no prior acquaintance with Orochimaru, nor had they ever collaborated. There was simply no reason for Ning Ci to conspire with him, and he urged Danzo to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. Nevertheless, during the investigation, it would be prudent to detain him. Danzo waved his hand, signaling several root members behind him to advance and apprehend Ning Ci. Witnessing this, Ning Ci's anger ignited. How dare they seize him without cause? Did Danzo truly believe he could manipulate him at will? As the root operatives approached, Ning Ci made his move, dispensing with words and striking decisively. Gentle step twin lion fists. The several root operatives sent to apprehend Ning Ci were unprepared for his audacity to strike against them in front of such a crowd. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves incapacitated, overwhelmed by Ning Ci's unexpected prowess. Given Ning Ci's formidable strength, they had no chance to resist. Hinata, Ning Ci, do you intend to betray the village? This all transpired in an instant. The onlookers scarcely had time to react before Ning Ci had felled the root ninjas. It was at this moment that they truly grasped the extent of Ning Ci's capabilities. Previously, rumors circulated, yet few had witnessed his abilities firsthand, leading to superficial admiration while their hearts remained unaware of his true depth. However, the sudden defeat of these root ninjas was indeed alarming, especially for those familiar with Root's operations, who understood that the average combat power of its members exceeded that of a Chunin. This indicated that Ning Ci had genuinely reached the level of a Jounin. Jounins are rare, even within Konoha, and yet here was Ning Ci, merely 13 years of age, standing just a step below Kakashi. Gentle step twin lion fists. Hinata Hizashi was deeply astonished. Wasn't this a high-level technique exclusive to the main branch? How had Ning Ci acquired such knowledge? At this point, Ning Ci no longer wished to conceal his strength. It would inevitably be discovered, so he opted to reveal it himself. He longed to proclaim, I am not overly powerful, but even Uchiha Madara would find himself bested by me. Hinata, Ning Ci, do you intend to betray the village? A commanding shout from Tenten brought everyone back to reality. Hinata, Ning Ci, in front of all these witnesses, you dare to injure a member of Root? If you do not surrender immediately, we shall treat you as a rogue ninja. Ning Ci raised his leg, kicking the fallen Root ninjas aside, and cast a cold gaze at Tenten. Are you suggesting we should passively allow these Root members to apprehend us without resistance? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, all eyes turning toward Tenten. A shiver ran through her as she stepped back, her murky old eyes filled with indignation. Today, she felt utterly humiliated. As a member of the Konoha Elder Council, she had been chastised by a mere boy. You little brat. Just wait until I catch you off guard. At this moment, Danzo interjected, Hinata, Ning Ci, the strength you have displayed truly astonishes me. Although Danzo's words seemed to praise Ning Ci, they carried a sinister undertone, implying that such power would not suffice to withstand the injured Orochimaru. The assembled crowd was not naive. They quickly understood Danzo's insinuation and glanced back at Ning Ci. Apologies, I retract that last statement. There was indeed one fool among them, Naruto, who remained oblivious to the situation. However, witnessing the crowd's constant glances between him and Danzo, accompanied by their head shaking, evoked a peculiar sense of unease. Though I, Tuanzang, may be suspected, I have exerted myself to combat the enemy. Were it not for my efforts, Konoha would have long been in ruins. Ning Ci had anticipated this moment and skillfully steered the conversation toward this subject. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging Niji's significant contributions during the defense of Konoha. Undoubtedly his merits were the greatest. Moreover, if Niji had not defeated Gaara, allowing him to wreak havoc in the village, Konoha would have been transformed into a barren wasteland. Had Niji not intercepted Shikaku, Konoha would have suffered grave repercussions. As Yuhi Kurenai remarked, Niji had already expended considerable chakra when he thwarted Shikaku's advance into the village, making it understandable that he could not withstand Orochimaru as well, Kakashi analyzed. Indeed, even though Niji possessed the strength of a Jonin, he was still outmatched by Orochimaru. Guy concurred. The passing of my father weighs heavily on me, yet this does not justify placing blame on Niji, spoke Sarutobi Asuma, the most authoritative voice among them. In that instant, the assembly rallied behind Niji. Witnessing this, Niji smiled and turned to Tuanzang, tauntingly remarking, "And you, during Orochimaru's incursion into Konoha, where were you in the route?" This statement struck the audience like a bolt of lightning, prompting many to furrow their brows. Indeed, when Konoha was under siege, Tuanzang and Root seemed conspicuously absent. Possessing the strength of a Kage, yet remaining idle, did they merely watch the third Hokage perish? Sensing the hostile gazes directed at him, Tuanzang gritted his teeth and feebly retorted, "At that time, I was not within the village." Before he could finish, Niji interjected, "Then how did you learn of Orochimaru's injury?" Tuanzang replied, "I heard it from a member of Root." If Root was present at the scene, why did they not prevent Orochimaru from departing? Or why did they not support the defenders of Konoha? Faced with the growing dissatisfaction in the crowd, Tuanzang could only force a response, "I had urgent matters to attend to." "Oh, is that so? I never expected you to be so selflessly principled, Tuanzang." Niji mocked with a smile. Tuanzang clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Regardless, the selection of the Hokage cannot be delayed. I, the disciple of the second Hokage, possess the strength of a Kage." Silence. Niji interjected, revealing Tuanzang's reliance on lineage rather than merit. After all, which Hokage was not connected by ties of privilege? With Niji once again rejecting his claims, Tuanzang's composure began to falter. "Then tell me, who besides myself is qualified to become Hokage?" His voice was almost a roar, yet he felt no trepidation. Becoming Hokage requires qualifications, and in terms of experience, he feared no one. Niji stepped forward with poise. "Tsunade as Hokage is no less legitimate than you." Tuanzang's expression shifted. "In terms of strength, she is one of the legendary Sannin and undoubtedly a formidable Kage." As for qualifications, Niji chuckled. Both her grandfathers were Hokage, her mentor was also a Hokage, and her comrades were descendants of Hokage. Konoha was built upon her family's legacy. Alas, Tuanzang, you simply do not measure up. Upon hearing Niji's words, both Tika and Mitomeka were visibly intrigued. Perhaps there was a chance to pursue this matter. Observing his two comrades' defection, Danzo nearly choked on his rage. There was no longer any dignity left for him to uphold. Without further ado, he commanded his subordinates from the Umbu to depart. At that moment, Mitomeka stepped forward and addressed Niji. "Niji, I shall not inquire how you came to know about Tsunade, but I trust you possess valuable information regarding her whereabouts. Do you not?" "Indeed," Niji replied, acknowledging Mito's relatively amicable demeanor, refraining from striking a friendly face. "Well then," Mito smiled. "The task of persuading Tsunade to return to the village falls to you." He felt it was unavoidable, with Jiraiya absent. Niji was the only one who might succeed in bringing Tsunade back. He recalled a remark made by Sarutobi in passing a month prior. Hyuga Neji possesses remarkable strength. Neji stepped forward, called Hyuga Hizashi upon their return to the Hyuga clan. Neji understood without a doubt that Hizashi intended to reprimand him in that particular context. His every action represented the Hyuga clan. To brazenly confront Danzo, even as the foremost family of Konohagakure, was perilous. The clan's status paled in comparison to the higher echelons, as evidenced by the tragic fate of the Uchiha. "Neji, your recent actions were somewhat thoughtless," Hizashi stated gravely. Indeed, Neji was acutely aware that revealing too much before Danzo was ill-advised, yet he felt he had no other choice at the moment. Danzo had already taken notice of him. Should Danzo ascend to the position of Hokage, Neji would be ensnared in a web of complications. In the worst-case scenario, he could find himself subjected to severe repercussions. Ultimately, it was Jiraiya, that lecherous old man, who had instigated this turmoil. Despite the devastation wrought upon Konohagakure, he remained conspicuously absent, leaving Neji to wonder what could possibly captivate him so. The more he pondered, the more his ire grew. Enduring this situation felt like a loss. "Naruto, Jiraiya, you make quite the pair," don't you? Neji thought bitterly, feeling aggrieved that the duo had disrupted his plans twice. However, Hizashi unexpectedly remarked with a hint of approval. Though your actions lacked consideration, you performed admirably. Neji raised his gaze, perplexed by Hizashi's response. Danzo is notoriously treacherous, consistently harboring disdain for clans possessing bloodline limits. Should he become Hokage, the Hyuga clan would be perilously close to following in the footsteps of the Uchiha. Yet, your bold disruption today ensures that Danzo shall never realize his ambition of becoming Hokage, Hizashi scoffed. Danzo believed he had concealed his machinations well. But Hizashi had been keenly observant of his every maneuver. During the negotiations with the Cloud Village, he audaciously abducted Hinata, infiltrating the Hyuga estate without so much as a whisper of warning, evading even the notice of Konohagakure's upper echelons and elite. For many years, he harbored doubts regarding this matter, and only recently did he unearth some elusive clues, all of which pointed towards Danzo. He mused silently that Hinata Hayashi still harbored ulterior motives. Of course, he would not divulge this to Neji, for after all, it was precisely for this that Hizashi had met his demise. Neji nodded. After the uproar he had caused, Danzo's reputation had been irrevocably tarnished. Aside from Naruto, others were not Navi. The collusion with Orochimaru that led to the third Hokage's death was a stain he could scarcely endure. Moving forward, Danzo's actions within Konoha would be severely restricted, and his situation would become increasingly dire. However, he was too reckless. Danzo had undoubtedly taken a strong dislike to him. And that Tsunade was not known for her magnanimity either. Hinata Hayashi felt a tinge of concern. Neji had indeed been impulsive. Offending two high-ranking officials of Konoha in one fell swoop would be highly detrimental to Neji's future prospects. They would undoubtedly create numerous obstacles for him thereafter. I am not afraid of them, Neji replied coolly. If necessary, I shall send them on their way. Although both Danzo and Tsunade possessed considerable strength, if he truly wished to eliminate them, he had myriad methods at his disposal. If all else failed, he could use the jutsu of bone disintegration to reduce them to ashes, ensuring their complete erasure from existence. Never mind, you have too many secrets. I shall not pry. What do you intend to do? Are you truly going to seek out Tsunade? Hinata Hayashi inquired. Neji responded. Hinata Hayashi hesitated before finally speaking. Since this is your resolution, pursue it without reservation. I shall lend you my full support. With that, Neji departed in search of Tsunade. For Konoha was indeed in a precarious state and urgently required her leadership. Watching Neji's retreating figure, Hinata Hayashi sighed softly. His original intention had been to encourage Neji to vie for the position of Hokage. A cursory glance today revealed that many held favorable opinions of Neji. And with the unwavering support of the Hyuga clan, despite Neji's current inadequacies, he still had a chance to compete. Yet, it seemed Neji had no such ambition. And thus he let the matter rest. After parting ways with Hinata Hayashi, Neji hastened towards Shirut Street. If he moved quickly, he could reach it within a day. Hinata Hayashi appeared to have deeper thoughts, leaving Neji to ponder. Generally, when a clan member erred, Hinata Hayashi, as the clan leader, would impose punishment before the other clan members. How could he let such a significant incident slide so easily, especially since Neji's actions had implicated the entire family? Neji, of course, was oblivious to Hinata Hayashi's thoughts, but he did not dwell on it, as it had not adversely affected him. As he stepped out of the Hyuga clan's residence, a figure darted quickly through the foliage, causing Neji to pause momentarily, a smirk gracing his lips. Danzo, I have my eye on you. Upon reaching the village entrance, a cacophony erupted, accompanied by several surges of turbulent chakra. It appeared a battle was underway. Neji cast a glance in that direction, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The Akatsuki's operational speed is indeed remarkable, and their unwavering dedication to achieving their objectives is commendable. Were this set in a previous life, or any other context, they would undoubtedly be regarded as a paragon of organization. Alas, they have been led astray by Kagaya's manipulations, ultimately distorting the original intent behind the formation of the Akatsuki. Neji sighed. It is widely acknowledged that the three most formidable genjutsu in the ninja world include the so-called Will of Fire. Naruto has endured years of scorn yet remains resolute in his commitment to protect the village, which is truly extraordinary. Then there is Kagaya's grand deception. A millennium of scheming solely to save her mother, ensnaring the ninja world for 1,000 years with remarkable success. Had it not been for his eventual admission, he might have continued his ruse indefinitely. Of course, the most potent genjutsu is Naruto's verbal prowess, regardless of the ocular techniques, be it Sharingan, Rinnegan, or Byakugan. None can withstand the onslaught of my rhetoric. Neji chuckled softly. Adopting a more serene demeanor, perhaps it is time to persuade the other members of the Akatsuki to join forces. After all, even the weakest among them possesses elite J-nin strength. Disregarding the ongoing battle, Neji strode purposefully out of the village. Even if Jiraiya had not yet returned, those two would find no advantage in Konoha. Not to mention, Itachi would never unleash his full power, and Danzo would not idly watch as Naruto was captured. Such an unstable weapon would never be relinquished easily. Old man, do make the most of your remaining influence. In a narrow alley on Shortbook Street, four figures stood in pairs, facing off against one another. Orochimaru, I presume you're not here to reminisce. A striking blonde woman, appearing to be in her 20s, stared impassively at a former comrade, her tone replete with cold detachment. Indeed, there is a matter on which I require your assistance. Assistance? Orochimaru, are you unwell? Why on earth would you seek my help? Tsunade scoffed. Though I have departed from the village, it remains my grandfather's legacy. You've thrown Konoha into chaos and even killed the old man. What makes you think I would assist you? Because this task can only be accomplished by you. Orochimaru replied with a sinister grin. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and waved dismissively. If this pertains to medical matters, you have approached the wrong person. I am no longer a medical ninja, and I will not assist you. Shizen, let us leave. She placed her hands on her hips and called for Shizen, leading her away. Tsunade, why not hear out my proposal? You are aware that I possess the forbidden jutsu, impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru stated calmly. Tsunade halted abruptly, her heart racing. Orochimaru continued, if you assist me with this endeavor, I can arrange for you to meet with both Shinsuke and Dan. Tsunade turned, trembling slightly, and fixed her gaze upon Orochimaru. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, what task? Orochimaru chuckled softly, fear not, it will not be overly burdensome. I merely require your assistance in unsealing a jutsu. Unsealing jutsu? Which one? Impure world reincarnation. As time gracefully flowed by, darkness enveloped the sky. Within a quaint tavern on Shortbook Street, two strikingly beautiful women occupied a corner. One, a golden-haired enchantress, was voraciously consuming strong spirits. Lady Tsunade, are you truly considering a transaction with Orochimaru? Ino, filled with urgency, inquired. She was acutely aware of the implications. The third Hokage had sacrificed his life to seal Orochimaru's hands, and if Tsunade were to assist in breaking that seal, the third would have died in vain. Even though Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, forgiveness would be an impossibility. Uncle, and your brother, they would never wish to see you in this manner. Ino exclaimed. Tsunade, you are quite bothersome. I know my limits, the golden-haired woman replied, her gaze fixated on her empty glass, her irritation palpable. Orochimaru had granted Tsunade a month to contemplate, offering her the chance to reunite with her two beloved individuals in exchange for her assistance in lifting the Reaper death seal. Why is there so little alcohol left? Tsunade bellowed in frustration. Waiter, another drink. Yet, she remained oblivious to the presence of a young man seated nearby. His back turned towards her, Neji. It seemed Orochimaru had indeed approached her, inciting such agitation that even my arrival went unnoticed. How remarkable, given that I possessed the Byakugan, a trait so conspicuous. Reluctantly, Neji rose and approached Tsunade, realizing that it was unlikely she would notice him otherwise. Ah, you finally decided to show yourself. Hyuga brat, Tsunade exclaimed excitedly to Ino. Did you see that? I won the bet. He really came over on his own. However, Tsunade's expression soon darkened, her irritation growing. Damn it, why am I winning bets when everything else is going so poorly? Lady Tsunade, you appear to be somewhat inebriated, Ino remarked, glancing at the various bottles strewn across the table, her tone laced with resignation. Neji's countenance shifted minutely. He had anticipated that Tsunade would already be aware of his presence. Such formidable figures should not be underestimated. So, what brings you here, Hyuga brat? Tsunade demanded, pointing at him. Ah, Lady Tsunade, I've been searching for you quite diligently, Neji stated as he took a seat before her, his voice steady. Her golden locks, delicate features, and perfectly proportioned figure belied her near 50 years of age. Though you use honorifics, I sense no respect, she mused, leaning back. So, what is it you seek from me? To be the next Hokage. The atmosphere suddenly thickened as Neji and Tsunade locked eyes, the world around them fading into silence. Tsunade's lips parted, but Neji interrupted. Orochimaru has approached you, requesting your assistance in lifting the Reaper death seal. His offered reward is a chance for you to see both Shinji and Cat Dan once more. Is that not correct? Neji stated matter-of-factly. However, these words fell upon Tsunade and Shizun's ears like a thunderclap. What? The two were astonished. How did he know? Orochimaru's people? No, that couldn't be right. Konoha must have sent him for a compelling reason, and there was no doubt he had not betrayed the village. Were there spies around Orochimaru? Yet if that were the case, Konoha would not be facing such a tumultuous upheaval. There was no need to dwell on it. Neji waved his hand, interrupting Tsunade's train of thought. I know far more than you realize. What you know, I know. What you do not know, I am also aware of. The village has decided to appoint you as the 5th Hokage, not only because of your significant contributions during the Third Great Ninja War, but more importantly, because you are of legitimate lineage, naturally rooted in pure. Impossible, I refuse. Before Neji could finish his sentence, Tsunade interjected. Both of her grandfathers were great men who sought peace, yet they achieved nothing. Instead, after their sacrifices, the fighting intensified, and even within the village, signs of civil strife emerged. Tsunade's beautiful eyes momentarily clouded, reflecting her thoughts, as a hint of sorrow emerged. What is the purpose of being Hokage? Unable to fulfill dreams. Unable to protect those one wishes to safeguard. The position of Hokage is utterly futile, and only a fool would aspire to it. Tsunade filled her cup with sake and drank it in one gulp. Neji silently observed her. You are correct. Only a fool would seek to become Hokage. Those willing to sacrifice themselves for insignificant individuals are indeed fools, aren't they? Tsunade paused, sensing Neji's unconventional approach, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Nevertheless, having someone who understood her was somewhat comforting. However, they are not fools, Neji asserted. Tsunade gazed at Neji with a look of perplexity, unsure of his intent. Neji chuckled. If individuals of such strength are deemed fools, then the entire ninja world is essentially garbage. Ha ha ha. You little brat, you are truly amusing. Tsunade laughed heartily, finding Neji more and more agreeable. But what will you do? I will not return, which means your mission will be deemed a failure. Neji nodded. Therefore, let us leave everything to fate. What? Suddenly, Tsunade noticed the unmasked gaze of Neji and then extended her finger to flick the necklace she always wore. So you intend to gamble? Tsunade suddenly perked up. Little brat, if that is the case, let us make a wager. If you can take the necklace from my neck, I shall accept the position of 5th Hokage. It is settled then. With that, Neji stood up and walked outside, seeking a breath of fresh air to clear his mind. Tsunade rubbed her eyes, speaking with a hint of languor. Observing the two leave one after the other, Shizun, who had remained silent while holding on to Tenten, let out a faint sigh. A lowly ninja challenging a Kage? Is this a joke? She certainly wished for Tsunade to assume the role of Hokage, but why had Konoha sent such a young child for this task? On the bustling street, Neji and Tsunade stood in opposition, Neji maintaining a semblance of seriousness, while Tsunade, on the other hand, was yawning nonchalantly. Observing her languid demeanor, Neji discerned her thoughts. Lady Tsunade, underestimating me could lead to significant repercussions. Tsunade, visibly impatient, retorted that having to exert full effort against a mere genin was a disgrace to her esteemed title of Sannin. Neji shook his head, recognizing that the ninja promotion system is not absolute. His very presence served as a contradiction to that notion. He turned to face Tsunade, his gaze piercing, and began to close the distance between them. As he approached, Neji suddenly lifted his head, his Byakugan activated, unleashing a formidable aura that caused Tsunade's pupils to constrict. As for Shizun, she stumbled back, nearly thrown off balance. Could it be that a mere genin could exude such a presence? If genin are this formidable, how could Konoha have been so thoroughly defeated by Orochimaru? This wager is mine to win. Tsunade's last sight was Neji's handsome visage and the fleeting shadow of his arm. In that instant, the necklace of utmost significance to her was snatched by Neji. The entire exchange transpired in a heartbeat, and seizing the moment while Tsunade was momentarily subdued, Neji acquired her necklace. The host engaged in a bet with Tsunade, earning the reward of summoning technique, slug. Summoning technique, slug by signing a contract with the slugs of the wet-bone forest using one's own blood. One can summon slugs at will using their blood for the hand seals. Conversely, the slugs can also summon the practitioner in return. The host touched Tsunade's bear, gaining the reward of ninja art creation and regeneration. Ninja art creation and regeneration by stimulating various proteins with a substantial amount of chakra. The rate of cell division is accelerated, allowing for cellular reconstruction, as well as the regeneration of all organ tissues. This is not mere restorative ability, but regenerative capability, albeit at the cost of reduced lifespan due to the finite number of cell divisions in a human's lifetime. Neji was taken aback. The first reward he could comprehend, but the second one, what did it mean? When had he? He instinctively glanced toward the region of Tsunade he had inadvertently touched while seizing the necklace. What a hefty price to pay. Humph. True to her reputation as one of the Sannin, Tsunade swiftly dispelled the oppressive force the moment Neji seized the necklace. Lady Tsunade, your luck in gambling remains as dismal as ever, Neji remarked. You little brat, you. Tsunade sighed in resignation as Shizune departed. She cast a begrudging glance at Neji before turning to leave, exclaiming, how cunning. I didn't even get the chance to retaliate. Lady Tsunade. Aren't you going to retrieve that necklace? It belonged to the first Hokage. Shizune, momentarily dazed, hurried after Tsunade, inquiring, am I the kind of person who shirks my debts? Neji's eyes sparkled with realization. So, Lady Tsunade has agreed to succeed as Hokage? However, Tsunade turned her head, a charming smile gracing her lips, exuding a profound kindness. Although I won't default on my word, exchanging something of equivalent value would be acceptable. This necklace, in my eyes, holds more significance than my very life. Tsunade departed, feeling a mix of reluctance and attachment towards the necklace. Yet she left with a joyful laugh. I have finally lost the gamble. I am leaving. Alas, gazing at the precious necklace in his hand. Neji found it exceedingly glaring. He discreetly tucked the necklace into his pocket and cast a glance in the direction Tsunade had gone. Truly, this task is indeed challenging. That night, there was a knock at Neji's door. Upon opening it, he found Shizune hastily entering. Neji, I need to speak with you, she stated bluntly. Has Tsunade changed her mind? Neji was not surprised that Shizune could locate him and call out his name. Such matters could be easily discovered. If she lacked such means, then Tsunade would undeservedly tarnish the name of the Sannin. No, although I took the liberty to speak, I hope you can return the necklace to Lady Tsunade. It holds immense importance to her. Moreover, while we may be overthinking, this necklace is said to be cursed. Anyone other than Lady Tsunade who wears it is destined for misfortune. Shizune spoke urgently, driven not only by concern for Tsunade but also for Neji himself. She was determined to retrieve the necklace. Cursed? Neji squinted slightly, coming to a realization. It seemed there was indeed such a notion, yet it was merely Tsunade's own imagination. Years ago, she had gifted this necklace to both Rope Tree and Dan, hoping it would protect them as it was a gift from Hashirama. However, contrary to her hopes, both had met untimely ends, leading Tsunade to regard the necklace as an ominous object. Return home. I shall not part with the necklace, Neji declared resolutely. What if someone seeks to exploit it? After all, individuals of my integrity are few and far between. Neji, how can you be so obstinate? Wearing this necklace will indeed bring misfortune. Shizune exclaimed, looking at Neji adorned with the necklace. Lady Tsunade witnessed the deaths of her two beloved individuals because of this necklace, which transformed her into what she is now. Shizune, to be precise, I have never experienced the pain of losing family or loved ones, and thus cannot fully grasp Tsunade's suffering. However, I believe Rope Tree and Kato Dan would not wish for her to be this way. Neji's demeanor grew serious. Tsunade had once remarked that those who aspire to be Hokage are fools, a sentiment he did not contest. It was precisely their foolishness that compelled them to bear the burdens of others' sorrows. The so-called Hokage progresses through pain, surpassing others in distance. Even if it means others must tread over their fallen body, yet they shall never step over the bodies of their comrades. Shizune's heart quivered slightly, but she refused to relent. You are merely a child, having experienced nothing. Do not arrogantly presume to comprehend the suffering of others so simplistically. Believe it or not, this necklace was used as collateral, and I shall not return it. Inform Tsunade that I shall not perish. Let us see if the curse you believe in can indeed vanquish me. You little brat, you will come to regret this. With a fierce retort, Shizune stormed out of the room, casting a lingering glance at Neji before departing in anger. System, display my attribute panel. Host, Hyuga Neji, age, 13, chakra attributes, fire, earth, water, wind, lightning, bloodline limit, Byakugan, pure, taijutsu, gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm, returning heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams empty palm, gentle step twin lion fist. Guarding 8 trigrams 64 palms, cherry blossom clash, 8 trigrams, mountain breaking strike, ninjutsu, transformation technique, transformation, substitution, clone, fire release, great fireball technique, palm sage technique, summoning technique, tools, snails, pressure, joint killing ash bone, mental sphere, fire release, Dragon Fire Technique, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Fire Bullet, Shadow Snake Hands, Snake. Eight-Headed Technique, Rotating Luga, Great Serpent Flow Substitution Technique, Chakra Surgical Knife, Kagura's Hard Eye, Rabbit Hair Needle, Ninja Art, Creation Rebirth, Overall Strength, Elite J-Nin Boring. Neji collapsed onto his bed, finding even the attribute panel incapable of igniting his interest. The deaths of Kat and SH Ju had profoundly impacted Tsunade. Gazing at the ceiling, Neji murmured, "No matter what, I must bring Tsunade back." Meanwhile, after parting on unfavorable terms with Neji, Shizen returned to her room in frustration. Did that little brat truly say such things? Tsunade inquired, setting down her cup of wine, gazing at the aggrieved Shizen with a smile. Indeed, Shizen retorted, fuming. Lady Tsunade, you cannot fathom the attitude of that little brat. What right does someone who has experienced nothing have to judge others? Shizen expressed indignantly. Haha, Shizen. Do not let yourself be vexed by a mere child, Tsunade said, waving her hand gently, yet she gradually sank into contemplation. Those who endure pain and continue onward. Can ideals like the will of fire truly be passed down through such young souls? Unbeknownst to her, Tsunade's thoughts drifted to Neji, her gaze becoming increasingly distant. The following day, Tsunade contacted Orochimaru and met him at the plains outside the Shortbook Street. Tsunade, what have you decided? Orochimaru inquired first. Tsunade, I will not assist you. This deal is off, Tsunade replied without hesitation. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why? Do you not wish to see them? They are the two most significant individuals in my life. How could I not think of them? However, someone once told me that a Hokage must endure pain and lead others. It is laughable that, as one of the legendary Sannin, I am only now grasping this concept. Tsunade's face bore a sorrowful expression, yet she remained remarkably resolute. The Edo Tensei technique requires two living individuals as mediums. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, I cannot proceed with this. How unexpected it is that Tsunade could be swayed by another. I am genuinely curious about who has influenced you. Orochimaru remarked with a sinister grin while licking his lips. Yet, you did not summon me here merely to discuss this matter, did you, Tsunade? Oh, I shall end your life in the name of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade declared coldly, fully aware of Orochimaru's character. Given the chance, he would undoubtedly strike against Konoha. And thus, she had to ensure Orochimaru's demise today. You are no match for me. Perhaps you could contend with Jiraiya. Orochimaru laughed heartily. He would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who posed a threat, even if they were once his allies. Such is Orochimaru, a cold-blooded serpent, capable of devouring even himself if necessary. It may have been so in the past, but now, Tsunade sprang from the ground, raising her fist to strike at Orochimaru. With his mastery of forbidden techniques, he posed a considerable threat, but without the ability to perform hand signs, his danger was significantly diminished. Now was the perfect opportunity to rid herself of Orochimaru. Tsunade, how naive you are. Even without my hands, I could easily dispose of you. Orochimaru deftly evaded Tsunade's powerful punch. But then Kabuto suddenly launched an attack from the side, his hands entwined with Chakra, gradually transforming into a blade. Chakra Scalpel. Orochimaru, while formidable, cannot save you. Tsunade suddenly changed tactics, disregarding Kabuto, and swiftly raised her leg to sweep at Orochimaru. Kabuto's strength was roughly equivalent to Kakashi's. Although impressive, Tsunade, as one of the legendary Sannin, surpassed him by an indefinable margin. Heavenly Foot. Bang. Orochimaru, caught off guard, was kicked away by Tsunade, creating a deep crater in the ground from the sheer force of her blow. The earth trembled violently. Simultaneously, Kabuto's Chakra Scalpel struck fiercely, but his target was not Tsunade. It was Orochimaru. What? Tsunade gasped in shock, allowing Kabuto to slash at Orochimaru. Why? Tsunade. I told you, even in my inability to form hand signs. Dealing with you is still remarkably simple. This is not mere bravado. Orochimaru scoffed at Tsunade's confusion. Tsunade was increasingly perplexed. Suddenly, it seemed she realized something. Her pupils constricting as she dashed towards Orochimaru, desperate to prevent the impending disaster. But alas, it was too late. Flish. The sharp blade sliced through the air, instantly leaving a deep gash on Orochimaru's arm, blood splattering onto the approaching Tsunade. Blood, this is blood. No, don't come closer. Tsunade, who had initially held the upper hand, fell to her knees upon seeing the bloodstains on her body, her mind in disarray, as if she had lost her senses. Repeatedly wiping at the crimson on her skin, Tsunade, your phobia of blood, did you think I had forgotten? Orochimaru sneered, signaling Kabuto to dispose of her. As Kabuto slowly approached, Tsunade remained oblivious, clutching her head and trembling uncontrollably. How absurd that a medical ninja fears blood. Kabuto, eliminate her, Orochimaru commanded. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Early in the morning, Neji sought out Tsunade's residence, intending to persuade her once more. However, before he could knock, Shizun hurriedly burst out from within, calling out, Lady Tsunade, Lady Tsunade. Upon seeing Neji, she rushed towards him. Neji, have you seen Lady Tsunade? Shizun asked anxiously. Lady Tsunade is missing. Yes, after I returned last night. Lady Tsunade insisted on drinking with me, and when I woke up, she was gone, Shizun explained, her hands flailing in panic. In an instant, Neji deduced Tsunade's whereabouts. She must have gone to confront Orochimaru alone, rendering Shizun unconscious to prevent her from following. It appeared she intended to take action against Orochimaru, not wanting Shizun involved. Although Neji did not understand what had caused Tsunade to change her mind, he recognized the perilous nature of her undertaking. Currently, both Orochimaru and Kabuto posed significant threats, especially when working together, as they could summon the vast serpent through their summoning technique. Moreover, Tsunade's fear of blood could be exploited by Kabuto to defeat her. Without Jiraiya's assistance, it was nearly impossible for Tsunade to kill Orochimaru. She might even endanger her own life in the process. Should Tsunade perish, the entire narrative would undergo a cataclysmic shift, leading Neji to lose control over the situation, propelling events into unpredictable territories. Thus, without waiting for Shizun to finish, Neji dashed towards the plains, resolved to catch up. Does Neji know where Lady Tsunade is headed? Shizun pondered, momentarily stunned by his swift departure, but soon realized. Of course, Lady Tsunade must be seeking Orochimaru. Please, don't do anything reckless. She followed closely behind. Neji's overall strength had reached the level of an elite J-nin, and with his specialization in taijutsu, he moved rapidly, soon arriving at the outskirts of the short-cropped street. Kekiai Genkai. Neji closed his eyes, fingers poised before him, and instantly, the vast plains became clear to his perception, swiftly revealing Tsunade's location. Whoosh! Ning Ci swiftly propelled himself forward, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself on the battlefield. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of Tsunade, splattered with Orochimaru's blood, kneeling on the ground in a state of panic. Meanwhile, Kabuto had already advanced to Tsunade's side, brandishing a chakra blade in his hand. 8 Trigrams Vacuum Palm. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Ci unleashed a gust of energy. Sensing the impending danger, Kabuto instinctively turned to face him, his hands raised in a defensive posture to shield against Ning Ci's assault. Nevertheless, despite his remarkable reflexes, he was still forced to stumble backward from the impact, carving a deep trench into the earth beneath him. Concurrently, Ning Ci propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that struck Kabuto's shoulder with a resounding thud, forcing him to kneel on one knee. Boom! In that instant, the ground in their vicinity collapsed, fissures resembling deep ravines appearing on the surface, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Kabuto, suddenly besieged by such an onslaught, felt a rush of blood surge within him, the area of impact throbbing with pain. It was only now that he comprehended the terrifying nature of Ning Ci's strength. The agony was so intense it felt as if his very bones might shatter. How dreadful! Is this the power of sheer strength? How terrifying indeed. It is fortunate that this meeting takes place on flat ground. Otherwise, Kabuto mused, realizing the caution exercised by Orochimaru in selecting such a remote location for their discussions. He knew he had to devise a way to thwart Ning Ci's actions. Struggling, he raised his arm, intent on using the chakra blade to sever Ning Ci's muscles and meridians. Bang! Just then, Ning Ci executed a sweeping kick, sending Kabuto flying through the air, the force of impact causing him to crash through the rocks behind him. Immediately after, Ning Ci rolled back to Tsunade's side, cradling her and retreating to a safe distance, preparing to confront Orochimaru and Kabuto. As he embraced Tsunade, he was rewarded with the BIHO technique. BIHO technique, an ultimate combat-focused medical ninjutsu that, upon activation, envelopes the user in seals, enabling rapid auto-regeneration of injuries without disrupting their offensive rhythm. However, it consumes chakra at a significantly higher rate than standard medical ninjutsu. Even minor wounds will regenerate, but using it will diminish one's lifespan. Although Ning Ci had acquired a formidable S-rank ninjutsu, his heart was devoid of joy. He shielded Tsunade behind him, his gaze laden with concern. This woman had endured unfathomable tragedy. Her lover and brother had succumbed to their injuries and blood loss before her very eyes. even as the renowned god of medicine in the ninja world. She could only watch helplessly as they perished. Thus, a mere drop of blood could instill such profound fear in Tsunade. So it was you she referred to, Ning Ci. Orochimaru. Sensing Ning Ci's arrival, felt a twinge of apprehension. Among the myriad of figures in the ninja world, the only one who instilled in him a sense of impending doom was Ning Ci. That entity reminiscent of a bone pole struck Orochimaru as more perilous than Amaterasu. Should he be struck, not even his snake technique could save him. Nevertheless, he is one of the legendary three ninjas, and he quickly regained his composure. Although that technique was indeed marvelous, its limitations were too pronounced, thus he merely harbored a sense of caution. This time, Neji had come to seek Tsunade, likely hoping to persuade her to return and assume the mantle of Hokage. With this, everything fell into place. In Orochimaru's view, the bond between Tsunade and Neji was extraordinary, making it unsurprising that she would heed Neji's counsel. "Ah, it seems your relationship with Tsunade is indeed quite remarkable," Orochimaru remarked, his gaze flitting between the two with an amused expression. "Orochimaru, knowing this, how dare you strike at her? It appears that without a lesson, you shall never grasp the concept of pain," Neji replied calmly. Then, in a flash, he leaped over Kabuto and charged toward Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, be careful," Kabuto shouted. But before his warning could fully escape his lips, Neji was already before Orochimaru, unleashing a dual lion's fist of chakra upon him. Soft step, twin lion fist. "Neji, though my hands may be incapacitated, I am still one of the three ninjas. You underestimate me too greatly. Compared to me, Tsunade is far more perilous," Orochimaru sneered. Neji's sudden attack startled Orochimaru momentarily, but it was merely fleeting. The prowess of a shadow-level combatant is not to be underestimated. He prepared to evade, and simultaneously, Kabuto understood Orochimaru's intent, making a direct advance towards Tsunade. "Ha, Orochimaru, I once held you in some regard, but now, do you truly believe that without the ability to form hand seals, you can survive against me solely with your feeble life-preserving techniques?" As Kabuto rushed towards Tsunade, Neji remained undeterred, continuing his relentless sprint toward Orochimaru. Hidden shadow snake hands. Suddenly, four azure serpents erupted from Neji's left arm, ensnaring Orochimaru and sending him crashing backward. Yet at that moment, Orochimaru's maw gaped wide, and another version of him emerged, expelling a sharp sword aimed directly at Neji. "Ah, a substitution technique, is it?" Neji scoffed, swiftly crouching to evade Orochimaru's thrust, simultaneously placing his hands on the ground and declaring, "Tien Ryuga." "What?" Orochimaru gasped, his heart racing as he failed to react in time, being launched into the air by a massive snake from below. Concurrently, two colossal pythons surged forth from the ground, coiling around to flank Orochimaru. Witnessing this, Orochimaru's pupils contracted. This was a technique he had painstakingly developed over several years. How could Neji possibly wield it? However, he had no time to ponder. As the originator of this jutsu, he was acutely aware of its devastating potential and hastily employed a body flicker technique to evade the impending onslaught. "Neji, you truly surprise me. My interest in you only grows," Orochimaru cackled, his gaze toward Neji becoming increasingly fervent. Perhaps, he mused, this could be an even better vessel than Sasuke, though he was certainly not as easily controlled. The thought of seizing Sasuke's body first, followed by a method to obtain Neji's, abruptly crossed Orochimaru's mind, and this notion became increasingly uncontrollable. The surprises Neji brought him had, unbeknownst to him, surpassed even the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. He sensed that if he could acquire Neji's corporeal form and master a technique akin to the Shikatsu Myaku, he might touch upon a new echelon of power. Naturally, Neji remained oblivious to these contemplations, yet merely observing Orochimaru's eerie smile left him inexplicably uncomfortable. Distasteful, Neji thought disdainfully. Logically speaking, if he were to consider eliminating Orochimaru, it would be a different matter. Had he not deemed him useful, he would have indeed contemplated such an act. He had no intention of killing Orochimaru, and slaying him was not a straightforward endeavor. Just look at Orochimaru's array of jutsu, each more repugnant than the last. While their offensive power and effectiveness were rather ordinary compared to jutsu of equal rank, there were nonetheless techniques that could preserve his life. Not to mention, Orochimaru was already wary of the Shikatsu Myaku, having witnessed its prowess firsthand. After all, Orochimaru was the only villain among the Hokage to have survived to this day. "Neji, I am curious, is that the ability of the Byakugan?" Orochimaru inquired. "It is akin to the Sharingan, but no. It possesses a more terrifying capacity to replicate the techniques of opponents. Is this the concealed power of the Byakugan?" Neji momentarily paused, then scoffed. Though your speculation is quite imaginative, it is regrettably misguided. In an instant, Neji vanished, reappearing before Orochimaru, executing the gentle fist technique, his hands dancing like azure butterflies, unpredictable and ceaselessly assaulting Orochimaru. At that moment, however, Orochimaru suddenly vanished, prompting Neji to retreat hastily. Just then, Orochimaru erupted from the ground, a sharp sword extending from his mouth. They say a mouse's offspring can dig. It seems you, too, are quite adept at this craft, serpent, Neji retorted scornfully. Neji had previously fallen victim to Naruto's similar tactics, and now, history repeated itself as Orochimaru employed the same approach. Had it not been for the unparalleled purity of his Byakugan, granting him heightened insight, he might have indeed fallen prey to Orochimaru's scheme. Enraged, Neji charged directly at Orochimaru, hastily forming hand seals. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. Orochimaru, regarding the oncoming Neji with indifference, disregarded the flames and earth bullets, revealing a cold smirk as he allowed the jutsu to strike him. Instantly, dust and debris scattered, a fierce wind swirling around, and a sea of flames surged forth. Within the blink of an eye, a vast expanse had been consumed by fire, becoming a desolate wilderness, and Neji found himself amidst the destruction. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Orochimaru once again employed the snake technique, erupting from his own mouth, the sword aimed directly at Neji's chest. With a piercing sound, Neji's chest was abruptly pierced. Ning Ci, you have underestimated the 3 shinobi and the power of a Hokage, Orochimaru cackled. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. You are, after all, my most vital research specimen. Upon hearing Orochimaru's confession, Ning Ci's gaze towards him grew increasingly hostile. The thought of being targeted by such a perverse individual sent shivers down his spine. Noticing the intensity of Ning Ci's stare, Orochimaru faltered momentarily. Typically, anyone pierced by a blade would display some semblance of emotion, yet Ning Ci remained unervingly composed. This is troubling. Orochimaru suddenly realized something and attempted to withdraw hastily. However, Ning Ci had no intention of granting him that favor. With a smirk, another version of Ning Ci emerged seamlessly from within. Orochimaru's substitution technique. At that moment, Ning Ci's right hand wielded a chakra scalpel, slicing horizontally towards Orochimaru. With a swift motion, Ning Ci cleaved Orochimaru in two, severing both of his arms in the process. The dismembered limbs fell to the ground as Orochimaru's upper half dangled in midair, while his lower half swayed precariously. Yet, from the fractured remnants of Orochimaru's body, a multitude of snakes erupted, knitting him back together into one piece. TCH, this fellow still resorts to such tricks, Ning Ci remarked, displeased. Orochimaru had previously evaded a fatal blow in his battle against the four-tailed Naruto in a similar fashion. Truly, he was as elusive as a serpent. Orochimaru, displaying his signature tongue-licking gesture, narrowed his eyes with a hint of amusement. However, that amusement was short-lived. Orochimaru, it seems your arms are unable to rejoin, Ning Ci taunted. Observing the figure of Orochimaru, who resembled a mere stickman without his limbs, Orochimaru shot a wary glance at the severed arms lying nearby, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. What other jutsu does this fellow possess? Could it be that he has mastered my techniques? Doubt crept into Orochimaru's mind. If that were the case, he would be in a precarious position. His techniques thrived on surprise, and if Ning Ci had indeed acquired his skills, alongside a technique akin to the Shikatsumiyaku, his situation would be dire. However, Ning Ci, do you not care for Tsunade's well-being? As Ning Ci unleashed a whirlwind of assaults and an array of techniques, Orochimaru genuinely contemplated retreat. He realized that his prior investigations into Ning Ci within Konoha had been a grave miscalculation. He knew nothing about Ning Ci, especially now that Ning Ci had seemingly mastered even his own original jutsu. It was profoundly unsettling to face one's own creation employed against oneself. Tsunade? Humph. Ning Ci scoffed in response to Orochimaru's inquiry. Just watch closely. A sudden wave of unease washed over Orochimaru as he turned his gaze towards Kabuto. There, he witnessed Kabuto exploiting Tsunade's fear of blood, continuously inflicting self-harm to gain an overwhelming advantage in the battle. Tsunade, faced with Kabuto's relentless onslaught, could do little but evade time and again, utterly devoid of the means to counteract his assaults. I never thought you were one to boast, Neji, Orochimaru remarked, a hint of skepticism in his gaze as he scrutinized Neji. Regardless of the circumstances, Tsunade appeared to be in dire straits. Yet Niji's calm and composed demeanor seemed far from contrived. What was his true intention? Orochimaru furrowed his brow and subtly distanced himself from Neji. Neji, however, was acutely aware of Orochimaru's furtive movements and merely responded with a cold chuckle. Suddenly, he bit his finger and struck it against the ground, causing intricate black patterns to emerge from the earth, radiating an enigmatic aura. Witnessing this, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and an ominous feeling intensified within him, prompting him to hasten towards Kabuto. Kabuto, quickly. Upon hearing Orochimaru's command, Kabuto immediately comprehended his intent and swiftly separated from Tsunade, both of them retreating rapidly. Summoning technique. Neji shouted, as a plume of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing a colossal figure that blotted out the sun, capturing the astonishment of all present. This is impossible, Orochimaru exclaimed in disbelief. The slug. Tsunade gasped, utterly shocked, for she had never heard of any other summoner from the Wetbone Forest. Moreover, was there ever a precedent of a male summoner in history? Lady Tsunade, was it not you who summoned me? The slug inquired, casting a puzzled look towards Tsunade. Tsunade began to respond, but the situation eluded her understanding. How intriguing, Neji. My curiosity regarding you grows ever stronger. There has never been a male summoner in the history of the Wetbone Forest, Orochimaru remarked with a sinister grin, his eyes glinting with an inexplicable light that sent shivers down Neji's spine. This type of individual should be dealt with swiftly, Neji mused inwardly. Yet Orochimaru inadvertently revealed to him that he might be the only male summoner from the Wetbone Forest in a millennium. Wasn't Hashirama Senju one? Neji pondered, his doubts lingering. Numerous signs indicated a latent connection between Hashirama and the Wetbone Forest, whether through his sage-like markings or his abilities post-transformation, both of which bore a striking resemblance to the forest's essence. Upon reflection, Hashirama seemed never to have utilized a summoning beast. Thus, it appeared that there indeed were no precedents of males summoning from the Wetbone Forest. Did you summon me? The slug interrupted Neji's train of thought. I need your assistance to help Tsunade, Neji replied. I see. The slug, upon noticing the blood on Tsunade, instantly understood the gravity of the situation and unhesitatingly agreed, immediately dispatching a small portion of itself to crawl onto Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, rest assured, I shall heal you swiftly. Summoning technique. At this moment, Kabuto completed his hand seals and, using Orochimaru's blood as a medium, performed the summoning technique. With a loud bang, another cloud of smoke billowed forth, revealing a massive serpent, deep violet in hue and adorned with black stripes, abruptly materializing before everyone. 10,000 snakes. The myriad serpents were summoned forth, initially shaking their heads in impatience before finally voicing their ire. Orochimaru, why have you summoned me so abruptly? I have previously made it clear that you should not trouble me without cause. The creature's voice was piercingly sharp, an unpleasant sound that accompanied an indescribable stench that wafted from its maw, rendering those nearby distinctly uncomfortable. Its arrogance was palpable, displaying a blatant disregard for Orochimaru. Tinged with an accusatory tone, "Tsh." Orochimaru spat lightly, casting a glance at the myriad serpents, his eyes glinting with coldness. Encountering an adversary he least desired. And with his hands incapacitated, his mood was already soured. The fact that his summoned beast dared to issue commands before the assembled crowd was intolerable. Yet, he had no choice. The strength of the myriad serpents was formidable, and given his current limitations, summoning them was a gamble with his life. Offending the myriad serpents could spell danger for him today. The relationship between Orochimaru and the myriad serpents was unmistakable, prompting a raised eyebrow from Neji. Although they had entered into a contract, they were far from friends. Their connection resembled more of an employer-employee dynamic. The serpents were inherently cunning. And considering the immense power of the myriad serpents, should they discover Orochimaru's inability to use his hands, betrayal would be a genuine threat. In truth, among all summoned beasts, the myriad serpents were rather anomalous. While Gamabunta proudly referred to himself as a leader, he and Jiraiya shared a mutual respect, establishing an equitable relationship, albeit with Jiraiya as the de facto authority. The slug, with its constant reverence for Tsunade, was the epitome of politeness, resembling a dream beast for any young girl. However, the myriad serpents seemed to view Orochimaru's situation as rather pitiable, as each summoning required a significant price from him. Although their power did not rival Orochimaru's, they had the backing of the White Snake Sage, whom Orochimaru longed to impress, thus obliging him to appease the myriad serpents. Neji couldn't help but ponder. One must always have a background to rely upon. His words, neither too loud nor too soft, reverberated across the battlefield. capturing the attention of all present, both human and beast alike, who turned their gazes towards Orochimaru and the myriad serpents. Orochimaru's countenance darkened as he coldly remarked, "Cease your complaints. Once this is over, I shall offer you 100 living sacrifices." Upon hearing this, the myriad serpents nodded in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with Orochimaru's compliance. Before fixing its gaze on the slug, "Orochimaru, you are utterly malevolent," Tsunade scolded vehemently, questioning how a summoned beast could consume human flesh, wondering what Orochimaru had been up to all these years. Silence. The myriad serpents roared, their pride too great to tolerate any form of dissent. Orochimaru, standing atop the head of the myriad serpents, pointed at Ning Ci and commanded, "Myriad serpents, pay no heed to Tsunade. First, deal with this Byakugan brat." What did you say? The myriad serpents retorted, their voice laced with fury, before they exclaimed sharply, "You summoned me merely to confront this Byakugan brat." Although Ning Ci summoned a slug, in the eyes of the 10,000 serpents, he remained merely an inconsequential novice. Orochimaru had the audacity to assign such a trivial task to him. "Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this? Are you mocking me?" 10,000 serpents retorted coldly. To him, a lower ninja like Ning Ci was so feeble that even a common serpent could easily vanquish him. Yet, Orochimaru had summoned him, wasting his precious time on such a triviality. 10,000 serpents felt not a shred of respect from Orochimaru. Instead, he perceived it as a blatant insult. Orochimaru found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He wanted to say, 10,000 serpents, are you lacking in intellect? If I could handle this, why would I need you? However, seeing 10,000 serpents seething with rage, he understood that failing to provide a satisfactory explanation could lead to his own demise at the hands of the serpent. Orochimaru chuckled bitterly in anger. It was indeed rare for a summoning beast to defy its summoner. Was 10,000 serpents truly so foolish? Was their internal strife amusing to him? Just then, Ning Ci broke into a cold laugh. 10,000 serpents, it would be wise for you to silence yourself. The one thing I detest most in life is judging others by their appearance, especially when you are not even human. 10,000 serpents erupted into raucous laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. How could I, a being of great power, be compared to you feeble humans? I am a subordinate of the white snake sage from the dragon cave. Mere humans are but our sustenance. Ning Ci smirked in response, recalling how one summoning beast had been manipulated by Sasuke's genjutsu, only to meet its demise at Deidara's hands. The humans you scorn have indeed turned the tables on you, he remarked, his eyes narrowing with a double entendre that made Orochimaru frown slightly. What do you mean by that? 10,000 serpents demanded. Ning Ci smiled knowingly. Orochimaru's hands have been sealed by the third Hokage, rendering him incapable of performing hand seals. In essence, you are left to fight us alone. What? 10,000 serpents was taken aback. Orochimaru had been rendered powerless. Why then had he been summoned? To serve as a mere tool? Orochimaru, is this true? 10,000 serpents narrowed his eyes, a sinister expression crossing his face. Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine, for his worst fears were indeed manifesting. 10,000 serpents. Having discerned Orochimaru's discomfort, scoffed, "Orochimaru, how dare you toy with me? Do you wish for death?" With a resounding thud, 10,000 serpents slammed his tail onto the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air and cracking the earth beneath him, creating deep furrows and shattering nearby rocks with the force of his fury. Orochimaru felt a trickle of cold sweat on his brow as he discreetly stepped back, ready to flee at the first sign of peril. Orochimaru, remember to provide me with a satisfactory explanation later. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to seek a new summoner, 10,000 serpents declared, his anger palpable. He realized he had unwittingly been used as a pawn by Orochimaru, who was growing increasingly audacious. It was time to teach him a lesson. However, he was not yet at the point of severing ties with Orochimaru. The individuals before him, along with the slug, were hardly worthy of his concern. Tsunade was unable to engage in battle wholeheartedly, and to him, Ning Ci and the slug were merely insignificant. Upon hearing the words of Manda, Orochimaru's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. Although future complications loomed, at least for now, Manda would still lend him assistance. Nevertheless, his gaze towards Ning Ci grew increasingly hostile. It seemed that brute force would be necessary to resolve this. Manda, do not regret your choice. Ning Ci stepped forward and declared, just based on your lot. Manda scoffed dismissively. Ning Ci remained silent. The slug, being an integral part of the Sage of Slugs, though not particularly formidable, had the unique ability to counter Manda. Moreover, he and Tsunade were not to be underestimated either. Manda's intellect seemed woefully insufficient. He lacked the caution expected of a serpent, which ultimately led to his downfall at the hands of Sasuke. What expression is that? Manda fumed, taken aback. How could a mere genin display such disdain, even mockery? Towards him? Was this an affront to his dignity? A mere human child. Ignoring Orochimaru entirely, his eyes widened with rage, flames of fury almost tangible within his gaze. Manda bellowed, "You wretched human, reptile. I shall devour you." With that, Manda lunged at Ning Ci with astonishing speed. The slug, sensing the danger, unleashed a corrosive tongue strike. But Manda deftly evaded it. In an instant, Manda was upon Ning Ci, wrapping a powerful tail around the slug, his gaping maw poised to consume Ning Ci whole. The slug trembled violently under the constriction, causing Ning Ci to momentarily lose his balance, bracing himself against the slug's head. The host executed a head-patting technique on the slug, receiving the reward of corrosive tongue. Corrosive tongue, a technique that allows the user to expel a corrosive liquid from their mouth to strike enemies. Capable of dissolving all it touches and exhibiting formidable offensive strength, it is one of the few aggressive techniques possessed by the slug. This technique does not fall under mental or physical attacks, and is one that Orochimaru tacitly acknowledges as lethal to him. Unexpected yet not entirely surprising, Ning Ci smiled. This technique arrived just in time. His gaze towards Manda was now rife with disdain. The slug's acidic secretion could indeed dissolve serpent scales, making it the bane of all serpents. This was a system reward. Even if he were not a slug, he could still wield this ability. Wretched creature. I shall consume you. As Manda's gaping maw drew ever closer, Ning Ci remained utterly unperturbed, exuding calm and composure. The fierce wind whipped around him, rustling his garments, while Ning Ci activated his Byakugan, ever ready to unleash a counterattack against Manda. Suddenly, Ning Ci covered his mouth and nose, exclaiming inwardly, "Goodness! How long has this foolish serpent gone without brushing its teeth?" The stench is utterly repugnant, beyond description. As Manda approached, the noxious odor intensified, and Ning Ci could no longer endure it. It was simply too revolting. Corrosive tongue. Suddenly, a viscous liquid of sulphurous yellow erupted from Ning Ci's mouth, drenching the maw of the monstrous serpent, Manda. The anguished roars of Manda resonated as plumes of white smoke billowed forth, transforming its flesh into a grotesque mass, with copious amounts of pus oozing from its gaping maw. "You wretched little brat, I shall slay you," Manda growled, its massive form thrashing violently, stirring up clouds of dust upon the ground. It took Ning Ci a moment to decipher Manda's intentions, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the slug was a bane to Manda. It was evident that if Manda were to be struck by the slug's acidic secretion, it would be gravely wounded. Sharing a similar ability, Orochimaru and Tsunade were inundated with thoughts, yet despite their mental exertions, they could not fathom the underlying reasons for this spectacle. "Manda, do not act rashly. First," Orochimaru attempted to advise, knowing Ning Ci had an array of unexpected tactics. However, Manda, seething with rage at being bested by someone he deemed insignificant, disregarded Orochimaru's counsel. With a swift motion, Manda interrupted Orochimaru and charged directly at Ning Ci. "Fool!" Orochimaru cursed inwardly, wishing to dispatch the foolish serpent himself. Toby, watch for the right moment to retreat. Toby, perched atop Manda's head, observed the scene resembling a divine skirmish and nodded in agreement. As Manda bore down upon him, Ning Ci commanded the slug to split and evade, gracefully leaping from a height to narrowly escape Manda's onslaught. Chakra enveloped his feet as he ascended along Manda's serpentine form. What was Ning Ci planning? Did he intend to confront Orochimaru and his ilk alone? Tsunade clenched her fists, eager to assist, yet her fear of blood sent her chakra spiraling into chaos, rendering her efforts negligible. Even the most fundamental medical ninjutsu eluded her grasp, and despair washed over her as she sank to the ground. Is it to be this way again? Wearing that necklace brings only misfortune and death, a curse unbreakable, Tsunade thought, tears shimmering in her eyes as she helplessly witnessed the unfolding tragedy. "Tsunade, to watch your beloved and can perish such agony is unbearable, yet I shall not succumb," echoed Ning Ci's resolute voice, advancing unwaveringly. "Damn it," Manda writhed, attempting to heave Ning Ci off. "Orochimaru, bring him down." Without need for further command, Orochimaru sprang into action, his tongue extending unnaturally toward Ning Ci. Sensing the impending danger, Ning Ci sidestepped, his gaze sharpening as he seized the crimson tongue, channeling his immense strength to hurl Orochimaru backward. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he was uncontrollably flung towards Ning Ci, who, in that instant, unleashed a powerful punch that collided with Orochimaru's face. Incredible strength. The impact resounded, Orochimaru's visage abruptly contorted as he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a vast, gaping crater. At that moment, Kabuto rushed forward to stand before Neji. Chakra scalpel. Kabuto's hand struck Neji's chest with precision, and instantaneously, Neji felt a constricting sensation in his breath, as if he were suffocating. I have severed your pectoral muscles. You can no longer continue this battle. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Lord Orochimaru's approval of me is not solely due to my strength. Ah, I see. Your reflexes and judgment are indeed commendable, Neji responded. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from his mouth, and Kabuto barely caught a glimpse of a pale blue hand before his right arm was severed, blood spraying everywhere. To me, you are still too inexperienced, Neji remarked, gliding past like a gust of wind. What? Kabuto recoiled instantly, squinting his eyes and gritting his teeth. Orochimaru's substitution technique. Why would he employ Orochimaru's substitution technique? Kabuto clutched his severed arm as he retreated, recalling that Neji had just faced Orochimaru, using the technique only for a fleeting moment. He had not witnessed it. However, he quickly regained his composure and began using medical ninjutsu to treat his injury. Truly, a figure destined to instigate the fourth great ninja war, even with a severed arm. He remained unfazed. Such resilience is remarkable. Frankly, had Neji lost an arm, he certainly would not have been so nonchalant. Drip drip, the sound of blood falling echoed, inciting the already furious Manda to a frenzy as he roared, "You two useless fools, incapable of dealing with a mere child. Do you expect them to handle me?" Neji chuckled softly. To their astonishment, Neji's form began to transform. Gradually, he grew pale and expanded in size. Subsequently, white, fleshy tendrils extended from his body, adorned with intricate patterns. That is, Orochimaru stared in disbelief at Neji's metamorphosis, frozen as if struck by a powerful blow. This is utterly absurd. At this moment, all the tendrils had fully emerged, and they began to transform. 8 of the stoutest tendrils morphed into colossal serpent heads, while the others became tails, covered with countless scales. Thus, Neji's form evolved into a magnificent, 20-meter-long 8-headed, 8-tailed serpent. With a thunderous crash, the white phosphorus serpent appeared, instantly overwhelming Manda beneath its weight. How is this possible? Manda exclaimed in panic. The body of Neji's transformed white serpent was cloaked in dense, white scales, and 8 enormous heads gazed coldly upon Manda and the distant figures of Orochimaru and Kabuto. This is Orochimaru's ultimate and most formidable power, the 8-headed serpent technique. From one of the serpent's mouths, Neji's figure materialized, looking quite pleased with the transformation. So, Manda, what do you think? Neji sneered. This is the mightiest of the white serpents, the 8-headed serpent, a being of such formidable power that it can withstand even the tailed beasts. Its colossal form surpasses that of a myriad of snakes. From a distance, it appears not as a mere serpent, but as a majestic dragon, gazing down upon the world with an air of authority. The 8-headed technique. Orochimaru stared in astonishment at this spectacle. It was his trump card, one that no one had witnessed before. How did Neji manage this? What on earth is happening? Tsunade and the slug also looked on in disbelief, astonished by the existence of such a ninjutsu, a sensation akin to that of the tailed beasts. Yet, despite this revelation, the myriad snakes refused to surrender, struggling to rise from beneath Neji's feet, their massive jaws snapping at him. Ah, how persistent you are. I shall plunge you into utter despair. The speed of the myriad snakes was remarkable. With their swift movements and immense size, they posed a formidable challenge even to the extraordinary slug and the toad, Gamabunta. Indeed, they could stand toe-to-toe with 2 summoned beasts, demonstrating their strength. However, before Neji, particularly in the presence of the 8-headed technique, all their advantages vanished. As the myriad snakes lunged toward him with their gaping mouths, Neji retaliated with a swift lash of his tail, while the remaining 7 tails moved in unison. 8 tails, like steel whips, lashed through the air with a resounding crack, creating a cacophony akin to a howling tempest, striking the myriad snakes with ferocity. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, the enormous form of the myriad snakes was struck multiple times, each lash leaving a deep crimson mark upon its body. You are utterly feeble. Neji gazed disdainfully at the myriad snakes, when suddenly, a snake head shot forth, biting into the myriad snakes, which let out a chilling wail. Trash. With a grand flourish, the 8-headed serpent flung the myriad snakes away, declaring, "Today, I shall feast on serpent soup and savor the delicacy." Fire release, dragon fire technique. At that moment, Neji swiftly formed hand seals, and simultaneously, One of the heads of the eight-headed serpent lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of flames that resembled an ocean of fire. It was unimaginable for such a colossal creature to unleash such fierce flames, illuminating the entire sky in a brilliant crimson hue. The pillar of fire, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of heat, swiftly engulfed the myriad snakes. With a resounding explosion, a mushroom cloud ascended, while vast expanses of greenery across the plains were obliterated, swiftly swept away by an unstoppable wave of flames that consumed the landscape. Byakugan. As Neji gazed through the flames, he witnessed a massive serpentine form gradually dissolving, transforming into liquid, pieces cascading down. The shed skin. Observing the scene before him, Neji remained calm and unperturbed. Such was a common tactic of the myriad snakes. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and beneath the colossal form of the eight-headed serpent, the earth fractured, causing clods of soil to erupt skyward. In an instant, a deep violet elongated entity emerged, and one of the serpent's heads seized it in its jaws. Its tail? The method of combat remained consistent. Subsequently, aside from the serpent's head where Neji resided, the remaining 6 heads lunged backward in unison. As the myriad-headed serpent's head emerged from the ground, it was met with a frenzied assault from the 6 heads. What? The myriad-headed serpent's eyes widened in shock. The outcome was painfully evident. It suffered repeated injuries, bloodied and battered, ultimately being struck down by the 8-headed serpent's tail, forcing it to taste the earth. Shaking off the dirt from its mouth, the myriad-headed serpent unleashed a furious charge toward Neji once more. What was happening to the myriad-headed serpent? Neji furrowed his brow. Indeed. The serpent was temperamentally violent, yet it did not seem like a creature that would fight to the death for Orochimaru. Unbeknownst to Neji, the source of the myriad-headed serpent's frenzy was none other than himself. The contemptuous smile that had been etched upon Neji's face irked the serpent deeply. Such an unabashed display of disdain was, in the eyes of the myriad-headed serpent, far more grievous than any scathing remark. Proud and unruly by nature, how could the myriad-headed serpent tolerate Neji? Neji's scorn incessantly prodded its nerves, driving it to recklessly desire Neji's demise. You wretched reptile, die, die. The myriad-headed serpent roared in fury, its massive body thrashing about, nearly losing all semblance of reason. Myriad serpent, do not act impulsively. Orochimaru cautioned. The 8-headed technique, a ninjutsu of his own creation, was formidable enough to contend with tailed beasts far beyond the capabilities of the myriad-headed serpent. Yet, the serpent paid no heed to Orochimaru's admonition, glaring at him with ire, as if poised to strike should Orochimaru utter another word. Orochimaru seethed with frustration. Were it not for his desire to learn sage techniques from the White Snake Sage, he might have wished for the serpent's end. Watching the myriad-headed serpent repeatedly launch futile attacks against Neji only deepened his frown. Kabuto, let us depart, Orochimaru murmured. But, Lord Orochimaru, your summoned beast. Kabuto gestured towards the myriad-headed serpent. Do not concern yourself with it, Orochimaru replied coldly. Their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. He had long since grown weary of it. Understood. Wait. You shall not flee. At that moment, Tsunade stepped in front of Orochimaru, declaring, I am the 5th Hokage. The era of the Sannin ends here. A cold sweat trickled down Orochimaru's forehead. His current predicament was far from favorable. However, I shall not remain idle. Orochimaru elongated his neck like a thread, expelling a long sword from his mouth. With a thrust, the sword pierced flesh, blood spilling forth as Orochimaru beheld Tsunade gripping the blade with her palm, her eyes wide with determination. Tsunade, you. I am the 5th Hokage, and I shall eradicate all who pose a threat to the village. Katsuyu did not collapse from the bloodshed. Instead, she raised her stunning visage and resolutely proclaimed, Heavenly Guardian. With a powerful kick, she struck Orochimaru in the abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing into numerous rocks. Swish. Katsuyu swiftly approached, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent, once again seizing Orochimaru's elongated tongue and forcefully slamming it against his face. There could be no pause, no opportunity for him to catch his breath. Thud, thud, thud. Utilizing both her hands and feet, Katsuyu relentlessly battered Orochimaru, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto exclaimed anxiously, this is bad. He has been completely overwhelmed by that monstrous strength. At that moment, Katsuyu delivered a powerful punch that sent Orochimaru flying. Yet his keen instincts kicked in, and he swiftly flipped over, propelling himself away with a flick of his toes. You shall not escape. Katsuyu's gaze sharpened as she pursued him. Meanwhile, the myriad snakes lay defeated on the ground, having been thoroughly subdued by Neji. Gasping for breath, the myriad snakes lifted their heads, panting heavily. After enduring so many attacks, they too felt an overwhelming fatigue. Observing their labored breathing, the young Ning Ci taunted. "Is that all you've got? I expected you to provide me with a more exhilarating challenge. You are utterly weak. I am the leader of the Dragon Cave Summoning Snake Clan. How could I be defeated by your mediocre transformation technique? Damn human, you shall pay." With a furious roar directed at the condescending Ning Ci, the myriad snakes charged forward once more. An unremarkable transformation technique? Orochimaru, who was fleeing, raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Ha! Myriad snakes, you shall perish here." The fact that the myriad snakes regarded his eight-headed serpent technique as merely a trivial transformation was undoubtedly a humiliation for him. In any case, it was Ning Ci who would ultimately vanquish the myriad snakes. What concern was it of his? Even the Sage of White Snakes could not contest that. Orochimaru's gaze was profound. The eight-headed serpent technique was his most remarkable ninjutsu, inspired by the forbidden techniques of Konoha. By harnessing the power of the white snake, he transformed into the formidable eight-headed serpent, possessing 8 heads and 8 tails, with nearly no weaknesses. Its attack power was formidable, and its recovery and vitality were remarkably resilient. Unless all 8 heads were severed simultaneously, the eight-headed serpent would not perish. Even Orochimaru struggled to identify a weakness in this technique, the only drawback being the excessive chakra consumption. Indeed, as the myriad snakes pounced upon the eight-headed serpent, relentlessly biting at it, the wounds inflicted were as inconsequential as drops in the ocean, failing to stir any significant response. Puff! The myriad snakes mustered their strength and tore off one of the serpent's heads, but soon, accompanied by a viscous secretion, a new head sprouted in its place. Cursed be it! The myriad snakes growled, their eyes ablaze with fury. Ning Ci paid them no mind. Turning to leave, to him, the myriad snakes' attacks felt akin to mere tickles. However, given the previous encounters, it was evident that Orochimaru had little regard for the myriad snakes. Why not let them engage in their own internal conflict? Moreover, his chakra was depleting at an alarming rate. A ninja, regardless of time or place, must maintain their chakra within a safe threshold. As Ning Ci prepared to leave, Manda surprisingly refrained from cursing. Although enraged, he was not foolish. Ning Ci was not an opponent he could contend with, especially with a slug lurking nearby, ever watchful. Orochimaru's demise was inconsequential compared to the value of his own life. When it came to dignity versus life, the latter was undoubtedly of greater significance. At that moment, Ning Ci caught sight of Orochimaru being pursued by Tsunade, while Kabuto was held in check by the slug, rendered unable to act recklessly. Ning Ci's mind screamed in despair. This was intolerable. Orochimaru still held value. How could he be left vulnerable? Though Orochimaru possessed exceptional escape abilities, Ning Ci was unwilling to take chances. Thus, he made his move. Unleashing 8 tails that surged through the air with tremendous force, their speed so extraordinary that the air itself reverberated with a series of soft whistles. Manda, witnessing Ning Ci's departure, reveled in his perceived fortune, but was abruptly caught off guard as several white tails lashed out, leaving him no time to react before his body was cleaved in two, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Manda's anguished roar echoed, his thoughts rife with curses. Humans were indeed treacherous, having promised not to strike yet resorting to a sneak attack. In that moment, his upper half lay on the ground, while his lower half was flung away, fortuitously obstructing the path between Orochimaru and Tsunade. What was that? Manda's tail. Orochimaru cast a deep glance at Ning Ci before promptly retreating underground. Ning Ci, let us hope we do not become foes in the end. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto exclaimed. But upon witnessing Orochimaru's departure, he too fled in haste. Tsunade and the slug remained, silently observing the scene, their gazes fixed intently upon Ning Ci. Under the weight of their stares, Ning Ci felt a pang of unease and chuckled nervously. Let's take care of this giant snake first. Manda, your time has come. There must be some accountability, Ning Ci muttered quietly. As the formidable 8-headed serpent drew nearer, Manda desperately coiled his body, panic evident in his eyes as they darted about. Finally, with a voice strained from exertion, he shouted, "Damn you, little brat. I will not let you go unpunished. I shall surely kill you." Then, before the witnesses, Manda suddenly transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. Ning Ci stared in a daze at the unfolding spectacle, incredulous at Manda's unforeseen action. With the harshest tone, he had exhibited the most cowardly behavior. This Manda was, in truth, a timid creature. Ning Ci scoffed, having anticipated a counterattack, yet the creature simply fled. However, Ning Ci felt powerless. What could he do? Manda had employed a reverse summoning technique, returning directly to the dragon's cave, a place Neji had no knowledge of, nor its whereabouts. It was precisely due to such techniques that summoning beasts rarely face death. Unfortunately for Manda, he had been ensnared by his own summoner's illusion, sealing his fate of being obliterated. Neji, I have a question for you, Tsunade spoke up. Oh. Neji was acutely aware that his recent actions had drawn Tsunade's suspicion, so he nodded in agreement. After dispelling the Eight Tails technique, Neji approached Tsunade, maintaining a respectful distance that provided a sense of security for both. Lady Tsunade, he began, but before he could continue, Tenten rushed over, only to be firmly admonished by Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, Neji, what is happening? Tenten inquired, puzzled. Isn't Neji supposed to be here to assist us? Why is Lady Tsunade so wary of him? Neji, why? Tsunade's confusion was palpable as she gazed at him. She could not fathom why he would release Orochimaru, fully aware of the threat he posed to Konoha. I have my own plans, Neji replied, his tone resolute. Plans? What sort of plans would necessitate releasing Orochimaru? Do you not comprehend the danger he represents to Konoha? Tsunade's initial surprise gave way to an irate outburst. Her inability to grasp the situation was evident. Had she not been certain of Neji's benign intentions towards Konoha, she might have resorted to violence. Neji found himself at a loss for words. Truth be told, if someone had allowed the destruction of his homeland to roam free, he too would be incensed. However, matters concerning the system were not to be divulged, even to those closest to him, for it was the very foundation of his existence in this world. Though Tsunade's temper was fiery, after her outburst, she regained her composure. The elders of Konoha had not chosen her as Hokage merely for her lineage. Her judgment and analytical skills were equally indispensable. I am indifferent to your plans, but should you threaten Konoha, I shall not stand idly by, Tsunade stated firmly. That is my home. Ah, Neji nodded in acknowledgement. No, you know nothing, Tsunade retorted, turning away. Tenten, we are heading to Konoha. I intend to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage. In the land of fire, amidst the dense woods south of Konoha, a cacophony of beasts echoed. Yet one particular area remained eerily silent. Upon closer inspection, a staircase leading underground was concealed there. This passage was exceedingly discreet, nearly invisible to the naked eye, its entrance sealed by Chakra. To a sensing ninja, it was conspicuously apparent. Yet who would venture into such a place? Descending the staircase, one would arrive at a door intricately carved with a fearsome serpent, flanked by two serpent-shaped stone pillars. The interior was shrouded in darkness, unfathomably deep, exuding an aura of dread, eeriness, and foreboding. In this sinister locale, anguished roars resonated, heart-wrenching and spine-chilling. Anyone within earshot would be gripped by terror. Dote. The first Hokage cells are incompatible with you. Forcing a fusion could very well lead to your demise, Orochimaru remarked coolly, placing aside an arm crafted from the first cells. Dote, regarded as a capable subordinate, met an unfortunate demise, which is indeed regrettable. He harbored no fear of having his body severed, for his ability of reincarnation ensured that he could instantaneously recover from any attack. However, Dote lacked such a gift. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Dote responded calmly, yet upon closer inspection, his composure was but a fade. He remained a young man, and the loss of his arm was not a trivial matter. This presents quite a dilemma, Orochimaru mused, frowning at Dote's current condition as he deemed him somewhat less useful. The era they inhabited was not akin to a later time of celestial battles where various ninjutsu could be executed effortlessly, with even the most formidable techniques requiring no hand seals. In this period, the loss of an arm rendered one nearly incapacitated. Dote, accompany me, Orochimaru instructed after a moment's contemplation, leading Dote to a concealed door, which he opened to enter. Inside the room, an overwhelming multitude of scrolls lined the walls, resembling a vast library. Lord Orochimaru, what is this? Dote inquired, astonished by the sheer volume of scrolls the Lord had collected. Go and see for yourself. Orochimaru replied with a sinister chuckle. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. With permission granted, Dote approached one of the scrolls, using his remaining arm to unfurl it. This is the Earth Release, Earth Spike. The scroll detailed the hand signs and techniques for mastering this particular ninjutsu, presented with remarkable thoroughness. He opened another scroll, revealing yet another technique, Wind Release, Gale Palm, complete with extensive annotations. Dote continued to explore several more scrolls, each containing a plethora of diverse ninjutsu. His astonishment was palpable as he surveyed the room filled with techniques, for it was commonly understood that the more ninjutsu one mastered, the greater their combat prowess. Take Kakashi, for instance. Through the power of the Sharingan, he had replicated over 1,000 techniques, making him exceptionally formidable even among elite Jonin. Tsunade had once remarked that he was not inferior to Kakashi, yet she was acutely aware that in a life-or-death confrontation, Kakashi would undoubtedly prevail. Lord Orochimaru. What is the purpose of amassing such an extensive collection of ninjutsu? Do queried, perplexed. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and smiled. Do, you still do not fully comprehend my ambitions. Do had always believed that his master sought only eternal life, unaware that this desire stemmed from a deeper yearning to acquire every ninjutsu in existence. Yet, with the limitations of human lifespan, such an endeavor was utterly unattainable, thus driving Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality in order to gain greater power. Approaching a stone wall, a serpent emerged from his sleeve, seizing a somewhat tattered scroll and tossing it into Do's hands. This is the reanimation technique, Orochimaru stated matter-of-factly, leaving Do utterly astonished. He was acutely aware of the implications. This was the life-saving technique of Lord Orochimaru, a creation that took him over a decade to perfect. By mastering this technique, one could seize another's body and transform their own dismal condition. At that moment, Kabuto felt a profound sense of gratitude. The fact that Lord Orochimaru was willing to impart such a forbidden art to him was truly moving. The sentiment of loyalty and admiration he harbored for Orochimaru had reached an unparalleled height, and thus, Orochimaru unwittingly gained a devoted follower. However, Kabuto was oblivious to the fact that the technique of the impure world reincarnation bestowed upon him was but a flawed prototype. While it assured him that he would never face rejection upon reincarnation, he was destined to experience this rebirth only once in his lifetime. Furthermore, he had to choose his vessel wisely. Should the chosen host possess overwhelming strength, Kabuto would face dire repercussions, potentially even death during the process of reincarnation. After all, to Orochimaru, Kabuto was merely a useful tool. Receiving this technique was already a considerable favor. Lord Orochimaru, I have something to report, Kabuto suddenly spoke, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. I am an undercover agent arranged by Sasori to be by your side. Kabuto felt it was time to cease deceiving Lord Orochimaru. Only he could genuinely recognize his worth and help him understand his true identity. What? Orochimaru gazed at Kabuto in disbelief. Kabuto had consistently exerted himself to fulfill Orochimaru's orders, leading him to never suspect that Kabuto was not entirely his own. After a brief moment of astonishment, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. If this were true, Kabuto could not be allowed to live, for he would not tolerate an unpredictable factor in his vicinity. Lord Orochimaru, please allow me to finish, Kabuto hastily interjected, recounting the circumstances to Orochimaru, which gradually assuaged the latter's murderous aura. To attempt to control me with the puppet technique is sheer folly. Kabuto paused before continuing. Only you, Lord Orochimaru, truly understand me. I have never done anything to betray you. Is that so? I see now that I misjudged you, Kabuto. From now on, continue to stay by my side. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, drawing upon his vast life experience to discern that Kabuto was not lying. Yet, he resolved to keep a contingency plan. He felt fortunate that he had bestowed upon Kabuto an incomplete version of the impure world reincarnation. This would serve as the most effective means of keeping him in check. Follow me, Orochimaru instructed, leading Kabuto to a secluded chamber, smirking as he said, the arena, the last one standing, shall be your vessel. Go forth, Kabuto. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto replied, stepping inside. Soon after, low growls echoed from within. Become a part of me. What on earth are you so happy about? Tsunade shouted at Ning Ci, who had been observing her throughout their journey, a mysterious smile perpetually gracing his lips, making her feel quite uneasy. Moreover, Tsunade squinted, scrutinizing Ning Ci as she inquired. You truly possess the unsealing technique, don't you? Sparing the topic would have been better. However, once mentioned, Ning Ci felt an overwhelming sense of pride, often reflecting on the manifestation of his desires, embodying the essence of fortune. After rescuing Tsunade from Orochimaru and Kabuto, the system rewarded him with the Ein Seal. The Ein Seal is a ninjutsu that, through subtle adjustments of chakra, achieves instantaneous healing, enhances offensive capabilities, and increases speed. A proficient user can also utilize the low output of chakra within the 100 healing seal to maintain youthful vitality and improve physical functions, ensuring their body remains in peak condition. It allows for the continuous accumulation of chakra, greatly compensating for his deficiencies. However, the most conspicuous aspect of this technique is the diamond-shaped mark that appears on the user's forehead, making concealment impossible, Fortunately, he has a forehead protector. Yet, as fate would have it, not long ago, when he activated the Ing seal, Tsunade detected it. Well, considering the multitude of secrets you harbor, it's hardly surprising you can wield the Ing seal, Tsunade remarked with resignation, having come to terms with Neji's impenetrability. As long as she was assured that Neji posed no threat to Konoha, she was content. Witnessing this harmonious scene, Shizen felt a surge of joy. Ever since the demise of her uncle and Shiranui, Tsunade had been in a state of despondency, and it had been ages since she had seen Tsunade so at ease. How wonderful, Lady Tsunade! If Shiranui and my uncle knew you had let go of your burdens, they would be immensely pleased. Turning to Neji, Shizune expressed her gratitude. Neji, thank you. Such trivial matters require no gratitude. Neji waved his hand dismissively. If my loved ones and family were to perish before me, I might fare worse than you. As he spoke, Neji couldn't help but think of Sasuke, bound by hatred, his life a convoluted mess. Fortunately, he had Naruto as a friend, or his life might truly be forfeit. As they traversed the forest, they approached Konoha. How exhilarating! Shizen exclaimed, it has been so long since I last returned. I wonder how Konoha is faring now. Suddenly, her words faltered, and her steps halted. Among the trio, Shizune had reached the level of Nin, enabling her to keenly sense the unusual atmosphere surrounding them. Before them lay several faintly discernible auras of malevolence, deeply concealed, likely belonging to those accustomed to operating in the shadows, possessing a certain mastery of stealth, to the point that even Shizune, a Nin, only detected the anomaly upon nearing. However, Tsunade, as one of the legendary three, possessed formidable strength and had sensed it long before. As for Neji, it was even more absurd. Under the gaze of his Byakugan, these individuals had long been exposed, their positions laid bare. Who could possibly dare to attempt an assassination against Lady Tsunade within the Land of Fire? Shizen shifted her stance, positioning herself protectively in front of Tsunade. For it was her duty to safeguard Tsunade, even if the latter was far more powerful. Who else could it be but Danzo? Neji activated his Byakugan, fixating intently on the ambushes lurking nearby. Danzo. Tsunade paused momentarily, hastily shaking her head, saying, while I may not approve of Danzo's methods, he is nonetheless an elder of Konoha. Although his actions are extreme, they are, in essence, intended for the greater good of the village. What you perceive is merely the surface. You have been deceived by him for far too long. Neji scoffed, continuing, Danzo harbors grand ambitions, aiming to unify the ninja world. To him, anyone who is not a tool is merely an obstacle. It is laughable that Tsunade and her allies remain oblivious to Danzo's true nature, attempting to exonerate him. Neji, Danzo has contributed to Konoha. With all due respect, I have yet to witness any merits from Danzo. Rather, he has plunged Konoha into chaos, toppling numerous elite shinobi. Neji's words struck Tsunade, forcing her to reconsider. Upon reflection, it became evident that Danzo had not rendered substantial service to Konoha. While he had discreetly dealt with certain threats to the village, he had also driven many of its top-tier warriors to their demise. Had the elite still been present, not only would Orochimaru and the Sand Village have been deterred, but even the combined forces of the four great ninja villages would have struggled to bring about the old man's downfall. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared on the branches before Neji and his companions. Having been discovered, there was no longer any need for concealment. These individuals bore no village forehead protectors and donned black masks, obscuring their identities. However, for Neji, their identities were irrelevant at this moment and place. The only plausible mastermind was Danzo. Danzo, well done. Assassinating the fifth Hokage. I dare say you won't escape unscathed this time, Neji remarked with a cold smirk. Water style, water blade. Wind style, great wind cutter. In an instant, the assailants unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu directed at Tsunade. Bring it on. 8 trigrams, mountain breaking strike. Neji swiftly positioned himself before Tsunade, channeling a substantial amount of chakra into his hand, which he thrust forward. In an instant, a radiant white light surged forth, transforming into a tangible beam, effortlessly extinguishing the incoming jutsu. I shall entertain you properly. The attackers possessed formidable strength, with the weakest among them being of Chunin rank, and 5 jonin leading the contingent, an undeniable force to be reckoned with. Yet, they had miscalculated their opponent. Danzo had underestimated Neji's prowess, and his disdain for Tsunade, who suffered from hemophobia, clouded his judgment, oblivious to the fact that his intelligence was outdated. Kill. Without uttering further words, Neji leaped into the fray, his chakra swirling around him, manifesting as 2 ferocious lion heads, radiating with a blinding light and exuding an overwhelming, thunderous presence. Gentle step twin lion fists. Neji struck one assailant with a resounding force, obliterating him into a mist of crimson, the victim unable to emit a single cry before being reduced to mere blood. This devastation was the result of Neji not only employing the gentle step twin lion fists but also infusing them with immense strength, yielding such formidable destructive capability. Your intelligence is flawed. Today marks the beginning of your nightmares, yet you shall not witness it. Neji raised his hand, and without any confrontation, charged forward into a fierce melee. None among the root were weaklings, yet now they found themselves overwhelmed by a mere youth, slaughtered without mercy. Scatter! A Jonin bellowed. Swiftly rising from his position, Neji cast a cold glance in his direction, his hands aglow with energy, and in an instant, unleashed a brilliant beam. 8 trigrams, mountain crushing strike. The white light surged forth, akin to a sharp sword, unstoppable and imbued with tremendous destructive power. The Jonin's pupils constricted as he instinctively countered with a jutsu. Fire release, great flame technique. A torrent of flames, searing hot, quickly met the white light. The outcome was predictable. The white light effortlessly pierced through the flames, obliterating them. A cry of anguish erupted as the Jonin exploded, blood splattering and limbs flying. The 8 trigrams, mountain crushing strike could shatter mountains. Dismantling a human was trivial in comparison. Foolish self-importance, Neji scoffed. Glancing disdainfully at the fireworks in the air before turning and menacingly proclaiming, "You all witnessed that. This is the fate of the overconfident." The onlookers, previously intent on fleeing, felt a jolt of fear, cold sweat trickling down as their trembling legs refused to move. They were eager to question, is this gentle fist? Is the Hyuga clan's long-range attack truly this fearsome? However, mere moments later, they acted, launching an array of shuriken and kunai, all affixed with explosive tags, towards Neji. After all, it seemed inevitable that this white-eyed boy and Tsunade would not spare them. They might as well fight back. How foolish of you to attempt physical attacks against me, Neji sneered. 8 trigrams, heavenly spin. With a cold huff, a semi-spherical chakra barrier materialized, repelling the shuriken and kunai. Now, the root members' eyes widened as they shouted in unison, "Explode!" Boom! A series of detonations erupted, and the area around Neji was engulfed in mushroom clouds. A terrifying vortex of scorching heat radiated outward, causing the surrounding trees to rustle violently as flames engulfed the sky, and the deafening roar illuminated the surroundings in fiery red. "Neji!" Tsunade exclaimed in alarm, attempting to rush forward, but she was firmly restrained by Tsunade herself. "That kid is not so easily dealt with. Just watch." Tsunade wore a confident smile, for he was the one who had pulled her back from the abyss, wielding the techniques of both her and Orochimaru. Truth be told, if Neji were to perish here, she and Orochimaru might as well abandon their endeavors. As the smoke cleared, Neji emerged slowly, unscathed and immaculate, without a single scar or smudge on his attire. How is this possible? That was over 100 explosive tags. A Jonin exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Is the defensive capability of Heavenly Spin truly so formidable that such an explosion could not harm Neji? Would you like to know why? Neji suddenly appeared before him, declaring, "Think about it in hell." Then, with a flick of his tongue, he unleashed a torrent of viscous, acidic energy that engulfed him, gradually dissolving him amidst his anguished screams. In total, 5 elite shinobi had been dispatched, and within the blink of an eye, Neji had already eliminated 2. The impact on the Root organization was undoubtedly profound. Elite shinobi were scarce, and even Root had few. Danzo must be seething with rage. However, the more furious he became, the more joy it brought me. Now, it is time for you to embark on your journey. In the next moment, Neji leaped into the air, standing tall, his hair flowing gently as dark strands unfurled, shooting forth countless black needles from his locks. Rabbit hair needles. A relentless downpour of these black needles cascaded from above, striking the Root personnel like raindrops, yet their terrifying penetrating and sealing abilities instilled dread. One Nin was struck in the knee, causing his entire leg to stiffen, rendering him immobile as he helplessly watched himself being pierced like a porcupine. Another unfortunate Nin was directly hit in the head, the black needle pierced through, emerging from his groin, unleashing a chorus of screams. The area was sealed, and he found himself oddly anticipating his demise. The rabbit hair needles, with their remarkable speed and extensive range, enveloped all Root members, plunging the scene into chaos, filled with wails of despair. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's so swift, there's no time to form hand seals. Tsunade observed quietly, her astonishment evident. Utilizing the Byakugan. employing hair as a medium to seal the opponent's movements. This technique surpasses the gentle fist. True to her reputation as one of the legendary three, Tsunade possessed keen insight, grasping the essence of the technique in an instant, her interest in Neji intensifying. What a genius, she praised. Suddenly, her heart raced, and she swiftly lifted her leg, striking the ground forcefully. In an instant, the earth shattered, and a figure was propelled forth. There is still one more. Neji was momentarily taken aback, then realized. It seems Danzo has acquired numerous techniques from his experiments with Orochimaru over the years, even managing to conceal the Sharingan. However, this stealth technique is not perfected, otherwise Tsunade wouldn't have detected it. Damn it! The assailant cursed under his breath but pressed forward, brandishing a kunai aimed at Tsunade. Their mission was solely to eliminate her, ensuring Danzo's smooth ascension. If possible, they would also eliminate Hyuga Neji, but witnessing the previous horrifying scenes, he had already lost hope of killing Neji. Nonetheless, taking down Tsunade should be relatively simple. The man sneered, gripping the kunai tightly, as long as he obeyed Danzo's commands. Tsunade, meet your end, he declared, slashing through the air. The kunai carving a deep gash across his own arm, blood gushing forth in a fierce display. Danzo had claimed that Tsunade feared blood. Upon seeing it, her combat prowess would diminish significantly. The man chuckled, seemingly already envisioning Tsunade's fate. However, in the next moment, his expression transformed into one of astonishment, confusion, and sheer terror. As a fist loomed larger in his vision, bang! The rock shattered, and the ground splintered like a spider's web, kicking up a cloud of dust. Having just emerged from the depths, he was instantly struck back by an overwhelming force, only to be met with a tempest of relentless fury. How dare they use blood against me? There is no escape. It must be that old schemer Danzo. How despicable. Moments later, Tsunade removed her hand from the mangled visage before her, shaking it off with disdain, her face contorted in rage. She was the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. Even the villagers would address her with respect as Lady Tsunade or Princess Tsunade. Yet, Danzo had the audacity to send assassins after her, employing blood in his vile schemes, utterly loathsome. If it weren't for Neji, she might have truly perished. At that moment, Neji had also dealt with the other adversaries and strolled leisurely towards Tsunade. I suspect you remain unaware that Danzo's machinations extend far beyond this. His actions surpass your wildest imagination. Surpass my imagination? Neji, what do you mean by that? Tsunade felt an inexplicable agitation, as if something troubling was tugging at her heartstrings. That is something you must explore for yourself. Neji walked away, his voice echoing from a distance. The root, however, is the darkness of Konoha. Neji did not withhold this knowledge from Tsunade, but for someone who had just emerged from her inner demons, it was too much to bear. Especially since Hiruzen Sarutobi had played a part as an accomplice. The mentor she held in the highest regard had become embroiled in this. This would surely leave Tsunade in turmoil once more. The root. Tsunade felt a jolt of realization, as if she had grasped something essential. Neji's implication was clear. He urged her to investigate the root. Could it be that they harbored some secret? After a brief pause, Tsunade declared, Shizun, let us depart. Neji would not speak aimlessly. What secrets lay hidden within the root, and what connection did it have to her? She was determined to clarify everything in her pursuit of becoming the fifth Hokage. Soon, the group arrived in Konoha, which was still in the process of reconstruction. Many areas had been repaired, yet the faint cracks in the walls bore witness to the ravages of past wars. Unbeknownst to her, so many years had already passed. Tsunade mused. Nonetheless, Konoha has remained unchanged. Standing at the gates of Konoha, her emotions were complex. After all these years, the scenes within seemed largely the same. Reminiscent of days gone by, she had never anticipated returning, driven by a desire to honor her grandfather's legacy and to continue the dreams of both Hashirama and Tobirama. No. Konoha has indeed changed. It is merely that you have yet to perceive it. Neji cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade, speaking in a measured tone. To eradicate the decay within Konoha, one must first eliminate Danzo. He cannot be allowed to remain, in any respect. Perhaps. Tsunade regarded Neji, then turned her gaze back to Konoha, murmuring, is this what it feels like to return home? Ning Ci was aware that Tsunade felt somewhat uneasy. Yet time was of the essence. Thus, he took her hand and led her into Konoha. As the host and Tsunade walked hand in hand, he received the reward of Wood Release, Wood Clone. Wood Release, Wood Clone enables the user to create a perfect clone made of wood, indistinguishable by ordinary individuals. Suddenly, Ning Ci halted in his tracks, astonished by the reward he had just obtained. The power of wood release, originally possessed by Hashirama Senju, could indeed be derived from Tsunade. It dawned on Ning Ci that Tsunade was the direct granddaughter of Hashirama, and according to the criteria for rewards, he was indeed eligible to acquire this power. A surge of excitement coursed through Ning Ci. Wood release was extraordinarily potent, far surpassing other ninjutsu-related Kekkei Genkai. It was a power that stemmed from the divine tree. Hashirama had once quelled the turmoil in the ninja world using wood release, treating the Nine Tails as a mere pet and consistently suppressing Uchiha Madara. Imagining himself wielding such power, he envisioned summoning wooden golems, wooden dragons, and even manifesting a true thousand hands, transforming into the formidable Yamada no Orochi. Even Madara would have to kneel before him. If his chakra were sufficiently vast, he could create multiple wood clones, each capable of utilizing these ninjutsu. The prospects were too splendid to behold. Many believe that the clone technique is the least useful of all ninjutsu. However, when pushed to its limits, it can unleash terrifying potential, exemplified by Naruto's shadow clone jutsu. If one cannot contend with a single foe, summoning a legion is an overwhelming strategy. Even in later stages, Naruto managed to turn the tide against numerous formidable opponents, including Kaguya, who nearly fell victim to this tactic. Moreover, this was a wood clone. In terms of power and practicality, it surpassed the shadow clone technique. Ning Ci took a deep breath to steady his exhilarated heart and suddenly recalled something, promptly pulling Tsunade towards the hospital. Kakashi and the others should still be recuperating there. And before returning Tsunade, it would be prudent for her to tend to their injuries. Ning Ci, what are you doing? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. There are several patients in the hospital. I understand, she nodded. Regardless of her status as Hokage, she was first and foremost a medical ninja and could not neglect the patients. Upon arriving at Konoha Hospital, Ning Ci observed Kakashi lying on the bed, his expression reflecting utter despair. It seemed he had suffered a significant blow, judging by his state. He would not recover for at least 10 days to half a month. Ning Ci, you're back. Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. She and Might Guy had been caring for Kakashi and Asuma during this time, but neither showed any signs of improvement. Kakashi was somewhat better off, merely having endured some setbacks, but Asuma... Ning Ci replied softly, then turned to Might Guy. Teacher Guy, where is Asuma? Ning Ci distinctly remembered that Asuma should also be here. Over there, Might Guy gestured wearily towards a nearby figure. Ning Ci followed Madakai's finger and was taken aback. What on earth is this? He could not help but exclaim. A gigantic oval-shaped egg lay on a hospital bed near the window, with only a bruised, pig-like head protruding from it, occasionally exhaling puffs of warm breath. Could this possibly be Asuma-sensei? Ning Ci asked, his uncertainty evident. However, he received a firm confirmation from Meikai. Ning Ci turned back, staring dumbfounded at Asuma, who was wrapped up like a zonzi, deeply shaken. How tragic. What enmity could have existed between Kisame and Asuma? TSK, TSK, TSK. Given the circumstances, it seems best for you to lie quietly. Am I to treat both of them? At that moment, the usually composed Tsunade finally spoke. It was then that Yuhi Kurenai and Meikai noticed Tsunade, who had been following Ning Ci, and exclaimed in unison, You are Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade has truly returned. Ning Ci succeeded. This is wonderful. With Lady Tsunade personally intervening, Kakashi and the others are sure to recover swiftly. Indeed, time is of the essence. We implore you, Lady Tsunade, to take action. Tsunade nodded and approached Kakashi's bedside, murmuring, So it's that little brat Kakashi. I can't believe he has grown so much in the blink of an eye. Tsunade felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling that when she last saw him, Kakashi was still a child, and now he had transformed, albeit with somewhat unconventional hair. Who could have inflicted such harm upon him? Kakashi possesses formidable talent and strength, unless an individual of the Hokage's caliber intervened. No one could have reduced him to this state. It was Uchiha Itachi, Yuhi Kurenai lamented, feeling a sting of disappointment as her once proud genjutsu was effortlessly countered by him. Uchiha Itachi? The very culprit who annihilated his own clan, a rogue ninja from Konoha. Is it? Tsunade furrowed her brow, her expression one of skepticism. Though she had been away from the village, she had heard whispers of certain events, particularly the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan. Meikai interjected. His strength is formidable. With just a glance, he incapacitated Kakashi. Had it not been for my years of fighting alongside Kakashi and mastering the techniques to counter the Sharingan, I might have met the same fate as him. What are their intentions? Tsunade frowned, considering Madakai's description. Itachi's strength undoubtedly reached the level of a Hokage. Such a figure returning to Konoha could not merely be for nostalgia. I do not know. However, when we arrived at the scene, Itachi and that pufferfish had already abducted Naruto, so I believe their target must be Naruto, Meikai stated solemnly. Pufferfish? What pufferfish? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Ning Ci secretly gave Meikai a thumbs up. Truly, he is the one with the worst memory among the Hokage, having just been in a battle. He forgot, or perhaps he simply overlooked it as Kisame introduced himself. Lady Tsunade, Kai was referring to a companion of Uchiha Itachi. His name is Kisame Hoshigaki, and he is the one who inflicted such injuries upon Asuma. Yuhi Kurenai explained helplessly. Upon hearing these words, Asuma trembled with excitement, his plump face marred by indignation and grievance. All he had done was call him a pufferfish, yet he had endured a brutal beating. It was infuriating. He had only shouted that under Might Guy's suggestion. What made it even more vexing was why they had targeted Might Guy instead. I see, Tsunade nodded, understanding dawning upon her. So, your implication is that their aim is Naruto, no, the Nine Tails? A grave expression settled on Tsunade's face. Among those in Konoha, the only person known as Naruto was undoubtedly Minato's son, Uzumaki Naruto. Were they attempting to capture the Nine Tails? What could their true intentions be? Tsunade pondered deeply. The power of the Nine Tails was formidable, and any misstep could usher in calamity for the entire ninja world. Tsunade, the Great Lady, was informed that Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki donned an identical attire, likely hailed from the same organization. They are very likely affiliated with the same group. Kurenai stated through gritted teeth. The revelation sent shockwaves through Tsunade. The prospect was indeed terrifying. If they were part of a single organization, it was often unlikely they would target an individual tailed beast. This indicated that the organization's aim might very well be to gather all the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts were vital strategic assets for any village, held in high regard by various nations. It was unfathomable to consider the devastation that could ensue if all 9 tailed beasts were to converge. I understand. Tsunade inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. As the 5th Hokage of Konoha, it was imperative that she did not lose her resolve. Maintaining stability was the fundamental duty of a leader. If she faltered, the repercussions would be too great. She performed a healing technique, casting 2 spheres of green light that merged into Kakashi and Asuma, visibly reducing Asuma's swelling until he appeared as normal as anyone else. Kakashi, too, gradually regained consciousness. One must acknowledge that Tsunade's medical ninjutsu had reached an extraordinary level of mastery during the battle against Hanzo of the Salamander. Her healing prowess had enabled them to endure. In the 4th Great Ninja War, her skills as a medical ninja had preserved the strength of the allied forces. All right, Neji. Tenten, let us go, Tsunade declared, turning to depart. After her ministrations, Kakashi and Asuma had markedly improved, though immediate discharge from the hospital was out of the question. She could not linger here. A multitude of pressing matters awaited her attention. As she stepped out of the hospital doors, a frown replaced her calm demeanor. She longed to shout in frustration about why so many issues awaited her upon her return. Neji observed her and remarked, "What troubles you most is not the gathering of the 9-tailed beasts, but rather that organization, isn't it?" Tsunade nodded. "Ever since my grandfather's passing, there has been no one capable of restraining the 9-tailed beasts. Yet now, with the emergence of such an organization, the possibility of capturing all 9 beasts looms large. If they were to mobilize en masse, Konoha might not withstand the onslaught." Neji fell into silence, acknowledging that the Akatsuki possessed considerable power. Merely considering Nagato's capabilities, he could have wreaked havoc upon Konoha. Had Nagato refrained from employing the Rinnegan, Konoha might have already faced utter destruction. The Akatsuki, comprising 12 formidable members, each nearing or even surpassing the strength of a Kage, wielded a terrifying force. Had they launched a direct assault on Konoha, the village could have been obliterated. In all honesty, if not for the narrative's demands, the Akatsuki could have methodically dismantled each village, exploiting the animosities and intrigues among the 5 great shinobi countries. The probability of the Akatsuki successfully annihilating all 5 villages was alarmingly high, rendering the necessity of infinite Tsukimi moot. Despite the harsh reality, it was essential to instill some confidence in Tsunade at this juncture. Rest assured, we may not fully comprehend this organization, but the 3rd Hokage has consistently monitored significant developments within the shinobi world. He should have documented the formation of this group. Perhaps you might wish to peruse those records. Yet, the display of their power. Tsunade opened her mouth, her expression wrought with concern. The mere ability to mobilize someone of Itachi Uchiha's caliber was a testament to the organization's might, leaving her at a loss for a more favorable interpretation. Nonetheless, they were merely facing Jinchuriki. Regardless, we still possess time. If their objective is to capture all the tailed beasts, the 5 great villages will not remain passive. Neji paused, addressing Tsunade. Of course, this is merely conjecture. Should an outer path golem emerge, all 9-tailed beasts would be in peril. However, such thoughts must remain unvoiced. Konoha, no matter how formidable, would not withstand such an assault. Indeed, Tsunade nodded, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. I shall seek out those 2 old men. I wonder what troubles the old man has left me. Her tone was laced with frustration as she made her way toward the Hokage office, accompanied by Shizen. Having been away for several years, she found it challenging to grasp certain decisions and developments within the village, necessitating the assistance of Shizune and Mito Gatekeeper. Now, I must prepare, she thought. Before I depart, I must accomplish something significant. As night descended, silence enveloped the world, interrupted only by the chorus of cicadas. Within a spacious room, a young boy lay in bed, drenched in cold sweat. A haunting voice echoed in his ears, distorting his expression into one of horror and rage. His fingers clenched tightly, twisting the bed sheets into a crumpled mess. Oh, my foolish brother, you are so weak. Why must you be so feeble? Your hatred is insufficient. Your loathing for me is inadequate. In your current state, you lack even the right to be hunted by me. My foolish brother, harbor greater hatred for me. Come to kill me with a resolve to perish. And then, I shall send you to join our father and mother. No. Sasuke jolted upright in bed, letting out a series of anguished cries. Upon awakening, his pupils dilated, reflecting his profound terror. The dream. Uchiha Sasuke gasped heavily, relief washing over him as he realized he was in his room. Damn it. Why, despite my relentless training beyond my limits, can I not defeat that guy? His nails dug painfully into his palm. Ever since that day, he was effortlessly defeated by that individual. Nightmares plagued him, reminding him of how easily his Chidori was countered. The bitterness of that memory made him grit his teeth in fury. Particularly haunting was the illusion that replayed the gruesome massacre of his clan, a horror that rendered him breathless, fueling his desire to eliminate that foe at once. Sharingan. Am I truly so weak? As he caught sight of the Sharingan reflected in the mirror, anger surged within him, and in an instant, his teeth clenched. Chakra flaring as he crushed the bedsheet in his grasp. How could this be? Is this truly my limit? If this continues, will I ever achieve vengeance? Sasuke murmured, his voice rife with resentment. He had merely been intimidated by Itachi's lingering aura and unconsciously activated his Sharingan. Is he really this fragile? Unbeknownst to him, a boy with Byakugan was concealed above his rooftop, hearing Sasuke's fearful growl. Neji smirked slightly. Sasuke, hurry along. I have been anticipating this moment of your betrayal. Shortly after, Sasuke left his room, and Neji was left speechless to see him leap from the window. This seemed to be a common trait among ninjas, choosing to jump through windows rather than using the door, defying all logic. On the desolate streets, Sasuke wandered aimlessly, pondering his uncertain future and what he should do next. The night sky shone brilliantly, stars twinkling as he walked alone in solitude, perhaps guided by some unseen force. He found himself at the Uchiha clan's residence. After the clan's annihilation, the vast area lay empty, yet the higher-ups of Konoha had not reclaimed the Uchiha grounds, which had naturally become Sasuke's property. However, he did not wish to return, for this place was a reservoir of sorrow, surrounded by the bleak and desolate atmosphere. Sasuke gritted his teeth once more. Damn it! He struck a large tree with his fist, blood trickling down its trunk. Yet he felt no pain, only the weight of his own inadequacy, unable to avenge his clan. Had he been stronger back then? Had he possessed the power to prevent Itachi's massacre, such tragedies would not have transpired. Damn it, it's all about power, greater power. Sasuke growled. He had exerted himself tirelessly, but the memory of his Chidori shattering before Itachi like a mere twig filled him with frustration. Come out. Suddenly, Sasuke turned, his eyes flashing crimson with intensity as he swiftly gazed at the tree behind him. Haha, indeed, you are someone worthy of Orochimaru's attention. You certainly possess some skill. Emerging from behind the great tree were 4 individuals, their backs bound with tubes, 3 men and 1 woman, the notorious Sound 5. You are the one sent by Orochimaru? Sasuke inquired coldly. You dare intrude upon Konoha, seeking to incite war? Do not be so harsh. We have come expressly to find you. A peculiar figure with 6 arms chuckled mischievously. Find me? Humph, get lost and cease your annoyance, Sasuke retorted, dismissing them with a scoff, regardless of their origins. His current mood was foul, leaving him no inclination to engage with these intruders. A mere brat dares to speak so boldly? I shall break your arms to illustrate the chasm between us, Zoken declared angrily. Hey, Zoken, take it easy. He is someone of great importance to Lord Orochimaru, Morio cautioned. Yet his tone betrayed no hint of concern. Dismissing me? You seek your own demise, Sasuke growled, surging forward as a tremendous chakra erupted from his being, coalescing into a powerful current of electricity. Chidori. The potent lightning, sharp and piercing, shot forth like the tip of a spear, its crackling roar resonating with a thunderous boom, evoking the sensation of cleaving through all. However, Sasuke was presently too weak. Zoken swiftly struck the ground, summoning a singular Rashomon gate. Though it was merely one door, it was beyond Sasuke's current capabilities to breach. With a deafening crash, the impact reverberated, shaking the surroundings. Yet such a formidable technique merely left a shallow black mark upon the Rashomon. Is this the extent of your power? I cannot fathom why Lord Orochimaru would find merit in someone like you, Zoken scoffed. What did you say? Sasuke seethed, charging forward once more. Simultaneously, black markings began to spread across his body, and his blood-red eyes glimmered with an intense light. In that instant, an overwhelming force surged within him. This is power, the power I desire. Prepare to perish, Chidori. Sasuke unleashed another Chidori, lightning flashing as it crashed against the Rashomon, this time piercing a significant hole through it. Yet, Zoken remained unharmed. Impressive indeed, Zoken admitted, seemingly unfazed. Humph, even if you wish to beg for mercy now, it is too late, Sasuke sneered. The power of Lord Orochimaru's curse mark is truly formidable, Zoken observed. What? Damn it. Why does no one recognize my worth? What am I to all of you? Upon hearing Zoken's words, Sasuke erupted in a frenzied roar, his crimson eyes shimmering with an almost blood-like intensity. I will make you pay. Prepare yourself. Sasuke abruptly vanished from his position, reappearing beside Zoken, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Behold, Lion's Barrage. Sasuke thought triumphantly as he flipped, crashing Zoken back to the ground with a resounding thud, leaving a massive fissure in the earth. Now do you comprehend my might? Sasuke, with a disdainful expression, gazed coldly at the figure of Zwajin, who was ensnared in a deep pit below. A smile flickered across his face, but it swiftly morphed into disbelief. To his astonishment, Zwajin emerged from the pit, shaking his head and twisting his neck. Casting a contemptuous glance at Sasuke as he murmured, You little brat, your strikes are truly heavy. How is this possible? Sasuke's astonishment gradually contorted into a grimace, transforming into a ferocious snarl as he bellowed, Why? Die. Just die. Aha, Sasuke. You surely do not believe that you alone possess Lord Orochimaru's cursed seal, Zwajin retorted, and in that moment, he, along with the others, activated their seals. Their bodies instantly adorned with black markings resembling tadpoles, exuding an equally sinister aura. What? Sasuke was taken aback, having always thought himself unique and special. Today, however, reality dealt him a crushing blow, shattering his dreams into fragments. Damn it, I cannot even defeat Itachi, and now I cannot even handle a few lackeys. No. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. This cannot be. With renewed ferocity, Sasuke lifted his gaze, eyes glinting with malice. I will kill you. I will kill all of you. Bang. No sooner had he uttered these words than a foot slammed down upon him, pinning him to the ground. When he finally realized who had attacked him, he was horrified to discover it was Zwajin, and he hadn't even perceived his movement. You little brat. TSK, so easily angered, and you cannot even control your cursed seal? Truly pathetic. What did you say? Haha, little brat. I advise you to refrain from speaking. It would be best to let the cursed seal return to its place. With your current strength, be careful not to lose yourself. Zwajin taunted, relentlessly grinding Sasuke into the ground beneath his foot. Meanwhile, perched in the trees, Ning Ci silently observed the unfolding scene, struggling to comprehend why the Sound Five were so formidable, especially since they could activate the second stage of their cursed seals. How could they have been defeated by a mere handful of genin? Kumaru might be understandable, but the others, Ning Ci could clearly see that even with the assistance of Temari and Kankuro, the odds were insurmountable for the little ones. It made no sense. Perhaps it was a narrative contrivance, but did their survival or demise significantly alter the storyline? Ultimately, would Sasuke not still depart? Neji then glanced at the sky and the ground where Sasuke lay beneath Suijin's foot, feeling a growing urgency within. Hurry up and get to the point. I have matters to attend to tonight. Once Sasuke departed, his own plans would need to be set into motion. He had no time to linger in Konoha. Before the fourth great ninja war commenced, he must acquire sufficient power to contend with the Tsutsuki clan. Indeed, power to rival the Tsutsuki clan. At that moment, Suijin spoke again. Little brat, we are all favored by Lord Orochimaru. Yet why are you so weak? Think of your brother. What right do you have to challenge Uchiha Itachi when you cannot even defeat me? Indeed, you lack the qualifications to challenge him. Do not mention that man. He is not my brother, but my adversary, my sworn enemy. Sasuke roared, tears of blood streaming down his face, his voice echoing with desolation. Yet, how could those nearby relent? No one would empathize with you. Do not expect us to understand. This village is far too gentle, and the bonds here are burdensome. What do you perceive as companions? You once paid no heed to such trivialities, but what of now? They will only render you weaker. These ties cannot foster your growth. Remain here, and you shall never grow strong. The path of the powerful requires the severance of such ties. You must cut through these so-called bonds, these illusions of tenderness, to attain the strength that surpasses Itachi Uchiha. Each word from his companions pierced deeply into Sasuke's fragile heart, indelibly etched in his mind. Companion Sasuke could not help but recall Naruto's boisterous declarations of wanting to become Hokage, the way Sakura admonished him during his discord with Naruto, and Kakashi's nonchalance upon arriving late. How amusing it is, he mused, that such thoughts have begun to occupy my mind. When did this start? No, I live for vengeance. These notions are inconsequential. Sasuke clenched the earth beneath him, reducing it to dust, his hands trembling violently as his heart screamed. Neji observed from the treetops, a tremor of empathy stirring within him. Perhaps he was even less fortunate than Sasuke, who bore an immense weight of hatred. His life was a chaotic mess. Even the path to strength fraught with peril, a truly tragic fate. Yet, to realize his ambitions, Sasuke must endure this suffering. He would not waver in his resolve. However, Sasuke, 3 years hence, I shall reveal everything to you. Itachi is an undiscovered hero. There is no justification for him to endure the scorn of others throughout his life. As for the Uchiha clan's alleged treachery, Neji considered passing the blame to Danzo. After all, he already bore enough burdens without concern for an additional one. Moreover, without Danzo's influence, the Uchiha clan would harbor no thoughts of defection. At that moment, Sasuke was left battered and bruised by their onslaught. Ultimately, they declared, "We will wait for you outside the village until dawn. Whether you come or go is your decision." With that, their figures transformed into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from sight. To sever these ties and escape this peaceful village, I seek the utmost power, the power to annihilate him. Sasuke knelt upon the ground, hands pressed against the earth, sweat cascading down his cheeks. I must sever all of this, break free from the bonds here just as Itachi did. Indeed, Itachi reached such unparalleled strength precisely because he severed all connections, be they familial love, cherished friendships, or the ties of brotherhood. Sasuke's gaze suddenly revealed a chilling aura, devoid of any emotion. He clutched his wounded shoulder and made his way home. It was a pitch-black, silent night, devoid of any distinction from the usual, yet tonight, everything was destined to change. The fates of all would shift. Neji sprinted, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, already aware of Sasuke's decision. As long as he confirmed that Sasuke would leave the village, he need not remain there any longer. However, Danzo must have caught wind of it as well. After all, the two sent to monitor him had just abruptly departed. A cold smirk curled at Neji's lips. Ever since his return to the village, the two root ninjas assigned to surveil him had appeared swiftly. Though they kept their distance, they were oblivious to the fact that, with the aid of the Byakugan, Neji effortlessly grasped their every move. Would Danzo let such an opportunity pass if Sasuke left the village? Clearly not. The agreement made with Itachi held no binding power for Danzo, especially with Hiruzen Sarutobi deceased and Sasuke leaving on his own accord. This was an exceptional opportunity. But this would be the end of it. Danzo, I am coming for you. No longer will you hide beneath the ground of Konoha. Neji grinned wickedly as he headed towards Root. After tonight, Konoha would no longer harbor the organization known as Root. Beneath Konoha, it was dark and damp, perpetually devoid of light, even more sinister than a haunted house. Neji stood before the entrance to the Root base, confronted by two masked members. Who goes there? The two Root ninjas immediately assumed a defensive stance upon seeing Neji. This was the domain of Konoha's Root, a seldom visited area where even the Hokage and Umbu rarely ventured. and Neji was clearly not one of them. The Byakugan, a member of the Hyuga clan, one of the root ninjas, remarked curtly, as the root's disdain for those with bloodline limits influenced by Danzo was well known. Particularly, the eyes of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans rendered their stealth utterly ineffective, causing them considerable distress and resulting in their unfriendly demeanor. Speak quickly. What brings you here? Otherwise, we shall treat you as a rogue ninja. The other root ninja barked angrily. Huh, so this is what root ninjas are like. Such a grand show of arrogance, Neji retorted, a bitter smile on his lips. To label him a rogue ninja upon arrival was quite audacious. Did they believe Konoha was their private garden? Kid, what did you say? Speak up. Get lost. Neji suddenly exuded an overwhelmingly potent aura, his chakra surging restlessly, silencing the words of the two root ninjas before they could escape their lips. Tell me, where is Danzo? Neji's murderous intent was palpable, unmasked, causing the two root ninjas to startle. However, the root ninjas had long since been brainwashed by Danzo, devoid of past, emotion, or future. Thus, these two root ninjas quickly regained their composure, glaring furiously at Neji. What do you intend to do, boy? Speak plainly. Without further ado, they resolved to capture him and deliver him to Lord Danzo. One of the ninjas reached out, swiftly forming a sealing technique in his palm, intending to restrain Neji. Humph. Neji scoffed at the feeble sealing technique in their hands, declaring, You think such a trivial technique can bind me? You overestimate yourselves and underestimate me. In the blink of an eye, Neji moved, vanishing from his position and reappearing above the two root ninjas, descending in a handstand, his hands gripping their heads like talons. Perish, he shouted, unleashing the 8 Trigrams Vacuum Palm. With his hands pressed against their heads, he released 2 waves of chakra, a faint tremor appearing on the faces of the two ninjas. Then, with a resounding crack, Neji crushed them, their blood spilling onto the ground. Anyone whose head had been shattered could hardly hope to do anything thereafter. Fear not, I shall assist you in accomplishing what you desired, Neji chuckled, eyeing the communicator tightly held in the grasp of the two ninjas, speaking disdainfully. Danzo, you are indeed a master of brainwashing. TSK, such loyalty, even in death. You seek to report back. Therefore, none here shall survive. With a surge of strength, Neji unleashed a powerful punch upon the gate leading to the root base, causing a tremendous noise. Surprisingly, the gate merely dented deeply rather than shattering. Danzo, what unspeakable experiments have you conducted within? Even a mere door is fortified to such an extent. Neji squinted, emanating an astonishing aura of murderous intent. The primary purpose of this gate was to prevent those from Konoha from entering. Nevertheless, today is your only chance to make a move. I shall ensure you pay for all your deeds. Shatter, shatter. With each blow, Neji struck the gate repeatedly, creating deep impressions with his fists. His overwhelming power reverberated throughout the surroundings, causing dust to rain down from the depths of the root, startling its inhabitants. What is happening? An intruder? Who dares to forcefully enter the root? In an instant, numerous ninjas from the root gathered, marching towards the gate in a formidable formation. Simultaneously, Danzo, located within the laboratory, was disturbed by the sound of the gate being struck. He trembled, a drop of an unknown liquid slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. This is the cell I just successfully extracted. Curse it! Who could it be? Enraged, Danzo stormed out of the laboratory, bellowing, Bring them to me. In the blink of an eye, a rather imposing ninja with brownish-yellow hair and a cloaked figure clad entirely in black materialized before Danzo. Wind, Root, immediately retrieved that intruder. They commanded in unison, turning swiftly to depart. Once they had left, Danzo muttered to himself, Damn it, who could it be? Could it be Tsunade? No. She just returned to the village today and will officially assume the role of Hokage tomorrow. Cursing under his breath, Danzo felt a surge of frustration at the thought of the precious cells he had painstakingly extracted being squandered. He longed to flay the intruder alive. Humph. No matter who you are, you shall meet your end today. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the root headquarters and even across certain regions of Konoha. Clang. Boom. Before Neji, the once impenetrable door finally crumbled, resulting in a cacophony of sound as dust billowed and mist swirled, unveiling a pathway into the depths of root. Gazing inside, he was met with an eerie green gloom that felt even more foreboding than the exterior. It exuded an atmosphere of desolation and an unsettling chill that sent shivers down his spine. Merely a glance was enough to induce goosebumps. Within, a labyrinth of walkways sprawled chaotically, resembling a maze. If one were not familiar with root, they would likely lose their way amidst the confusion. This was understandable. Considering the multitude of nefarious deeds Danzo had orchestrated, without adequate protective measures, his secrets would have long been exposed. Neji strode forward, the silence around him palpable. As if he were the sole occupant in this vast, desolate expanse, surrounded by cold machinery that lent an air of desolation. Yet, this was merely a fade. To think there would be so many to welcome me. I am truly honored, Neji remarked slowly, his eyes darting around the vicinity. No one responded. Heh, he scoffed. Surely you haven't forgotten my basic abilities? I am a member of the Hyuga clan. With that, Neji suddenly activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging as he surveyed his surroundings. Everything hidden was laid bare beneath his gaze. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Such irritating abilities, yet one must acknowledge that the Uchiha clan has perished. A voice emerged from behind Neji, causing a smirk to form on his lips. At last, you have decided to show yourself. Unbeknownst to him, numerous root ninjas had silently surrounded him, their diverse masks concealing their identities, their eyes fixed intently on Neji, radiating a palpable aura of hostility. With a mere command, they would rush forward to eliminate him. Having intruded upon the root and slain 2 of its guards, Neji Hyuga, even if you are a genius of the Hyuga clan, you shall not escape today, spoke a cold voice from the shadows. Previously, when Neji vehemently confronted Danzo, both Yuhi Kurenai and the oil woman were present. Thus they were well acquainted with Neji. His ability to incapacitate numerous root ninjas in the blink of an eye showcased that his prowess cannot merely be gauged by his age. Even they must approach him with utmost caution. I can manage my own affairs without your concern. However, I believe you will find it impossible to leave, Neji suddenly declared, his figure materializing before Yamashiro Kazuki. Chakra coalesced in his hand, forming a blade that he ruthlessly swung downwards. Chakra scalpel. What? Yamashiro Kazuki's pupils constricted as he instinctively attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a swift slice, blood sprayed forth, and a severed arm fell to the ground. While Neji's cold, murderous gaze bore into Yamashiro Kazuki. Wind. The oil woman shouted, her voice laced with fury. Hinata Neji, how dare you lay a hand on him? You fool. Neji cast a fleeting glance at her and retorted, having already begun, there is no reason to halt. Without pause, Neji's hands manifested twin lion heads, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. The chakra shifted to a deep blue hue. An imposing force of destruction surged forth, isolating the others and leaving only Neji and Yamashiro Kazuki in the fray. No one can save you. Gentle step twin lion fist, Neji declared coldly, as the colossal lion head surged forward to engulf Yamashiro Kazuki. No, Yamashiro Kazuki cried out, but it was futile. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Although Neji's overall strength was classified as elite J-nin, this was merely due to his chakra and experience in combat. He was already capable of contending with those of the Hokage's caliber, which emboldened him to confront Danzo. With a resounding crash, Yamashiro Kazuki was shattered, remnants scattered, blood flowing profusely. In an instant, Neji had slain an elite member of Root, leaving the others in stunned silence. They spoke of ideals devoid of the past, emotions, or a future, yet in the crucial moments of life and death, who could remain indifferent? Humph, Neji scoffed. The Yamashiro clan's mind transference technique was notoriously troublesome. With enemies surrounding him, even the briefest lapse in concentration could spell disaster. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Yamashiro Kazuki first. Suddenly, dozens of shurikens whizzed through the air. Devoid of unnecessary dialogue, the Root ninjas had mobilized. Neji had made his intentions clear through his actions. This individual must not remain, whether for Danzo or for himself. Useless. Neji spun fiercely, enveloped in a hemispherical chakra shield that repelled the incoming projectiles. Counterattack with ninjutsu. Someone shouted, swiftly launching their assault. A water dragon surged towards Neji. And almost simultaneously, others unleashed their own techniques. Water dragon, lightning pillar, great fireball, wind gale, stone bullet. 5 distinct ninjutsu converging in a deluge. Reminiscent of the legendary battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Regrettably, although Neji possessed the strength to contend with Orochimaru, the ninjas from the Root lacked the power to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even with their overwhelming numbers, it was insufficient. Suddenly, the wooden transformation technique was employed. And from behind Neji emerged 2 identical replicas of himself. Only 2? I am still far from enough. Neji furrowed his brow, recalling that even while maintaining the 4 red suns formation, Senju Hashirama could produce 4 shadow clones. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. 8 trigrams, mountain breaking strike. The two Nijis launched their attack in unison, and in an instant, a brilliant white light illuminated the surroundings. With two beams of white radiance surging forth to confront the incoming 5 nature transformation techniques. Crack! An astonishing scene unfolded as the two beams of light shattered into countless fragments, akin to broken glass, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of the 5 nature transformation techniques. This phenomenon left Niji astounded. I have been overly arrogant, aside from a select few, who can withstand such an onslaught from numerous ninjas without faltering. I need to take a moment to reflect. Niji's thoughts became clear as he quickly identified the cause. His recent, rapid increase in power had instilled in him a false sense of invincibility, a mere illusion born from his inflated ego. He had a long journey ahead. After this battle, during the relatively stable period of the next 3 years, I must accumulate strength. Meanwhile, a vast array of ninjutsu loomed above Niji's head. Raising his gaze to the sky, Niji let out a faint sigh, realizing that evasion was futile. The area was far too expansive, and on this narrow bridge, he found himself devoid of any refuge. To challenge the inevitable was sheer folly. You are but a solitary figure. A voice rang out, dripping with derision. In their eyes, it was only natural. They believed it was their duty to obliterate Niji, for how could such a formidable establishment tolerate the antics of a mere child? As a torrent of jutsu surged towards him, Niji remained still, his expression inscrutable, untouched by joy or sorrow, existing in a state of serene detachment. Perish! A cacophony of explosions erupted, and the ground beneath Niji was engulfed in a cataclysmic blast, waves of jutsu crashing down like a relentless tide, swiftly shattering the bridge and causing it to collapse. In the wake of the destruction, the underpinnings of the bridge were obliterated, debris scattered everywhere, swirling up in a massive cloud, reminiscent of a mushroom cloud. What has transpired? The root ninjas stared anxiously below, refusing to let their guard down, for their adversary had just effortlessly dispatched a formidable foe. Yet, as the dust began to settle, Niji's form remained elusive. Where is he? Is he dead? Let us scan for his presence. The root members voiced their concerns. Only by confirming Niji's demise could they find solace. Just then, a familiar yet foreign voice pierced the air, interrupting their movements. No need. Niji's voice was faint but icy. What you have shattered is merely my shadow clone. The members of Root felt a jolt of alarm, hastily searching for the source of the sound. Upon spotting Niji, they gasped in unison. Yamanaka Q, be careful. Yamanaka Q instinctively turned, drenched in cold sweat. Fire style, fire dragon technique. Niji had silently positioned himself behind Yamanaka Q, unleashing his most powerful fire jutsu with unrestrained vigor. The Yamanaka clan relied on insects as their weaponry, hosting a multitude within their bodies, merging offensive and defensive capabilities in a manner that was both peculiar and unpredictable. A seemingly fragile insect could drastically alter the course of battle. Moreover, Yamanaka Q was a jonin, a formidable opponent. His body teeming with nano-level poisonous insects, any contact would be catastrophic, leading to a rapid decline in combat efficacy, potentially stripping him of all fighting capability in mere moments. Even Abido, or rather, Tobi, had once sacrificed an arm due to a moment's negligence, showcasing the peril of such toxins. Thus, Niji understood the necessity of maintaining distance. The optimal strategy was to incinerate the poisonous insects with fire jutsu. The effectiveness was astounding. The fire dragon technique crackled as it seared Yamanaka Q, eliciting cries of agony as swathes of insects were charred and fell to the ground. However, even so, for Yamanaka Q, these losses were but a drop in the ocean. Perhaps such an assertion was an exaggeration, yet the sight before Niji sent shivers down his spine. The number of insects was simply beyond description, as if the oil woman, Yuki no Kuni, were entirely composed of these creatures, which was utterly terrifying. Indignant, he resolved to develop a technique called fire release, insecticide technique. Ning Ci thought grimly. The sheer volume of insects was enough to unsettle even him, who did not suffer from a phobia of clusters. Suddenly, the oil woman, who had been rolling on the ground, transformed into a multitude of insects that scattered in all directions. Insect clone technique. When did that happen? Ning Ci was taken aback and hastily retreated. Almost simultaneously, a net of insects descended from above, aiming for the spot he had just vacated. That was close. Ning Ci cast a cold glance at Yuki no Kuni, realizing that due to the unique nature of the oil clan, his Byakugan could not perceive the insect clones. He had momentarily forgotten this crucial detail. I am a jonin, having witnessed your ambush techniques. Do you truly believe you can succeed again? Yuki no Kuni stated indifferently. Now, I shall avenge the wind. With a wave of his hand, a swarm of venomous insects emerged from his body, converging en masse towards Ning Ci. Yuki no Kuni, are you mad? Do you intend to kill us all? A group from the Root faction shouted in alarm. Silence. Yuki no Kuni barked. From the day we entered Root, we should have relinquished all emotions. Dying for Lord Danzo is our duty. As he spoke, his output intensified, and the poisonous insects began to envelop the area. These were nano-sized insects. A sting would lead to cellular destruction and immense suffering. Hearing Yuki no Kuni's words, the Root ninjas were incensed, wishing to retort, easier said than done. Why don't you lead by example? However, this was neither the time for infighting nor dissent. They needed to eliminate the intruder swiftly, or Yuki no Kuni would not retract the insects, and they would all perish. It was crucial to understand that although these poisonous insects were under Yuki no Kuni's control, their overwhelming numbers and minuscule size rendered them nearly invisible to the naked eye, making escape from a sting nearly impossible. In such circumstances, Yuki no Kuni would not squander chakra to antidote them. Kill. In an instant, the Root ninjas distanced themselves from Ning Ci, initiating long-range ninjutsu attacks, both to evade the nano-sized insects and to guard against his gentle fist. Earth Release, Earth Spike. One ninja swiftly formed hand seals, causing a subtle rumble beneath Ning Ci's feet as dozens of stone spikes erupted from the ground, converging towards him. 8 Trigrams Palm, Heavenly Return. Bang! The stone spikes were swiftly flattened and shattered, causing no harm to Ning Ci. However, at that moment, another ninja leapt into the air, spewing a viscous liquid. Water Release, Water Sticky Bomb. Ning Ci quickly rolled away, simultaneously unleashing a great fireball technique to incinerate the approaching poisonous insects, resulting in a series of faint explosions. Thank goodness for the Byakugan. Otherwise, these insects alone would be a headache, Ning Ci murmured, feeling a sense of relief. In truth, given his current prowess, eliminating these individuals poses little challenge. However, his primary objective lies with Danzo, and many of his abilities remain unexploited. Otherwise, confronting Danzo, who wields the power of Izanagi, would leave him with no assurance of victory. He must deplete Danzo's chakra using ninjutsu, avoiding close combat. No matter how formidable he may appear alone, chakra is finite. It is improbable he could withstand the combined might of our group, one of the ninjas exclaimed. Kill. Instantly, a throng of Root ninjas began forming hand seals, preparing to unleash their ninjutsu. Simultaneously, the oil woman, Kirin, endeavored to direct the nano-sized poisonous insects toward Ning Ci. Can one truly contend against a multitude? Ning Ci chuckled softly, murmuring that this was merely a reflection of these individuals' limited worldview. For true powerhouses, such notions are mere illusions. Both Madara and Hashirama possess the strength to single-handedly challenge the 5 great nations. That is the essence of true strength. You are all exceedingly weak, Ning Ci pronounced disdainfully, gazing down upon the assembly of Root ninjas before suddenly stepping forward. At that moment, 3 Root ninjas exchanged glances, performed hand seals, and struck the ground, shouting. Earth Style, cracking Earth Palm. Boom, boom, boom. The area beneath the palms of the 3 ninjas began to fracture, the bridge surface forming a web-like pattern that spread toward Ning Ci. With a thunderous crash, pieces of the bridge fell, creating a fissure beneath and sending a roar echoing through the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ning Ci's eyes narrowed slightly as he sprang into action, leaping towards another bridge. However, several prepared Root ninjas unleashed a torrent of water from their mouths. Water Style, Water Bullet Barrage. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bomb. Simultaneously, Ning Ci swiftly altered his hand seals, and in an instant, an Earth Dragon rose majestically, spewing forth a barrage of projectiles. Bang! Water splashed, and dust exploded, as if the heavens were showering mud upon the battlefield, while Ning Ci landed steadily on the bridge, his gaze icy. What is your purpose? There is no merit in further dialogue. Ning Ci sidestepped a volley of approaching insects and sprinted toward the oil woman. Do not think you can succeed. A Root ninja, witnessing this, swiftly vacated his position, ascending to the upper bridge, his palm flipping. Water Style, Water Bullet Barrage. Puff, puff, puff. Water bullets shot forth with tremendous force and penetrating power. Ning Ci cast a sidelong glance, deftly evading them, though several holes promptly appeared on the bridge. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously as Ning Ci dodged the water bullets, another figure wielding a long staff approached him. The newcomer had long hair and a delicate waist, her figure graceful. Initially identified as a woman, yet her gaze directed at Ning Ci was piercingly cold. So, you wish to engage in close combat amidst these insects? Ning Ci observed the iron staff in her hand, Murmuring to himself, it appeared she had great confidence in her staff techniques. Without any excessive words or posturing, the female ninja sprang into action, bringing down her iron staff with such force that the air reverberated with a buzzing sound. "Haha, splendid approach." As Neji chuckled lightly, he mused that, aside from Might Guy and Lee, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent in the realm of taijutsu. In a swift sidestep, he evaded the incoming strike of a heavy iron staff and deftly seized the hand of the female ninja, pulling her towards himself. The host, hand in hand with Chungjin, was rewarded with Earth Release, Earth Spike. This technique allowed the user to summon sharp rocks from the ground beneath the enemy to launch an attack. Earth Release, Petrification. Chungjin whispered, his other hand abruptly transforming into stone, aimed menacingly at Neji's face, exuding a formidable and visually striking presence. "An opportunity," Yunyutakon murmured, rapidly forming hand seals. Parasitic insect. Instantly, the previously scattered venomous insects converged upon his body, turning his skin a deep, ominous shade of purple, imbued with an eerie aura. He then raised his sword and charged at Neji. "To dare strike at me, even if you are Shino's brother, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you," Neji declared. His hand clasping Chungjin's petrified limb firmly, addressing Yunyutakon with a cold gaze. Momentarily taken aback, Yunyutakon had not anticipated that Neji would recognize Shino. Yet his resolve swiftly hardened as he lunged at Neji. "The wind, he is my sole confidant within the roots." "Is that so?" Neji tightened his grip on Chungjin's arms, channeling chakra that swirled around them, lifting Chungjin into a spin. "I shall not hold back." As Yunyutakon approached Neji, Neji suddenly proclaimed, "Eight Trigrams, Heavenly Spin." A vibrant blue chakra shield enveloped Yunyutakon, creating a fierce vortex. "Now," the remaining root ninjas shouted in unison. "Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Lightning Release, Thunder Tiger. Water Release, Waterfall of Great Rain." Previously apprehensive of allowing Neji to dispose of the insects with their own hands, they were now unburdened by such concerns. It was a visual spectacle as torrents of fire surged forth, a colossal tiger composed entirely of lightning materialized, and an imposing figure of water coalesced, all manifesting within the confines of the root base. "Attack!" came the commanding shout as they charged towards Neji. In executing the heavenly spin, Neji found himself momentarily immobilized, particularly with Chungjin and Yunyutakon restraining him, leaving him with no avenue for escape. As for Chungjin and Yunyutakon, it was as Yunyutakon had stated. The inhabitants of the root were not meant to harbor emotions. Sacrificing for Lord Danzo was a necessary fate. "Yunyutakon, fulfill your bold words," a voice sneered, evidently displeased with Yunyutakon's indiscriminate assault, as the constant threat of the venomous insects was an unbearable burden. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The blue chakra shield began to shift dramatically. A torrent of intense flames erupted from within, exploding forth with a resounding bang, as the protective barrier crafted by the heavenly spin was engulfed in roaring fire. Such a scene was nothing short of extraordinary. The scene was nothing short of astonishing. The technique known as rebirth was traditionally devoid of any chakra attributes. However, what Neji was currently employing resembled nothing less than a fire-infused rebirth. A root ninja murmured, his masked visage failing to conceal the turmoil within his heart. Such a variant of rebirth had never manifested within the ninja realm. How could this be? How did he accomplish such a feat? The unfolding spectacle was utterly unfathomable, leaving the assembly of root ninjas in a state of bewilderment. The fiery shield emitted an intense heat, causing the steel bridge beneath their feet to gradually melt into molten iron, dripping down in sizzling droplets. The horrifyingly high temperature of the flames illuminated every corner of the root base, rendering the already eerie surroundings even more grotesque. Even from a distance, they could feel the searing heat of this fiery rebirth, prompting beads of sweat to trickle down their brows. "Quick! Attack!" One of the root ninjas finally regained his composure and shouted. Yet, it was too late. Neji's calm voice suddenly resonated amidst the chaos. From within the flames of his rebirth, 3 pillars of fire surged toward the heavens, colliding with the oncoming assaults of Fire Flow, Thunder Tiger, and Water Giant. Boom! The clash of potent ninjutsu reverberated through the air, compressing it momentarily before it unleashed a thunderous explosion that sent tremors throughout the entire root base. A powerful invisible shockwave radiated outward, akin to a razor-sharp wind blade, unyielding and indomitable, cleaving through a bridge below. At that moment, all present turned pale, instinctively retreating. The sheer sharpness of the wind blade left no one daring to confront it head-on. However, This was merely the aftershock, a mere remnant of the cataclysmic force at the epicenter of the explosion. In that instant, all of Konoha was awakened. A tranquil night, once serene and peaceful, was now interrupted by crashing sounds, shattering echoes, and haunting roars. Particularly now, an eerie tremor coursed through the air. In this stillness, everything felt conspicuously pronounced. It was all too strange. What mischief was Danzo up to? Inside the Hokage building, Tsunade was engaged in discussions with Shizune and Mito about Konoha's affairs, yet the incessant, inexplicable sounds emanating from the root's location caused Shizune's brow to furrow in concern. This Danzo is utterly inconsiderate. Even if he harbors grievances, he should refrain from disrupting us like this, especially with the Hokage's succession ceremony looming tomorrow. Could it be intruders? Mito inquired. Let him handle it himself. The root shouldn't be incapable of dealing with mere intruders, Shizune replied coldly. Ever since Neji had vehemently confronted Danzo, her trust in him had significantly waned, bordering on disdain. Now, even if the root were under attack, she felt no obligation to assist him. Such a notion was out of the question. No, we should go and take a look, Tsunade declared. Her memory still fresh of the assassination attempt orchestrated by Danzo. Moreover, Neji's words weighed heavily on her mind. What secrets lay hidden within the root? On this peculiar night, reflecting on Neji's statements felt exceedingly strange. Whether for the village or for her own sake, she felt compelled to investigate. Simultaneously, in the Hyuga clan's residence, Hyuga Hizashi stood in the courtyard, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow, his Byakugan eyes filled with apprehension. That location was the root. What had transpired? Were there invaders? How could this be? After a prolonged moment, he turned away. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to ascertain the truth. Takuma, fetch Nichi. Hizashi's words drifted into the shadows, prompting a figure to rise and depart at once. Having decided to nurture Neji as the next clan leader, Hizashi was eager to offer guidance from every conceivable angle. However, the recent events in Konoha had become increasingly tumultuous, prompting a sigh from Hizashi. He then promptly summoned a multitude of clan members under the banner of the clan leader. Though the situation remained unclear, should Konoha come under attack, they must hasten to the scene. Of course, this was merely a facade. Deep down, he secretly hoped for trouble at the root, even wishing for its demise. After all, it was evident that those who targeted the root could not possibly be invaders. Before long, Hyuga Takuma returned, and the outcome was predictable. It would be a marvel if he had located Neji at all. Strange, where could he have gone? Hizashi mused, furrowing his brow. Very well. Let us depart for the Hokage's office. The root was not a place one could casually visit. Its inhabitants were engaged in deeds darker than those of the Umbu. Ruthless and merciless. Without the Hokage's permission, outsiders would find it impossible to enter the root. And venturing there uninvited could lead to being branded a rogue ninja, a fate few could endure. Thus, they were left with no choice but to head to the Hokage's office. Although the ceremony for the new Hokage had yet to be held, Tsunade's ascension was all but assured, and Danzo would not dare openly challenge her. Meanwhile, other clans within Konoha began to gather spontaneously, united by the same concerns, making their way to the Hokage's office. Consequently, in the dead of night, a throng of people amassed before the Hokage's building, a sea of dark figures. Tsunade and Shizune had just exited the Hokage's office when the crowd erupted in fervor. Lady Tsunade, what has transpired? What are these consecutive disturbances? They clamored. Is there an invasion? The crowd buzzed with excitement, their voices rising and falling as they expressed their discontent. Yet, upon closer listening, one could discern an undercurrent of joy within their words. To be frank, it was no secret that something had gone awry at the root. There was no invasion, but that did not deter the onlookers from reveling in the chaos. Having long been surveilled by the root, many clans had suffered persecution, and now, witnessing the root's misfortune, how could they resist the urge to partake in the unfolding drama? Their thoughts were unmistakably etched upon their faces, devoid of any indication of the tension that might stem from a silent invasion of their roots. As for Ning Ci and Mito Menka, they had long been aware of the situation. It was hard to believe these individuals were genuinely here to support the roots. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, pondering the extent of their grievances against the roots. After all, it was the roots. Though merely conjecture, it seemed highly probable that their territory had been quietly breached. One could only assume that the intruder possessed considerable strength. Yet, observing these individuals, it became apparent that Tsunade shared similar sentiments. However, the role of Hokage was far from simple, as one could not merely stand idly by. Nevertheless, she had reached a resolution. Indeed, The foundation established by her grandfather Tobirama was ill-suited for existence. With a decisive wave of her hand, she commanded, "Silence. Now, follow me to the roots." At that moment, the root base was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Neji discarded Oil Woman Toryun onto the ground, gazing indifferently at the figures in the distance. Under the oppressive heat of the flames, the nanoscale venomous insects clinging to Toryun had all been incinerated, leaving him scorched and crimson, already departed to the netherworld. How could this be? The hearts of the root members trembled. Both Kamizuki Izumo and Oil Woman Toryun were, astonishingly, dead. Yet their adversaries remained unscathed. Faced with such formidable opponents, how could they possibly engage? As Chungjin's body trembled uncontrollably, Neji placed his hand upon her head. When it did not concern them personally, they were merciless. However, when their own well-being was at stake, how many could maintain their composure? Neji gently caressed Chungjin's silky hair, whispering, "Emotions cannot simply be discarded." Suddenly, he paused, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes radiating a newfound brilliance. Neji smiled sincerely, although this reward was somewhat trivial compared to previous ones. It was precisely what he needed at this moment. Ever since he arrived in this world and obtained the system, Neji had been advancing at an unimaginable pace, leaping from the rank of a Chunin to that of an elite Jonin in a mere 2 months. Even the most formidable of opponents, those of Kage level, did not instill fear in him. However, there remained a decisive factor that restrained him, preventing him from unleashing his true power. Now, that factor had significantly loosened. The host executed a gentle head pat on Chungjin, receiving the reward, Chakra amplification tenfold. The system's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, yet to Neji, these words struck like waves crashing against his heart, filling him with excitement. Soon, a warm current coursed through his body, stimulating the cells within, granting him an overwhelming sense of comfort. In mere moments, Neji felt invigorated. It was a profound sensation, as if he were brimming with energy and vitality, still residing in a state of peak performance. Haha. Neji was exhilarated beyond words. This was the feeling he craved, a freedom from the constraints of chakra, a chance to fight with all his might. He vividly recalled his initial encounter with Orochimaru, where he was utterly outmatched, resorting to the threat of the Shikatsumiyaku. Yet, even before he could unleash it, his energy was nearly depleted. And only then did he grasp Kakashi's plight. Meanwhile, Obito, with Hashirama cells, had no such issues. Merely wielding a Mangeki Sharingan allowed him to navigate effortlessly among the 5 Kage. Kakashi, however, with the same eyes, faltered after just 2 uses of Kimyui. To put it bluntly, this was a lack of energy, a limitation that rendered even the mightiest abilities ineffective. Soon, Neji regained his composure, contemplating. If my chakra has indeed increased tenfold, I must now possess a level that lies between elite Jonin and Kage. However, even if my chakra is still inferior to that of a Kage, my prowess undoubtedly reaches the pinnacle of Kage level strength. A smirk curled at the corners of Neji's mouth as he glanced at Chungjin. Though I am grateful for this gift you have provided, our paths are fundamentally different. Feeling the chill of Neji's gaze, Chungjin's heart raced, prompting her to instinctively cast the petrification technique, executing a whip kick towards him. Neji deftly seized her ankle, casting a sidelong glance at the iron rod previously melted by flames, a mocking smile forming on his lips. With your weapon gone, I suggest you cease your resistance. Neji spoke ominously. A swift demise is preferable to a protracted struggle. As the host grasped Chungjin's ankle, he received the reward, Earth Style, Rock Collapse. Earth Style, Rock Collapse allows the user to cause rocks to crumble using chakra. It is a technique relying on the terrain. In an advantageous environment, it could indeed serve as a formidable area attack. Neji was quite pleased with this technique, which boasted a formidable reputation. After all, it had nearly crushed the Jinchuriki of the Tintails. Let me go, Chungjin exclaimed in anger, her wrists and ankles firmly restrained by Neji, rendering her unable to break free, filled with both urgency and rage. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you just yet. After all, you still serve a purpose. Neji replied indifferently. Needless to say, I cannot let you go while the rewards remain unclaimed. The host engaged in combat with Chungjin, earning the reward of Earth Release, Falling Clay. Earth Release, Falling Clay. This technique summons a deluge of clay from an anomalous spatial rift above, ensnaring the enemy into mobilizing their movements. When combined with Fire Release, it can reduce the foe to mere mud. Is there more? Neji paused momentarily. This technique was a binding jutsu of considerable power, previously employed by the Konoha Umbu to ensnare Pain's summoned beast, the Hellhound, illustrating the potency of its binding capabilities. Lightning Release, Lightning Spear. Earth Release, Stone Spike. Seizing the opportunity while Neji had Chungjin restrained, the remaining root ninjas swiftly launched their assault. A blue-white spear of lightning suddenly materialized from above, aimed directly at Neji. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Neji cracked open, and a stone spike shot forth. "Ha! Hanabi you are," Neji scoffed, observing the two jutsu approaching him. Several green snakes emerged from his sleeves, tightly binding Chungjin. 8 Trigrams, Mountain Crusher. With a swift motion, Neji unleashed 2 beams of white light that shattered both the stone spike and the lightning spear. The beams surged forth, one plunging downward, piercing through a series of bridges, while the other, imbued with greater lethality, hurtled towards the root ninjas. Not good. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The root ninjas gasped in alarm, quickly uniting their efforts to conjure an earthen barrier. A series of stone walls erupted, forming a robust barrier before them. Boom. The white beams howled through the air, disrupting everything in their path, gradually penetrating the thick stone wall, thinning it with every strike. Ultimately, however, the wall held, granting the root ninjas a moment of respite. Considering the time, it is getting late. Let us conclude this swiftly. Neji's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he executed a shadow snake hand sign, ensnaring Chungjin around the waist. The host embraced Chungjin, receiving the reward of Earth Release, Petrification. Earth Release, Petrification. This technique allows one to transform a specific body part, or even the entire body, into a petrified state, augmenting size, hardness, and offensive power. Your end is here, Neji declared coldly. The root ninjas, each stained with the blood of their comrades, had sacrificed even their allies for the sake of their mission. Chakra Surgical Knife. Neji concentrated chakra into a blade-like form, plunging it into Chungjin's heart. The tale of the roots concludes here. The host's fingers grazed Chungjin's chest, earning the reward of Earth Release, Earth Mound. Earth Release, Earth Mound. This technique harnesses Earth-type chakra to amplify strength, allowing the user to excavate a massive boulder and hurl it at the enemy. As Neji withdrew his hand, Chungjin's lifeless body gently descended. A cold smile crept across Neji's face as he cast a chilling gaze upon the remaining members of the root. It is time to uproot the roots. Subsequently, under the tense gaze of the root ninjas, Neji approached the wall of the root base and shook his head at the distant ninjas. Then, placing his palm against the wall, he unleashed his chakra, Earth-style, Rock Collapse. With the very technique acquired from you, I shall bring about your demise. Thunderous roars echoed as visible fissures spread across the root base, trembling and shaking, dust cascading down. In an instant, it was as if the heavens themselves had split apart. An earthquake striking as slabs of stone tumbled down. Shattered. Neji bellowed, channeling an increasingly formidable chakra from his palms, causing the foundations of the root base to tremble violently. Indeed, my chakra has thickened considerably. Even when employing this technique against the root base, it hardly drained my chakra. What a relief, Neji thought to himself. Thunderous crashes echoed as slabs of stone plummeted, dust swirling around, the bridge fracturing and collapsing. Everything was disintegrating. On the bridge, partially melted. The corpses of Oil Girl Takaru and Chungjin slowly sank with the destruction of the root base. While the body of the mountain wind had already been reduced to a gruesome pulp, blood splattering everywhere, a truly repugnant sight. Hyuga Neji, what are you doing? Do you wish to annihilate the root? The ninjas of the root shouted angrily at him while dodging the falling stones. Hyuga Neji, stop at once, or you will be branded a rogue ninja of Konoha. Bang. Before the root ninja could finish, a beam of white light surged from afar, piercing through his skull, splattering crimson and ivory in all directions, and a headless corpse tumbled down. Annoying. Neji regarded the root ninja with cold indifference. Their incessant chatter was infuriating. Even now, they dared to address him so disrespectfully. Had they become so accustomed to thinking themselves superior? It was utterly detestable, prompting him to take action. With a swift strike of the 8 trigrams, he sent the ninja to the afterlife. With a sudden surge of force, Neji concealed a monstrous strength, and in an instant, the root base began to shake more violently, its collapse accelerating. However, being a stronghold meticulously crafted by the root, its defenses were formidable and extensive, making it impossible to dismantle it all at once. Truly resilient. Then, how about this? Although Neji's forehead was shielded by his forehead protector, it was still conspicuous at that moment, as intricate black patterns began to emerge and swiftly spread across his body. A root ninja, initially evading, was struck with terror at the sight of Neji, recalling the rumors circulating in the village regarding his connection to Tsunade. His expression shifted dramatically. "Quick, stop him," he screamed, his voice laced with fear. The so-called root, devoid of emotion, had now become a complete farce. They were merely devoid of feelings towards others. Without needing his warning, many root ninjas had already charged forward, rushing towards Neji one after another. They were determined to prevent him at all costs. He must not be allowed to unleash that technique. Neji looked at the oncoming root ninjas with a derisive gaze, his expression filled with scorn. "Danzo's brainwashing has truly taken hold of you, hasn't it? Have you forgotten your very identities? You are no longer yourselves." Neji's indifferent voice resonated like thunder, cutting through the air and momentarily stunning the root ninjas, leaving them momentarily dazed. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment. These root ninjas continued to pounce upon Neji like ravenous wolves. Commands supersede all. Competing with Neji in taijutsu was tantamount to courting death, yet they had no choice. If they did not act, and he executed that technique, the entire root base would be in peril. Neji shook his head, recognizing that these individuals had been assimilated by Danzo, mere puppets devoid of true agency, capable of ruthlessly turning against their own comrades. Regardless of the contributions Danzo and Root had once made to Konoha, Neji perceived them as the true traitors of the village. With a subtle flick of his sleeve, four robust snakes slithered forth, coiling like iron whips to strike down the approaching Root ninjas. The sheer force of the attack left the Root members reeling, their vitality surging in tumult as if struck by an immense weight, their breath growing faint. "You have strayed ever further from the original intent of Root. Is your existence merely to assassinate Konoha's elite, to force the Uchiha clan into rebellion, to slaughter former companions? Is this the purpose of your Root, to continuously weaken Konoha's strength?" Neji retorted, disdain evident in his expression. "No, you cannot comprehend. The will that supports Konoha village, that nourishes its very foundation, is the steadfast resolve of us in Root." A bloodied Root ninja staggered to his feet, attempting to counter Neji's assertions, eliciting a frown and a scoff from Neji. "The will of Root? I have no inclination to entertain your delusions. Whether it be the will of fire or the will of Root, in my eyes, they are but trifles, propaganda spun by the elite to brainwash the masses. Your victories are merely constructed upon the bodies of the fallen. Just watch quietly," Neji stated coldly, casually unleashing dozens of snakes of varying sizes that ensnared the Root ninjas with unyielding precision. "Indeed, you are akin to Orochimaru." One of the Root ninjas recognized the serpents but was swiftly enveloped, unable to utter another word as they bound him tightly. "Be silent." At that moment, black markings had spread across Neji's body, an intense heat radiating from his forehead. Should he remove his forehead protector, one would see a diamond-shaped mark glowing with deep violet luminescence. Byakugan no Jutsu. Superhuman strength. Neji suddenly swung his hand, and in an instant, a faint ripple coursed through the air, producing a series of metallic clanks. Boom. A resounding crash echoed around him as his fist slammed against the wall, causing the entire structure to collapse in an instant. This overwhelming force became the final straw for the destruction of Root. No. The members of Root screamed in terror and rage, but it was futile. The wall shattered, the Root base crumbled, massive slabs of stone plummeting as everything fell apart. At that moment, Tsunade and her companions had arrived near the Root base. Just as they were about to enter, the ground began to tremble violently. And suddenly a large area sank as if it were a quagmire. Rumbling, crashing, a cacophony of sound reverberated through the air, akin to the deafening roar of thunder, sending terrifying shockwaves that astonished the arriving crowd. A throng stood in stunned silence, gazing in disbelief at the sudden calamity before them. My goodness, the Root has collapsed. After an indeterminate time, one individual emerged from their stupor, murmuring to themselves, their eyes still betraying an unmistakable astonishment. This is the Root, a formidable force, estimated to house at least 10 elite shinobi. Even in the face of intruders, such a tremendous upheaval seems unfathomable. The entire Root has been dismantled. How could this be possible? What on earth has transpired? Tsunade's expression turned solemn, a foreboding sensation stirring within her. "Hurry," she uttered softly, leading her companions onward, eager to reach their destination. An inexplicable feeling of unease weighed upon her chest. Deep beneath Konoha, Neji surveyed the ruins of the Root's base, a sigh escaping his lips. He remained uncertain of the repercussions his actions would have on this world and its future. Yet, he knew this was a necessary step. Only by eliminating Danzo and uprooting the foundation could he proceed with his next plan without hesitation. Now, as he surveyed the desolate landscape, strewn with debris and blood, He realized that no one could escape the chaos, especially the bound root shinobi. Neji, possessing the ability to defy physical attacks with his heavenly spin, remained unscathed amidst the collapse, though he appeared somewhat disheveled, his garments torn and his arms marred with cuts. Overall, however, he deemed the situation acceptable. For this maneuver had effectively ensnared all root shinobi in their demise. Panting heavily, Neji surveyed the devastation around him, a flicker of amusement surfacing on his otherwise cold countenance. "It is finally over," he murmured, his gaze sharp with determination. "Next, I must seek out Danzo. Tonight's objective will soon be fulfilled." He paused for a moment to catch his breath before continuing onward. Danzo certainly exhibited remarkable patience, still remaining hidden. Neji mused to him. The people of the root are mere tools. Why would he care? The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the occasional sound of stones cascading down. Despite the violent collapse that had obliterated the root, one room stood intact amidst the wreckage. Neji halted before the brown door, observing it with a detached demeanor, then whispered, "The most precious things must be kept in the safest places." As he approached to open the door, a wind blade suddenly streaked toward him. Its intent clear, to sever his hand. Finally willing to show yourself, Neji thought, his outstretched hand pausing as he regarded the incoming wind blade with indifference. In that instant, his right arm transformed into an impenetrable stone, reaching forth to grasp the blade. Clang! The wind blade was caught effortlessly in his grip. A smirk adorned Neji's lips as he reversed his hold and hurled the blade back towards its origin. Wind release, vacuum wave. A commanding shout echoed from a distance, followed by several razor-sharp gusts of wind, slicing through the air with lethal precision, leaving deep gashes upon the ground even with a mere brush. The speed of the wind blades was astonishingly swift, rendering them nearly impossible to capture. In the blink of an eye, they reached Neji, cleaving him into 3 segments. However, at that moment, the fragmented Neji transformed with a resounding thud into 3 pieces of wood. A substitution technique. The concealed individual felt a chill run down their spine and quickly scanned the surroundings. At last, above, they caught a glimpse of Neji's figure. In that instant, Neji gripped his kunai tightly, his Byakugan flaring with fury, veins bulging as he fixated intently on the figure below, ensnared in a tangle of bandages. "Danzo!" Neji bellowed, as he thrust his kunai downward with remarkable speed. Danzo, with a cold smirk, likewise drew a kunai, infusing it with his wind chakra. Instantly, the kunai was enveloped in a fierce gust, its edge sharpened to an extraordinary degree, extending its reach as if it were an exquisite sword. "Huh. At the height of my prowess on the battlefield, you were still a mere infant," Danzo scoffed, dismissing Neji's lethal attack with ease. With a casual motion, he severed Neji's kunai, daring to disrupt the foundation I painstakingly established and obliterating the pure cells I so laboriously extracted. Those who attempt to impede my path cannot be spared. Danzo's voice dripped with fury as he relentlessly swung his kunai toward Neji. Simultaneously, the wind chakra surged with renewed vigor, extending further still. At this distance, with such razor-sharp winds, should Neji be struck, the consequences would be dire. Truly, a shadow-level powerhouse, Danzo's techniques were masterful. Even petrification could not withstand such sharpness. Neji reflected internally, although his expression remained unchanged. He was well aware of all Danzo's tactics. This battle's outcome had been predetermined from the very start. In a moment of dire urgency, Neji swiftly formed several hand seals, summoning a wooden clone from behind him, which quickly positioned itself before him. The moment the wooden clone was struck, it splintered apart, but soon, branches erupted from its form, ensnaring Danzo's wind-infused kunai securely. This is would release. Danzo's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his features. Wasn't he would release a technique exclusive to himself and Hashirama? Who exactly was this individual? How could a member of the Hyuga clan wield the Senju would release? A torrent of thoughts raced through Danzo's mind, and gradually, his breath became shallow. In his murky, aged eyes, a glimmer of realization sparked. If he could unveil the secret behind this, his power would soar, potentially liberating him from the backlash of the first Hokage's cells, allowing true would release to re-emerge in this world. At that moment, the 5 great shinobi villages, no, the 5 great nations, would rally under Konoha's banner, and he would lead Konoha to unprecedented heights, becoming the sovereign of the entire shinobi world. With all of them prostrating at his feet, a wave of elation surged through Danzo as he suppressed his murderous intent. He resolved to capture Neji alive and erase all traces of his existence, ensuring he vanished from this world as he had once done before. Sarutobi, mark my words. The one to lead Konoha to the pinnacle of the shinobi world will undoubtedly be me, Shimura Danzo, he mused silently. At this moment, the branches had already moved along the kunai to Danzo's hands. A powerful sense of crisis jolted him back to reality. With a sudden tremor, the violent wind chakra in his grasp shattered the entwined branches into countless fragments. However, at that instant, Neji had already appeared before him. Disaster struck. With a resounding impact, Neji delivered a punch that sent Danzo flying, crashing through the hard stone slabs, creating a sizable human-shaped hole and stirring up a cloud of dust. To remain distracted during battle, this was precisely why Danzo would never attain the title of Hokage, Neji scoffed. If it had been Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if Neji had utilized wood release to catch him off guard, Hiruzen would never have faltered. Although Neji held some disdain for Hiruzen, he deeply respected his combat prowess. In terms of battle, Shimura Danzo was vastly inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and this was evident. Kid, I must concede that your strength is indeed impressive. However, underestimating a shadow-level ninja is a grave mistake. A voice murmured, seemingly in self-reflection, yet laced with mockery. Exuding an air of indifference mixed with a hint of amusement, strangely enigmatic and unsettling. Soon, Danzo's figure emerged slowly from the dust, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Is this truly your strength? Even more formidable than that Kakashi fellow. Danzo expressed a degree of admiration. Kakashi, a J-nin at 13, was already a prodigy, yet Neji, at the same age, had surpassed elite J-nin and was nearing the level of a shadow, a feat utterly astonishing. Even the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara paled in comparison. Given time, Neji might indeed become a ninja who could stand alongside these two legends. Yet, despite such potential, the chasm between him and the shadow-level ninjas remained significant. This was an opportunity. This power must be harnessed for his own use. He needed to firmly grasp this strength within his palm. For only he was worthy of wielding it. Who would have thought that the usually ruthless Danzo would have a day of praise? Truly unexpected. Neji remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes, his demeanor cold and detached. He was acutely aware of Danzo's thoughts. Although he was prepared, being treated as a mere guinea pig was still somewhat intolerable. Hyuga Neji, I shall not inquire about the origin of your wood release, for it has become inconsequential. Danzo sneered. What is that? Neji narrowed his eyes, watching as Danzo produced two shuriken, infusing them with his wind chakra. Instantly, the shuriken became extraordinarily sharp, their range and speed significantly enhanced. Danzo grinned cruelly as he gripped the wind-infused shuriken. Wind release, shuriken. With force, he hurled them. While he had no intention of killing Neji, crippling him would suffice. After all, as long as Neji remained alive, that was all that mattered. Whoosh, whoosh. The two wind shurikens sliced through the air like a hot knife through butter, cleaving the stone slabs along their path with impeccable precision, as smooth as a mirror. This situation has become rather chilling. It is essential to recognize that these stone slabs are fragments of the base's foundation, meticulously crafted by Danzo, boasting an unfathomable defensive power. Even Neji's extraordinary strength struggles to shatter them. Ultimately, he must rely on the Hakshkaten technique. Yet, what transpired now? These incredibly resilient slabs have shattered effortlessly, offering no resistance whatsoever, as if fashioned from mere paper. This is indeed disconcerting, sending shivers down one's spine. Even Neji cannot help but furrow his brow, wary of underestimating the threat. Upon reflection, in the original narrative, Danzo's technique had seemingly never been forcibly countered. Its current potency has surpassed Neji's wildest imagination. The idea of infusing corresponding chakra attributes into various weapons to augment their inherent abilities is akin to the process of refining. Neji somersaulted, narrowly evading the two wind shuriken. Muttering to himself, perhaps, this technique could be utilized to my advantage. If executed skillfully, it could potentially cleave through Susanoo, becoming a formidable new weapon for him. Suddenly, a chill ran down Neji's spine as he widened his eyes, noticing a fine thread entwined around the two wind shuriken. Alarmed, he swiftly attempted to evade. But Danzo had anticipated his reaction, allowing the shuriken to depart without retracting them. Could it be? A slender thread appeared in Neji's grasp as he forcefully twisted his body in midair, preparing to confront the oncoming jutsu. Is it a vacuum wave? A vacuum continuum? Or perhaps the vacuum sphere? Neji Byakugan fixated intently on Danzo, ready for any eventuality. At that moment, however, a subtle smirk crept across Danzo's lips. And with just that one gesture, Neji felt as if cold water had been poured over him, a sense of dread washing over his heart. You are mistaken. Danzo's voice echoed coldly, laced with a hint of exhilaration. He raised his hands, causing the two wind shuriken to return, their target still Neji. A time-delayed attack. Danzo bellowed, a triumphant grin playing on his features. Despite Neji's 360-degree field of vision, he found himself suspended mid-air, unable to respond even if he could see the danger approaching. Whether from the Uchiha clan or the Hyuga clan, I have long since devised strategies to counter your kind. The bloodline limit is merely trivial. Danzo remarked with a sanguineous grin. Danzo, cease this at once. At that moment, two authoritative voices rang out as Tsunade rushed forward, her face marked by dark markings. Evidently having activated the Hack's technique, she and her companions had just arrived, drawn by the sounds of fierce combat within. Little did they know that upon their arrival, they would discover Neji and Danzo locked in battle, with Danzo clearly holding the upper hand, leaving Neji teetering on the brink of death. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Tsunade acted, concentrating her chakra to a single point, possessing sufficient power to divert a wind shuriken from its course. At the same time, Hinata Hizashi activated his Byakugan, his form moving with unparalleled speed as he extended his palm, infused with the formidable chakra of the gentle fist, aiming to thwart another wind-style shuriken. Humph, Tsunade. Are you truly willing to let the assailants of Root escape before you even ascend to the position of Hokage? Danzo's voice was laced with discontent. And you, Hizashi, are you prepared to betray the village for the sake of your clan? Danzo was not surprised by the arrival of Tsunade and her companions. Such a tremendous commotion could not go unnoticed. In fact, their tardiness struck him as a sign of negligence. It was clear to him that they sought to undermine the resolve of Root by employing external means against him. Yet they had not anticipated the extent of the destruction wrought upon Root. Although merely a tool in his arsenal, Root had consumed a considerable amount of his efforts, and its devastation incensed him, leaving no room for cordiality towards them. Upon hearing Danzo's reprimand, Tsunade and Hizashi felt an abrupt jolt in their hearts, their faces paling slightly. Was it truly Neji who had brought about such ruin to Root? Their minds raced, overwhelmed by disbelief, as their momentum faltered. How could this be? Despite Root's unpopularity, it remained a significant organization safeguarding Konoha, and now, having been laid to waste by Neji, this was a grave crime. Even if Tsunade were to become Hokage, she could never absolve Neji of such an offense. Humph, Danzo scoffed, disregarding the dazed expressions of Tsunade and Hizashi. They had always been obstacles on his path to success. I shall rid myself of you in due time. Those who refuse to heed my commands cannot coexist in this world. His eyes darkened with resolve. However, Neji could not be spared. A pang of regret flickered within Danzo. He had wished to delve deeper into the secrets Neji possessed, yet fate had other plans. In the presence of so many, he could intimidate Tsunade and Hizashi, but he must also eliminate Neji before them to justify his actions. It was a pity for the wood release. Nevertheless, should he acquire some of Neji's cells, all might still be possible. Danzo's gaze remained indifferent as he manipulated one of the wind-style shurikens, directing it towards Neji's arm. This action did not escape the notice of Tsunade and the others, their eyes widening in horror as they cried out, Danzo, what do you mean by this? The very thought of killing Neji was already unbearable. But now Danzo aimed to strike at Neji's arm. Was this a form of humiliation? My methods of handling these rogue ninjas are precisely this, Danzo replied in a low voice, emphasizing the words Root with particular weight. Tsunade gritted her teeth in fury. This was utter nonsense. Even within Root, there was no practice of dismemberment. What was Danzo truly attempting? She would not stand idly by as Neji faced death, and Neji would not resign himself to fate either. In a moment of carelessness, he had fallen into Danzo's trap, initially planning to evade this lethal strike with the Great Serpent technique, only to find Tsunade and the others charging in at that very moment. Though merely a fleeting moment, they indeed hindered Danzo, which sufficed for Neji at this juncture. Upon landing, Neji propelled himself forward with great speed. Simultaneously, Tsunade and Hinata exchanged a knowing glance and immediately sprang into action. 8 Trigrams Empty Palm. Heavenly Foot. The duo executed a side attack on Danzo's wind-release shurikens, causing their trajectory to veer past Neji. At that moment, Neji grasped the fine threads controlling the shurikens, channeling his gentle fist chakra into them. Bang! In the next instant, Danzo staggered as if struck with great force, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and he abruptly released the threads, retreating sharply. Tsunade, Hinata, what are you doing? Danzo bellowed, enraged that these two dared to assist Neji in broad daylight. Showing utter disregard for the situation, he then turned sharply, casting a venomous glare at the other onlookers who had hastened to join them, seeking their opinions. However, to his astonishment, they merely averted their gazes, nonsensically mumbling irrelevant remarks, clearly adopting an attitude of "we see nothing. You may proceed as you wish." "You all." Danzo nearly spat blood in fury. It was infuriating. Their blatant pretense was evident to anyone, leaving the usually astute Danzo momentarily flabbergasted. A surge of unbridled anger rising within him. After all, he was one of Konoha's higher-ups. How could they so brazenly ignore his presence? Yet, the others remained indifferent to his thoughts. Initially captivated by the unfolding drama, they suddenly felt the weight of Danzo's gaze upon them, wishing fervently that they had never been there. The future Hokage and the head of the Hyuga clan had intervened to save a rogue ninja defined as an S-rank traitor, who had already devastated the roots of Konoha, attacking one of its commanding figures. The sheer absurdity and incomprehensibility of it all left everyone present on the verge of disbelief. However, regardless of how one perceived the situation, it was clear that this was not something they ought to be privy to. Those who had risen to such positions were far from foolish. Feigning ignorance in such circumstances was the most prudent course of action, and thus, they resolutely adopted the strategy of, "We are all blind." Even the typically boisterous Might Guy found himself betraying his youthful vow to confront adversity. Engaging in trivial banter with Kakashi, utterly unwilling to glance back. "Hey, Guy, hurry and lend a hand. That Esther student." Kakashi teased. Guy gazed skyward in exasperation, and after a moment of realization, turned to the ever-smiling Kakashi, feeling an overwhelming urge to deliver a couple of punches. Kakashi was entirely too much, Guy thought, reflecting on how quickly his student had outpaced him. As Niji's instructor, he suddenly felt the world was filled with malice towards him. What was it like to teach a disciple who surpassed him? To speak frankly, it is quite remarkable that he can still accurately assess the current situation. Others might have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Might Guy cast a deep glance at Kakashi, regretting having allowed Lady Tsunade to treat him. Was it not better to remain in the hospital, gazing at the pristine ceiling above? "Do you see, Sarutobi? This is the Leaf Village under your governance." "Humph, it was a grave error for my teacher to bequeath the position of Hokage to you. Yet I shall not err again." Danzo murmured, his gaze icy and resolute. If anyone else were to overhear his words, they might well denounce him. Does he not possess even a modicum of self-awareness regarding his actions toward us? Had it not been for our inability to defeat you, who would have tolerated you this long? Nonetheless, Danzo felt a flicker of solace. His two old comrades, Kashino and Midogate, did not regard him with the same indifference as others. This was sufficient. Tsunade's actions to protect the rogue ninja could now cast a shadow of treason upon the Hyuga clan. The Elder Council was established precisely to restrain the Hokage's unilateral power. And even though Tsunade held the title, many matters required the council's counsel. However, this was not the crux of the issue. The most critical point was that the council possessed the authority to dismiss the Hokage, Kashino and Midogate, being his past comrades, despite their biases stemming from the village's collapse, would never allow Tsunade and Hinata to act against him without consequence. "Hey, the position of Hokage ultimately belongs to me. Danzo, no one can rival my strength." A sense of glee welled up within Danzo, even causing a hint of pride to grace his typically stern visage. "Enough. Let this farce come to a halt," Kashino declared, her words laced with an unmistakable air of arrogance and authority. Let us simply leave it at that. Internal strife poses too great a threat to the village." Midogate sighed and spoke. The pronouncements of these two high-ranking figures instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. It seemed they were advocating for reconciliation between Danzo and Niji, notably indicating a reluctance to penalize Niji. This cannot be true. Might Guy was astonished. While Midogate's stance was unsurprising, how could Kashino, who had been publicly humiliated by Niji, possibly speak in his favor? What scheme are these two concocting? Niji furrowed his brow, yet refrained from rash actions. He had orchestrated repeated tremors to draw them in, hoping to unveil Danzo's true nature, but now the situation perplexed him. Niji, bewildered, retreated to a distance, observing the others with indifference, though his gaze predominantly swept over Danzo, Kashino, and Midogate. Although Kashino and Midogate may not boast illustrious achievements in the original narrative, it is vital to remember that in their youth, they served as protectors of Shinjutobarama. Their strength was formidable indeed. Even in their advanced years, they should not be underestimated. This is the Leaf Village, which, despite its decline, still retains a deep-rooted heritage. I lack the capability to confront so many formidable adversaries single-handedly. It is wiser to observe the unfolding events. Niji turned to face Danzo, murmuring, "As for this schemer, should we expose him now? Perhaps it is best to wait a while longer." Revealing it at this moment would only compel him to resolutely utilize his Anaji. A smirk curled upon Niji's lips as he feigned weakness, even wagering his life. Striving to convince Danzo of his inferiority, he could not allow his efforts to be in vain. Danzo, you surely wouldn't agree, would you? Neji gazed at Danzo, asserting, my would release possesses enough allure. Konoha's Mito minion coldly interjected, what do you mean by this, Xiaochun? Minion. A hint of ire flickered within him. To have his root organization, which he established, obliterated by Neji, with all its members perishing here, was a bitter pill to swallow. Moreover, if he failed to seize this opportunity, further research on Neji would become exceedingly difficult. Danzo, Neji's strength is evident for all to see. He embodies the new generation of Konoha's stars, akin to the illustrious Minato of yore, remarked Tirun Xiaochun. Upon the mention of Minato's name, Kakashi subtly shuddered, as if a sorrowful memory had surfaced in his mind. Sensing Kakashi's melancholy, Might Guy opened his mouth, ultimately placing a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder, exclaiming, aspiring toward the future, that is what youth is all about. Ah, Guy, thank you, Kakashi murmured softly, striving to regain his composure. Yet, Neji's destruction of the root and the near extermination of its members had severely weakened Konoha. Danzo narrowed his eyes, a chilling aura emanating from him. He could not swallow this humiliation or simply let Neji off the hook. Mito Minion cast a fleeting glance at Danzo, calmly stating, we are the upper echelons of Konoha. Everything we do must consider the village's welfare. This statement served as both an explanation to the assembly and a reminder to Danzo that he, too, was a member of Konoha's leadership and the Elder Council, and that he must prioritize the village's interests. Upon hearing this, Danzo found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? He could hardly disclose that Neji could wield would release, a power that Konoha valued even more than the Nine Tails. If he uttered such a truth, he would forfeit any chance to act against Neji. Reluctantly, Tirun Xiaochun acknowledged the larger picture, despite her grievances with Neji. The actions of the Elder Council were ultimately for the sake of Konoha. A bunch of short-sighted fools, Danzo thought bitterly as he stood resolute, his gaze icy. He mused that such power must remain firmly in his grasp. Konoha could only rise above the 5 great nations under his dominion. Danzo's ambitions were grander than one might assume. He trusted no one, believing that only through his own strength could he wield military might to subjugate the 5 great nations. Regardless of your opinions, I shall never acquiesce, Danzo scoffed coldly, dismissing their council, and promptly executed a series of hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Tobirama suddenly transformed into a relentless assailant, unleashing a barrage of spherical high-pressure wind projectiles that whistled menacingly towards Neji. Neji, be careful, Tsunade exclaimed. Her reflexes exceptional for a figure of her stature, reacting almost instantaneously to Tobirama's hand seals. Yet, even without her warning, Neji had already activated his Byakugan, deftly leaping to evade Tobirama's onslaught. However, the velocity of the wind projectiles was astonishing. One grazed his face, drawing blood. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless shower of high-pressure wind projectiles descended upon him, piercing through stone slabs with ease, leaving no room for any form of defense. Neji's heart raced. He initially contemplated using his heavenly spin to deflect the projectiles, but prudence overcame him. He resolved that in the future, he must refrain from relying on it too often. The destructive power of any significant adversary in later stages would be cataclysmic. Employing heavenly spin could very well render him defenseless, akin to standing idle and absorbing blows. Tobirama, this battle is between him and me. Do not interfere, or you shall face my wrath, Tobirama coldly declared, fixing his gaze upon Karui and Yamato. Even in the presence of former allies, he showed no leniency, his eyes glinting with a trace of murderous intent. Neji's potential unnerved him. Such strength at this tender age was alarming, raising concerns about what he might become. Moreover, Neji harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, a volatile element that must be extinguished at all costs. Therefore, Neji must perish today, not only for the sake of his future experiments but also for his own safety. All he required were cells. Earth-style, Earth-mount bulwark. Neji raised his hand, channeling Chakra as he lifted a massive chunk of debris along with the earth beneath his feet, creating a visually striking spectacle. In stark contrast to the enormity of the boulder he wielded, Neji appeared almost insignificant, negligible in comparison. With a swift motion, Neji hurled the immense mass, not only obstructing Tobirama's vacuum orbs, but also launching a counterattack. The ground trembled as the colossal stone obscured everything, enveloping the entire desolate landscape. In truth, they were situated within a vast pit, with the moonlight casting faint silhouettes as the sole source of illumination. Yet now, the area was shrouded in darkness. transforming the previously discernible figures into mere shadows. Nevertheless, with his Byakugan activated, Neji possessed unparalleled clarity of vision. "Tobirama, what will you do now?" Neji taunted, his gaze occasionally flitting towards the door behind Tobirama. The immense mass of earth, propelled by Neji's force, advanced inexorably, crushing all obstacles in its path, truly unstoppable. As we traversed the path, rocks shattered and walls crumbled. This heavy mass of earth seemed poised to crush all beneath its weight. Yet, in this enveloping darkness, most could only hear the thunderous sounds of collapse, struggling to discern the situation before them. However, amidst the crowd, a blood-red eye glimmered ominously, standing out strikingly against the shadows. "Kai, stand behind me. I shall cleave it with Raikiri," Kakashi murmured, his expression grave. Unbeknownst to us, he had already lifted the forehead protector from his left eye, revealing the Sharingan bestowed upon him by his dear friend. Meanwhile, a vast reservoir of chakra coalesced in his hand as he wielded a faintly blue, slightly luminescent lightning. Crackling electricity surged forth, illuminating the surroundings with flickers of light. With this meager illumination, the crowd finally discerned the unfolding scene, their faces paling as they collectively recoiled. "Shall we intervene?" Mito Minion inquired, casting a glance towards Tsurugi Komatsu. Given their strength, shattering this stone block was within their capabilities. "No, we must depart and refrain from meddling in their conflict." Unexpectedly, Tsurugi Komatsu resolved to withdraw. Disregarding Danzo and Neji, it was noteworthy that she had previously been resolute in her intent to halt the battle. Indeed, Mito Minion remarked, having anticipated her decision, responding with a mere acknowledgement before departing alongside her. Danzo and Hyuga Neji were not individuals prone to capitulation. Tsurugi Komatsu's gaze turned icy. The two had clearly dismissed them, a foreboding sign. Stealing a glance at Mito Minion, she reflected on their long-standing camaraderie, well aware of his pragmatic nature. Even if she resolved to take action, he would likely deter her. Thus, they needed to exert some pressure on the situation. "This is astonishing," she mused, casting her eyes over Neji and Danzo. If this scene were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly unleash a tidal wave of upheaval. In this shrouded environment, even Kakashi relied upon his Sharingan to perceive the events before him. Yet, Tsurugi Komatsu and Mito Minin, the two high-ranking officials of Konoha who had hitherto refrained from action, could see everything with remarkable clarity, even Danzo and Neji in the distance. This revelation was shocking. It would challenge the perceptions of many. "That Byakugan boy is still too young," Tsurugi Komatsu whispered softly. "Does he not realize that Danzo is also a disciple of the teacher?" "Ah. Such a tactic is hardly worth Danzo's chakra," Mito Minin murmured in response. "Let us find the right moment to rescue that Byakugan boy. Such youthful talent is precisely what Konoha needs at present. The village can no longer withstand turmoil, and as for those fallen from the roots hum, Neji's value alone surpasses that of them all." At that moment, Might Guy suddenly grasped Kakashi's arm, shaking his head in concern. "Worried for Neji, are you, Kai?" Kakashi cast a deep gaze at Might Guy, gradually retracting his Raikiri as he retreated alongside him. Such troublesome matters were best left to Danzo to resolve. As the lightning dissipated, the scene once again plunged into an impenetrable darkness, an abyss where even a hand could not be seen. Yet, the others, having steadied their hearts, illuminated the surroundings with their respective ninjutsu, though even this illumination merely allowed them to discern the outlines of those nearby. In that moment, amidst the boundless darkness, Danzo's disdainful voice unexpectedly echoed in the ears of the crowd. "Humph, is that all you have? Your cleverness pales in comparison to the dark arts of my teacher." As a disciple of Shinji Tobirama, Danzo possessed numerous methods to counter attacks in such an environment. The most prudent strategy was to conserve chakra and evade this threat. However, he slightly turned his head, casting a glance at the door behind him, his gaze towards Neji revealing a hint of uncertainty. "If I evade, the door behind me will be shattered, and all the unspeakable acts I have committed will be laid bare before them. Yet if I do not evade, I must find a way to thwart this colossal threat." Danzo's expression grew serious. To utterly obliterate this massive rock would require a substantial expenditure of chakra. Contemplating this, Danzo's eyes narrowed, exuding an aura of danger. Was this intentional? No, it seemed unlikely. It must be mere coincidence. However, to think that this entity could subdue me, Neji. You are far too naive. Danzo wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, imprinting it upon his palm, then moved his hands in a swift motion. Neji, observing Danzo's actions through his Byakugan, smirked and charged forward, simultaneously utilizing his chakra surgical blade, his Byakugan fixed intently on Danzo's right arm. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo's lips swelled as he suddenly launched a massive projectile of compressed wind. The moment the wind sphere was propelled, Danzo's body involuntarily recoiled from the backlash. Clouds of dust and debris swirling as the wind sphere hurtled towards the boulder. Boom! The colossal stone collided with the wind sphere, the tremendous force radiating outward, sending fragments flying and generating shockwaves that pressed against the onlookers, forcing them to lean back, unable to open their eyes, while stones were propelled towards them by the gusts. Bang! Bang! The sounds of impact rang out as some were unable to shield themselves, being hurled away by the stones. Is this the power of a shadow-level ninja? Truly impressive, murmured one J-Nin. It was astonishing. The number of individuals present was not excessive, as many of the weaker ones had already been dismissed. However, those who remained were at least elite Ch-Nin, and now they were profoundly shaken. Such formidable power. The battle between these two was beyond their capacity to assist. Merely contending with the aftershocks of the clash demanded their utmost caution. The disparity was indeed unimaginable. Delving too deeply into it would lead to an unbearable shock. At that moment, the surroundings unexpectedly brightened, rays of light cascading down and illuminating everything. It was not dawn, but rather the moonlight that fell, appearing so piercingly bright against the darkness. However, this state also signified the wind projectiles pierced through the boulder, relentlessly tearing and gouging it as if it were a ferocious beast. With a resounding boom, the boulder shattered completely, gradually disintegrating into dust under the residual force of the wind projectiles, soon vanishing without a trace. The boulder transformed into a sky full of debris, exploding into innumerable granules that floated down, creating an unexpectedly beautiful ambience under the cleansing moonlight. Yet, all of this was an illusion at this moment. A transformation was once again underway. Whoosh! Ning Ci suddenly surged forth from the debris, the sound of his rapid approach cutting through the air, as he swiftly brought his azure chakra blade down towards Danzo's right arm. Ning Ci's speed was extraordinary, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and he quickly closed the distance to Danzo. At this proximity, forming hand seals was no longer possible. Indeed, he had no time to evade. Ning Ci's mind raced, achieving a state of calm. This was his true objective, to sever Danzo's right arm, denying him the opportunity to utilize his Hanabi. Each use of his Hanabi required the sacrifice of a Sharingan, and with the Sharingan being finite, Danzo would not deploy it lightly. Had it not been for Sasuke's brazen display, causing a commotion at the Five Kage summit and emerging alive alongside Uchiha Madara, the pressure on Danzo would have been diminished, and he likely would not resort to his Hanabi. Ning Ci had discerned this, having meticulously crafted an illusion that made Danzo believe he was superior to him, which had prevented Danzo from employing his Hanabi until now. Therefore, all that remained was to sever Danzo's right arm. Danzo, you have lost. However, just as the chakra blade was less than a centimeter from Danzo, Ning Ci abruptly halted. No. It was not that he stopped. Rather, he found himself unable to move. He desperately attempted to swing the chakra blade, but it was futile. What? A tremor ran through the spectators. What occurred? Why did Ning Ci suddenly freeze? Kakashi, what is this? Might Guy was utterly astonished, given the circumstances. It appeared that Ning Ci had been bound, but when had this happened? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead. He had been entirely oblivious despite using the Sharingan. Shimura Danzo, how terrifying you are. Danzo, I never imagined you would ultimately master this technique. Madokai murmured, recalling that in their youth, Danzo had mentioned the concept of such a technique and had indeed demonstrated it during a mission. However, at that time, the technique was far from perfected, with numerous flaws. Who would have thought that Danzo had now mastered this skill with such finesse and control? With the external threat of Hizashi and the internal menace of Danzo, sigh. Tinari K-Ka let out a soft sigh. Alas, those golden years shall never return. Is this feeling a cursed seal? Tsunade furrowed her brow. It is unsettling. A cursed seal? Hinata Hayashi cast a glance at Tsunade and utilized his Byakugan to probe into Ning Ci's chakra flow. Indeed, it appeared that the chakra was confined. Hinata murmured, I never expected that Danzo possesses such formidable techniques. However, he suddenly paused, his Byakugan fixating on Danzo's right arm. Simultaneously, Ning Ci observed the encroaching black stripes enveloping his body, his complexion shifting from dark to pale, as he swiftly comprehended the dire situation. This was a terrifying sealing technique mastered by Danzo, one that had once rendered Sasuke immobile. The cursed seal of self-restriction. How could this be? When did it happen? Ning Ci's pupils constricted. Wasn't this seal supposed to require physical contact to be implanted? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Could it be that when he had struck Danzo in the face just moments ago, in that fleeting instant, Shimura Danzo truly deserved his reputation as the most cunning schemer in the ranks of Hokage? Neji seethed. Such an opportunity had been seized in a mere moment. So it was intentional. The prior attack was indeed a ploy. Danzo's emotionless voice echoed in Neji's ears. Neji's intention had been clear, to sever his own right arm, which took Danzo by surprise, as he hadn't anticipated that his secret would be exposed. It appeared you possess profound insight into my actions, Danzo mused, his eyes narrowing, acknowledging that Orochimaru's words held merit. Fortunately, he had retained a contingency plan. Otherwise, Neji might have succeeded. Danzo glanced at his right arm with indifference and declared, "Although I am unaware of how you came to this knowledge, it matters not." He slowly approached Neji, lowering his voice, "Rather than killing you, I have a far superior method to deal with you." Hearing this, Neji's heart raced. He had already surmised Danzo's intended approach. Kodo Amatsukami, the most fearsome and effective genjutsu, capable of silently infiltrating one's mind without detection, manipulating their will. It is the most terrifying illusion in the Naruto world, allowing the caster to turn all whom they perceive into puppets. It seems you are aware. Neji's expression shifted, but Danzo anticipated this reaction. Danzo touched his right eye and stated coolly, "With this eye, you will become entirely my possession. You shall heed my every command, and your secrets will be mine to command." "Huh, do you dare to employ it?" Neji remained composed, lifting his gaze to coldly regard Danzo. "With so many witnesses present, do you wish to expose yourself?" Moreover, Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan, the most potent genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, was not something you had fully mastered, was it? During the 5 Kage Summit, Danzo had used Kodo Amatsukami on Mifune to manipulate him into endorsing him as the leader of the Ninja Alliance, yet it had been easily seen through by AO, allowing Mifune to effortlessly break free from control. Such a feat was impossible. Kodo Amatsukami is a permanent genjutsu that goes unnoticed, thus earning its status as the strongest illusion. AO could never see through it, nor could Mifune ever escape its grasp. It is evident that at that time, Danzo's mastery over the Kodo Amatsukami was rather unrefined, and Neji harbored doubts that he might not be able to wield it at all. Neji's skepticism caused a barely perceptible tremor in Danzo, yet he swiftly concealed it. No need for pretense. Neji leaned closer to Danzo and whispered, "My eyes have seen through you." Danzo's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, remarking, "I underestimated you. To think a mere child could understand me so thoroughly. Nevertheless, while I may not be able to exert permanent control over you with the true Kodo Amatsukami, I can certainly manage a temporary hold." First, he intended to manipulate Neji into dismissing the others, after which Neji would be at his mercy. Though this might arouse suspicion among the onlookers, they would not suspect that he possessed Shursue's eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Neji replied, "Perhaps you are unaware that your half-baked Kodo Amatsukami can be seen through by my Byakugan." "Heh, I am willing to take that risk," Danzo retorted dismissively. The potential danger paled in comparison to uncovering the secrets Neji held. Understanding the reasons behind Neji's ability to utilize wood release would bring him one step closer to his goal. At that point, even if others unearthed his past, he would remain unconcerned. "Now, it is time for you to submit to me," Danzo thought inwardly, reveling in his anticipation, utterly oblivious to Neji's unusual demeanor. "Danzo, do you know the reason for your repeated failures?" Neji suddenly smirked, posing the question. "What?" Danzo inquired with curiosity. "You cling to life yet are filled with arrogance. You could easily turn and stab me or directly control me, yet you insist on engaging in these futile discussions," Neji remarked calmly, exuding an air of omniscience. "Humph," Danzo retorted angrily. "Say what you will, for soon you shall serve my purpose." "Heh, have you not yet realized?" Neji scoffed, his expression utterly indifferent, as the curse marks visibly receded, allowing him to gradually regain mobility. "What? He can actually break the self-imposed curse seal." Danzo's heart raced with alarm. Without further ado, he swiftly drew a kunai from his sleeve. Seizing the moment before Neji fully liberated himself, he resolved to eliminate him immediately. He could not allow Neji to pose a threat. Neji laughed disdainfully. Danzo was indeed a coward, always fearing for his life, as evidenced by his relentless use of Izanagi against Sasuke, yet ultimately meeting his demise. 10 chances at resurrection, 11 lives. How could an old-school Kage-level expert fail to kill Sasuke? Heh, Neji chuckled as a blue lion's head roared forth from his palm, directed at Danzo's vital point. "This ends now." Danzo raised his hand, wielding the kunai toward Neji. With a splatter, Blood gushed forth as an arm was severed and sent soaring into the air, twisting and tumbling, droplets of blood cascading down, staining the moonlit sky a deep crimson. Tuanzong was filled with murderous intent, blood splattered across his face, staining his once pristine white bandages of vivid crimson. "Your blood, I shall accept," he declared, rising to his full height as he cast a faint smile at Ning Ci, who stood before him, his right arm severed by Tuanzang's own hand. He then turned his gaze to Ning Ci's fallen limb, realizing that possessing this trophy was sufficient for his purposes. "Ning Ci," came a chorus of sharp cries as a group rushed towards him. "Tuanzang, what are you doing?" At that moment, even Tsunade and Mito Minya felt a surge of anger. Under normal circumstances, they would never confront Tuanzang over a mere child. But the current state of Konoha was precarious, and they could not afford to lose any more talent. Tuanzang's actions were tantamount to jeopardizing the future of Konoha. "He attempted to attack me. I merely acted in self-defense," Tuanzang replied nonchalantly, his expression unchanging. A once promising genius reduced to nothing. And an established powerhouse with the strength of a Hokage, surely, they would discern the right choice. Furthermore, he was a member of Konoha's upper echelons. Why should he bow to their scrutiny? "Sarutobi, your weakness is the reason for Konoha's decline. Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, the Elder Council will either obey me or be disbanded," Tuanzang mused darkly. His commands were to be executed without question, and doubt was not to be entertained. Although Tsunade and Mito Minya were furious, they refrained from further protest. In every corner of the world, self-interest prevailed. They could not afford to confront Tuanzang over a Ning Ci who had lost an arm. "Do you wish to betray Konoha for a rogue ninja?" Tuanzang remarked coldly, casting a glance at those rushing to Ning Ci's side, his voice chilling and causing everyone to falter in their steps. "Tuanzang, do not overstep your bounds. Humph. Look at the ruins beneath your feet. This is his doing, massacring root ninjas and disturbing Konoha's peace. He must perish." Tuanzang's murky old eyes glinted with a dangerous light, his chilling voice resembling a whisper from the depths of hell. "Tuanzang, Hizashi, does your clan truly wish to betray Konoha?" "You." Hizashi trembled with rage. His normally taut expression momentarily cracked. "Tuanzang, I warned you that your arrogance would be your downfall," Ning Ci interjected, his pale face devoid of color. Having just freed himself from captivity yet losing an arm, a fate unfathomable to any ninja, Ning Ci merely spat dismissively, adopting an air of indifference. His resilient spirit garnered admiration from some, but it was soon followed by a collective sigh. A promising talent so tragically squandered was indeed a lamentable fate. Ning Ci remained silent, bewildered as to why even Tsunade wore a sorrowful expression, as if witnessing a genius turned into a mere shadow of his former self. However, he soon grasped Tsunade's intentions as Tuanzang's already disdainful demeanor deepened with contempt upon seeing her expression. "Is this truly the path you wish to tread, Tuanzang? He is at least a recognized figure within Konoha's hierarchy. Hinata Ning Ci, based on your actions, I hereby formally designate you as a rogue ninja. Prepare to meet your demise." Upon hearing Danzo's words, Ning Ci felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. This man, in his eagerness to eliminate him, had abandoned all semblance of shame, denying him even the opportunity to defend himself. Though he would not have offered a defense even if given the chance, Danzo's brazen behavior left him thoroughly incensed. However, at that moment, he had no time for contemplation. Danzo had, at some point, drawn a kunai, which was now infused with wind chakra, transforming it into a blade as formidable as a longsword. Earth release, petrification. Ning Ci's body became encased in stone, rendering him impervious to harm, resembling a figure sculpted from rock. He disregarded the kunai that sliced towards him with reckless abandon, continuing instead to unleash his formidable stone fists upon Danzo. The outcome was predictable. The wind-infused kunai sliced through him as if he were made of mere clay. In an instant, a gash ran from Ning Ci's right shoulder down to his right leg, severing much of his torso, and the petrification was abruptly undone, blood spilling forth like a torrent. "Your life ends here." Danzo gripped the kunai with both hands and thrust it toward Ning Ci's head with all his might. "Even if you can withstand my first wave of attacks." Ning Ci's voice suddenly resonated throughout the area. "You shall not withstand my second onslaught." As soon as the words left his lips, a white figure erupted from Ning Ci's mouth, striking out vehemently at Danzo. In a flash, the speed was blinding, and the proximity was lethal. The hand descended like a blade. Danzo barely had time to react before his right arm was severed, blood gushing forth in a terrifying cascade. Ning Ci swept past him, his cold gaze devoid of any pity, as time appeared to freeze, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. What Wasn't Neji just cleaved in two? Why does he seem unscathed now? This is utterly unbelievable. What has transpired? Is this an illusion? But what of the blood? Is everything merely a deception? The crowd erupted in astonishment as the tide of battle shifted dramatically, turning what had been a precarious situation into an unexpected reversal. Orochimaru's substitution technique. Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Minka exchanged bewildered glances, but soon their expressions darkened. Orochimaru had only recently attacked Konoha, and they could not afford to overlook the implications. A spy. Everyone, mobilized to subdue Hinata Neji. Kamachi murmured, then proclaimed with conviction. As she spoke, she made her move, running while weaving hand seals. Earth release. Rock pillar. The ground transformed as stones began to accumulate, forming a long, towering pillar. Yet, this was only the beginning. Her hands danced gracefully, continuing their movements. Water release. Violent torrent. In an instant, her other hand coalesced a vast amount of water, swirling in a vortex reminiscent of a small tornado. Neji frowned, casting a cold glance at Kamachi. This old fool is truly bothersome. Were it not for the presence of so many witnesses, he would have surely taken action to eliminate her. However, even with reservations, it does not imply that he would yield. His right arm instantly stiffened, prepared for combat, but he could not kill. Nonetheless, he was determined to make this individual behave. At that moment, the young woman, Sia, had approached the standing stone pillar and effortlessly extracted it from the ground. The onlookers were bewildered, questioning what had transpired and why Sia's demeanor had shifted so dramatically. What actions should they take now? Just as their confusion peaked, Tsunade's voice rang out, commanding, "Stop." As she positioned herself protectively before Tsuya. "Tsunade-sama, please be mindful of your position," Tsuya replied, her brow furrowing as she tightened her grip on the stone pillar. Refusing to back down, even in the face of Tsunade. Neji is certainly not a spy for Orochimaru. Tsunade, well aware of Tsuya's thoughts, dismissed the notion as implausible. Not only had Neji defended Konoha while under Orochimaru's influence, but he had also repelled Orochimaru and brought her back, thus he could never pose a threat to Konoha. Nevertheless, he possessed techniques unique to Orochimaru. But he brought me back and rescued me from Orochimaru. Enough. This individual is highly suspicious, Sia interrupted, unwilling to listen to Tsunade's defense of Neji. If we apprehend Neji, we will uncover everything. She exchanged a glance with Mito. And they both sprang into action, not to kill Neji, but to capture him. Yet, even this provoked Tsunade's ire. These two old fools are far too rigid. With a resounding crash, Tsunade engaged them single-handedly, her graceful hands moving with a delicate elegance, yet wielding immense destructive force, causing both to stagger back. Even the swirling water streams that Tsuya had conjured shattered in that instant. Simultaneously, Tsunade unleashed her mastery of the healing arts, rendering Tsuya unconscious. Seizing the stone pillar from her grasp and effortlessly breaking it in two. "Tsunade, what are you doing? We are high-ranking officials of Konoha," they bellowed. In their youth, they had been formidable, but age had diminished their powers. Even united, they doubted they could overpower Tsunade. Moreover, Tsunade's position as Hokage was firmly established. They could not genuinely strike against her. "Silence. You two self-righteous individuals, who do you think you are? Neji is the exemplary heir of the will of fire. Not some spy. He is a ninja of Konoha, the future of Konoha." Tsunade paid no heed to the dignity of these so-called high-ranking officials. She had long been discontented with the old ways, and now that she had become Hokage, she was determined to alter this status quo. Meanwhile, Danzo's eyes widened in fury, and he could not suppress a series of growls, quickly reaching for his severed right arm. "I have worked hard to attain this. There is no way I will relinquish it." Neji observed this with a cold smirk, then swiftly delivered a kick that sent Danzo's right arm flying across the distance. "You shall not use as an Aji." Neji continued without pause, rapidly forming hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. For earthen walls gradually rose, encasing Danzo's right arm and severing his movement. "With your inability to form hand seals, how will you break through these four walls?" Neji stood atop the towering earth barrier, coldly observing Danzo. How infuriating. Danzo could not help but curse silently. A single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Why did he waste time conversing with Neji? A swift strike would have sufficed, and now his anger was palpable. This must come to an end. Neji leaped high into the air, his dark hair flowing like a cascade around him. Rabbit hair needle. Thousands upon thousands of slender black needles fell like raindrops upon Danzo, dense and overwhelming, yet imbued with remarkable penetrating power. How infuriating. Danzo hurriedly attempted to evade, but it was futile. The sheer volume was too great. With no other choice, he smeared a bit of his own blood upon his right arm, invoking a summoning technique. In the next moment, a colossal summoned beast appeared before the onlookers. Even larger than a tailed beast. Dream Taper. Neji paused in surprise. The creature that devoured nightmares. What did Danzo summon it for? Did he intend to absorb the rabbit hair needles into its belly? However, Neji's assumption was misguided. The Dream Taper merely served as a shield against the rabbit hair needles. And as it was struck, even this massive beast emitted agonizing cries. Yet Danzo remained unfazed. His focus was solely on his right arm. Gripping a kunai imbued with wind chakra, he slashed fiercely, instantly severing the earth walls that obstructed him. 8 trigrams, mountain breaking strike. A thunderous roar echoed, followed by a robust beam of white light. With a resounding crash, Danzo's right chest was pierced, blood and flesh splattering as he staggered backward, collapsing to the ground. This battle, I am the victor. Neji stood pristine atop a massive rock, indifferently watching Danzo struggle below. With the roots severed and the Dream Taper gone. No one could save him now. I cannot die yet. I must not perish, Danzo murmured, then fixed his gaze upon Tsunade. If he could control her. He struggled to rise, leaving bloody footprints as he staggered toward her. After transplanting Hashirama's cells, his vitality was astonishing. However, Neji immediately sensed his intentions, snorting disdainfully as a massive earthen dragon rose to block Danzo's path. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. How infuriating. Danzo barely managed to sidestep the incoming earthen bullets. But then the ground trembled ominously, showing signs of cracking. This is bad. Earth-style, Earth Spike. Bang, bang, bang. Several stone spears erupted from the ground. Is he targeting my landing gaps? This methodical approach is terrifying. I cannot allow him to leave here alive. Danzo swallowed copious amounts of blood. His single eye cold as ice. Danzo suddenly exhaled a gust of wind, using the rebound from the ground to evade the stone spears. However, what followed was a fierce wave of lion-headed fury. Gentle step, twin lion fist. Unbelievable strength. To think that I would be deprived of even the slightest chance to react. With no alternative, Danzo glanced coldly at the onlookers below and made his decision. Death signifies the end of everything. Just as Neji's attack was about to strike Danzo, the remaining cells of Hashirama and Danzo's right shoulder suddenly quivered violently, leading to the abrupt emergence of a colossal tree that shielded Danzo from the blow. In that instant, a cacophony echoed in everyone's minds, even drawing the attention of Tsunade and her comrades engaged in battle. This is would release. How could Danzo wield a technique reserved solely for the first Hokage? Mitominju stared at the suddenly sprouted tree, perplexed, and exclaimed, "Could it be?" Suddenly realizing. He shouted to the group, "Quick! Open that door." Mitominju's face darkened. He had overlooked such a crucial clue. Reflecting on it, the fact that the door remained unscathed under such an assault was indeed abnormal. Danzo had previously preferred to expend his chakra rather than allow this door to be damaged, indicating that whatever lay beyond it held immense significance for him. Curse be Danzo. What secrets are you hiding? In that moment, no one paid heed to the battle between Neji and Danzo. Not only Mitominju, but even Tsunade ordered her team, feeling in a daze that the answers she sought lay behind that door. Heh. Neji smiled faintly. Danzo, it seems your secrets can no longer be concealed. After utilizing the wood release technique, your chakra must be running low. Moreover, having lost a significant portion of Hashirama's cells, your wood release power appears to be diminished. Neji observed the tree that barely blocked his attack and mocked, cough. Cough. The relentless use of jutsu in the intensity of battle had left Danzo's already injured body even more frail. Who are you? Danzo wiped the corner of his mouth and asked fiercely. This individual could not possibly be Hyuga Neji. How could a mere teenager possess such profound knowledge of him? It felt as though all his secrets lay within this person's grasp, an unsettling sensation. What do you think? Neji revealed a sinister smile that sent chills down Danzo's spine. This man, from a subtle admission, confirmed that he was not Hyuga Neji. In an instant, Danzo was struck with terror. Such a figure had infiltrated Konoha unnoticed, masquerading as a genius of the Hyuga clan, his intentions inscrutable, and he must be eliminated. Swish, swish. The great tree was abruptly severed, as two wind-release shurikens sliced through the air. Unable to form hand seals and incapable of sustaining the wood-release technique. Resorting to such desperate measures, was that your strategy? Neji effortlessly evaded the assault of the wind-release shurikens and gradually approached Danzo, declaring, "Yet all your efforts are but in vain." Not necessarily. Danzo replied with a dark smile, as a powerful surge of chakra coalesced in his right eye, obscured by bandages. Through the wrappings, a terrifying ocular power enveloped Ning Ci in an instant. Kodo Amatsukami. Ning Ci abruptly halted his steps, his chakra-infused hand halting just before Danzo, poised to snap his neck with the slightest movement. Ha, ha. Danzo laughed heartily. Did you not anticipate that even from behind a bandage, Kodo Amatsukami could be employed? You deemed me careless. I now return that sentiment to you. Ultimately, it is I who has the last laugh. Danzo approached Ning Ci, brimming with self-satisfaction. Indeed. He never intended to kill Ning Ci. His sole aim was to keep him firmly within his grasp. All the fury and murderous intent were mere facades, crafted to mislead Ning Ci. One must admit, Danzo's cunning was truly formidable. Had it been another, they might have met their demise, yet it was unfortunate for him that he encountered Ning Ci. I warned you. You were too complacent. Just then, a chilling gust swept past Danzo, accompanied by a ghostly voice that whispered ominously in his ear, causing his pupils to widen and cold sweat to cascade down his brow. In an instant, a sharp object plunged into his back, and at that moment, Danzo's form wavered. His gaze unfocused, agony etched across his features. Visibly, the wound on his back began to fester, or rather, disintegrate into paper-like fragments, drifting away. Stunned, Danzo desperately summoned his chakra, attempting to thwart the impending doom, but it was futile. The technique known as Shinjutsu was a guaranteed lethal blow once it found its mark. What? Danzo managed to turn his head, bewildered that he could not halt this disintegration. He gazed in disbelief at Ning Ci behind him, stammering, Why? His question was laden with countless inquiries. Why he could not avert this collapse, why Kodo Amatsukami had not ensnared him, why Ning Ci was intent on his demise. Oh. For the rest, ponder it in hell. But regarding Kodo Amatsukami, take a closer look. Ning Ci gestured for Danzo to observe. Upon seeing the scene before him, Danzo's eyes widened in shock. The figure he had controlled was merely a wooden clone. Since you could wield Kodo Amatsukami, it follows you had not yet invoked Izanagi, which is why I felt secure approaching you. Ning Ci spoke coolly. However, now you are incapable of employing either technique. Never did I imagine I would be bested by a mere child like you. Danzo murmured before vanishing entirely. Danzo was dead, utterly so. Yet no one witnessed his end, for Tsunade and her allies had breached the laboratory's doors and entered within. For the time being, they would be unable to emerge. Ning Ci knew well the nature of what awaited them inside. Upon witnessing the scene, they would undoubtedly long to exact vengeance on Danzo, yet the opportunity had slipped away. With a swift motion, Ning Ci unleashed a devastating strike, the radiant white light engulfing his wooden clone. Under the influence of Kodo Amatsukami, its fate was uncertain. Yet Ning Ci held no curiosity about it. Eliminating this clone was the conclusion he sought. Subsequently, Ning Ci approached the earthen barrier, forming a simple seal with his hands, causing 4 earthen walls to instantly sink into the ground. She is still here, Ning Ci murmured, gazing at the bandaged arm before him. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of gloom on Ning Ci's countenance. The technique of corpse destruction could entirely eliminate an adversary. Yet it appeared that if a certain part of the opponent's body had already detached from the original form, it would remain unaffected by the technique. Although anticipated, Ning Ci still furrowed his brow. This meant that Orochimaru had a chance to escape the grasp of corpse destruction, provided he utilized the Orochimaru body replacement technique to vacate his original body before the technique took effect. Nevertheless, Ning Ci quickly relaxed. As long as Orochimaru's body remained within the confines of corpse destruction, even if he resorted to his substitution technique, he would still perish as long as he had not yet extricated himself from the confines of his mouth. It would ultimately come down to who was swifter. The first to strike would emerge victorious, while the slower opponent would succumb to a gradual demise. It was unexpected that, aside from the Kamui, there existed another ninjutsu capable of evading corpse destruction. Henceforth, he could not utilize this technique recklessly to avoid revealing its vulnerabilities to Orochimaru. Ning Ci stepped forward, retrieving Danzo's right arm and placing it in a conspicuous location before departing. Danzo's right arm possessed the powers of both Hashirama Senju and the Uchiha clan. Although not fully realized, it was already formidable. Yet, Ning Ci did not regard this power with any awe. He was destined to surpass even Kagaya Otsutsuki. Though he currently felt weak, Orochimaru would afford him ample time to grow stronger. The night in Konoha was tranquil. Despite recent upheavals, the inhabitants seemed unaffected. Ning Ci stood atop a rooftop, silently observing the scene below. It appeared that Tsunade had instructed the Umbu to lull these individuals back to sleep, which, in turn, simplified matters for him. He resolved to depart from Konoha, Remaining in the village hindered his growth, and exiting was the only viable path for his development. Although Ning Ci was not originally from this world, he quickly immersed himself in its narrative, feeling a twinge of reluctance at the thought of leaving. He contemplated visiting the girls. In an instant, Ning Ci vanished from the spot. At the Hyuga clan's residence, numerous clan members gathered in the courtyard, silently awaiting the arrival of their leader. They would not rest until Konoha's safety was assured. Wishing to avoid disturbing them, Ning Ci stealthily slipped inside. In terms of Byakugan's capabilities, these individuals paled in comparison to him, especially since he also possessed the Kagura's hard eye, allowing him to evade them with ease. Pushing open the door, Ning Ci crept inside, though enveloped in darkness. This posed no hindrance to his Byakugan. Hinata is not here? Indeed, Ning Ci had entered Hinata's room, and the reasons for his stealthy entrance were best left unexplored, as they were complex and difficult to articulate. At such a late hour, where could she have gone? Suddenly, Ning Ci had an epiphany. He promptly pushed the door open and strode towards Hanabi's room. Utilizing the same method, he arrived at Hanabi's chamber and, as anticipated, encountered Hinata and Kagaya. At that moment, the three of them were leaning against the wall, peacefully slumbering, likely having exhausted themselves in response to Hanabi's request. Their camaraderie appeared to be thriving, which brought Ning Ci great solace. His departure would span at least 3 years, not merely as a narrative necessity, but as part of his own design, necessitating a continuous journey of self-improvement. Were it not for the impending assault on Konoha by Pain 3 years hence, he might have remained away even longer. With the three women getting along so well, he felt reassured. Approaching the window, he picked up a blanket and murmured, "It will be a long time before I see you again. Let us see what rewards this encounter may bring." He then draped the blanket over the three women. The host covered Hinata Hyuga with a blanket and received the reward, Byakugan, Illusion Technique. Byakugan, Illusion Technique. This technique harnesses the formidable ocular power of the Byakugan to implant one's consciousness into another's mind, manipulating the neural flow at will and ensnaring the foe in an illusion. Ning Ci nodded. This reward was exceptional. The capabilities of the Byakugan had often been overlooked, yet its true terror revealed itself later on. Kagaya utilized this ability against ordinary soldiers, but she could even employ this technique to manipulate Otsutsuki Momoshiki in battle against those who also possessed the Byakugan. This was indeed frightening, evoking a sense of dread. For although Otsutsuki Momoshiki's strength was not explicitly detailed, it undoubtedly reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Consider this: the Seventh Squad, fully empowered in later stages, coupled with Ibito's sacrifice, barely managed to seal Kagaya. Yet, a millennium prior, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Momoshiki accomplished this feat solely through their own strength, a testament to their formidable prowess. The ability to control him through illusion was what truly instilled fear. Before Ning Ci could ponder further, the system's voice echoed once more. The host covered Hanabi Hyuga with a blanket and received the reward, Byakugan, Etherealization. Byakugan, Etherealization. This technique allows for free traversal through space, granting access to Kagaya's alternate dimension, as well as the ability to render oneself ethereal. It enables the transfer of oneself or surrounding objects between reality and the alternate dimension, absorbing them into the alternate space before releasing them at a designated location. Another capability of the Byakugan developed? Ning Ci mused. While it may not be the Rinnegan, it was still quite remarkable. This ability, akin to Kagaya's prowess, was remarkably convenient. The enhancement it provided to one's strength was most pronounced. Both Ibito and Kakashi could ascend to the level of shadows with just one eye, particularly Ibito, who wielded this power with ease before the 5 Kage, ultimately becoming one of the final bosses. What, then, would the next reward be? The host covered Kagaya with a blanket and received the reward, Perfect Sage Body. The Sage Body, one of the powers inherited from the Six Path Sage, distinct from the spiritual energy of the Sage's Eye. The Sage Body possesses an extraordinarily potent physical energy. Its bearer enjoys formidable vitality and regenerative capabilities, with an abundance of chakra that can rival even the mightiest of tailed beasts. At the moment the system's voice resonated, Ning Ci felt a warm aura coursing through his limbs, nourishing every sinew and bone as if he had undergone an arduous transformation, akin to being reborn. His chakra levels surged to a terrifying magnitude, liberating him from the moniker of being chakra deficient, alleviating any prior anxieties regarding his chakra supply. This was indeed an unexpected delight, leaving even Ning Ci momentarily astonished. Over the course of time, he had discerned the system's temperament. The more precious the reward, the greater the need for intimate interaction. The Sage Body, or rather the Perfect Sage Body, was a reward of the highest caliber, even within the vast realm of Naruto. Neji had initially believed that he would need to deepen his bond with Hanabi to obtain such a blessing. Yet he was taken aback to discover that merely covering himself with a blanket had sufficed. 3 years hence, he would reunite, returning to reality. Neji glanced at the 3 slumbering figures before him, quietly turning away without disturbing anyone. His next destination was the Hokage building. The night was dark and solitary. With most formidable ninjas having ventured to the route, only a few ordinary Jonin and Chunin remained. Neji casually entered the Hokage's office. Placing a letter he had meticulously prepared on the desk, he then retrieved a necklace from his pocket, gazing at it for a moment before setting it down as well. A gust of wind swept through, leaving no trace of his presence, as if he had never been there. Unlike before, the desk now bore additional items. This night was destined to be tumultuous. From among the 12 young elites of Konoha, 2 prodigies possessing bloodline limits departed the village, embarking on their respective journeys. With swift steps, Neji traversed the dense forest outside Konoha, following the faint clues to pursue Sasuke and the others. His first destination was Orochimaru's secret lair. To aid others thoroughly and extract every ounce of potential, he was eager to acquire Orochimaru's formidable abilities. As the sole surviving antagonist in the Naruto universe, there were indeed many lessons to be gleaned from him. System: activate the attribute panel. Host: Hyuga Neji. Age: 13. Chakra attributes: fire, earth, water, wind. Lightning: bloodline limit. Byakugan: pure. Taijutsu: gentle fist. 8 Trigrams Palm. Return heaven: 8 Trigrams 64 palms. 8 Trigrams air palm. Gentle step twin line fist. Guardian: 8 Trigrams 64 palms. Cherry blossom charge: 8 Trigrams. Mountain breaking strike. Ninjutsu: body replacement technique, transformation, substitution, clone, fire release, great fireball technique, palm sage technique. Summoning technique: tools, slugs, pressure, mutual killing of ash bones, mental sphere, fire release. Dragon fire technique: earth release, earth dragon bullet, earth release, earth flow wall, fire bullet. Shadow snake hand, snake, 8-headed technique, rotating luga, great serpent flow substitution technique, chakra surgical knife, kagura hard eye, rabbit hair needle, ninja technique creation rebirth, 100 heavens technique. Tongue teeth adhesive acid, in sealing, wood release, wood clone, earth release, earth spike gun, earth release, rock collapse, earth release, heavenly falling clay, earth release, petrification. Earth release, earth dumpling, Byakugan, etherealization, Genjutsu, Byakugan, illusion technique, physique, perfect sage body, overall strength, super shadow level, super shadow level. In this perilous world, I possess a certain degree of self-preservation, Neji murmured, his feet never ceasing. The system's evaluation did not exceed his expectations. Upon reaching the level of a shadow, further advancement becomes exceedingly arduous. The ability to break through to super shadow level is due to these capabilities being extraordinarily formidable. However, at this juncture, even the disparities among peers are particularly pronounced, almost akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Within the super shadow level, the pinnacle is represented by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Those who have touched a fragment of the 6 paths power stand on an entirely different tier compared to others. At that moment, Neji suddenly caught a whiff of a strong scent of blood. What is this? Have the surrounding leaf ninjas discovered me? Neji descended to the ground and gazed at the scene before him, muttering to himself. Scattered around were remnants of explosive tags, the ground charred black, shuriken, and kunai embedded deep into the earth, while several corpses lay on the side, blood continuously oozing from their wounds, suggesting they had just endured a fierce battle. Neji paused briefly before leaping into the forest, disappearing among the trees. Meanwhile, deep within the woods, 4 individuals were advancing at high speed, one of whom was carrying a large wooden barrel. Oh no, someone has caught up. Kinmaru's expression turned serious as he immediately turned to look at the towering trees behind him. However, the response was a furious rebuke. Why do you always like to say such nonsense? Dia exclaimed, his expression one of exasperation. What? When did this happen? It was only then that Kinmaru was astonished to discover that, unbeknownst to him, Dia had been captured, while SH Kin and Jirby lay on the ground. Their eyes rolled back, seemingly unconscious. How was this possible? Kinmaru felt a surge of panic. The 4 of them were exceptionally powerful. And even when faced with a Jonin, they could swiftly overpower their opponent if they worked together. However, what has transpired now? In silence, all those around him, save for himself, have fallen victim to unseen malevolence. The strength of the adversary is beyond his imagination. Naturally, it is Neji who pursues those who have taken the hostage. Matoi, why seize her instead of merely rendering her unconscious? The answer lies in the rewards that such an act can procure. Just moments ago, he acquired Matoi's illusionary technique. The magic flute, dream sound lock. This technique ensnares the target with the sound of a flute, drawing them into a virtual illusion where their body becomes bound and gradually eroded. The effectiveness of this ninjutsu is commendable. Although the afflicted retains consciousness, their body remains immobilized, making it a formidable illusion. Most importantly, the sound can penetrate Susanoo, which is how both Itachi and Sasuke fell victim to it. Nevertheless, this technique has its drawbacks. One must possess a flute, and the opponent cannot be wearing earplugs. Ultimately, the efficacy of this technique hinges on the availability of the necessary tools. Yet, Neji remains unconcerned. Why refuse a gift freely given? What do you intend to do? At this moment, Kiyotaka, suppressing the fear within, inquired sternly of Neji. With a condescending gaze, Neji responded coolly, "Take me to Orochimaru." In the depths of the forest, Kiyotaka, Zoken, and Jirobo huddled around a flickering campfire, exchanging glances in silence, each seemingly at a loss for words. A sense of sorrow enveloped them. Even Kiyotaka, typically the most mischievous among them, wore a troubled expression. "Say, are we truly going to heed his orders?" Jirobo ventured cautiously, scratching his head. Neji had cast them aside here, briefly outlining his demands, indifferent to their agreement or dissent, before departing with Matoi and the barrel containing Sasuke. In essence, Neji required them to obstruct the imminent arrival of Konoha's elite while issuing a subtle threat. Should they dare to leave without permission, he would dismantle Orochimaru's base. And so, amidst their bewildered and questioning gazes, he departed, offering no further explanations. Jirobo's voice seemed to be swallowed by the night, leaving only an echoing silence in its wake. Truth be told, he almost believed he was dreaming. The Sound Ninja Quintet was being coerced into servitude by a mere child. Yet, the crackling of the burning wood and the chilling wind affirmed the reality of their predicament. "I cannot endure this humiliation any longer." Zoken, ever the hothead, could no longer contain his anger and declared his intention to leave. However, Jirobo's retort, "Can you even defeat him?" instantly quelled his fervor. They were well aware of Neji's prowess. Not only had they witnessed his strength during the collapse of Konoha, but Orochimaru had recently been murmuring Neji's name, as had Kabuto. In their dazed state, a realization dawned upon them. Orochimaru's plans had faltered, and Kabuto's severed arm was a direct consequence of Neji's intervention. In summary, Neji's power was formidable, compelling even Orochimaru to treat him with utmost seriousness. This individual was indeed peculiar. His words should never be taken lightly. These words, inadvertently spoken by Orochimaru, echoed incessantly in their minds, causing Zwajin to swallow his words back down. Zwajin covered his head and shouted at Guizhongwan, "Aren't you usually full of ideas? Why are you suddenly mute now? What good ideas could I possibly have in this situation?" Guizhongwan retorted without hesitation, his anger flaring. The feeling of being used as a pawn was truly unbearable. Forget it. After all, our goal was to block them. Let us try to be more open-minded about it. Jirobo sighed deeply, attempting to accept the circumstances more willingly. Damn it. Zwajin angrily struck the tree beside him. Just as he was about to speak again, a rustling sound emerged from the woods, instantly tightening their expressions. At this moment, Neji was meandering through the dense forest, while Doya trudged ahead, carrying a heavy wooden barrel. "How can you lack even a hint of gentlemanly demeanor?" Doya silently cursed, for she considered herself quite the beauty. How could this guy shamelessly make her do such arduous labor? Ignoring the resentful expression on Doya's face, Neji appeared quite at ease, though this was merely a facade. He was continuously employing his Kagura Shingon to monitor everyone's condition. Suddenly, he halted, murmuring, "They've already encountered us. Have they come so quickly?" He then grasped Doya's hand, lifted the barrel containing Sasuke with his other hand, and in a flash, they appeared thousands of meters away. As the host and Doya held hands, a reward was granted. Summoning technique, 3 ghosts. Summoning technique, 3 ghosts summons 3 colossal specters adept in physical combat, which can be controlled by flute sounds. One wields a hefty wooden club, another uses bone claws, and the third, whose upper body and head are wrapped in bandages, lacks arms and employs a back-bumping attack. So fast. Doya was astounded, and her gaze towards Neji turned increasingly hostile. Since he could run so swiftly, why should she be burdened with carrying the barrel? Yet, Niji was too preoccupied to pay her any mind. Leaf had dispatched pursuers, and predictably, several of the young elite were involved. This time almost everyone had mobilized due to his departure. What a grand operation, Niji murmured. We must hasten to Orochimaru. At his remarkable speed, they soon arrived at a vast plain, only to be confronted by a gray-haired youth abruptly standing in their path. Halt. The pale youth appeared frail and sickly, devoid of any color. Yet who would suspect that he was the most formidable among the Sound Ninja Five? Kagaya Kimimaro. Niji gazed at this individual, a tragic figure of immense strength, yet whose own frail constitution had led to his premature downfall, leaving one feeling a sense of lamentation. However, Niji had no intention of underestimating him. His opponents should be Lee and Gaara. Kimimaro cleared his throat, a few drops of blood spilling from his lips, yet he remained unfazed. A bone spike materializing in his hand, pointing ominously at Niji. Give me Sasuke. As for Doyu, he has been disregarded. His sole aim is to fulfill the command of Lord Orochimaru. And in comparison, others hold no significance. What a nuisance, Doyu. It is now your responsibility. Niji released Doyu, allowing her to convey the message to Kimimaro, which would undoubtedly carry more persuasion. Doyu was unaware of Niji's intentions or the reason behind his meeting with Lord Orochimaru. However, Kimimaro has always been the most composed among the five of them. Perhaps he could offer a sound judgment. With this thought in mind, Doyu immediately sprinted towards Kimimaro. His arrival indicated that Lord Orochimaru could hardly contain his impatience. Niji stood silently, observing Kimimaro, reflecting inwardly. Unless he utilized his phasing ability to rush over. By the time he reached Orochimaru's lair, the latter would have already taken possession of Kagaya's body. Sooner than anticipated, Niji murmured, yet he felt no anxiety. Even if Orochimaru had transformed into a male, he possessed sufficient leverage to compel Orochimaru to relinquish his jutsu, for that particular matter was beyond Orochimaru's resistance. You speak of Hyuga Neji, Kimimaro remarked, pointing towards Niji as he questioned Doyu. Before Doyu could respond, he muttered, indeed, he possesses the Byakugan, and he is quite youthful. Ultimately, Kimimaro retracted the bone spike nestled in his palm, and politely stated, I inadvertently obstructed you. My apologies, but please ensure that Sasuke is brought before Lord Orochimaru. Doyu was taken aback, astonished that Kimimaro, upon merely hearing Niji's name, would alter his stance so readily. Would he truly let him pass? If it weren't for Kimimaro's unwavering loyalty to Lord Orochimaru, she would have doubted his fidelity. Unbeknownst to her, Kimimaro's actions were entirely in accordance with Orochimaru's orders. If Niji wishes to see me, then let him come, Orochimaru had decreed. Observing Kimimaro, who had cleared the path for him, Niji imperceptibly furrowed his brow. Was it indeed Orochimaru's directive? He had anticipated my movements. Dealing with such a cunning individual is quite discomforting. Yet in the face of absolute power, your schemes are futile. Kimimaro, will you not accompany us? Doyu inquired, turning back. Without so much as a glance, Kimimaro replied, you know, my time is short. I shall remain here to buy you time, making my final contribution to Lord Orochimaru. As if to counter his declaration, the wooden barrel suddenly exploded with a resounding crash. And then a figure with blood-red eyes emerged before them. It appears he has mastered the second form of the cursed seal, Kimimaro thought, his calm visage betraying no hint of turmoil. Haha, I can truly feel this power. Sasuke laughed upon encountering Niji, yet this smile did not radiate warmth. Instead, it exuded an air of chilling menace. Hyuga Neji, is it? Sasuke turned, his crimson eyes regarding Niji with disdain. Niji distinctly sensed Sasuke's fighting spirit, and even his usually calm expression could not suppress the emergence of several dark lines across his face. What, do you think you can manage again? Whoosh. A shuriken suddenly sliced through the air, aimed directly at Niji. He merely shook his head, and as the shuriken struck his body, that part of him instantaneously petrified. A spark flickered and extinguished, causing the shuriken to fall harmlessly to the ground. Kimimaro regarded Sasuke with a bewildered gaze, questioning the sanity of this fellow. He was utterly perplexed as to why Sasuke felt confident enough to confront Niji. Fool. Moya silently scolded, casting a furtive glance at Niji, noticing his lack of emotional fluctuation. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke was bound to take a beating, but as long as Niji did not kill him, it would suffice. Indeed. This warranted my full efforts. Sasuke's curse seal gradually spread across his body, ultimately enveloping him in a brown hue, his head grotesquely elongating several times, resembling a porcupine. But this was not the end. With two resounding thuds, a pair of wings, akin to hands, sprouted from his back. Sasuke had transformed into the second form of the cursed seal, gathering an immensely terrifying bolt of lightning in his hands. "Come on, I'll let you strike first," Sasuke proclaimed defiantly. Kimimaro and Moya had already lost the desire to speak, silently turning away to ignore the forthcoming ordeal. "All right." Neji tightened his fists, the bones cracking audibly. And with a benevolent expression, he replied, "Bang, bang, bang." Amidst the sounds of the beating, a faint cry of anguish could be heard. Moments later, Neji tossed Sasuke's Leaf Village forehead protector to Kimimaro. "Just give this to that golden-haired brat, Moya. Let us go." "Oh." Moya turned to look at Sasuke, whose face had swollen grotesquely, barely recognizable as human, and let out a silent sigh. The one who puts on the fiercest front receives the harshest punishment. Soon after, Neji and the others finally arrived outside Orochimaru's lair. Observing the ominous atmosphere before him, Neji felt an unusual discomfort. "Do you usually stay in this place?" Neji glanced at Moya and casually inquired. Moya replied softly, stating, "I will go open the door immediately." "No need." Neji raised a hand to stop her. And then a beam of white light surged from his palm, instantly blasting a hole in the eerie base, dust swirling around, walls crumbling, creating a thunderous noise. 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher. Neji withdrew his hand and stepped inside. This will do nicely. Upon arriving, one must first assert dominance over the original owner, making it clear who holds the reins from this moment forward. Moya opened her mouth, but ultimately chose to follow Neji inside in silence. As soon as they entered the base, Neji detected Orochimaru's presence. Well, this is indeed a rare visitor. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled at Neji. But that smile was undeniably chilling. Enough of the feigned cordiality. Neji nonchalantly tossed the unconscious Sasuke before Orochimaru and remarked, "Did you not already know I was coming?" Orochimaru remained silent, his serpentine eyes fixated on Sasuke at his feet, furrowing his brow. "Who is this wretched creature? Neither human nor pig?" "Uchiha Sasuke," Neji casually stated. "Isn't he precisely the ideal vessel you have long desired?" "You truly understand me, Neji." Orochimaru's gaze radiated a dangerous glint, summoning a few subordinates to take Sasuke away. The sight of Sasuke in such a battered state was irksome, indeed difficult to behold. Likewise, Neji turned, his Byakugan locking onto Orochimaru's gaze, and in an instant, an inexplicable aura emanated between them, creating a sweltering heat that seemed poised to whip into a tempest. The intensity of this aura was palpable. Even Kabuto and Doya found themselves retreating as the candles flickered ominously within the base. Ultimately, it was Orochimaru who first subdued his aura, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" A smirk creased Neji's lips. "I desire your ninjutsu." The atmosphere solidified once more, enveloped in silence. "Ha, amusing," Orochimaru chuckled after a pause. "The one designated by the old man as Hokage wishes to learn my ninjutsu. How ironic, old man." In the face of Orochimaru's derision, Neji merely smiled serenely, forming a hand seal, causing the entire base to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Earth release, rock lodging collapse. Neji regarded Orochimaru with indifference. "Have you said enough?" Orochimaru's expression stiffened, his countenance shifting dramatically, for the base housed an abundance of his research materials. Neji had seized upon his vulnerability. Neji smiled and released the jutsu, allowing Orochimaru to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. "But you must consider carefully, much of my ninjutsu is reviled by the 5 great shinobi villages. Should you learn my techniques, you may find yourself under scrutiny from many." Orochimaru spoke gravely, not jesting. Techniques like Edo Tensei and Impure World Resurrection are forbidden and regarded as malevolent within the shinobi world, difficult to gain recognition from the 5 great nations. I understand." Neji remained undeterred, "Yet I shall not act according to their notions." He then cast a casual glance at Orochimaru. "I will provide you with ample compensation." As he spoke, he reached into his robes and produced his bargaining chips. "Should you agree, these 2 items shall be yours." This is. Orochimaru's breath quickened, his eyes alight with fervor. In Neji's palm lay a glass vial containing 2 Sharingan. Orochimaru's reaction was precisely as Neji had anticipated. The allure of the Sharingan was utterly irresistible to him. Neji chuckled lightly. "What say you?" "Agree, and these 2 treasures will be yours." He then shook the glass vial enticingly. Orochimaru cast a deep gaze at Neji. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Neji, I find myself far more intrigued by you than by the Sharingan. The enigmas surrounding you possess a greater allure than the Sharingan itself." "Very well," Neji replied. a playful glint in his eyes as he retracted his Sharingan. However, should I answer your question, I shall not part with these two Sharingan. I have already acquired Sasuke's, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. While your Sharingan is indeed captivating, it is not something I particularly desire. The Meijiki Sharingan, depending on its wielder, can manifest various abilities, implying that each Meijiki is endowed with unique powers. Neji paused. Yet they all evolve from the ordinary Sharingan. His words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, compelling Orochimaru to ponder deeply, igniting his thirst for knowledge. At that moment, Neji stepped closer to Orochimaru, asking, "Do you not wish to uncover the connection?" "Neji, I must concede, your words stir something within me." Orochimaru replied with a sly smile. "Yet, close combat is not solely your domain." Suddenly, a multitude of serpents erupted from his sleeves, ensnaring Neji tightly. "Twin snakes of the hidden shadow," Orochimaru proclaimed. "I have an even better scheme. A willing Byakugan is indeed a splendid gift." He gazed intently at the proximity of Neji, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. "Alas, if I had not employed the impure world reincarnation, you would have made the perfect vessel. Unfortunately, I lack the means to control you thus." Orochimaru inhaled deeply and exhaled a sharp wind blade. Wind release, great breakthrough. The wind blade swiftly severed Neji's head. Yet, at that instant, branches erupted from Neji's form, binding Orochimaru tightly. "Orochimaru, you are hardly a competent ally," Neji remarked coldly as he approached from behind. "Would release." Orochimaru gasped, astonished. "How could you wield would release? Have you also partaken in such experiments, Neji? It would be prudent for you to remain obedient, Orochimaru." As Neji spoke, a viscous yellow substance spewed forth from his mouth, cascading towards Orochimaru. Acidic saliva. In a moment of alarm, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, and two hands emerged, propelling him into the air as his legs transformed into serpentine tails, allowing him to escape in disarray. The branches drenched in the acidic liquid, and the shed skin of Orochimaru instantly emitted a thick plume of white smoke, gradually succumbing to corrosion. 8 trigrams, mountain break. Just then, Neji appeared before Orochimaru, striking him squarely in the chest. A burst of white light erupted from within, piercing through Orochimaru and leaving a gaping wound in his right side. Not only that, but the impact sent him flying, and he executed several flips in the air before managing to stabilize himself. Coughing, Orochimaru spat blood. "Is this all you can muster?" At the sight of his injury, numerous serpents coiled around the wound, visibly mending his affliction at an astonishing rate. "Indeed, slaying you in your current state proves to be quite a challenge," Neji remarked. "However, if I must inflict pain upon you for an additional 3 years, I am more than capable of doing so." With that, he unleashed the twin lion fists. Suddenly, 2 deep blue lion heads materialized above Neji's hands. With a swift motion, he appeared before Orochimaru and struck him with a resounding impact. Orochimaru, caught off guard by the ferocity of the blow, spat out a copious amount of blood. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Neji, with the grace of a blue butterfly, danced around, relentlessly assaulting every chakra point on Orochimaru's body. In simpler terms, Neji exploited his agile positioning to deliver unceasing blows, each strike a critical hit, inflicting an overwhelming amount of damage. Reflecting on 2 months prior, when he had only been able to instill fear in Orochimaru through the threat of killing his subordinates, he now found such elaborate strategies unnecessary. It was simply a matter of fighting. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji executed a side slide with his foot, unleashing a flurry of strikes that sealed all of Orochimaru's chakra points. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened as he prepared to utilize the serpent substitution technique once more. However, at that moment, Neji's voice echoed ominously from behind him. "You may continue to use the substitution technique to exhaust me, or you may employ your tunneling abilities to flee. But consider this carefully. If you choose that path, the next time we meet, I will not hesitate to shatter your skull." Orochimaru glanced around in a moment of panic. Unbeknownst to him, Neji had conjured enough wooden clones to encircle him completely. "You should understand, I speak the truth." All the Neji clones spoke in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. "I comprehend," Orochimaru replied, his tense body relaxing slightly. "Then let this transaction proceed." He recognized the sincerity in Neji's words. Although he was confident in his ability to escape, creating such a formidable enemy out of thin air was far from a prudent choice. "First, relinquish the Sharingan to me. Once I confirm that your technique is sound, I shall return them to you." Neji dispelled the wooden clones, retracting his formidable aura, and fixed a piercing gaze on Orochimaru. "Remember, do not attempt any tricks. Rest assured, I possess enough sense to avoid that. Orochimaru nodded, repeatedly assuring Ning Ci of his good intentions. He understood that offending Ning Ci at this juncture would be unwise. For now, it seemed they shared a cooperative relationship. And he even contemplated leveraging Ning Ci's power to counter his own adversaries. "Do, please escort Ning Ci to rest," Orochimaru instructed. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru," Do responded respectfully. Shaken from his earlier fright, he had not intended to betray Orochimaru, but in the moment he considered action. He had been immobilized by an overwhelming presence that rendered him incapable of movement. It was only when Ning Ci withdrew his aura that he regained the ability to act, significantly diminishing his desire for vengeance given the vast gulf between their powers. At that moment, he regarded Ning Ci with a lingering, subdued fear. "Please, follow me," Do said. Ning Ci remained silent, yet his gaze roved over Do, observing the restoration of his severed arm. "Is that the serpent's substitution technique?" Ning Ci pondered silently. "No. If that were the case, then before, Do would not have been so utterly defeated." Thus, the answer became apparent. With a visage devoid of emotion, Ning Ci strode forward. And as he passed by Orochimaru's apprentice, he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch to the latter's abdomen. The host engaged in combat with Kabuto and received the reward of impure world reincarnation. This forbidden technique, developed by the second Hokage, allows the summoning of the souls of deceased ninjas back into the realm of the living, manifesting them in corporeal form. The resurrected individuals can be controlled by the caster, who retains the ability to release that control. Indeed, it is possible. Ning Ci felt a subtle tremor within himself. His speculation suggested that Orochimaru might have imparted the knowledge of this technique to Kabuto. Fueled by a sense of chance, he delivered the blow, never anticipating its success. Impure world reincarnation, he mused. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to consider a career in corpse collection, for this technique possesses considerable power. If utilized wisely, one could swiftly amass a formidable force. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. The risks associated with this technique were far too great. Should the caster become aware that the seals of impure world reincarnation could be actively undone, thereby restoring freedom, the consequences would be dire. Madara was right. Forbidden techniques should not be misused. True security would only come with personal strength. In stark contrast to Ning Ci's astonishment, Kabuto, having just received such a heavy blow, was overwhelmed. Pain evident on his contorted face, his expression a mixture of confusion and indignation directed at Ning Ci. Why? Kabuto felt deeply aggrieved. He had done nothing to warrant such treatment. Consequently, the murderous intent he had just quelled surged back, even more intense than before. My hand slipped," Ning Ci remarked casually, lacking any desire to elaborate, though internally he was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have aimed for Kabuto's chest. The reward had eluded him due to this misstep. This indifference only served to stoke Kabuto's fury further, as if he were not striking a person, but rather a mere pet. Logically, had he been able to best Ning Ci, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him then and there. Kabuto's murderous intent did not escape Ning Ci's notice, who scoffed at the absurdity of it all. Blaming Kabuto's peculiar obsession with a female form, what was it to him? Had Kabuto been privy to Ning Ci's thoughts, she would have protested vehemently. For it was not her choice to seek a female body. She had no other option but this one. Unbeknownst to her, due to her incomplete mastery of the impure world reincarnation, she was destined to remain female, even if she were to grasp the true technique. Transformation would be forever beyond her reach. "Enough, Kabuto. Take Ning Ci below to rest," Orochimaru commanded, breaking the tension. With the order given, Kabuto suppressed her anger, acknowledging it with a respectful nod before leading Ning Ci away. Yet, deep within her heart, she vowed that Ning Ci would one day pay dearly for this affront. "Oh, by the way, from this moment forth, I shall retreat into the shadows. Do not mention my name to anyone. As for Sasuke, your methods of child trafficking have been quite effective," Ning Ci declared, suddenly turning back to Orochimaru as they approached the cave's entrance. To manipulate such a multitude into unwavering reverence is no small feat. Orochimaru has indeed excelled in this regard, nearly rivaling the will of fire. One must truly commend the bond between master and disciple," Ning Ci murmured. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, interpreting Ning Ci's implication as a signal to refrain from involving himself in the affairs concerning the Akatsuki, the Sand Village, and Konoha. "How vexing. Truly, you are as unyielding as ever, Ning Ci. It seems you are not easily swayed. Very well, let me witness where this gust of wind may carry you." Orochimaru furrowed his brow, only to relax it moments later, nodding at Ning Ci. An astute individual indeed. Ning Ci felt a sense of satisfaction and then raised his chin, directing Kabuto. Lead the way. Kabuto, on the verge of an exasperated outburst, thought to himself how utterly lacking in decorum this guest was. Did he not grasp who the true master of this domain was? However, a mere glance from Ning Ci quelled her protest, forcing her to acquiesce and guide him. The cave was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering candles on the walls, casting elongated shadows of the two figures. The atmosphere was dense with an oppressive aura, devoid of any vitality. Ning Ci furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "No wonder everyone here is increasingly deranged." Remaining in such a place. "This shall be your chamber," Kabuto stated curtly, preparing to depart, her distaste for Ning Ci's presence palpable. Yet, an astonishing moment unfolded. Ning Ci unexpectedly placed his hand atop Kabuto's head, saying, "Good girl." The host initiated a head-patting technique on Kabuto, receiving a reward. Nirvana Sanctuary Technique. The Nirvana Sanctuary Technique, a form of illusion, induces a tranquil and profound slumber upon sighting descending white feathers, with a remarkably wide range of effect. It was the same illusion Kabuto had employed during the collapse of Konoha. Seemingly, it bore little significance. This technique was among the weakest illusions Ning Ci was aware of, easily dispelled by Kakashi and Might Guy, and even those of Shikamaru and Sakura's caliber could withstand it, showcasing its ineffectiveness. After a brief silence, Kabuto suddenly erupted with a shout, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. What was Ning Ci doing? What had he said? Good girl? Was he treating her like a pet? This was an affront, a blatant humiliation. In that moment, a faint blue chakra enveloped her. She truly yearned to retaliate, even if her strength fell short. Unlike Orochimaru, Kabuto's personality had shifted following her incomplete reincarnation, leaning more towards femininity. She struck, launching a punch at Ning Ci, but from his perspective, it resembled a playful jab to the chest. Ning Ci remained unmoved, effortlessly seizing Kabuto's fist and flinging her aside with ease. The host and Kabuto joined hands. Receiving a reward, summoning technique, second generation of 10,000 snakes. What? Upon hearing the system's notification, Ning Ci paused. The second generation of 10,000 snakes. How could that be possible? The second generation of the 10,000 serpents is an evolved form derived from the cells of the original. Distinguished by the emergence of forelimbs and boasting greater strength, capable of effortlessly constricting the neck of the colossal island turtle from the land of thunder. However, at this juncture, the second generation of the 10,000 serpents ought not to exist. You scoundrel! Doe shouted in furious exasperation. An unexpected rage breaking through the facade of his usually composed demeanor, revealing a voice that was strikingly youthful and melodious. I have no time to entertain you. Remember to deliver all of Orochimaru's ninjutsu to me upon your return, Ning Ci replied, dismissively gesturing as he entered the room amidst Doe's indignant outcry. You bastard! Doe clenched his fists, glaring resentfully at the already closed door where Ning Ci had exited, before stomping his foot in frustration. You're becoming increasingly feminine. Once behind the door, Ning Ci shut his Byakugan and mused, the reanimation jutsu should not alter one's personality. What on earth has transpired? Could it be that Orochimaru has tampered with it? It must be so, how insidious. Ning Ci frowned, realizing that indeed, the reanimation jutsu is more dangerous than it appears, especially if it is acquired through reward. Yet, it is undeniably intriguing. Ning Ci chuckled lightly. The fact that he had acquired the second generation of the 10,000 serpents at this point in time piqued his curiosity about what expression the original would wear upon its summoning. Before the mirror, Ning Ci removed his Leaf Village forehead protector, revealing a smooth forehead marked only by a deep purple diamond-shaped seal. The secret of which related to the caged bird curse had yet to be uncovered by anyone else. Best to keep this under wraps for now, Ning Ci murmured, replacing the forehead protector atop his brow. He then immediately performed the wood clone technique, causing another Ning Ci to emerge from behind him. With his Byakugan activated, Ning Ci's eyes widened in intensity, veins protruding as a minuscule black dot materialized in the vicinity, emanating a spiraling current that drew him in. In a remote mountain range, a whirlpool manifested out of thin air, followed by the abrupt appearance of a white-clad youth with Byakugan. This truly resembles a similar power to Kamui, Ning Ci reflected. Yet this ability grants access to Kagaya's dimension. In any case, this is remarkably convenient. Time to get moving, Ning Ci muttered. He swiftly activated the heavenly spin, enveloped in a half-spherical blue chakra that rotated with him. However, at that moment, flames erupted, gradually consuming the blue chakra like a fiery whirlwind. The extreme heat melting even the stones of the mountain. As the flames receded, they were replaced by violent lightning. Unlike the flame-infused heavenly spin, The chakra shield remained akin to the ordinary form, yet bolts of lightning occasionally surged forth, sweeping around him like lasers, producing thunderous booms and causing large boulders to plummet. Thus, the lightning heavenly spin commenced. The voice of Ning Ci resonated with surprise. All right, next is. Suddenly, torrents of water surged forth from an unknown source, enveloping the realm of Tenten like vast, blue drapes. The surface appeared placid, yet one could sense the rapid movement of the water. A reckless touch could result in grievous injury, as the pressure could easily crush a person to the size of a mere sheet of paper. At that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. The previous thunder had not yet completely abated, and upon the collision of lightning and water, Tenten erupted with a resounding bang. A terrifying shockwave obliterated a nearby hill. Rocks shattered, and a plume of dark smoke and dust ascended, obscuring the sky. Ning Ci was hurled backward from the chaos, crashing into another hill. The ground trembled violently, yet the hill managed to withstand the onslaught and did not collapse again. Coughing, Ning Ci found himself in tattered ropes. His face smeared with soot, resembling a beleaguered commoner, his earlier grace now vanished, provoking laughter from onlookers. However, upon witnessing the devastation wrought, many would fall silent in awe. The mountain had not merely exploded, but had been rendered riddled with gaping wounds, smoke and dust swirling into the air, shrouding the clouds above, a truly terrifying sight. Ning Ci leaped down from the hill, quickly tidying himself up, retrieving an identical outfit from his system space, deftly replacing his tattered attire. Another failure. Ning Ci felt a twinge of frustration. Merging different chakra attributes for transformation proved exceedingly difficult. Indeed, he had mastered the ability to wield all chakra attributes in Tenten, but achieving seamless transitions between them remained a challenge, successfully accomplished only 1/5 of the time. Yet, this only reaffirmed his hypothesis. Ning Ci gazed contentedly at his surroundings. Tenten could serve not only as a defense but also possessed remarkable offensive potential. If he could master the art of fluid transformation, it would become the most formidable technique, seamlessly integrating offense and defense. He pressed on with his practice, determined to elevate his abilities significantly within 3 years. The system had provided him with the foundation. Now, he sought to innovate upon that base. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sounds of explosions echoed, continuing from dawn until dusk. Ning Ci had not rested. He was grateful for his perfected sage body, for without it, the residual shockwaves alone would have been his undoing. Upon returning to his chamber, he found his shadow clone poring over a scroll, surrounded by a multitude of scattered scrolls, collections amassed by Orochimaru over the years. He had mastered an array of techniques, including ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and even forbidden techniques from various villages. As both his body and clone shared memories, Ning Ci was not surprised. In an instant, he divided into dozens of wooden clones, each seizing a scroll to examine. Unity in numbers. Though Orochimaru is indeed perverse and ruthless, one must concede that he excels in imparting knowledge. His dedication is commendable, Ning Ci remarked with admiration. The scrolls are imbued with Orochimaru's insights and experiences, along with several enhancements that significantly improve the techniques in terms of hand seals, potency, and chakra consumption compared to before. In the original narrative, he is also portrayed as an excellent mentor, as he not only guides Sasuke to attain the rank of an S-class ninja, but also lays a solid foundation in teaching him the analysis of adversaries and the formulation of strategies. In other words, Sasuke's future accomplishments are inextricably linked to Orochimaru's guidance, which is one of the reasons why Ning Ci assists Sasuke in his defection from the village. While Naruto has Jiraiya and Sakura has Tsunade, Sasuke lacks a mentor of elite caliber. Remaining in the village would hinder his growth, thus necessitating his departure. Returning to the matter at hand, Ning Ci's expression is unusually earnest at this moment. Orochimaru has amassed an overwhelming array of techniques, and it is impossible for him to learn them all. With only 3 years at his disposal, he cannot remain with Orochimaru indefinitely. Therefore, he must selectively choose techniques that hold value for him. However, it appears that Orochimaru has misunderstood his intentions. Ning Ci scoffs, revealing that what he truly desires are the unique techniques created by Orochimaru himself. Nevertheless, Ning Ci remains unfazed, for time is on his side. And with the Sharingan still in his possession, he is confident that Orochimaru will eventually reveal his techniques. For now, he resolves to focus on learning diligently. In the dimly lit cavern, a flickering candle casts the only light in the shadowy realm. "Toby, speak your mind," Orochimaru remarked casually, his hands busy pouring an unknown liquid into another vial. "Lord Orochimaru, that Hyuga Neji is utterly outrageous." Upon receiving Orochimaru's permission, Toby became animated. recounting Niji's excessive behavior in detail. Orochimaru regarded Toby with mild surprise. In his recollection, Toby was not one to harbor grudges or exhibit pettiness. Could it be that an incomplete reincarnation alters one's personality? I must take note of this. It is indeed a significant discovery, Orochimaru mused to himself. However, he soon became engrossed in Toby's account. Despite Niji's arrogance, Orochimaru believed he was not the type to insult others lightly, particularly that head pat. He was momentarily reminded of his first encounter with Niji, where he too had been subjected to such treatment. A flicker of sympathy arose within him, though it was soon overshadowed by a sense of schadenfreude. At last, he was no longer the sole recipient of the head pat technique. Wait? A bolt of realization struck Orochimaru, as if he had suddenly grasped something profound. Toby, tell me, is this Hyuga Neji truly out of line? Toby exclaimed indignantly, his demeanor now indistinguishable from that of a woman. Toby, Orochimaru interjected suddenly, his expression growing serious. Does he know that you are, in fact, a female? After much contemplation, Orochimaru struggled to articulate his thoughts, ultimately resorting to this blunt inquiry. What difference does it make? Surprisingly, Do appeared oblivious to any incongruity, as if she had fully embraced her transformation and internally identified as a woman. Perhaps it was due to the respect she held for me that she refrained from exhibiting any extreme reactions, Orochimaru mused quietly, subsequently sharing his conjecture with Do. Could it be true? Do responded with uncertainty, yet she found herself believing it to some extent. As for the Sound Ninja 5, apart from Doyu, Niji had not returned with anyone else, serving as compelling evidence. Regardless, Do, strive to remain as close to Niji as possible. He harbors numerous secrets, Orochimaru remarked, his eyes glinting with a sense of burgeoning assurance. Do's heart raced. Did Lord Orochimaru desire her to take the initiative? She nearly leapt in frustration at the thought of being compelled to approach Niji, feeling it would be far more merciful to face death. Stay calm. This is Lord Orochimaru's command, she reminded herself, yet could not suppress her inquiry. Lord Orochimaru, is Hinata Niji truly that significant? Ha, Orochimaru chuckled. It is not Niji who is important, but rather the Byakugan he possesses. What? Do asked, perplexed. The Byakugan, in comparison to the Sharingan, seemed vastly inferior. Lacking the prowess that the latter was known for, why was Lord Orochimaru so fixated on the Byakugan? Orochimaru noted the confusion on Do's face and smirked. Do you truly comprehend the Byakugan? Why has the Land of Lightning pursued it relentlessly, rather than the Sharingan? Do looked up at Orochimaru. During your long stint as an undercover agent in Konoha, did you ever hear a certain legend? Orochimaru's gaze bore into Do as he spoke slowly. The legend of the three greats of the warring states. What? The three greats? Do was taken aback. Wasn't it a historical fact that only two great powers existed during that time? I see you have not heard, Orochimaru replied. It is no wonder. For even I learned of that individual's name by mere happenstance. I fear that now, throughout the entire ninja world, there are scarcely a handful who know of this person's identity. Do listened in silence, the day's revelations far surpassing her wildest imagination, leaving her in a state of profound astonishment, as if ensnared in a dream. For ages, it had been believed that Konoha was founded solely by Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, yet in truth, there existed another individual who was also one of the village's founders. Orochimaru's words were startling, beginning with a declaration that caught Do off guard. That individual was none other than the head of the Hyuga clan at the time, known as Hyuga Tenten. Orochimaru recounted all he knew, revealing that, according to my records, Hyuga Tenen's strength was on par with Shinju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. During their struggle for power, Uchiha Madara sought to ally with Hyuga Tenen, but Tenen wished to remain uninvolved in political disputes, thus maintaining his neutrality. In the First Shinobi World War, in the conflict between Konoha and the Land of Lightning, Hyuga Tenen utilized the Byakugan to defeat the then arrogant First Raikage. No one knows what transpired at that time, and I could find no information. I only know that the stars shone brilliantly, illuminating the night as if it were day. Then, with a resounding roar, the battle concluded, and thereafter, the renown of the Byakugan eclipsed even that of the Sharingan. This explains why the Land of Thunder has been so intent on obtaining the Byakugan. Orochimaru turned to Kabuto, who was rendered speechless by astonishment, and remarked, "Isn't it astonishing? A ninja who can stand toe-to-toe with Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara possesses unimaginable power. Thus, I feel that the Byakugan may not be inferior to the Sharingan. Perhaps, like the Manjiki, it harbors unique abilities that I have yet to uncover. However, Niji must know something. Yet, If that is the case, then Kumogikure must be aware of this too. Haven't they always sought to seize the Byakugan? Kabuto said eagerly. Haha, Kabuto, you are far too naive, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Such secrets are typically conveyed only through whispers among the Raikage. They would not divulge them lightly. Orochimaru scoffed. Kumogikure is a village that venerates martial arts and physical combat, which conveniently provides them an excuse. Well, while it may be an excuse, it is also a fact. After all, the Byakugan can be considered the nemesis of all taijutsu practitioners. But how many truly understand the reasons behind their initial pursuit of the Byakugan? Orochimaru licked his lips, a sinister smile forming. He had once sought to obtain the Byakugan himself, but invariably, after death, the abilities of the Byakugan would be sealed, rendering them useless aside from appearing as mere cataracts. He could not recklessly target members of the main family, and over time, he abandoned this endeavor. However, now he might uncover the true power of the Byakugan. Kabuto. Go now, and strive to get close to Ning Ci. Understood, Kabuto replied, suppressing his sense of shame. Once Kabuto departed, Orochimaru revealed a stack of papers from a concealed location, which contained information about the Byakugan. Indeed, he had not disclosed all the details about the Byakugan to Kabuto. One sheet bore a few striking words. Hyuga Heavenly Ninja, Thousand Eyes Byakugan. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Ning Ci had spent a month under Orochimaru's tutelage. During this period, Ning Ci's progress was remarkable. His control over chakra had reached an exceedingly refined level. Simultaneously, he had learned numerous powerful jutsu. Although he had yet to acquire any of Orochimaru's techniques, nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, for the initiative rested firmly with him. In the same desolate mountains, Ning Ci practiced his new techniques daily, and compared to a month prior, the peaks around him had considerably diminished, a testament to his ardent efforts. Today, as usual, he left a shadow clone at Orochimaru's base to study the scrolls while he ventured here. However, today, there was something different in the air. As Ning Ci emerged from the vortex, he was met with the sound of galloping hooves resonating through the dense forest below. Startled birds took flight, and Ning Ci paused for a brief moment before hastening his descent. At that moment, a group of riders pursued a young girl with fervor, their intentions unmistakably aggressive. Hurry! Do not let her escape. We must capture her today. The girl's expression tightened in anxiety, yet her steed proved to be remarkably swift, keeping her out of reach for the time being. However, two figures suddenly materialized ahead, grasping a thick rope tightly. Now, one of them shouted, and as they pulled, the rope ensnared the girl's horse, causing her to tumble to the ground. Witnessing this, the pursuers felt a surge of confidence and quickened their pace to seize the girl. Just then, a fleeting white shadow darted past, and the two foremost assailants fell, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. What? Stay alert! A bespectacled middle-aged man bellowed. Evidently the leader of the group. Are you referring to them? A voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him, sending a chill of dread coursing down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, all his subordinates had already been rendered unconscious, leaving him as the sole witness to the unfolding chaos. Just a band of ruffians, scoundrels, Ning Ci remarked impassively. Wait. The middle-aged man cried out in panic, but Ning Ci paid him no heed, swiftly dispatching him with a decisive strike. Approaching the girl, Ning Ci finally took in her full appearance, her long black hair tied back, a loosely fitting green robe, and striking red eyeliner that evoked a sense of familiarity, though he could not recall ever having met her. The girl stared blankly at the scene before her. Although there was no blood, the sight still filled her with trepidation. Trembling, she mustered the courage to inquire, Did you kill them? No, they are merely unconscious, Ning Ci replied, averting his gaze towards the sprawled figures. He was not a merciless killer, indiscriminately taking lives. However, he would not hesitate if his own safety were at stake. With a sigh of relief, the girl felt a weight lift, though the fear in her eyes did not fully dissipate. You seem quite concerned about them, Ning Ci remarked, puzzled, before muttering to himself. Never mind, it's none of my business. Take care of yourself. With a wave, he vanished in a flurry of agile movements, leaving no trace behind. Does he not recognize me? The girl whispered, watching the spot where Ning Ci had disappeared, astonished by the encounter. Right, everyone. She hurried over to awaken each of the fallen men. Had Ning Ci witnessed this moment, he would surely have been taken aback, realizing they were all in cahoots, which explained why the system had granted him no rewards. I must express my astonishment. Her ability to ensnare herself is indeed remarkable. The outcome is rather evident. Upon regaining consciousness, those individuals promptly apprehended her. The young girl, once captured, shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "I want to go. I refuse to go there." The bespectacled middle-aged man observed her demeanor, letting out a faint sigh, yet soon his resolve solidified. How could that youth have so effortlessly subdued us? If he were to provide protection, perhaps the princess could. A sudden glimmer illuminated his gaze. Perhaps she could once again govern the land of snow. Atop the mountain, Neji continued his training, acutely aware of the time constraints he faced. Elevating himself to such heights within 3 years seemed an insurmountable task. Now, advancing even further proved exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, he aspired to attain the stature of Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama. With fierce determination, Neji formed hand seals, summoning 5 wooden clones, engaging in combat against himself. Given his current prowess, even his clones possessed the strength of a shadow, making them formidable opponents. After all, battling oneself unveils one's shortcomings, ultimately fostering rapid improvement. Thus, 6 identical figures clashed with ferocity, employing a reckless array of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, spared no effort, leaving nothing to chance. As time gradually passed and twilight descended, Neji found himself sprawled on the barren mountainside, utterly fatigued. "How exhausting," he murmured, gazing at the fiery clouds on the horizon. Suddenly, he hurled a shuriken, embedding it into a distant tree. "Have you been watching for so long without revealing yourself?" Neji said coldly, as several shuriken reappeared in his palm. With this stance, should the individual remain hidden, he would unleash a barrage of shuriken, employing techniques for attacking from blind spots, rivaling even Itachi's precision. A sigh broke the silence as a figure emerged from behind the tree, none other than the previously encountered bespectacled middle-aged man. Neji was not surprised, after all. His Byakugan was not to be underestimated, and he had come to realize that he might have misjudged the situation. They were likely not bandits. Yet, he inquired with a tinge of displeasure, "How did you find me?" "I took a gamble, and it seems fortune favored me," the middle-aged man replied, his expression earnest. "I see." Neji retracted his hostility, for he had no intention of assaulting an ordinary individual. "What do you wish to discuss?" "I seek your assistance, and of course, I will offer appropriate compensation," the man stated, urgency in his tone. Neji initially contemplated refusal, but reconsidered. Perhaps fulfilling a ninja-esque commission could serve as a valuable training experience. Thus, he asked, "What is it?" "The land of snow is a nation devoid of spring." At this moment, Ning Ci found himself adrift upon a vast expanse of ocean, surrounded by drifting ice floes and swirling snow. Everything before him was enveloped in a pristine white, and in the distance, the land appeared as a faint silhouette, equally cloaked in immaculate snow. On board the vessel, the crew huddled tightly in their fur coats, shivering uncontrollably. Yet despite their plight, they could not suppress their incessant sneezing. Ning Ci stood beside the young girl he had previously rescued, occasionally stealing glances at her. Ever since the elder, known as Santai Fu, had elucidated the mission's details, he had suddenly comprehended why he felt an uncanny familiarity with the girl. She was the princess of the land of snow, Fenghua Xiaoxua, the true heir who had survived the rebellion a decade prior. His task was to protect her. Although Santai Fu had not divulged every detail, the mere mention of the land of snow sufficed. Despite the temporal discrepancies with the original narrative, Ning Ci reminded himself that some matters ought not to be scrutinized too deeply. The land of snow, renowned for its advanced technology, had even crafted armor specifically designed for ninjas. It would serve as an excellent backyard for his future endeavors. He mused upon this, secretly plotting in his mind. To him, the task at hand appeared devoid of any formidable challenge. His sole desire was to expedite its completion and subsequently conquer the land of snow, harnessing its decades-ahead technology for his own purposes. Beside him, Fenghua Xiaoxua trembled, casting a furious glare at Ning Ci, her ire stemming from the fact that he had used illusionary techniques to manipulate her, leading her to the land of snow. This incident had obliterated any fondness she might have harbored for him, rendering her disinclined to acknowledge his presence. Ning Ci refrained from responding, recognizing that as a princess, she possessed a rather formidable temperament, capricious, indeed. "Look!" someone shouted, their voice tinged with astonishment. Ning Ci turned to see a colossal iceberg looming ahead, one that had seemingly materialized out of nowhere, astonishing the onlookers. However, for Ning Ci, this was merely a spectacle. A glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. This was a cinematic marvel bestowed upon them by the gods of film. "Quickly, descend and alter the script. This is the place. Let us act swiftly." The director, somewhat portly, gazed at the iceberg with eyes alight with fervor, urging the crew to hasten their descent for filming. Fenghua Xiaoxue shot Ning Ci another scathing look before storming away in a huff. Perhaps it was the proximity to the capital that kept her demeanor somewhat composed. As she showed little sign of fear, Ning Ci followed her off the ship, for as her protector, he could not afford to stray too far from her side, especially at such a critical juncture. Boom. As anticipated, while several crew members were engrossed in filming, the distant iceberg erupted violently, and a colossal ice tiger came barreling down, reaching Fenghua Xiaoxue in the blink of an eye. Its intentions were unmistakable. It was targeting her. Everything transpired in an instant. Almost no one had the time to react. Just as the ice tiger was about to strike Fenghua Xiaoxue, a sudden slap resonated beside it. Bang! The ice tiger erupted into a shower of ice shards. As Ning Ci stood protectively in front of Fenghua Xiaoxue, his expression tranquil as he regarded a lavender-haired man perched upon the icy peak. "Welcome, Your Highness, Princess Xiaoxue," said Lang Yishueping, slightly inclining his body, though his demeanor conveyed no genuine respect. At that moment, atop another summit, a pink-haired woman stood proudly, laughing heartily. "Princess Xiaoxue, has the hexagonal crystal arrived?" Upon seeing the two figures, Fenghua Xiaoxue immediately knelt, trembling uncontrollably. Memories she had deliberately suppressed replayed in her mind, inflicting wounds far deeper than the biting cold of the storm. "It seems you've recalled," remarked a rotund figure rising from the flat ground, a chilling smile gracing his face. "Yet, you shall progress no further. They're all out now," Ning Ci said, his impassive visage remaining unruffled. He then addressed Santai Fu. "You may return for now." A fleeting glance at Fenghua Xiaoxue revealed her continued reluctance to confront the situation. No one can defy Fenghua Neteo. At this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue suddenly raised her head, trembling as she removed the necklace from her neck. "If he desires this, then I shall give it to him. The monarch can offer anything. As long as we do not resist, he shall not harm us." Fenghua Xiaoxue contemplated the hexagonal crystal in her hand, the thought of surrendering its surfacing in her mind. "Truly, as expected of a princess, as long as you comply, we shall not bring you harm," said he. Ichueshue. Fenghua Xiaoxue lamented, "Indeed. As long as we do not oppose Fenghua Nuteo, we shall survive. However, we must ask your highness to accompany us. Lord Nuteo has been longing for his dear niece," Lang Yishueping said, crossing his arms with a disdainful air. "I understand," Fenghua Xiaoxue replied, rising to approach them. "Princess Xiaoxue, you mustn't," Santai Fu interjected urgently. "This is the final relic left by Princess Yushue. You." Fenghua Xiaoxue appeared astonished that her manager was aware of such matters, yet she realized it changed nothing. In this place, fighting would alter nothing. As long as they did not resist Fenghua Nuteo, they could all survive. "Princess Xiaoxue, the Snow Country must not fall into the hands of Fenghua Nuteo," Santai Fu continued, though suddenly his expression twisted in agony, letting out a series of horrifying screams. His right leg had been pierced by several ice bullets, blood gushing from the wound as he clutched his leg and roared in pain. "Uninvolved parties should remain silent and refrain from uttering foolishness," Lang Yishueping remarked, his tone indifferent. "How foolish it is, when obedience could have spared you from this fate." Windflower Xiaoxue, with an air of calm indifference, remarked nonchalantly, and then once more grasped the hexagonal crystal as she approached the group known as Wolf Fang Avalanche. Upon witnessing this scene, a peculiar smile crept upon their faces. At that moment, a figure clad in a flowing white robe suddenly intervened, halting Windflower Xiaoxue's advance with an outstretched hand. Neji, with a sphere of green light emanating from his palm, directed it towards Santai Fu, instantly mending the injury on his leg. He then coldly stated, "Who would obediently heed his commands? Have you forgotten my identity as a ninja?" At this, Wolf Fang Avalanche's trio finally took notice of Neji. Although he had previously thwarted their attack without concern, the circumstances had shifted. This young boy dared to obstruct them. Casting a disdainful glance at Neji's attire and forehead protector, Wolf Fang Avalanche scoffed. "I wondered who it was. Turns out, it is merely a lowly genin from Konoha." He certainly had the grounds for his contempt, having once encountered Kakashi a decade prior, forcing him to retreat even then, when Kakashi had already awakened his Sharingan. "Child, you seem oblivious to the gravity of your situation," spoke Bear Rain and Snow, gesturing towards his chakra armor with a sneer. "Do you comprehend what this is? This armor amplifies the chakra within us, enhances our jutsu, and can even form a chakra barrier that negates your attacks, rendering your techniques and jinjutsu ineffective." Suddenly, a beam of white light surged forth, striking him with immense force and propelling him against a distant iceberg. which shattered and collapsed, burying bare rain and snow beneath its icy remnants. Neji impassively retracted his hand, stating coolly, "My apologies, but I have grown weary of your rhetoric. Come now, demonstrate the power of your chakra armor." "Insufferable," cried Crane Wing Bing Snow, unfurling her wings and charging at Neji with great velocity. Bing Snow, no. Wolf Fang Avalanche warned, but it was too late. Soft Step Twin Lion Fist. Neji raised his fist, deep blue lion heads rapidly coiling around it. With a single strike, he shattered the armor enveloping Crane Wing Bing Snow, the overwhelming force sending her crashing against the mountainside of an iceberg, leaving a faint trail of blood in the air. Host engaged in battle with Crane Wing Bing No. Rewarded with Ice Shuriken. Ice Shuriken conjures an invisible projectile from moisture in the air to assault foes. How infuriating. Is this child truly a mere genin? Wolf Fang Avalanche seethed, gritting his teeth. At this juncture, he dared not underestimate Neji any longer. He had effortlessly defeated both Bing Snow and Rain and Snow, a feat not easily accomplished. Is the strength of the snow ninjas truly so feeble? Neji inquired, uncertainty creeping into his voice. As the saying goes, I have yet to exert myself, and you have already fallen. Child, do not be so arrogant. Wolf Fang Avalanche bellowed, swiftly forming several hand seals. Ice release, one horned white whale. In the next moment, the ice surface suddenly quivered, and a massive, singular horned ice whale loomed ominously, bearing down upon them. Upon witnessing this, Ningji's lips curled into a slight smile. Finally, a worthy opponent had appeared. Without hesitation, he unleashed an invisible wave of energy. The 8 Trigrams Empty Palm. With a whoosh, at the instant of collision, the white whale shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into shards of ice that scattered in all directions. The Wolf Fang Avalanche, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. The ninjutsu he had so proudly mastered had been effortlessly dispelled by his adversary. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The rolling wave of energy continued unabated, surging forth towards the Wolf Fang Avalanche after obliterating the whale. Bang! The Wolf Fang Avalanche was struck head-on, sent spiraling away, landing awkwardly within an icy chasm. How weak! Ningji murmured, reflecting on how none of the trio could withstand even a single blow from him. It dawned on him why the land of snow was merely a small nation. There was indeed reason behind it. His voice, though soft and almost whisper-like, resonated in the hushed surroundings, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. His words were unmistakably clear to all. Instantly, everyone felt a jolt of shock. The formidable figure who had cleaved through half an iceberg was, in Ningji's eyes, nothing more than a weakling. Many were left bewildered. San Taifu and Fenghua Xiaoxue found their emotions tangled. The land of snow was their homeland, yet they could not refute his assertion, as the 3 powerful snow ninjas had failed to withstand even a single strike from him. Fenghua Xiaoxue realized how foolish she had been at this moment. Ningji's slightly gaunt back appeared so reassuring and reliable, like a celestial angel sent from above, making it difficult for her to look directly at him, as if his mere presence alleviated all her worries. Suddenly, Ningji's chakra surged violently, and 3 enormous hands composed of chakra extended from his form, lifting ice and stone to extract the 3 from their predicament. Ningji regarded the trio with a hint of exasperation upon seeing his Byakugan. They ought to have understood he was a taijutsu ninja. What was the point of discussing the uses of armor? Stop pretending, though injured. They were not in danger of losing consciousness. A cold, indifferent voice echoed in their ears. The Wolf Fang Avalanche trio realized that feigning unconsciousness would no longer suffice, and they shakily rose to their feet, fear evident in their voices as they stammered, "WH, what do you want?" Ningji scrutinized them closely. Their abilities were quite decent, and with a bit of intelligence, they could be even better. The land of snow would undoubtedly fall under his banner, and having these 3 as bodyguards was, to be frank, not a bad idea. Understanding Ningji's intentions, the trio readily agreed. After all, it was evident that refusing could cost them their lives. None of them were foolish enough to ignore that fact. Ningji, I. Fenghua Xiaoxue stepped forward, anxiety evident in her demeanor. Unexplainably, upon seeing Ningji's indifferent expression once more, her heart began to race uncontrollably. She was uncertain if her previous actions would make Ningji dislike her. If that were the case, would he ignore her? What should she do then? In any case, her heart was filled with trepidation. As if he had discerned her thoughts, Ning Ci extended his hand and gently placed it upon her flowing hair, saying, "It is nothing." The host executed a head pat on Fenghua Xiaoxue, thereby receiving the reward of Ice Release. Ice Release, a unique bloodline limit. is a combination of water release and wind release. Strangely, Ning Ci was taken aback. Did Fenghua Xiaoxiwei possess a bloodline limit? He was aware that the ice release of the Land of Snow merely utilized the natural ice of the environment for offensive techniques. Nevertheless, it hardly posed a detriment to him. In fact, it meant that he could simultaneously wield two bloodline limits. Ning Ci's actions brought joy to Fenghua Xiaoxiwei, and unwittingly, she reverted to her former lively self. However, under Ning Ci's influence, her character diverged somewhat from the original narrative. The group pressed onward, and with Ning Ci's assistance, they were virtually unstoppable. The trio of Wolf Fong Avalanche, eager to demonstrate their own efforts, soon reached the palace. "We are finally on the verge of completion," Ning Ci murmured. Considering Fenghua Xiaoxiwei's current attitude towards him, he mused that once he eliminated Fenghua Nuteo, the Land of Snow would become his own garden. So, what was there to wait for?